Chapter 401 G&C Completion Plan. While fighting for Irving's limited shares is important, it's not the only one, especially when the dungeon is just getting started. In addition to the Grey Dwarf, who immediately entered the daily work of the blacksmith shop and the tavern, the two women also each found or divided some rights. Even if these rights now seem small and pitiful, Eunice took charge of the tavern and became the beautiful proprietress. She was also responsible for trading with wandering merchants. Silo has the advantage of being the first mover. In addition to having the right to stay in the meeting hall and turn a deaf ear, she also has the diplomatic rights in the dungeon, which means going out to attract people, especially male drow. She has not given up on her dream of being a mistress. Thanks to everyone's diligent efforts and Owen's cheating, the development of the Ogre King's dungeon is gradually on the right track. It has become a regular stopping point for many wandering businessmen, and nearby evil creatures have also heard about it. And even a male drow assassin appeared, which immediately caught Silo's attention. Although she was not very satisfied with the opponent's strength, Silo was still unwilling to miss the opportunity and prepared to use Drow's secret technique to conceive her first child. However, she was shocked to find that she already had her first child. Thunderbolts are not enough to describe Silo's inner shock at this time, because she dares to swear to God that during this period of time, she has only had relations with that ogre. After all, compared to the 3-meter-tall ogre, normal males don't interest her at all, because toothbrushes don't actually like toothbrushes. Similarly, if it weren't for the purpose of giving birth to offspring, Silua would probably not even take a look at the enoki mushrooms of her own race. So now the question is, whose child is she carrying? Logically speaking, it must be that ogre's, because I haven't heard that drow have the ability to reproduce parthenogenously. But except for humans, dwarves, barbarians and elves, who have a very small chance of giving birth to mixed-race offspring, the remaining races have reproductive isolation. Even the emergence of demi-humans was related to some ancient magic experiments. A drow and an ogre. The gap between the two is bigger than that of a monkey and a gorilla. Theoretically, even if she is pickled, there is no chance of giving birth to anything. How could she be pregnant? Silo's thinking inevitably fell into chaos. She finally regained her sanity and immediately rushed to the meeting hall. Now she just wanted to go to the damn ogre and ask questions, because the only way to do this was to, and the only one who has a chance is that damn ogre. But it's not easy to pretend to be smart. But it doesn't take much talent to pretend to be stupid. Owen's humming and aha pretending to be dumb makes Silo helpless. What makes her even more annoyed is that as her belly gets bigger day by day, that damn thing will happen 10,000 times. The demon warlock actually seized the opportunity to occupy her share of the shares, and blew the pillow wind. But she could only hold her belly and watch on, while Silo was incompetent and furious. Owen had actually been observing, and it was obvious that Silo's belly was caused by him. In fact, Owen had long discovered that he was unable to give birth to offspring through normal methods. He was not stupid. With the way he worked day and night without protection, and the women all had good fertility figures, he could probably have a class of children. Later, Owen discovered that this was not because his seeds were not good, nor was it a problem of reproductive isolation, but that he was extremely unique, so strong that it even affected his offspring. Obviously this inexplicable uniqueness is related to the system, so even Owen is helpless, because now he is still halfway from fully opening the system, let alone understanding and mastering it. But this does not mean that Owen gives up. He can choose not to have children, but it does not mean that he can accept not having children. So there is a G&C project. Owen's body once extracted his own genetic genes. After research, he found that his genes formed a perfect genetic spiral with no gaps, locking all the genetic information inside and unable to completely remove it. So he used special means to crush it to pieces, then extract the genetic fragments, then use the power of the system to complete them, and finally implant them into the mother's body to be born. This plan was named the G&C Completion Plan by Owen. Theoretically speaking, the children born in this way can barely be regarded as his descendants. Right? In fact, even Owen himself couldn't figure it out. So although this plan was gradually improved, it was never used because he was unwilling to risk several of his women, and did not want them to become fertility machines. At present, Silua is just right in terms of size, and she can be regarded as his woman. But she doesn't feel bad if it gets worn out. So she plants a seed early and waters it 3 times a day. Otherwise, no matter how lustful he is, he will don't treat this thing like a meal. Although she knew that this damn ogre was causing trouble, Silo had no intention of aborting the child because she was also curious about what kind of monster she would give birth to. Yes, To Silo, the child in her belly was a monster. A monster with the strength and physique of an ogre, and the cunning and agility of a drow. If such a monster is really born, Sileo will get an extremely terrifying and useful tool. Thinking of this, Silo couldn't help but get excited, caressing her bulging belly, and thought happily of the scene in the future when she would command a group of powerful children to attack a city. As for maternal love, the drow clan does not have this concept at all. Every drow matron regards her children as slaves and tools. There is no so-called love at all. Everything is for herself. No matter what. The child in Silo's belly was still getting bigger day by day, at an incredible speed, as an immortal species, except for drow who dare to use secret magic on their own bodies. It is very difficult for any elf to give birth. Not only is it difficult to conceive, but the several-year gestation period plus the long growth period of the larvae makes it simply a nightmare. Kind of suffering. Although drow possess secret skills, they must follow the elves' fertility laws. But the child Silo was pregnant with this time was different. According to her calculations, it would only take 10 months to be born. But the price would be 10 times the amount of nutrients. Silo's face turned green. Unless she was a legend, she would not be able to support the monster in her belly. Damn it! You're really going to cause me trouble, Silo said with a gloomy face, patting her belly. But she was unwilling to give up this child. After all, once this child inherited the advantages of ogres and drows, she would undoubtedly. He created a powerful race, and even became one of the most powerful drow matrons in the underground world. Seeing Silo's appetite, Owen obviously discovered this problem. So he specially prepared a set meal for pregnant women. Born brain soup, dragon marrow porridge, dragon blood potion. 1 meal a day will keep you full of energy. Owen, who spoke more and more eloquently, fiddled with the nutritional meal for pregnant women he had just added to the ogre's recipe, and said to Silo, "Arrive? Thank you for your concern." Silo's face twitched, and she said with a smile as she looked at the clear soup with brain fragments floating in front of her, the dark rice porridge, and the pungent dragon's blood potion. Although the appearance is not good, the nutritional value is really high. Before birth, the granary seems to have been expanded. With Owen's current body shape, it is even more comfortable to handle. Chapter 402: The Huge Value of the Underground World. The development of the dungeon did not slow down because Silo had a big belly. Instead, it accelerated a lot. This was mainly due to the influence of the outside world. Chaos is only temporary, at least in the main world. After all, even if all the forces want to annex other forces and restore the glory of the Empire, they cannot just fight without production. Besides, it has been in chaos for nearly 30 years. With fighting and chaos, what can be annexed has long been annexed. The rest are helpless, and can only maintain the appearance of a stalemate. Moreover, the wealth gained when the Empire was torn apart has also been lost. They were almost defeated. So driven by reality, almost all forces put stability first. Because only with stability can they produce with peace of mind, accumulate more power, and launch a new round of war in the future. But this is not easy. Lords want stability and civilians want stability. But there are always those who are unwilling to be lonely, especially members of various evil organizations and criminals who like to fish in troubled waters. Because stability means they will lose the chaos they rely on to survive. During this period, the performance of the Holy Shield supported by the 3 alliances in the north was quite impressive. It hardly gave those evil organizations and criminals a way to survive, and they were frequently attacked by joint air and ground attacks. Who could stand this? Other forces followed suit and planned to establish similar organizations. But they soon discovered that it was not that simple for the Holy Shield to achieve such a brilliant success. First, there is the mobile fortress magic spaceship. Then, there are mature institutions and systems, as well as efficient air-ground integrated strikes. These cannot be learned by just watching. So the fastest way is to steal them from Holy Shield. However, the Holy Shield came up with better conditions. Other forces were responsible for providing funds and personnel. The Holy Shield helped build magic spaceships, train personnel, and sell equipment. It can be said that as long as the money is in place and the people are present, anything can be done. Few forces would refuse such preferential terms, because they were very confident in the loyalty of their subordinates. And at the same time, they also had the idea of corrupting the members of the Holy Shield and annexing them. So they gave the green light all the way and strongly supported it. As a result, branches of the Holy Shield were established in various places, gradually developing from a regional organization into a huge organization spanning half of the empire. not to mention the many internal problems and hidden dangers caused by the large-scale expansion of the Holy Shield. At least for now. The Holy Shield, which has recruited nearly half of the Empire's talents and received huge support, is unprecedentedly powerful. Almost no evil organization can confront it head-on. Even established organizations, like the Flesh Church, can only choose to hide and avoid head-on confrontation. This is because it has joint law enforcement powers granted by all forces. Therefore, the Holy Shield is not restricted by local laws to a certain extent. It can pursue evil personnel across regions as soon as possible, and has the right to mobilize local troops. In this way, the efficiency is naturally extremely high, causing the evil organizations that were originally having fun and the criminals who took advantage of the situation to avoid its edge and hide in all directions. But the Holy Shield's division and siege cannot be resisted by an evil organization that cannot scale up and lacks an army, so it can only go to a place of uncontrolled chaos. At present, in addition to the wilderness outside the original territory of the Empire, there are two major chaotic places. One is the original site of the Academy City, which has become a paradise for demons and monsters. It is like the reappearance of an abyss. Normal evil organizations will probably not be able to survive. The other is the fallen imperial capital. Several evil forces have divided the territory, and it is like a chaotic chaos. If you go there, you will be a cannon fodder. If you want to get ahead, it will be difficult to reach the sky. Under such circumstances, the underground world full of opportunities is undoubtedly attractive to these desperate people. Therefore, a large number of people and resources have poured in during this period, and Owen's underground city has also benefited a lot. Now the underground world is no longer a secret. Even the high-level officials in Northland know about it. However, the entrance to the underground world is difficult to find. You can't just dig down directly. Otherwise, digging a well will not produce water, but will become an elevator. Well, not to mention that the underground world is not only complex in terrain, but also full of monsters. And there are also large-scale dungeons, which are so easy to develop. The Northland Noble Alliance is an example. After discovering the entrance to an underground world, they secretly mobilized thousands of Alliance troops and tens of thousands of armed civilians to enter. The result was smooth at first, but only 1/10 of them escaped later. People, the entrance was also blown up. This matter is too big to hide. Besides, the Holy Shield has already penetrated into the 3 major alliances in the north. So Owen also has relevant information. After reading it, Owen could only say that they were simply asking for it. The Northland Noble Alliance somehow learned that there is a mithril city in the underground world that is rich in mithril and has huge silver mines. Legend has it that there is endless wealth with silver as the city walls, mithril as the soldiers, and fine gold as the gate. After the Northern Nobles Alliance learned of this, they decisively sent troops to attack without considering the consequences. As a result, they almost died before they even got close. If the passage hadn't exploded so fast, they would have been counterattacked by the underground world on the same day. These people are obsessed with wealth and have no idea what Mithril City represents. It is one of the largest dungeons in the underground world. It is said that there are several legends alone, and the affiliated forces are as many as double digits. Their comprehensive strength still on top of the Northland Noble Alliance. It would take a lot of boredom to take the initiative to attack the opponent. Thinking of this, Owen couldn't help but shook his head, and then fell into deep thought. Because the situation had changed so much, he needed to think about how to develop the territory next. It turned out that his mind was either filled with recipes, 2 female actors, or not serious things. Quickly switched to the ontology to think. The main body is now integrated with the golden tree, spotless, without a thought, and the mind is empty. So the speed of thinking is incredibly fast. His brain is smoking when he thinks here, so it is better to spin around here. Sure enough, as soon as I turned to the ontology side to think, my thoughts immediately became clear. Don't look at the Northland Noble Alliance at the moment, when it suffers a big loss when opening up the underground world. But Owen knows very well that this will never dissuade anyone from peeking into the underground world, because the underground world is too rich. The impurities brought by the backflow of the secret realm were nothing but precious minerals and treasures born from the broken origins of their respective worlds. The laws of the main world are perfect and the origin is stable. Therefore, although there are precious minerals, the quantity cannot be too many, because if you want to derive more precious minerals, you will consume the origin. This is not worth the gain for a perfect main world. But the secret realm originated from countless broken worlds in the void. and the origin contained in it was constantly being lost due to the broken relationships, and instead derived countless precious minerals and treasures. At present, most of these minerals have settled into the newly formed underground world. This is why dreamlike cities, like Mithril City, appeared not long after the underground world was formed. And this also means that whoever controls the underground world will have access to a steady stream of precious resources, which will be a huge help whether it is development or war. Therefore, the casualties of the Northland Noble Alliance were not a problem at all, but confirmed the authenticity of the situation. In this case, the Northern Glory Alliance cannot miss it. Otherwise, even if Irving cheats, he will face huge pressure. Chapter 403, Chips in the Belly. Although he is excited, Owen does not intend to use war to solve his plan for the underground world. In contrast, he prefers trade and peaceful means to solve the problem. Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. The same is true for farming. No lord relies solely on war to maintain the development of his territory. The domineering push may look fun, but in fact it is a way of injuring the enemy by 1,000 and damaging himself by 800. Even if Owen's cheating can reduce the loss, it still requires time and energy to manage it. You can't just leave it alone after it is defeated. Then, what's the point of starting a war? In addition, Owen is actually not that ambitious. Even if he is given an empire, it will be managed by a few women in his family. It is impossible to expect him to do it on his own. So the territory has not been expanded all year round. With this kind of mentality, it is normal for Owen to choose to obtain resources through trade. Now that we have decided to take the trade route, the underground city Owen has built now will play a huge role. As long as this underground city is strong enough, it can be used as a trading center between the territory and the underground world. As for what to trade with the underworld, it's simple. Even though the underground world is rich in resources, and even because of its depth and level, the total area is no less than or even larger than the surface world. 90% of the underground world is actually not suitable for survival. These places are either occupied by powerful monsters, or the environment is extremely harsh. Only a few underground spaces have the basis for survival. That is, air, plants and water. However, due to the limited area and unique underground environment, no matter how good the conditions are, it will definitely be greatly affected in many aspects. At least large-scale planting and breeding will not be feasible. At most, it can feed a city. As for technological production, playing with steam industry and firearms in the underground world is purely seeking death. So handicrafts and cold weapons are the main focus. In this case, the goods with the greatest demand in the dungeon are never rare resources and treasures, but daily necessities such as food, salt, and cloth, followed by luxury goods. The former is easy to understand. There can't be only one city lord in a dungeon. People eat, horses choose, and the demand for food is definitely indispensable. As for the strong demand for luxury goods, it is because many underground cities still retain slavery and believe in the law of the jungle. Therefore, power and resources are more concentrated as you go up. And when people have no worries about food and clothing, those in power naturally have no demand for luxury goods. Will be low. It just so happens that the excess production capacity in the territory can be used to exchange for precious resources in the underground world. Even if the territory has access to the mountains of other worlds, it will not disapprove of the precious resources in hand. But the premise is that Owen's ogre incarnation must have strong enough power. Not only personal strength, but also the power of the dungeon. Only the two combined can gain a firm foothold in the underground world. And the future will only get bigger. Trading volume. Thinking of this, Irving planned to use part of the progress value to build the dungeon. At present, the first and second level troops alone are obviously not enough. The ogre dungeon is now small scale. The industrious cavemen have built mushroom gardens and large snail farms, which can provide a large amount of cheap food. Blacksmith shops, taverns and markets. The successive construction and improvement of these buildings have also bring stable customer base and income. But it was not enough. These were just small fights and could not meet Owen's needs at all. So a migration group composed of monsters quietly appeared not far from the ogre dungeon. Although the ogre dungeon seems very crude to Owen, in Silo's eyes it is her hard work. Even if it is obtained through kissing Tianju, it is the result of her own efforts. And you think everyone has it. With such a size, she could hold an ogre inside. If she hadn't practiced it, people would have done the splits. While Silo was enjoying her daily patrol of the dungeon, she suddenly saw the goblin, who was responsible for patrolling the outer area, fleeing back in a panic. She immediately knew that something was wrong. She was about to respond, but she found a group of terrifying monsters pouring in from the entrance. Beholder, Medusa, Minotaur! Silo was stunned on the spot. Even in the underground world, these three monsters are very difficult to deal with. Such a group is enough to destroy many smaller underground areas. City. So she thought it was an army sent by that powerful underground city. And she couldn't help but have the thought of surrender in her heart. This kind of annexation method of conquering cities and territories is normal in the underground world. It is normal for the big fish to eat the small fish. However, this time, it can only be said that the reality is more magical than imagined. Because the other party is not the enemy. We respect the great dragon slayer, the awesome ogre king, and are willing to join the ogre dungeon to serve the city lord. Please take us to meet the city lord. The leader of this group of monsters is a tall and very rare Mighty Queen Sha. At this moment she lowered her head and looked down at Silo, staring at her with her cold eyes surrounded by snake hair, and said expressionlessly, although under the other person's gaze, she felt like a mouse being stared at by a snake. But Silo couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she heard this, thinking that she was acting so perfunctorily that she really thought she was a fool. At this time, she didn't know that these monsters were most likely related to her own ogres. But since the other party wanted to act, she had no choice but to cooperate. It was clear that she couldn't defeat these monsters at the moment. So she brought this group of monsters came to the meeting hall. Owen was wearing an apron, and was trying the 13th method of making dragon bones. However, the color of the soup was getting weirder, and the smell was getting weirder, let alone drinking it. Otherwise, no matter how much she liked to patrol her dungeon, Silo wouldn't be able to. Walking around outside all day long. I am not afraid of being dragged into trying it. The psychological shadow caused by the 2 balls and 1 fish last time has not dissipated to this day. After seeing the arrival of the monsters, Owen pretended to comfort them, and then asked them to find a place to live. The monsters also separated obediently, and built their own unique buildings in a peaceful manner. Si Luo watched the whole process. But this time she didn't even think about asking. She just had a mouth full of old words, and no place to spit. It's okay for this damn ogre to hide something from her. But at least it's a treat. Being so perfunctory is also a test of her acting skills. And this bastard was hiding too deeply. But she didn't panic, because she was about to give birth. And as long as she held the child in her hands, she would have the legitimate heir in her hands. And the initiative would be hers. As for her dream of becoming a drow mistress, although Silo still hasn't given up, she knows how difficult it is to realize it. So she waits until she finds the other person's flaw. Being so passive, Silo has no choice. Because she still doesn't even know the true identity of this ogre. Or even what it is. No matter how many calculations there are. It's just like scratching the itch and missing the point. Now Silo's only bargaining chip is the child in her belly. Regardless of whether it is the other person's biological child or the product of some kind of experiment. It must be very important to the other person. As long as this ogre still valued her offspring, she would have a chance to make a comeback. So Silo remained calm and raised her fetus with peace of mind until that day came. Chapter 404 The Birth of the First Offspring. Eunice was comfortably watching the summoned succubus raise his hooves in the tavern. And then without hesitation emptied the pockets of the dumbfounded drinkers. When he was suddenly called by a harpy. Discussion. Mail delivery? Eunice wondered if he was under an illusion. Otherwise, why would the word sound so far away from him? Like 2 parallel lines. There was no way. Eunice had killed, buried, and sold people in his life. But he had never delivered a baby. But faced with Owen's request, Eunice couldn't refuse, and could only reluctantly accept the task. This was the first time for her as a demon warlock. And it felt a bit strange. Owen certainly knows how unreliable it is to ask a demon warlock to deliver a baby. But there is no dedicated midwife, doctor or priest in the dungeon. So he can only ask her to do it. And she is the only one in the dungeon who has this ability. And qualifications. After taking over the task of delivering a baby, Eunice began to wonder what kind of thing he would deliver. After all, she was not Silo. She knew who the seed in her belly belonged to. But she knew very well how deep Drow's private life was. Confusion. As for whether the child Silo was pregnant with could be that ogre, Eunice didn't think about it at all. Because the racial gap between the 2 parties was too big. So she was very curious, and wanted to see what ogre the child was when he was born. Demonic expression. In fact, when the furious ogre tore Silio into pieces and ate her, Eunice wouldn't be surprised at all. But when she held the newly born baby in her hands, she was stunned. When the baby cried loudly, Eunice still couldn't believe her eyes. But she still forced herself to calm down and handed the baby to Silo, who was also anxious. Red hair, pale complexion, and purple pupils. This is my child? She was mentally prepared to give birth to a monster. But Silua never expected that she would give birth to such a beautiful and powerful child. Children. It comes from the appearance and potential of the high elf, as well as the purple magic power visible to the naked eye. If she hadn't just given birth, Silo would have doubted whether she was dreaming. Is this really her own birth? Silo was sure that the baby in her arms was not a monster, because it had no characteristics of an ogre at all. And it was not a drow. It was more like a mixture of high elf and drow. So she couldn't help but suspect that this ogre was not some high elf in disguise, but with a hatred and mutual dislike between drow and elves. This is simply impossible. Just as drow look down on elves who act hypocritically and prudishly, elves also extremely hate drow whose style is so chaotic that it is disgusting. So if that ogre was an elf in disguise, he wouldn't touch her at all. Not even to death. Congratulations! You gave birth to a healthy high elf hybrid baby, Yuta said meaningfully to Silo, who was in a daze, but found that the ogre king, who had been standing silently by the side, did not mean to be angry. On the contrary, he had been angry for a long time. As expected, this made her give up her previous idea of provoking a relationship between the two parties, because she found that the water here was a bit deep. As my first daughter, I will name you Isius. You will undoubtedly become the queen of this dungeon. Owen's tone at this time still lacked the clumsiness of an ogre, and his temperament changed even more, like it is a high-ranking king who chooses his successor. Seeing this, Silo was filled with hatred. She knew that this thing was definitely not an ogre. At least not a serious ogre. Maybe it was a cursed high elf. Maybe it was the incarnation of some kind of existence. Anyway, definitely not an ogre. In any case, this is a good thing for Silo. Even if her dream of becoming a drow matron seems far away, a mysterious husband and a child with great potential will undoubtedly give her the opportunity to become a drow mistress. Higher level ladder. Otherwise, even if she becomes a drow mistress, she is just a little mistress on the edge of the underground world. She is not even qualified to join it, let alone dominate it. Just after realizing this, Silo became virtuous. The only thing she was unhappy about was that the damn demon warlock was even more obsessed with her ogre husband. She knew the purpose with her buttocks, which was to give birth to a child, a descendant with great potential. After all, who wouldn't want a hybrid high elf baby? Silo gave birth to a trump card that was regarded as a trump card. And Owen also gained a huge gain. That is, the system's progress value reached 60%. To be honest, Owen still doesn't understand the conditions for the system to be activated. Combat, war, territory development, strength growth, and the system can increase the progress value if a child is born, which makes him more and more confused. But the reward given after the system progress value exceeded half and reached 60%. Even the well-informed Owen was stunned for a long time. It was really too generous. The first reward is 10 angels from the 7th level of heroes, not to mention their strength. These angels with their own holy light and beauty are at least in line with Owen's aesthetics, so they are included in the authority space. Unexpectedly, these angels' angel not only looks great, but can also help sort out his beliefs, which saves him a lot of worry. The second reward is the bloodline of gods and demons derived from Diablo, which is the bloodline possessed by humans there, but with a higher concentration. It seems that the blood of the masses is actually not simple, because there are no humans in the world of Diablo. The so-called humans just look similar to humans. In fact, they are a mixture of angels and demons, with no human elements at all. It also has huge potential. After obtaining this bloodline, it means that Owen has broken through the limitations of mortal things and has unlimited potential. Gods and demons can be expected in the future. The third reward is the Psychic Seed, originating from the Warhammer world. Psychic seeds can help the user open a certain space and obtain endless energy. In theory, it is not a big problem for one person to destroy the world. Of course, the premise is to make sure that it will not be connected to subspace after use. Otherwise, Owen will definitely try his best to destroy this thing. The evil god of subspace is really too scary. Not to mention that he is 100% raped. I stuck out my tongue and even the soul was taken away. The fourth reward is the Shadow Brand Ring, an artifact originating from the world of might and magic. It is said to be an artifact, but in fact the ring is imprinted with the laws of shadow and some authority. In theory, wearing this thing can impersonate the god of the shadow system, after the body merged with the blood of gods and demons. It fell into a deeper sleep. But after waking up, it was indescribable to be reborn. Coupled with the psychic seeds and the shadow branding ring. If Owen is willing, he can directly obtain the divinity, godhead and authority of the shadow system, and become a god in one step. It's a pity that the shadow route is not suitable for Owen. Not to mention that this is only a reward for 60% of the progress value. If it is 70%, 80%, 90%, it can even be fully opened. The existence of the system determines that becoming a god is not Owen's end. So he must learn to be patient. With the big head at the back. Chapter 405, Angry Mother. Although she has pure elf blood, Isius grows at a jaw-dropping speed. She changes almost every day, growing faster than a human child. She is only a few months old, and she already looks like a 2 or 3-year-old child. He is also smart and studious, and learns extremely quickly. He seems to have mastered this knowledge naturally. Now he is just extracting it, which will take hundreds of years to grow and learn like an elf. This terrifying growth rate made Silo more and more convinced that her choice was right. She only needed to give birth to a dozen such children. The drow mistress of Mithril City should have her own place. So she taught her more carefully, and taught the drow that he used the theory to repeatedly brainwash his daughter, trying to establish her dignity as a matron from an early age. Compared to the excited Silo, Owen's feelings for his first child are more complicated, because compared to the blood relationship, the military connection brought by the system is heavier, which shows that Issei's bloodline is not pure. The descendants are, rather, special soldiers who inherit part of his bloodline. There was no way. Although Issei inherited part of Owen's genetic information, it could not be formed at all due to the serious lack of it. Just like a few lines of words in a book cannot represent the book. For this reason, he had to go through the system, make up for it, and find a suitable carrier. After careful consideration, Owen exchanged the most compatible template for the second-level blood witch in the dungeon in Heroes as a supplement. In the future, it can be upgraded to a 6th-level shadow witch or even the shadow matriarch. A proper start to the legend. But what Irving lacks is a legend. In any case, there is no doubt that Essex is his first daughter. So Owen quickly adjusted his mentality and prepared to train her well so that she could become a true dungeon queen instead of a mere combat power. In addition, although Silo was active in teaching, Owen didn't like the drow's thinking and behavior, and he didn't intend to let her train his daughter into a useful tool. So he decided to find another teacher for Issei. The territory has rich teaching resources, but in order for the next plan to proceed smoothly, Owen does not want the dungeon to be related to the territory. Besides, the underground world is very cruel, and ordinary education is harmful rather than helpful. After thinking for a long time, Owen decided to summon Angel and ask her to change her appearance and be responsible for teaching Issers. Angel was originally part of the origin of the devil's differentiation, and her essence transcended mortals. After falling into Owen's hands, he used the power of the system to transform her into a blood princess Shikigami. Later, she merged with divinity and reached the demigod state, which she used to teach herself. The first daughter was more than enough. As for her mission in the Holy Shield, as long as Harvey doesn't touch the ruins of the Imperial City and Academy City, there is actually no use for it. After all, it is really unheard of to see a demigod in the main world today. Under such circumstances, it was natural that the Holy Shield would not be able to take the lead. So it was just the right choice to plan the underground world. I think Enchi would like the underground world full of conspiracy and killing. On this day, just as Silo was instilling ideas on how to obey the mistress in the 3-year-old Isius, Owen came with a woman wearing a blood-red witch robe, which immediately put her on guard. From today on, she will be Isius' teacher and will be responsible for all teaching. You should not interfere anymore. Owen's deep and powerful voice made Silo angry, because in her opinion, this was taking away her power. Especially it was the control over his daughter that he could not tolerate. So he did not hesitate to take out a sharp blade and slash at the witch, who was about to steal her daughter away. Ha ha! She is really an irritable mother! And she smiled slightly, and just glanced at Silo. She was like a little bug falling into amber. The blood all over her body was solidified, and she couldn't move at all. What's even more terrifying is that she felt that her heart was under increasing pressure, and it was even difficult to beat normally. As her heart beats slower and slower, and death gradually approaches, Silo stares at Owen desperately, trying to persuade him to rescue him. But Owen is indifferent. Fortunately, Owen didn't mean to kill Silo. He was not that ruthless. However, Isser's education rights had to be handed over. And in order to prevent her from causing big trouble in the future, he had to kill this restless woman. Proper beating is also a must. No matter how reluctant Silo was to escape the disaster, she had no choice but to face the existence of a suspected legendary witch. Because she was completely defeated in terms of strength and means. And she felt like going back to the days when she lived an ignoble existence under the Drow Mistress. After Anchi's skillful focus adjustment, Silo quickly calmed down and became more and more in awe of her ogre husband. As a Drow, Silo was extreme but not stupid. So she could naturally tell that the legendary witch looked in awe of her ogre husband and didn't look like she was acting. Silo couldn't imagine what kind of being it would be to be able to be so awe-inspiring for a legend. But there was nothing wrong with hugging her thighs desperately. But it wasn't two hairy legs she was hugging. Although Owen has various plans, the underground world has never been a stable place. In the past, it was nothing to make small troubles. Now, through his development, and the wandering businessman in disguise set by the territory, there are 200 to 300 people in this area. He has become quite famous here. And many people come here because of his reputation. Not only has he accelerated the development of his territory, but he has also spread his name as the Dragon Slayer and Ogre King. But this name doesn't scare many people in the underground world. From their perspective, this is more like a bluff. Because many underground cities were boasted like this earlier. First you brag so much that people don't dare to mess with you. And then you take the opportunity to develop secretly. By the time others realize it, it's already too late. Therefore, Dragon Slayers are not new at all. There are also those who claim to be the son of God, or even the incarnation of the evil god. And there are even those who claim to be demigods, who are about to light the divine fire. Let believers dedicate themselves first, and they will be rewarded if they become gods in the future. It can be said that the underground world has seen a lot of bragging. However, if there are too many similar things, you will be immune, and you will not easily give the other party a chance. What's more, many underground cities know how profitable trade with the surface is. How can they sit idly by and ignore it? Therefore, many nearby forces began to plan. For example, Black Castle is one of them. Black Castle is a dungeon dominated by Drow. It has enslaved many monsters, and is quite powerful. It is just deeper underground than the Ogre King dungeon, where Owen is located. Logically speaking, there will be no conflict between the two parties. But the business opportunities that Irving could see could not be seen by Black Castle? The only problem is that the Black Fort is still far from the surface. If there is no transfer station in the middle, there are too many variables, and too many troops will be spent to maintain the trade routes. Isn't this a coincidence now? As soon as the reputation of the Ogre King's dungeon spread, the Drow matron of Black Castle knew about it. Chapter 406 The Mistress of Black Castle. The Black Castle located deep underground does not occupy a large area, but it is built from obsidian, which is very rare on the surface. After treatment, obsidian is as hard as steel, and its magic defense is frighteningly high. Ordinary magic will not damage it at all. The castle built with it can be called an iron wall. Even if artillery is used, it cannot be taken down in a short time. It's a pity that the people stationed on the city wall are either Drow who have ulterior motives and like to hide in the dark, or Grey Dwarves who are cunning and suspicious, and their eyes are wandering. It is undoubtedly a dream to expect them to work together to defend the city. If you turn around, you will be stabbed from behind by your own family. One knife. This is not a random guess, but an ironclad fact piled up by countless factual cases. Therefore, when facing foreign enemies, we can only pray that they will be gentler on our own family. Except for the Drow and Grey Dwarves. All other creatures living in the Black Castle are slaves. This means that in addition to external defense, it is also necessary to be vigilant internally to prevent those slaves from taking the opportunity to rebel. Even so, with excellent defense, Black Castle is still developing and growing in the crisis-ridden underground world. And there is no need to reduce the intensity of internal exploitation, which also allows them to have more energy for internal fighting. Because the underground world is day and night, the Black Castle is still lively at this time. Everyone is indulging themselves with food, wine, and killing. But everything avoids one location, which is the highest tower of the Black Castle. The outside of the Black Tower is inlaid with mana lamps that emit ghostly light. And the area of light is the territory of the Black Tower. Anyone who dares to get close will die under the poisonous crossbow or dagger of the Drow assassin. There is no warning in the whole process. Only the coldness of the Black Tower. Killing is also a necessary means to maintain rule. However, there are exceptions, such as daughters. They can also enter the Black Tower with permission. Today, they received a notice from their mother and rushed to the Black Tower. At this time, the Drow matron wearing a gorgeous floor-length dress was sitting on the main seat in the hall at the top of the Black Tower. Due to frequent childbirth, even with the help of secret techniques, the Drow matron's body would inevitably change. In fact, this is also a common characteristic of Drow matrons. The more they use secret techniques to accelerate childbirth, the taller and plumper they become. Therefore, Drow matrons are generally 8 feet tall and 10 inches tall with hips. Therefore, apart from reproduction, they are not interested in having fun on weekdays. People of the same race. After all, who would like to use a toothbrush to stir up a big vat? But things like the ogre minotaur and the like are very appetizing. In this regard, they and Emil have a lot in common. At this time, Mistress Drow was sitting on a special wide chair. There was a bulge under her tent-like long skirt. The ups and downs were like shooting a ball. It was very strange. However, the maids and servants around her turned a blind eye. Not only their expressions, even the eyes are unwavering. Because those who cannot control their expressions and eyes will either be captured and fed to monsters, or their eyes will be blinded and hung on the city wall to serve as the ears of the Black Castle. After receiving the notice, several daughters of Mistress Drow came one after another. After seeing their mother's appearance, they immediately slowed down their steps and stood respectfully. In addition to standing closer, they did not follow the maids and servants behind them. What a big difference. It can be seen that in the eyes of the Drow mistress, the daughter is just a more useful tool, which needs to be cherished, but is not irreplaceable. After a while, she gently raised her head and exhaled a long breath. The Drow lady, who was a little more lazy, raised her leg and kicked it, and a huge meatball rolled out from her skirt. After a closer look, of course, it was not giving birth to something. Yep, it's an underage beholder. At this time, the beholder was lying on the ground feebly, with many tentacles stained with mucus still twitching, but it could not move at all, and it was unknown what kind of torture it had suffered. However, no one here paid attention to this beholder, which was a prop. The eldest daughter of the Drow matron respectfully handed the collected information to her mother, and then waited for her mother's orders. As for the malicious looks from her sisters behind her, just pretend you can't feel it. The fist-sized crystal ball became smaller and smaller in the hands of the Drow mistress. After being infused with magic power, it projected the previously recorded image, reflecting everything in the ogre castle, allowing everyone present to see it clearly. The neat mushroom plantations, the large number of goblins and cavemen, were directly ignored. The harpies, evil eyes, medusas, and minotaurs only gave them a second glance. Until Owen appeared, the eyes of the daughter suddenly lit up, and even the Drow mistress straightened up. Her plump thighs couldn't help but overlap, making a slimy friction sound, and she seemed so impatient. My daughters, go and occupy this dungeon, and then bring this lovely ogre back intact as my new pet. The Drow matron snapped her fingers, and a wind blade popped out, killing the beholder, who sensed the danger but was unable to break away, split it in half, expressed his distaste for the old, and then said to his daughters, follow your orders. The daughters have long been accustomed to their mother's orders, and even thought of eating them secretly. Anyway, this ogre looks so strong, and its recovery ability should be good. They discuss it, and maybe everyone can have a taste of it. And if it's really in my mother's hands, I'm afraid I can only look at it and be greedy. Of course, Owen didn't know about the Black Castle. It was only after Anchi reminded him that he realized something was wrong. Are there too many spies and assassins? Owen was trying to make donkey-hide gelatin with dragon skin, and his reaction was slow. It took him a while to understand what Anchi meant. You mean we're being targeted? Yes, Master. It is obvious that the other party plans to take action in the near future with the lowest cost. Of course, the small changes in the dungeon were not hidden from Anchi, but she did not take it to heart, because if the Master ordered it, she would. It only takes one day to perfectly solve all problems. This is the destructive power of a demigod. Through Angel's reminder, Owen suddenly understood that this was an underground world, and the war methods he was familiar with could not be applied here. Although there are many large spaces in the underground world, they are mostly connected by narrow and steep secret passages and cracks, which limits the possibility of large-scale troop dispatches. Otherwise, detonating a secret passage can end a battlefield. So the number of 2 armies, it is impossible for thousands of people to fight against each other in the underground world. coupled with the lack of productivity and population. Due to cost considerations, underground city wars are mostly based on subtle and insidious means, such as cutting off passages to the outside world and assassinating leaders. These methods are naturally more economical than using thousands of troops, and are also consistent with the conditions of the underground world. However, this is only suitable for underground cities, because underground cities have low productivity and generally have few reserves. Once they are cut off from the outside world, they may not be able to sustain it for long. The reason for methods such as assassination is that the power of the underground city is concentrated in the hands of a very small number of people, and who the ruler is has little to do with most underground city residents. And no one will resist for this. This situation is the reason why channel cutting and assassination methods are prevalent in the underground world. And she is an expert in this area. And since she has become a demigod, she was aware of it before Black Castle took action, and used secret means to find the mastermind. Now as long as Owen nods, and she will capture the Drow Mistress and give her to her master as a plaything. But considering the next plan, Owen decided to take the initiative and lead troops to attack the Black Castle, which was also in line with the formal style of an ogre. Unfortunately, the plan didn't change quickly, and she discovered that a mouse had sneaked into the dungeon and was in contact with a very interesting person. Chapter 407: The Effect of Dragon Skin Donkey Hide Gelatin. Look who this is! Isn't this my lovely sister? The familiar voice that suddenly sounded in her ears made Silo freeze up. But she couldn't lift her hand that could have touched the sharp blade, because she knew very well that facing the other party, any resistance she had would be useless unless... There's no need to worry about alarming your ogre husband. I'm not the only one here today, because Mother has already taken a liking to him. So be honest and obedient, and let me bring you this unexpected surprise. Maybe Mother will I forgive you for your mistake of running away from home. Black Luna, the third daughter of the Black Castle mistress, is also the best assassin in Black Castle. At this time, she was like a cat teasing a poor mouse, walking around Silu with elegant steps, restricting all her movements and resistance. It seems that you have accepted the reality. Seeing that Silo didn't speak or resist, Black Luna said a little boringly, after all, the little sister is also the mother's daughter. If she doesn't resist, she can't find an excuse to take action. It seems that the little sister is the mother's daughter. My sister has learned to be smart, but it's not bad. The majority of the credit for this operation must go to the eldest sister. I can't share much of the profit, but if I catch the little sister who escaped, my mother will definitely give her more love. Black Luna's abacus was good, especially when she saw Isius walking in. It was even more frightening. I didn't expect that my sister is so capable. Not only does she have an ogre husband, but she also hooked up with a high elf. She even gave birth to a child and asked the ogre to raise it for you. I really admire my sister. Karuna said this. It's somewhat true. After all, she has never done this kind of work before. She will try it some other time. She lowered her head and glanced at Isis. The more she looked at Karinai, the more she liked her. She began to think about whether to take the little girl back to please her mother, or hide the matter and kill the little sister, and then adopt the little girl as an adopted daughter and train her, become a useful tool. In the end, the awe of her mother defeated the greed in Karuna's heart. Maybe she could torture her little sister to find the high elf and give birth to one by herself. With a wishful thinking in mind, Black Luna reached out to grab Issei, who was a little confused because she saw a stranger. However, halfway through her hand, she felt that the blood in her body was almost coagulated, and she was unable to move. And she walked in from behind Issex with a smile, gave Silo a thoughtful look, and took away Black Luna, who had a look of horror in her eyes. After she left, Silo let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart dropped when she saw that her daughter was still there, because this meant that although she had something to hide, it was not serious. Otherwise she would not have left her daughter behind. Silo was relieved, but Kuro Luna was numb. Although her blood was circulating again, she was still worried when facing the Ogre King, who was stirring two of her cauldrons, and the terrifying witch who didn't know the depth. It felt like a pill. And it wasn't just her. Mother's plan this time was probably also a pill. Tell me something that interests me. It will decide whether you end up in the soup pot or under the quilt next. Owen said indifferently, making Karinai tremble. How can the image be compared with the real thing? Black Luna, who was originally envious when looking at the projection, found out that Owen's vitality was so strong when she actually saw him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was compressed into a dragon. No wonder he became a dragon slayer. The problem was such a huge mass. And comparing the physiques of both parties, I was afraid that all the bones in my body would be broken. And I didn't know how Sileo could hold on. No matter what. It was better than getting into the pot. So Karuna happily began to explain the problem. As a drow, Black Luna would certainly not betray her so easily. After all, the majesty of the mistress still made her deeply afraid. But if you don't see any hope of victory, and you become a prisoner together, you are a mistress. You are just a stupid bitch. How could you choose such a desperate opponent if you are not stupid? Black Luna, who was about to cry when she spoke, felt the aura of the witch next to her that was gradually surpassing the legend. She didn't know what it meant, so she confided it on the spot, and was filled with satisfaction by Owen. After an unknown amount of time, Karina, whose stomach was bulging and her tongue was hanging out of her lips, rolled her eyes and slumped to the ground. She was still muttering about how she couldn't drink, or how she couldn't drink anymore. Owen looked at the large pot of thick soup that only had a small layer in front of him, and felt that he had to continue to adjust the seasoning. Sure couldn't drink it without looking at it. In addition, he had to add a little magic potion to relieve paralysis. He did not expect that donkey hide gelatin boiled with dragon skin would be toxic. After drinking this bowl of soup, not only could his mouth and tongue not close together, but he would also drool all the time, which affected his ability to communicate. Come down to eat. Master, the soup you made seems to be solidifying? And she reminded him after hesitating for a moment. It's okay. I'm making donkey hide gelatin, and solidification is normal. Owen waved his hand and said, Then the soup that you drank solidified. Is that normal? And she glanced down and then said, and she's words made Owen stunned for a moment. And then he looked down and saw Black Luna, whose face was bruised and foaming at the corners of her mouth. He suddenly panicked and reached out to pick it. There was a pop, like a longer and softer object being pulled out of some soft object. Anyway, after listening to the sound, it felt like it had become empty. In the blink of an eye, Owen had a long list of strange things in his hand. This thing was very tough and could withstand pulling better than a rubber band. It also felt soft and elastic, and had an excellent feel. After a simple test, it was acid and alkali resistant and corrosion resistant, resistant to high temperatures, and can even be cut continuously with a knife. It is a very excellent material, and this is the product of the solidification of the dragon skin gelatin he boiled. This thing looks undrinkable, and it seems like it can't be eaten either. Owen scratched his head and said, and she chuckled and didn't say much, because it was obvious. So she had nothing to say about it. So she turned around and left with Black Luna, who looked like she had been spoiled, and went on a mission to teach all day long. The owner's daughter is so bored that fun rarely comes to her door. Now that Anchi has taken over this matter, Owen has no intention of interfering. After leaving full power to her, he begins to think about how to continue to improve the soup. He has not given up on making dragon skin gelatin. The problem is that the stuff he cooked is absolutely excellent for cleaning the stomach. After 3 bowls of it, and 1 pull, it is 100% transparent from the inside to the outside. It is the kind that can transmit light, but it obviously does not have the properties of donkey hide gelatin. Nourishing effect. Owen had a headache, trying to think of something to add to reduce the exaggerated cohesion effect. He didn't know what was going on. Maybe he originally planned to write a cookbook of ogre beauty as a joke. But unexpectedly, he became more and more addicted to it. And the food became weirder and weirder. Especially the thick soup. I can't drink to death, but I always feel like something is wrong. This pot of soup can't be wasted. After Anchi captures the Black Castle mistress and her family, they all drink several bowls of soup to detoxify. Owen muttered. Chapter 408. Hastily embarking on the road to becoming a god. When Owen saw the real drow matron for the first time, he was very surprised, because her body shape was obviously not elven. She was a proper alien version of the 8-foot lady, with her tonnage and hips. It was no wonder she looked down on the thin dogs of the same race. No wonder even as a prisoner, you can still drool when you see him. But it has to be said that the advantage of body size is still very big, because after her daughters filled up the remaining half of the pot of donkey hide gelatin, she drank up all of it, although she was not very willing. Does Owen care about such a trivial matter? Do you really think you can't get it in without opening your mouth? Innocent. With the sound of pops that could be heard both inside and outside. The most important person in charge of the Black Castle, the drow matron and her daughters, cried and shouted to agree to the request to be incorporated into the Ogre King's dungeon, and resolutely gave everything they had. I just hope they don't drink the soup. It's really draughty, and their stomachs are cold. Owen was not an unreasonable ogre. So he readily agreed and recorded the name of this soup on the ogre's recipe book. What follows is naturally a big scene that readers love to see, but cannot see. Even though Owen has experienced many battles, he not only laments that the drow, especially the drow mistress, are not only smooth, but also have many tricks. With the cooperation, it almost capsized him in the gutter. In fact, if it were Owen's true body, he would definitely not touch these drow whose private lives are so messy that ordinary animations cannot draw them. But it is different now. To Owen's true body, the so-called ogre incarnation is almost like a tool purchased with money. And it doesn't even break. It hurts, let alone using it. Of course, Owen's horse riding was not just out of lust, but had another purpose. So it didn't take long for these drows' bellies to grow. Obviously, it is impossible for an ogre to make a drow pregnant. So it was Owen who planted the gene seeds. These gene seeds are different from Issex. They are simplified mass-produced types. They were prepared by Owen to form a core. They were inspired by the pre-March and Descent core of Warhammer. And Issex was his chosen core leader. What's interesting is that the Black Castle mistress, who originally had a lot of belly, turned out to be particularly obedient after her belly grew. The reason is simple. Because she saw Issei. Compared to Silo, the Black Castle matron is more aware of the terrifying potential that Issex possesses, which is the legendary seed that breaks the upper limit of ordinary drow. No drow matron can resist the temptation to give birth to such an offspring. Therefore, as the provider of seeds, the Black Castle mistress is more concerned about Owen's safety than himself. So she is very cooperative in many cases. As for being deprived of territory, becoming a prisoner, and even having her little daughter ride on her head, it was not unacceptable to the Black Castle mistress, because she had the same idea as Silo. Besides, as an immortal species, temporary gains and losses are nothing. She may not have the chance to stand up and make the decision. After all, when it comes to having children, several daughters together cannot beat her. By then, with the numerical advantage of daughters, she will build a family again, no matter what the mistress of the Black Castle thought. After taking the Black Castle, Owen did gain a lot. At least he knew more about the underground world. The underground world was not created after the secret realm was poured back into the world. In fact, the underground world existed when the main world was formed. It was just that the scale was too small to become a climate. Only monsters like drow that everyone shouted and beat could do it. Choose to live in the underworld. This is also the reason why after the underground world expanded, many drow matrons were able to build underground cities in a short time, because they are the natives of the underground world. And therefore the Black Castle matron, who has lived in the underground world for hundreds of years, has mastered a lot of precious information about the underground world, gave Owen a clearer goal for the next development. In addition, Black Castle also controls an obsidian vein and a high-quality gem mine. But these are of little value in the underground world, because obsidian is difficult to mine and transport. As for gems, except for a few top-quality gems, in the underground world the value is not high. And sometimes you can pick it up on the ground if you walk around a lot. Therefore, unless the trade route between the underground world and the surface is completely opened, gems are just beautiful stones. Among all the harvests, the most precious one is the fantasy treasure box kept secret by the mistress of Black Castle. Fantasy box makes all your wishes come true. No matter whether you want to be a strong man like Hercules, or want to fall in love with the goddess of love and beauty, or even stage a battle between tentacle monsters and magical girls. As long as you dare to think, you can have it. And it is extremely realistic. It is impossible to tell the real thing from the fake one. It is a secret treasure kept by the mistress of the Black Castle. Many lonely and unsatisfied nights have been spent relying on the treasure box. But neither the Black Castle mistress nor Anchi discovered the true value of this treasure. In fact, if the mistress of Black Castle had not taken out this treasure one night, because she was worried about falling out of favor, even Owen would have ignored it. Because this treasure was so special that he would not have been able to detect it if he did not possess the same power. Question: who would have thought that the divinity of the god of reality and illusion would be used as a real version of Little Butter? Owen said with great emotion. The god of reality and illusion is the god that Owen knows the most and has helped him the most. Even just a fragment of the authority space has brought immeasurable help to him. So he can't wait to hand over the treasure box to the main body for processing. With the golden tree and the space of authority, taking out the divinity from the treasure box was not a problem. However, Owen's body did not expect that the extracted divinity would turn out to be an enlightenment object. making him unprepared and step onto the path. The path to becoming a god. Owen completely underestimated the changes caused by the emergence of the same source of divinity and the authority space. As the controller of the authority space, he first automatically integrated the precious divinity, and then triggered the infusion of the origin of the authority space. This everything is constantly pushing him towards the path of becoming a god, and he cannot stop at all. Although becoming a god was Owen's next goal, becoming a god in such a hurry brought him huge troubles. Even his originally calm faith began to become restless, and the golden tree also showed inexplicable changes. Owen turned on all states and released the ancient sage's external brain. He came to the conclusion in the shortest possible time that becoming a god was inevitable. But it must not become a hodgepodge. Owen now faces 3 paths to becoming a god. The most promising one is, of course, to completely merge with the golden tree, then grow into the world tree, create a complete world, and then develop his own god system on this basis, and finally become the god king. The disadvantage of this path is that the world is a prison. The more powerful the world he creates, the harder it will be for him to break through the prison he has built. The second path is to follow the old path of the god of reality and illusion. This is the Lord God who is at least as powerful as God. The most important thing is that Owen already possesses the divinity and authority of the other party, and has created the prototype of the kingdom of God. It can be said that choosing this path road, there will be no bottlenecks before becoming the Lord God. The disadvantage is that it becomes a replica of the god of reality and illusion, and it is difficult to escape the framework of this template. Needless to say, the third path is the one Irving chooses, which is the most troublesome. It all depends on whether the system will support him in the future. Chapter 409, Becoming a God and the Divine Network. It was rare for him to regain his full concentration, and Owen was carefully feeling the changes in himself. He gave up the 2 paths with the most promising prospects and chose to integrate 3 points of death divinity, as well as the newly obtained point of reality and illusion divinity. The bloodline of chaos gods and demons, born from angels and demons, is full of potential and extremely compatible. It can fully accommodate 4 points of divinity. Moreover, because it has not reached the upper limit of the potential of the bloodline, it will only change the attributes without distorting the essence. This is Owen's choice. The reason for this road. Most people choose this way simply because they are mentally ill. How confident they are to dare to act like this. After all, it is good to have the opportunity to become a god. Who dares to be picky? If you miss the opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. But for Irving, who has a system, becoming a god is not the focus. In fact, his advantages will become greater as time goes by. And it is the stupidest way to hastily shape himself. Not to mention that the bloodline of gods and demons originating from the Diablo world is the bloodline with the most potential that he currently has. It can grow from being as weak as a mortal to pressing the Demon King's blaster. This potential has already surpassed that of demons and angels. Naturally, he was reluctant to overdraw his potential, also because of the huge potential of the bloodline of gods and demons. In addition to the third path, Owen actually has another way to choose, which is to use the huge potential of the bloodline of gods and demons to absorb the faith of millions of believers, so as to give birth to his own divinity. And this will be the divinity that best suits him. The problem is that the Holy Scriptures describe him as too majestic. So the divinity he condenses will most likely be the holy light and order. This kind of divinity is good, but once it is condensed, it is basically impossible for Owen to continue to mess around in the future. Instead, he will become more and more rigid, and he will not tolerate the slightest grain of sand in his eyes, becoming a god who is willing to sacrifice his life for justice. Therefore, although this type of divinity is good, it has too many restrictions. At the same time, it will turn the precious blood of chaotic gods and demons without attributes into the blood of angels that is biased toward light. This is something Owen cannot accept. Therefore, making a choice too early is not suitable for cheaters like Irving, who knows what benefits the system will reward him after breaking through the upper limit of progress value in the next stage. Although the choice has been made, 4 points of divinity are obviously not enough to support Owen's becoming a god, because only when the accumulation of divinity reaches 5 points can the divine fire be ignited. And as the basis for supporting the priesthood, the attributes of 5 points of divinity cannot conflict with each other. The result of the fusion of darkness and light is that it explodes on the spot. So it is simply not feasible to use existing beliefs to condense the divinity of the light order type as a supplement. Fortunately, Owen still has an artifact. The Shadow Brand Ring shows its true attributes after he fuses divinity, which is to add 3 points of shadow divinity. The most important thing is that the attributes of death and shadow match well. Not to mention the 8-bit of the divinity of reality and illusion plays a mediating role in it. The divinity of reality and illusion is very special. And its attributes are difficult to summarize. Because they are ever-changing. Ranging from yin to yang to chaos. And between existence and non-existence. Therefore, they can perfectly integrate any attributes. And can also combine two different divinities. Fusion together. Playing the role of connection and reconciliation. Because of the particularity of the divinity of reality and illusion. Owen successfully ignited the divine fire to condense the priesthood after gathering 7 points of divinity. And the new attribute column was launched. Name, Owen. Priesthood, Shadow of Death. Divinity, 4+3. Divine Power, Weak Divine Power. Divine Spells, Finger of Death. Shadow Knight. Real Apparition. Artifact, Shadow Brand Ring +3 Shadow Divinity. Judging from the changed attributes, Owen has become a god who prefers death and darkness. But his essence has not changed much. At least not yet. So in theory, he still has unlimited possibilities. And this is why it was the reason why he chose the third path. Giving up the current benefits and looking to the future. Even if he became a false god who relied on artifacts to maintain his priesthood, he did not change his mind. It's a pity that while Owen has received such great benefits, he also has to pay a sufficient price. From then on, Owen's body cannot leave the authority space. And at the same time, he needs enough faith as an anchor. Otherwise he will be excluded from the main world. The reason is simple. Owen's body, penetrated by divinity and law, begins to absorb faith and convert it into higher quality divine power. Eventually, the body filled with divine power will become extremely heavy. So heavy that the world cannot bear it. Just like of the newly born satellite. So the main world would not let him get close at all. Let alone enter. So there was repulsion. In this case, the faith of believers in the world is gravity. And the traction satellite will not leave the scope of the main world. Theoretically, the stronger the gravity, the stronger the power Owen can put into the main world. If there are not enough believers, the gravity will if it weakens. Once it is forced, it will push itself away from the main world. This is why gods rarely interfere in the mortal world. Although Owen is a newly minted god, he has a deep foundation, coupled with the millions of believers in the main world. Once he forcibly enters, it will have an impact on the existing laws of the main world. Therefore, the world instinctively refuses the arrival of gods. And even you have to exclude the gods even if you tear yourself apart. And this is also a problem that most gods need to face. In this case, if you want to enter the world, you have to dismantle the divinity and reduce its dimensionality or use an incarnation to weaken yourself to the extent that the main world can accommodate it. This made Owen very dissatisfied. Fortunately, the space of authority is special. Although he can't get out, several of his women can enter freely. In addition, he has also mastered an alternative incarnation ability, which does not make him feel like he is in jail alone. Same. In addition, after becoming a god, Owen vaguely sensed the existence of the abyss of H, L, and the elemental world, and also came into contact with a strange network. It's just that whether it's the abyss of H, L, or the elemental world, there are countless powerful auras hidden, and Owen doesn't even dare to take a second look. The feeling is the same as when I saw a group of tattooed men with watermelon knives in an alley when I was shopping all my life. If I didn't hurry up and leave, why should I get closer and take a photo to compare? But Owen was very interested in that strange network. Jeanette? After a little touch, Owen, who got some information, had a strange expression. And at the same time, he was a little expectant. He was like an innocent boy who came into contact with the internet for the first time. Therefore, knowing that there were risks, he resolutely chose to go online. The divine network uses laws as the network and the world as the nodes to jointly build a super network across the void. It is the same method as the belief field that Owen built in the territory, but it is more advanced. As for the function, it is really similar to the internet. Most of the gods choose to register on the god network to communicate and trade with each other, such as news, believers, materials, coordinates, divinity, artifacts, and even the kingdom of God. Because the amount of information was too large, Owen could only put it aside for the time being and prioritize the affairs of the territory. After all, his sudden transformation into a god would definitely have a huge impact on the subsequent development of the territory. Chapter 410, The Lizardman Clan's All-Out War. After learning that Owen had become a god, Maya was stunned for a long time. And then she held an emergency high-level meeting of the territory, as if she had been given a shot of chicken blood, intending to replan the next development strategy of the territory. Because they had a god. And at the same time, the territory's biggest weakness, he was also compensated. So naturally he wanted to do something big. Owen does not need to intervene in these. It is not because of lack of intelligence. Now that he has become a god, his brain operates at a speed that is not comparable to that of an ordinary supercomputer. It is just that most of it is used to speed up the integration of divinity and priesthood, as well as to understand the laws, sort out beliefs, and respond to prayers. Wait. So the more believers he has, the busier he will be. And he is a newbie, so he doesn't have much energy to spend on managing the territory. What's more, he doesn't need to manage it himself. Otherwise, what would his subordinates be doing? But there are some things that he really has to do personally, such as the incarnation of the Ogre King, and the underground world that has just begun. Owen does not intend to give up the incarnation of the Ogre King. After all, he has special skills. In addition, he needs to be used to suppress the Black Castle Mistress. The normal-sized incarnation is really unstoppable. But his strategy for the underground world needs to be changed. Simply conquering cities and territories is not very suitable for the underground world, unless Angel takes action personally like he took down the Black Castle. But later management is still a problem, and it is not necessary. What Owen needs is not an underground kingdom, but the rich underground and scarce resources on the surface. These can be obtained through trade. This was also his decision from the beginning. But once the territory starts trading with the underground world, it will attract a lot of malicious eyes. By then, things like the Black Castle will not be an exception, but the norm, and will attract more and more powerful enemies. Because as long as it lasts with your brain, you know how big the profit is. Therefore, it is okay to build underground cities as transfer stations. But you cannot rely on a few underground cities to hold the place. Thanks to now that he has become a god, Owen has another way, which is to preach. Guangjingwei's temple is not suitable for the underground world, and he will be called stupid. The Death Shadows sect is. And just from the name, you can tell that it is very suitable for preaching in the underground world. But having only one god was a bit weak, and Owen didn't have the extra energy to create another incarnation. So he asked Angel to take the name of Blood, which is the god of the Death Shadows sect, and take the Black Castle Mistress and her daughters with her, specially responsible for spreading faith, thereby accelerating influence and control over the underground world. Although becoming a god has been hasty, it also gave Owen enough confidence, so the pace of development can be taken a little further. For example, the lizardman gods in the mountains of other worlds can be dealt with. At first, because there was more than one god among the lizard people. Out of caution, Owen just asked the Dragon Mother to change her appearance to spread the faith. He was not sure when it would be completely resolved. Now that Owen has ignited the divine fire and become a real god, he still has a lot of high-end combat power. So he is naturally capable of dealing with these divine spirits, who are not even pseudo-gods. After Owen made his decision, the Dragon Mother, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately issued an oracle to start a full-scale war. The priests of various tribes, who had long been renamed the Dragon Mother clan, received the oracle one after another. When they saw the content of the oracle, they became more and more enthusiastic, especially after knowing that the target this time was the old enemy Voodoo clan. They wanted to rush over and kill them immediately, cut off the heads of all enemies, and sacrifice them to the gods to prove their devout faith. Under the aura of the oracle, facing the hatred of their old enemies, countless lizard men from the Dragon Mother clan gathered together. At the same time, the Slime brand compressed dry food and Hydra Island brand weapons originating from the mountains were turned into they were shipped in piles to prevent the Lizardman army from collapsing due to logistical problems. With sufficient weapons and food, guided by their faith, the Lizardmen of the Dragon Mother clan launched a fierce attack on their old enemy the Voodoo clan. Thanks to the occasional support from the mountains and the birth of the Dragon Mother, the population of the Dragon Mother clan has more than doubled. Coupled with the introduction of the professional soldier system, it has begun to transition from a primitive tribe to a feudal territory. So it is overwhelming as soon as the war begins. The old enemy Voodoo clan was pinned to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, resulting in numerous casualties and loss of a large amount of territory. The Voodoo clan tried to fight back, but there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Not to mention the fact that they were usually domineering and had many people who got into trouble, leading to successive defeats. The angry Voodoo king flew into a rage, and not only ordered the Voodoo clan to dispatch a large number of Voodoo, the zombies also asked their priests to release a deadly plague and began to attack indiscriminately. Faced with the fierce counterattack of the Voodoo clan, the Dragon Mother clan had to choose to temporarily retreat. Firstly, to avoid the sharp edge of the Voodoo zombies. And secondly, to eliminate the plague. The incarnation of the Ogre King was thrown into the mountains of another world by Owen because it was fleshy, hard, and had a long health bar. At this time, with a slightly fat belly due to too much power poured into the body, he was busy cooking a potion to cure the plague. After becoming a god, it is not difficult for Owen to master the previous knowledge, which naturally includes potions. However, due to the limitations of the Ogre King's hardware and habits, the rough cooking method had some side effects. But one pot of soup could satisfy thousands of people, and the efficiency alone was enough to make people ignore this small problem. While the Dragon Mother clan's army was resting, the Dragon Mother also responded to the Voodoo King's counterattack. As a dragon's son, the female fire dragon leads the salamander warriors, who drank the dragon's blood potion and transformed into Dragonborn, fighting against the plague zombies. The Dragon Mother clan legion, which had completed its repairs, launched another fierce attack with the detoxification soup cooked by Owen, which made the Voodoo clan miserable before they had time to take a breath, and finally forced the Voodoo King to choose the most direct method: God War. Whenever there is a slight choice, the King of Voodoo will not do this, because the war between gods is too dangerous. Once the war starts, there is almost no chance of going back on it, and the chance of dying together is too high. The problem is that conventional war cannot be fought, and the two sides are still feuding to the death. There is no possibility of peace talks, and the Voodoo King cannot abandon the followers of the Voodoo clan, so he can only choose to fight for his life. However, the King of Voodoo is not stupid. He has long known that the Dragon Mother is no longer the deity that the Mountain Mother clan originally believed in. Therefore, he has no confidence in starting a divine war. So he specially found two helpers: the Blood Skull Demon of the Blood Skull clan. The gods of assassination from the Black Claw clan are all old acquaintances. These three are not native gods of the mountains, or even lizard men, but humans. Hundreds of years ago, as companions of the legendary mage Emily, they came to the mountain world to inspect the ruins, because they discovered the opportunity to become gods. They joined forces to assassinate Emily, leading to her death, and these betrayers also paid the price, losing their bodies, but they used it to become gods, and each controlled a part of the Lizardman tribe to form their own clans. Because of this disgraceful past and the wariness of each other, although they became gods, they never met each other, let alone stayed together. Otherwise, the Shanmu clan would still be alive today. However, after feeling the crisis, the Voodoo King took the initiative to contact his two original companions, intending to join forces to deal with the Dragon Mother. This is not easy. There is no way to invite those two without enough price. After all, whether it is the Blood Skull Demon or the God of Slaughter, you can tell by their names that they are not easy to deal with. So the King of Voodoo used his divinity as bait. If there are 3 points of divinity, then each person has 1. If there are only 2 points of divinity, then he gives up his share. None of the 3 believed this nonsense. But as long as there were enough interests ahead, pretending to be stupid was not unacceptable. So the 3 joined forces again after hundreds of years. Chapter 411: Small-Scale Divine Battle. On the altar of the Dragon Mother clan, Owen was cooking soup. Even the lizard men couldn't stand the weird smell, and they didn't dare to stick out their tongues. Therefore, the surroundings were quite empty, which was convenient for the subsequent battle. Owen's brain is not working well at the moment. But the Dragon Mother is not stupid. She is also a god. She naturally knows what choice the other party will make in this situation. Therefore, when the 3 gods came incarnate, she was not surprised, and even wanted to laugh a little. The King of Voodoo was a legendary wizard during his lifetime. He looked like a gloomy middle-aged man. His semi-long hair was slightly greasy. His thin lips were pursed tightly, and his eyes were looking around. You could tell at a glance that he was a scheming man. At this time, he was surrounded by a plague that could bring death. His hands exuded strong witchcraft fluctuations, and he came with 2 gods. It's just that he was full of confidence before coming. But now, he realized something was wrong as soon as he arrived. However, he was deep-minded and calm on the surface. But in fact, "Come on! Kill her and her divinity will be ours!" As soon as the King of Voodoo opened his mouth, the Blood Skull Demon, who was a warrior in life, rushed forward immediately. The God of Slaughter, who was an assassin, also quietly disappeared. Only the Witch the Poison King ran away. To be honest, not to mention the Blood Skull Demon and the god of slaughter. Even the dragon mother was stunned. Only Owen, who was still making soup, looked up and then continued making soup indifferently. To be honest, the mother of dragons had no grudge against the king of voodoo. But since they had fought so hard, there was no way she could let him go. So she immediately turned into a red dragon and spread her wings to chase and kill the king of voodoo who had escaped. The blood skull demon and the god of killing, who were originally able to stop him, have no intention of taking action. Whenever possible, they would rather kill the bastard king of voodoo first. But unfortunately they can't escape now. Putting the pot under the pot to a low fire and slowly simmering it, Owen took off his dragon skin apron, holding an iron mixing rod in one hand and a butcher's knife in the other, walking towards the blood skull demon with heavy steps. God! The flash of blood and cold light around him told me that he was having a lively fight with Chi. Owen knew the other party's information. After all, they were all Emily's companions at the beginning. Although they were the kind of people who stabbed each other in the back, he still knew some things. Naturally, he would not fail to make targeted arrangements. So he would and Chi transferred him to deal with the god of assassination. As for the blood skull demon, of course he left it to him. The blood skull demon is an excellent warrior, brave and fearless. He rushes to the front in every battle and blocks the enemy's attacks with his body. He is Emily's most trusted partner. However, he has the blood of a demon. Even if he is powerful, his willpower was still gradually lost in the killing, and he was eventually tempted to commit the crime of betrayal. Despite this, the blood skull demon still maintained his true character as a warrior. Even though he knew that there was a trap in front of him, he still charged forward without fear with his two beloved battle axes. The blood skull demon is more than 2 meters tall, covered in red, with 2 thick devil horns on its head, holding 2 blood-stained battle axes, and has an astonishing aura. Although Owen does not have amazing momentum, his steel and iron bones are extremely strong. Faced with 2 tomahawks that chop flesh and bones into pieces, he will not lose at all in a hard fight. Both sides follow the route of using their strength to save themselves. In one word, recklessness. Whoever retreats will be the grandson, until one party lies down first. And for a while, the 2 axes and the mixed iron rod butchering knife were fighting, and the fire was flying. If the blood skull demon was still alive, Owen would definitely not dare to do this, because it was a demigod with a long health bar that could turn corners. Although the main body had put a lot of effort into this clone, it could not defeat a fighting demigod. God. But the body of the blood skull demon is already dead. Although it is called a god, it is actually just a divine ghost. The divine spirit is not a physical entity. If it is cast remotely, it can still pose some threats. When used as a warrior, it can only be said that the brain is not working well, and it is stuck by Owen. However, the first to decide the winner was Chi and the god of assassination. One was a demigod who was proficient in assassination, curses, magic, and tricks, and had almost no shortcomings. The other was a half-hearted god who was proficient in assassination. When the other party chose to step out of the ground the moment he entered the kingdom of God, his fate was already determined. Not long after, when Chi appeared with 2 points of divinity entangled in blood, the blood skull demon fell into madness. However, the body of the ogre king was equipped with a full-level golden bell and the powerful vitality infused by the body. It's easy to win, but hard to kill. Not to mention that Chi doesn't know how to watch. With just 1 knife, the curse was planted. Then Owen, who turned on the bloodthirsty spell and entered a violent state, smashed his head with a stick, revealing the hidden secret, divinity in the depths. With quick eyes and quick hands, Chi turned the blood into a chain, locking the hidden divinity and pulling it out with force. Now that the vital point was grasped, the blood skull demon wildly swung his double axe. At the same time, the smashed head was recovering quickly, trying to hide his divinity again. But Owen used his body to resist all the attacks of the blood skull demon. Even though his whole body was covered with huge wounds, and he felt as if he was about to be dismembered, he still refused to give an inch. Instead, he slashed the opponent's divine body with a stick and a knife. The constant breaking out made the resistance more and more weak, as the divinity of the blood skull demon was seized and suppressed by Chi, and the body composed of soul and faith was devoured and disintegrated by the dragon mother's earthly kingdom. This divine war has come to an end. It can be said that the king of voodoo made a great contribution in this battle. Without him to lure these 2 people out of the kingdom of God on earth, it would not be that easy to eliminate them. because they first have to penetrate the opponent's Lizardman clan, go deep behind enemy lines, and then rush into the opponent's kingdom of God on the ground that has been laid out for hundreds of years, and fight a divine war at the right time, place, and people without any advantage. Even if you can win, you will lose miserably. It's a pity that neither the Voodoo King nor the two unlucky guys who were attracted have ever fought a divine war at all. They even know a little about the gods and rely on instinct most of the time. Therefore, the Lizardman clan under them cannot after the victory. It was natural to decide to take action personally, but they don't know that real gods rarely take action in person, let alone leave the kingdom of God on earth easily. This behavior is no different from a hermit crab leaving its shell to find a lobster. Although it is not without resistance, it is better than nothing and reduced to food. The probability is greater. Not long after, the Dragon Mother also came back. Judging from the happy look on her face, the Voodoo King was probably finished. Sure enough, the Dragon Mother, who had transformed into a human form again, opened her hands, revealing the 2 points of divinity she had brought back. Although the 3 points of the Dragon Mother's divinity have nothing to do with combat. As a red dragon, she has super high resistance. It is difficult for the Voodoo King's methods to be effective. In addition, Owen gave her the power to override the power of faith. With divine power, it's hard to lose. The next battle does not require Owen's intervention. After losing the 3 gods, it is only a matter of time before the Dragon Mother clan's lizard army wins. Then Owen and the others will need to take action. The female fire dragon alone with the salamander core is enough. Chapter 412 Distribution of Divinity. During this period, Irving has initially figured out the 6 points of divinity of harvest and thought of a distribution plan. The 2 divinities of the Voodoo King are plague and witchcraft. The 2 points of divinity of the Blood Skull Demon are bloody battle and violence. The 2 divinities of the god of assassination are assassination and trickery. Theoretically, after absorbing these 6 points of divinity, Owen can cross a stage and be promoted from a lower god to a middle god, on the same level as the original noble goddess. In fact, it is impossible because it is incompatible. With 6 points of divinity and 6 attributes, Irving really dared to drink it all in one gulp like he was drinking pearl milk tea. He might have ruined himself. This is also the reason why there are many demigods and gods, but few real gods, because you only need 1 point of divinity to become a demigod or a god. But if you want to ignite the divine fire and become a god, you need to gather 5 points of the same divinity. The problem is that there is an upper limit to the divinity that can be produced in a world, and the production of the same divinity must have sufficiently complete corresponding laws. For example, for the Voodoo King's plague divinity, unless the world is full of plague, it will only be born with 1 or 2 points at most, but it will definitely not be able to collect 5 points. The same is true for other divinities. They simply cannot be put together. After thinking about it, Owen first gave Angel 2 points of divinity from the god of killing. The 2 points of divinity that Angel originally possessed were blood, which logically has nothing to do with assassination and trickery. However, these 2 points come from the Blood Prince, so they do not completely represent vitality. They are more inclined to evil attributes, barely related to assassination and trickery. It's not a side project, but it's just a matter of wanting to become a god. It's a pity that other divinities are even less consistent with their attributes. Otherwise, he would have 1 more true god under his command. But this is not a big problem. He only needs to wait for a while, and he can redeem an artifact from the system for Enchi, allowing her to become a god. It just takes a little longer. Nowadays, the upper limit of the system's progress value has reached 60. Even if it is not used at all, it will not be possible to restore it to the full value in a year or 2. There is no way. Nowadays, the progress value recovers from 0 to 20 very quickly. But if it goes up to 30, the recovery time will more than double, especially after the progress value reaches 50. The speed of recovery is amazing. I have suffered from anxiety attacks. That is to say, Owen has become a god now, so there is no shortage of time, and there are not many places where progress points need to be consumed. Otherwise, he may not be able to make up his mind to redeem the artifact. Owen originally wanted to give all the remaining 4 points of divinity to the incarnation of the Ogre King, but he still encountered incompatibility problems. In the end, only plague and witchcraft were retained, because plague is related to vitality, and witchcraft it can enhance the spellcasting ability of the incarnation of the Ogre King. This undoubtedly enhances the advantages and makes up for the disadvantages, which is very suitable. The remaining 2 points of divinity, blood, war, and violence, were merged into the 2 battle axes, and 2 semi-artifacts were obtained, which were given to Seal for use. Although Seal is not a demigod, he is so powerful that ordinary non-combat demigods may not be her opponent. Now holding 2 demigods, he really has the power to kill gods. In this way, the divinity has been distributed. As for the Dragon Mother, although Owen did not give her divinity, all the beliefs in this world will belong to her, so there is no need to rush. After the death of the 3 gods of the Voodoo King, the Dragon Mother clan's subjugation of the 3 Lizardman clans was a matter of course, without any setbacks. After that, it only took a period of time to stabilize their faith before they could initiate annexation to the other 2 Mother Clan Lizardman tribes. If the other party does not agree, divinity will not exist. If you agree, the Dragon Mother will not only have 2 more gods under her command, but will also gain the faith of all the lizard people. It will not be difficult to breed new divinities from this, and it is even possible to directly become a god. In any case, everyone has benefited, even the territory, because nothing can stop them from exploiting the rich resources here. But Maya has a bigger picture. Compared to the main world, she prefers the almost blank world of mountains. And Owen has a lot of layouts here, so she can definitely borrow them. In addition to the Overlord Lizardman clan of the only continent in the world, there is also the Pirate Queen who is following Hydra Island across the world. Not to mention the various alien tribes in the mountains, who have already started planning. It can be said that it is not difficult to unify the entire world. So Maya cannot help but be tempted. Considering that the water in the main world is a bit deep, Owen also agreed to develop the mountain world into a backup escape route and delegate power to Maya, who will be fully responsible for it. Time passed quickly while busy. After gaining more confidence, Owen also had the courage to touch the Divine Network and gradually understood its functions. Who built the original Divine Net? No god can tell clearly. Not even the earliest records. It just says that several gods accidentally discovered the broken Divine Net in the depths of the void. After figuring out its function, they discovered that it's a good thing. Just make use of it by patching it up based on the original one. Later, I discovered that there were more and more gods in the Divine Net. You repaired one corner, and I pulled one. The Divine Net gradually grew in size, covering a wider and wider area, and gradually became an indispensable tool for the gods. It's just that in addition to the initial part of the Divine Net, and the parts repaired by powerful gods, most of the peripheral Divine Nets are not strong enough, and can easily cause problems. For example, a void storm thousands of years ago caused many places to disconnect from the internet, and many places have not yet been repaired. This efficiency is comparable to the infrastructure of the Lighthouse Country. If Owen's world hadn't been pulled by a noble goddess, he wouldn't have been able to connect to the Divine Network. It was precisely because of being connected to the Divine Network that Owen had the opportunity to learn a lot of precious information. Much of this information involves the origin of the world and the mysteries of the gods. However, because only gods can connect to the Divine Network, and it has existed for too long, much of the information accumulated in the Divine Network has become worthless. Yes, a new god like Irving got a big advantage. It was also at this time that Owen understood how the main world, the ruins of the mountains, and humans came to be, except for some empires and forces that were so powerful that they spanned the void. Most of them were formed by gods, who drove believers to colonize and open up new pastures. This is because there is an upper limit to the life that any world can accommodate. Just like the ecological circle, once a certain link is overrun, it is only a matter of time before it completely collapses. Those who are suitable as believers, and can easily multiply and become stronger are nothing more than intelligent creatures. And intelligent creatures are very exclusive. Simply put, they gain more living space by killing other races. This is undoubtedly an act that breaks the ecological environment. This leads to the fact that if you don't want the end of the world to happen, in addition to internal consumption, external expansion and colonization become the best option. You can't let all the males kill themselves. Through the God Network, Owen saw many new gods like him seeking cooperation, such as exchanging divinity, materials, believers, and cooperation to open up new pastures. These new gods are not as wealthy as Owen. They either come from a small and limited world, or they come from a big world with many gods and fierce competition. It is not that easy to expand their faith. So external expansion is their only choice in terms of cost effectiveness. The highest kind. To put it bluntly, it was just like when the Empire chose to open up the Northland. The internal interests had already been divided up, and they could only take risks to find external resources. Chapter 413, Hugging the Goddess Thigh is equally unambiguous. Just as Owen was reading the Divine Network with long-lost pleasure, the noble goddess suddenly contacted him. As for how he was discovered by the other party. The other party pulled the network cable. And you can tell by looking at the reading history. Because he forgot to delete it. The noble goddess didn't care about Owen's behavior on the internet. As for some reading records and so on. She was a noble goddess. She knew very well how much fun those noble believers had. So Owen's little hobby was still okay in her opinion. Slightly pure. Compared with these, the noble goddess is more curious about how Owen became a god. Although the empire was torn apart, the nobility was still there. And the class was still there. As the patron saint of the nobility, the impact on the goddess of nobility was not as great as imagined. Not to mention that when the emperor was still there, the royal family gave her a lot of obstacles. Therefore, the noble goddess still controls the situation and information of most of the forces in the main world. She is very clear that the opportunity to become a god, that is, although divinity has appeared, it will not be possible for a few hundred years to give birth to a real god. This is not an exaggeration, because in order to give birth to a true god, a group of demigods must first be born, and only after a long process of elimination, one or two lower gods will emerge from them. This period involves strategies, battles, beliefs, resources, etc. The time consumed is naturally measured in hundreds of years, so it is very strange for a new god to appear now. However, every god can create miracles. So although it is strange, it is just a comparison with common sense. In fact, similar things are not uncommon among gods. In contrast, the noble goddess is more concerned about winning over the other party. As her main priest is a noble, she lacks combat power. Even if she has knights and guardian gods under her command, it is still far from enough. This is mainly because the devout believers of the gods will become the guards of the kingdom of God after death. But the believers of the noble goddess, let alone whether they are pious or not, are definitely not awake if they are expected to work hard as guards. So she needs more belong to God to fill the gap in combat power. I was hesitant before, because Owen's priesthood is the shadow of death. And just hearing it tells me that it has nothing to do with nobles. At the same time, assassins are also the most hated profession of nobles. If it were just this, the noble goddess would have nothing to worry about. But the strange thing is that the god of shadow of death, who should obviously be biased towards evil and chaos, is actually a lawful neutral camp, which is completely out of line. A god who plays with death and shadow actually abides by the rules to the point of influencing the camp. What a strong character this is. And what a strange existence it is. Anyway, the noble goddess is quite speechless, as is the god of knights and guards. Be curious. After receiving the news from the noble goddess, Owen hesitated for a while, but still established contact with the other party and agreed to meet. This decision was made because although Owen has become a god, he is only a newcomer among the gods and still needs veteran gods like the noble goddess to lead the way. Therefore, Owen decisively sent a well-dressed incarnation of divine power to the divine network space temporarily opened by the noble goddess. The divine network space is a temporary space opened with divine power based on the divine network law. It is more fair, because once the basic laws are violated, the space will collapse, and even the developer cannot cheat. Therefore, it is very suitable for meetings with gods. Besides, this place can only accommodate even if there is any problem with the incarnation of divine power. At most it will lose some divine power, but not the root cause. It is a bit like a video conference, following the network cable into the divine network space. The first thing Owen saw was the graceful and elegant goddess. As for the gray-haired knight and the expressionless guard next to him, he just glanced at it with his peripheral vision, because there was really nothing interesting to see. Irving is sizing up the other person, and the other person is also observing him. I thought it would be a gloomy man full of death energy, but what I expected was a beautiful young man wearing a starry night aristocratic robe. This surprised the three aristocratic goddesses, and they all felt a little fond of him, even the most rigid god of knights. In this way, the noble goddess is an irredeemable face, facing a new god like Owen, whose temperament and appearance are rare among gods. Her buttocks were crooked at that time. So what was originally a simple meeting to understand the situation turned into a leisurely tea party. Although it is just tea and snacks built with divine power, Owen, who is sitting on the system, can always bring surprises to people. Even gods are no exception. With his beautiful appearance, the noble goddess is already smiling from ear to ear, and almost recognizes him on the spot. Hack brother. The change in the attitude of the noble goddess only occurred after she learned about Owen's identity. Although the talks were good before, they were only good talks. After all, Owen's priesthood would not make her relax her vigilance. But after learning that Owen was from the elf royal family, had been canonized as a Northland noble at the Noble Goddess Temple in the imperial capital, and had further studied in the Academy City, the situation was different. For the aristocratic goddess, this is Jinjung a natural one, so it reveals a bit of wooing. Although Owen is hugged by others on a daily basis, he is also unambiguous about hugging the goddess's thigh when necessary. Of course, even so, the two parties have only reached a preliminary intention to cooperate. It is unrealistic to ask Owen to join the aristocratic goddess as a mistress. The noble goddess is also worried about the elf god system behind Owen. So cooperation is okay. But if he joins the family, it is better to forget it. As the oldest pantheon, the elf pantheon is not weak, and has the least amount of internal struggles. It also likes to protect its shortcomings and stay together. So no god dares to ignore the identity of the Owen elf royal family. Although it was only an initial cooperation, Owen still obtained a lot of important information from the other party, such as the current situation of the main world. The original main world was a bit half-dead. That was because the appearance of the sky mark revealed many reasons for the origin of the world. Even the sky goddess, who should have been born a long time ago, had to be trapped there to fill the hole due to innate deficiencies. But later, with the seal of Tianjian and the existence of the secret realm of food reserves, the main world slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If another 1800 years are given to absorb and digest the secret realm, not only will the sky mark be repaired, the sky goddess will return to the throne, and the main world may also take a step forward. This is also the reason why the noble goddess is so tired of the imperial royal family, but spares no effort to protect it. After all, if the main world is upgraded, the empire may grow into a huge force across the void, and she can also use it to advance to a higher god. It's a pity that no one can predict that Tianjian will burst suddenly, just like a person suffering from severe hemorrhoids, who doesn't know that he will be red all over the place that day. The aristocratic goddess, who was caught off guard, could only watch the empire fall apart. If the alliances of various countries still maintain the aristocratic lord system, and the class never disappeared, she would probably cry to death. At this point, the plan changed. The noble goddess planned to sit back and watch the situation, waiting for the emergence of new gods, and then obtain more benefits after entering the Age of Gods. Chapter 414 The True Lie of the Noble Goddess. Owen only believed half of what the noble goddess said, because if it were him, the best way would be to support a certain force to rebuild the empire, and then suppress other new gods to reap the benefits. And the noble goddess also has the strength and motivation. Don't underestimate the noble goddess. This goddess may be lacking in other aspects, but in the world, the power she holds is beyond everyone's imagination. This is mainly related to the audience of the noble goddess. Although the nobles have countless shortcomings as believers, there is only one thing that other gods cannot envy, and that is the power and influence they control. Even if those noble believers will not fully implement the oracle of the noble goddess, but even if it is only 1/10, the influence that a noble can have is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and the total is a terrifying number. The most important thing is that the belief in the noble goddess is spread throughout the main world. You may not believe in it, but you cannot listen to it, because she is the patron saint of the nobility, the guardian of the class, and a deity who naturally stands on the side of the nobility and rights holders. In addition to these, as a noble goddess, her strategy and overall view are absolutely good, as long as she is willing. It is not difficult to rebuild the empire. But what's interesting is that the noble goddess just doesn't care, even if she has this ability. Therefore, after Owen returned, he summoned Maya and others and began to analyze the hidden information in this meeting word by word. With her status as a noble goddess, she deserved such treatment. After some analysis, the first conclusion drawn was that the noble goddess did not lie. At least what she said in front of Owen was true. This is not surprising to Owen and others, because after becoming a god, unless there is a relevant priesthood, lies can be easily seen through. But this is worse than a lie, because for a skilled liar, 9 truths and 1 falsehood are not the most clever lies. But after mastering the absolute information gap, they can deceive people to death with all the truth. So the noble goddess must there is still extremely critical information that has not been said. Now the most important thing for Owen and others is not to identify which sentence is a lie, but how to find the part that misleads them, and then analyze the hidden information. This is not easy, Judging from the opponent's clergy, the layout must involve the entire secular world. Even the Northern Glory Alliance is a pawn on the chessboard. And this has nothing to do with whether Owen's territory cooperates. Among the major forces when they are all reduced to pawns, no matter how clear they are in their hearts, they can only cooperate. After seeing the information summarized by Maya and the others, which even included the underground world, Owen lost interest because the noble goddess was not worth his energy. With his growth rate, when Maya and the others figure it out, even if they haven't advanced to the middle-level god, their combat effectiveness will not be much inferior to that of their opponents. So Owen is willing to waste energy on this. Although he lost interest, Owen did not stop Maya and the others from continuing because it would be good for the future development of the territory. Owen, who was about to leave, was suddenly startled because an idea just flashed through his mind. Going to the Elf Kingdom to spread faith? After hearing Owen's words, Maya was stunned at first, and then overjoyed, because this is very promising. And once successful, a kingdom will be obtained. No wonder Maya thinks so well. You must know that Owen is a serious elf god. Even if he meets other elf gods, he is recognized. So it is justifiable to spread his faith in the elf country. What's more, the elf kingdom is one of the 5 southern kingdoms. Although it is not the strongest, it is still a kingdom. If it can be won, it will echo the south and north of the territory, which is tantamount to driving a nail in the south. If Owen wants to do so in the future, dominating the world is undoubtedly a huge boost. As for whether Owen will dominate the world, he doesn't have to think about it. But Maya has to do it in advance. I always feel that the noble goddess probably doesn't want me to go to the Elven Kingdom to preach. While Maya was busy, Owen suddenly felt a little confused and said this. When Maya heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she thought that if the noble goddess was really playing a big game of chess, she couldn't allow people to mess up the chessboard to increase variables. So this conjecture was very likely to be true. Although Owen's territory is impregnable, his persistence all year round has resulted in very few variables on the chessboard. Even if he suddenly makes a strong effort, it will at most be limited to the Northland, which will have little impact on the entire chess game. But the Elf Kingdom is different. It is an important part of the empire like the Dwarf Kingdom. Once it falls into Owen's hands, the variables are not as simple as 1 plus 1. Of course, this is just the speculation of Owen and Maya. They are not sure about the truth now. After all, that goddess represents the nobility. It is only a joke to say that she has no city and does not know how to calculate. But what gives Owen a headache is that he has just become a god, and most of his energy is spent on sorting out his beliefs, condensing divine power, transforming his divine body, and building a divine kingdom. He also has to find time to answer prayers, create divine spells, etc. To be able to maintain the incarnation of an ogre king is not bad. Not to mention that the territory now needs to open up the market in the underground world and complete trade exchanges. There is also a whole world of mountains and other worlds that need to be developed. There is no way to spare the energy to spread the faith in the Elven Kingdom. After struggling for a long time, Irving finally chose to put the matter aside for the time being. Although it is good to preach in the Elven country, it is not worth giving up the benefits that Owen has already obtained, whether it is the underground world or the mountains and other worlds. He only needs to invest a certain amount of resources to complete the initial construction and wait for a steady stream of rewards in the future. Not to mention that the Holy Shield has now expanded 100 times in size, is 10,000 times more complex internally, and has taken up a lot of energy in the territory. These are related to the future development of the territory. Of course, Owen cannot interrupt his missionary work in the Elven country that is far away and has not yet written a word. Maya also understands this. So she just made a plan and asked her own people inside the Holy Shield to collect some information. As for when to carry out the plan, she still has to wait for the opportunity. Next, Owen focused his main energy on familiarizing himself with how to become a qualified god. He also paid the internet fee and got a line from the Divine Network. Although it took a lot of Owen's energy to pull the network cable, it was still worth it to achieve freedom of access to the internet and prevent the leakage of reading records. Through the noble goddess, Owen is no longer unfamiliar with the Divine Network and has learned a lot of knowledge from it. Although most of it is just the basics. As a new god, what he lacks is the basics. Thanks to the large amount of knowledge provided by the Divine Network, Owen's worldview has expanded, and he has gradually gained a deeper understanding of the void, the world, the laws, the origin, etc. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Sometimes, the more you know, the more serious your inner anxiety will be. Fortunately, Owen is just a rookie new god now. Even if the world is destroyed, it will not be his turn to carry it. Chapter 415, the first establishment of the Kingdom of God. In the authority space, the faith provided by more than 1 million believers gathered here, like streams coming from all directions, coiling spectacularly in the sky, forming a lake of faith. Unlike the material world, which is invisible and without substance, the power of faith is truly visible here. However, the power of faith gathered at the moment is like slightly turbid water, no longer as pure as it was originally, which makes people frown. In fact, this is not surprising. With the expansion of the Holy Shield, the Holy Scriptures are inevitably spread, and the priests in the mobile temple on the magic spaceship actively promote it. There are more and more believers, which catches Owen a little off guard. It is good to expand the faith, but these believers who develop outside cannot compare with the believers in the territory, and the faith power they provide is not pure. If they are absorbed all, problems will definitely occur over time. Fortunately, the 10 angels who work all year round are like divine needles that stabilize the sea. They skillfully flap their wings to disperse the gathered turbid currents of faith, allowing the pure faith to flow back into the golden tree, waiting to be filtered and purified before being transformed into divine power. As for the beliefs containing impurities, according to the content, those with low content will become materials for expanding the authority space. Those with too many impurities will be thrown into the bottom layer and handed over to the devil of the abyss for processing. Although it is divided, due to too much faith, a lot of the pure faith power that was too late to be transformed turned into crystals and hung on the golden tree. Like crystal fruits, as beautiful as picturesque, making countless gods envious. After all, for gods, these are all money, because there are angels and abyss demons. Everything in the authority space seems in order, and Owen can focus most of his energy on dealing with his own problems. At present, the authority space, which is his own divine kingdom, is divided into 3. The top layer is the kingdom of eternal night, which represents Owen's current priesthood and is also a disguise created by him to the outside world. After all, if the authority space shows the whole picture, there are not many gods. He can only sit still. He is just a low-level god now. But he can't hold down such a big scene. Although the kingdom of God exists, the Death Shadow sect mainly spreads its faith in the underground world. It is short-lived, has few believers, and is not pious enough. The faith it provides makes Owen, who is used to having millions of devout believers in the territory to provide pure faith, feel disgusted. All of them are given to the great sword of the hunting god as fuel. They are not even willing to use it to expand the kingdom of God. There is no way. There are a few kind-hearted people in the underground world, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them all as villains. Expecting them to pray without asking for anything in return is undoubtedly a dream. It can be said that every belief is mixed with poison. Only those unruly evil spirits dared to eat it alive. For Owen, who had a mysophobia, even looking at it made him feel sick. But it was disgusting, and Owen couldn't ignore it. In desperation, he had no choice but to leave part of the matter to Angel. Anyway, she was nominally the god of the shadow of death. The middle level of the authority space is the broadest, and is called the Kingdom of Light. It is also the core of the entire authority space. After all, the Golden Tree, 10 angels, and 5 sacred artifacts are all here. This is the base camp of Owen's future Kingdom of God. It is the most attentive to build natural-type military buildings. The bottom floor is called the Kingdom of Purgatory. Apart from the different military structures, there is not much difference. However, it is now used as a prison by Owen. Some believers who have sinned unforgivably are thrown here to play with the board abyss demons. As for how to play, it doesn't matter. In this way, Owen's Kingdom of God has begun to take shape. So he began to transform believers into petitioners on a large scale, making great strides towards the real Kingdom of God. Petitioners are an important part of the Kingdom of God. They are believers who are reborn in the Kingdom of God after death. In addition to providing a steady stream of faith, they can also act as guards when the Kingdom of God is invaded, and at the same time when attacking other kingdoms of God. They will also become pioneers. Their importance is self-evident. Compared with other gods, Owen has an advantage in the systematic military structure. As long as there are enough petitioners, and they are willing to spend faith power, the Kingdom of God can be guarded as much as they want. This busy work not only consumes time and energy, but also fails to retain the progress value that was originally intended to be accumulated. As a result, Angel has to wait a little longer if she wants to become a god. When the main body was busy hitting the back of the head, As an incarnation, the Ogre King returned to his dungeon again, living a happy life in the wine pool and meat forest. A group of drow who had just given birth to offspring once again pestered him for gene seeds, making him trapped in the troubles of happiness. At present, the construction of the underground city has been completed. In addition to the military buildings in the dungeon series, trade routes have also been opened. Merchants from the surface arrived at the Black Castle located in the middle of the underground world through the Ogre Castle. After some repairs, they went deep underground again to earn money, take maximum profit. However, generally only high-end caravans dare to do this. Ordinary caravans can only stay in the Ogre Castle. Occasionally, the brave ones go to the Black Castle, but most of them choose to set up stalls in the castle market to sell bulk goods. If you really dare to wander around or going deep into the underground world, there is a high probability that the meat bun will never come back. There is no way. Not only are the roads in the underground world rugged and difficult to walk, but there are also monsters wandering everywhere. Each dungeon is like a bandit's fortress that eats people without spitting out bones. If you want to go deep and make a lot of money, you don't have to have the road and the courage. There are strong enough guards. But who is strong enough to be willing to work as a guard? It is not faster or better to rob. So we can only rely on quantity. But when the quantity is large, the cost will naturally remain high. Therefore, only a few caravans with strength and connections can go deep into the underground world. Trade in the depths. Fortunately, with the construction of the Ogre Castle, the surrounding roads have become much smoother. And as the reputation has spread, the nearby underground cities have become accustomed to conducting trade here. The same is true for the Black Castle, which has gradually become the surrounding trade center. While the two dungeons are making a lot of profits, they will of course be envied by others. They use various overt and covert methods, but no one can take advantage. Over time, the sphere of influence is reorganized, and there are not many people who dare to provoke them. On this day, Owen woke up early in the morning and was setting up the pot to make soup. He had not given up on the idea of writing a beautiful cookbook for ogres. It's just that because of the ogre's rough craftsmanship, fine methods are not suitable. So Owen has always been focusing on soups and barbecues. Barbecue needs to be eaten while it's hot, and making soup takes time. So Irving spends most of his time making soup, which is the least troublesome. He can just stir it with a big spoon. If he's hungry, he can have a hot sip. Now that Owen is a demigod, the thick soup he makes is certainly unusual. First, he breaks off a few pieces of the remaining dragon bones and throws them in. Then adds various magical herbs. And finally adds water to light the fire, catalyzing it with witchcraft. As the pot of soup got better, a faint fluorescence began to emerge. For some reason, the thick soup that always turned green gradually became translucent. At the same time, strong magic began to surge in the soup pot. But it didn't wait for the magic. The explosion was dispersed by the stirring spoon, and then blended into the thicker soup. When Owen was making soup, don't worry about Silo or the Black Castle mistress. They could hide as far away as they could. After all, they had experienced the thick soup of intestines in the Ogre Beauty recipe. Let alone they said that the soup they were cooking during this period was getting more and more terrifying. And they really couldn't stop it. Just as Owen was carefully understanding how to use witchcraft to stimulate more changes in magic materials, he suddenly paused and raised his head to look at the entrance of the dungeon. There, a Loki witch was walking in among the caravans. Chapter 416 Sister Katie. Although the other person was still a little lowly when they last met, Owen's unique magic power still allowed Owen to recognize the other person's identity as his sister. Owen's feelings for the mother and daughter have always been complicated, so he has always kept a distance. Coupled with the change of bloodline and becoming a god, the feelings are even thinner. But no matter how thin they are still better than strangers. He can help. Of course he won't stand idly by. He is not so cold-hearted yet. What are you doing here? Owen put down the spoon with a headache. He didn't know how to deal with it. After all, the underground world is not a safe place. No matter why she came, I'm afraid she would avoid any danger. So how can we protect her safety? While Owen had a headache, Katie had already entered the Ogre Castle among the surface caravans. Katie, who should have reached middle age, is still young and pretty, as if time has slowed down on her. Wearing a wide wizard hat, she looks like a student who has just graduated from a magic school. In fact, this is because of the witch's bloodline. As the daughter of the rebellious witch, Katie is born with powerful magic, just like Sylvia, whom Owen met in Academy City. As a witch of pain, she only had it in her teens. Katie is close to legendary combat power. Not to mention almost 40 years old. Such strong strength and bloodline have greatly extended her lifespan. But this is not Katie's limit. So after listening to her mother's prophecy, she traveled thousands of miles to return to the place where she spent her happy childhood, and tried to visit her brother secretly. But the guards in the North City were too tight, and it was terrifying. The field of faith deterred her even more. So she could only follow the prophecy and come to the underground world first. When she came to the underground world for the first time, Katie was very curious about everything she saw. This place is different from other dungeons. The dungeon ruled by Owen can be described as heavily guarded. Minotaurs in heavy armor are stationed on the city wall. Harpy witches are hovering among the stalactites. And the evil eye and Medusa stationed at key points are even more frightening. With such strict guards, no mouse can escape. So that no one wants to offend the city lord here. So whether they are merchants or fugitives from the surface, or evil creatures in the underground world who do all kinds of evil, they will obediently abide by the rules here. That is, they are not allowed to actively harm other people and want to go to the underground city. Outside, such a simple rule can only be learned by newcomers after killing 3-digit chickens. However, this rule alone is better than 99% of underground cities. At least it attracts many weak businessmen and underground cities creatures, because rather than enjoying free killing and joyful chaos, they want to live in embarrassment and low-key. Pulling up the brim of her hat, Katie calmly avoided the evil eye and turned around to walk into the lively tavern. As soon as you enter the tavern, it can be described as a chaotic dance of demons. Drinkers who look like humans or not can drink freely here, enjoying the charm of the wine and the succubus, even if they will have their pockets empty before they wake up. Throw it out. Still not happy with it. Anyone here who is seen in a surface town will probably be hanged on the gallows immediately. But Katie is used to it. And the guests of the tavern will not easily provoke a witch even if they drink too much. After all, even as an evil creature, no one is willing to try the witch's curse. So Katie successfully found a seat and got an untampered dinner. This is very rare. Even Owen can't completely restrain these lawless guys. He can only ensure that no one will die. As long as they don't die, others will turn a blind eye. Otherwise, there will be no guests here at all. Katie ordered dungeon-specific food. Mushroom soup and grilled giant snails. Thanks to the condiments brought by the merchants. The thick soup with butter and the roasted snails sprinkled with spices taste unique. At least it is good to taste them. After a simple meal and drink, it was time to inquire about information. Most of the thieves in the tavern are also intelligence dealers. They have unique sources of intelligence. As long as you are willing to pay and make sure that your money will not be stolen or robbed, you can always get a lot of interesting information. As a witch, Katie is not short of money. But the prices in the underground world still opened her eyes. Thanks to the rich mineral resources in the underground world, the value of precious gold, silver and gemstones in the surface world is greatly reduced here. Therefore, the most common currency in the underground city is silver coins. Copper coins are more used as materials. So only a few silver coins are needed on the surface cost. But here you need to use gold coins in exchange for information. With an indifferent expression, Katie took out a few gold coins from the wallet that cast the expansion spell, and then placed a crystal ball on the table, which made the thief opposite him lick his lips. Compared with the feared witch's curse, the witch's divination ability is also excellent. So if you want to lie in front of the witch, you can't just rely on your words. Katie's action successfully dispelled the thief's petty thoughts. And with his generous actions, he actually revealed a lot of information that Katie was interested in, including the route deep into the underground world. Although I don't know why you want to go deep into this damn place in the underground world. But for the sake of your generosity, I suggest you try to join the Death Shadow sect. This will give you a lot of convenience in the underground world. Thief, what she said before leaving made Katie a little more interested. The Death Shadow sect is a new sect that has only appeared in the underground world for a short time. It is not new at all in the underground world, where various chaotic sects emerge one after another. It is not even interesting to people. However, after learning about the teachings of this sect, most creatures in the underground world will have the idea that the other party is crazy. Because compared to sects that advocate violence, killing, conspiracy, sacrifice, indulgence and other chaotic evil behaviors, the main teaching of the shadow of death is to face death and return to tranquility. Simply put, please close your eyes when you die and don't act like a monster. There is also an encouragement not to take the initiative to cause trouble and not to harm innocent people. This is just like hearing a joke in the underground world where the jungle is strong. But compared to this ridiculous doctrine, the strength of the Death Shadow sect is terrifyingly strong. The group of elf witches with long blood-red hair, pale skin, and double-edged swords, as well as the indifferent elf cavalry riding strange dragon beasts and holding spears, are simply just like death. Although these elves have never been seen before, they are extremely familiar with the environment of the underground world. They are proficient in assassination, torture, sneak attacks, and stealth. They can always rush out from unexpected places and kill all enemies who offend the Death Shadow sect. Very cruel. Occasionally, if a strong person appears to block him, he will be quickly killed, including even a legend. Relying on these means, the underground world quickly accepted the Death Shadow sect. And since then few people dared to laugh at the Death Shadow's teachings, because no matter how ridiculous the teachings are, they cannot compare to cruel means and powerful strength. Chapter 417 Mithril City. Although she is a witch, Katie, who grew up in Greenshade Town, does not think too extreme. After all, there is a magic school not far from where she lives with her mother. There are many little witches of the same background who can be playmates. Coupled with the relaxed and tolerant environment of Greenshade Town, it still had a huge impact on her even 30 years later. Therefore, the Death Shadow sect, whose teachings seemed incompatible in the underground world, aroused her curiosity. In addition, the Death Shadow sect, it is relatively easy to join the religion, and it allows you to leave the religion. So I plan to go and check it out. The Death Shadow sect has very low requirements for the temple. It does not require a tall and spacious building, regular blood sacrifices, or fanatical preaching. It only needs to be clean and tidy to be able to concentrate on comprehending the teachings. However, those responsible for the decoration were the elves from the hero's dungeon troops. Even the ruthless ones still possessed the innate elegance of the elves. The temple decorated by them might not be big, but it was very elegant. Katie nodded after seeing it, until she saw the statues enshrined in the temple. She felt familiar at first, and then she was stunned. Elder brother? Owen, who was still having a headache, was stunned at the same time, and then simply handed the matter over to the main body. How fast is the mind thinking? Before Katie finished her words, 3 things and a monster appeared at the foot of the Shadow of Death statue. They were the holy symbol of the Shadow of Death sect, the legendary Elder Wand, the legendary Unicorn Sword, and the legendary Minotaur. No need to ask now. The real truth is her mysterious brother. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for 30 years, her brother has become a god. Her mood was a little complicated, but also a little happy. After all, apart from her mother and grandmother, her brother was the person closest to her. Even though they didn't spend much time together, they still left a deep impression on her memory. Thank you, brother. After Katie thanked her, she first picked up the holy emblem and put it close to her body. With it, she will be able to mobilize the power of the Death Shadow sect at any time. And at some point, she will use her brother's power. Then the old man magic wand. As a legendary wand, the Elder Wand does not have fancy additional attributes such as ice, fire, and fire. In addition to the increase in magic power, it also enhances the control of magic power. It is the most suitable equipment for novices and experts, because there is no need to consider the blessing of complex attributes. You need to consider whether there will be any interference. The most important thing is that the Elder Wand is easy to keep close to your body. If used properly, it can increase the chance of turning defeat into victory. The Unicorn Sword is a silver sword with the power of purification. It has strong lethality against evil, and also brings healing and detoxification effects to the holder. Having such a sword in the adventure is undoubtedly a must-have. The greatest protection for life. As for the Minotaur, it was originally a synthesis of the Minotaur and the Minotaur. After Owen's training, its combat power has reached legendary levels, making it very suitable as a human shield and bodyguard. The next day, Katie took the Minotaur away with a detailed map of the underground world. And Owen also knew why she came this time. The road to becoming a god is an opportunity for advancement that those trapped in the legendary realm gradually feel after the changes in the world. And it is also the only way out. It's just that it's too difficult to take this road, even for a witch like Katie who is born with great potential, let alone reaching the end. Just setting foot on this road is extremely difficult. Katie didn't know the paths of other strong men to becoming gods, but she knew that if she wanted to embark on the path of becoming gods, she must first complete her own path of being a witch. Every witch has her own path as a witch, which is related to their bloodline and magic power. It is like a process of chasing the origin. Only by pursuing the origin of the bloodline can a little precious spirit be condensed at the end of the road. Sex is truly qualified to embark on the road to becoming a god. The most important thing is that you can only walk this road alone. Even Katie's mother can't provide her with much help. But Katie found that her brother is an exception. She doesn't know the specific reason. Maybe it's because his brother has become because of the gods. That's why he accepted his brother's help. In any case, Katie's journey as a witch has begun. With the help of a detailed map and a competent guide from the Death Shadows sect, she successfully penetrated into the underground world and arrived at the legendary Mithril City. As one of the largest underground cities in the underground world, Mithril City is not inferior in scale to cities in the surface world. It is shaped like a peculiar three-layer cake and is located in a vast underground space. It is composed of crisscrossing stone bridges, spiral staircases, and secret passages extending in all directions. The transportation network connects the surrounding large areas and is the well-deserved center, which makes it even more chaotic. Because every day countless gold diggers with dreams and malice arrive at this H.L. decorated with wealth. But compared to these, Katie's attention was attracted more by the wonders in front of her. There is a tight crack in the sky above Mithril City. Of course, this is for the entire underground space. In fact, this crack is hundreds of meters long. At one end of the crack, a huge water eye connects the underground with an astonishing flow of water. Underground river. Thick water columns gush out from it, draw an arc, and turn into an astonishing waterfall. It stands to reason that this waterfall is enough to submerge the entire Mithril City. But in fact it has become an important part of Mithril City. And all this stems from the goblet that was built at a huge cost. The goblet is a super large water tower with a height of 300 meters. The additional powerful magic allows this miraculous building to perfectly withstand the impact of huge water flow, and converts the impact into some kind of energy, which is used to activate Mithril City. At the same time, after the impact is eliminated, the huge water flow will follow the complex elevated water canal and become an important water source in the upper city area, so that all residents in the upper city area can safely use clean water sources, and then enter the middle city area along the drainage outlet follow the lower city. Because it has not undergone any treatment at all. The water flowing into Zhongqing and Xiaoqing is actually domestic sewage. Zhongqing is better. After all, the population of Zhongqing is not too large. Even if it is sewage, after being diluted by the huge water flow, it is not a problem. It's not hygienic. But it doesn't mean it can't be drunk. Xiaoqing district is miserable, with the population and dense industry in Zhongqing district. The water flowing out is completely sewer sewage. It is not only poisonous, but also very toxic. There are often rats, bugs and carrion floating in it. Even monsters with tenacious vitality. Not every kind can bear it. Therefore, if they want to survive, most residents of Xiaoqing district need to spend money to buy drinkable water from Zhongqing district, which undoubtedly increases the pressure of survival in Xiaoqing district. At this time, Katie has arrived at the entrance to the lower city of Mithril City. Here is a stone bridge across the abyss, leading directly to the city gate. On both sides of the city gate are huge drainage outlets. The dirty wastewater is like two waterfalls. The same catharsis came out and fell into the abyss under the city wall, leaving only a roaring echo. You can often see corpses that have not yet completely decomposed parabolically flying for a certain distance before falling into the abyss. But they cannot bring anything. Everyone has turned a blind eye to this reaction. Chapter 418 The Name of Despair. After paying a silver coin as the city entry tax, Katie finally entered Mithril City and came to the lower city. As soon as she entered, the first thing Katie saw was the most common slums in the lower city. But they were more located closer to the city wall and were connected together. This is because the pollution becomes more serious as the water flows outward, and the dense population in the lower city makes this situation more serious. Therefore, anyone with some ability will try their best to get close to the city wall in the middle city. If the water just discharged there is filtered through layers, it will be barely it can be drunk. Of course, various sequelae and diseases are inevitable, but occasionally some property can be salvaged from the sewage, which is naturally more popular. Those who have no means can only live farther and farther away. And the farther away they are, the poorer they become. For example, the outermost slums near the base of the city wall are almost all penniless, and can only survive by picking up garbage. These areas, which are made up of large and small shacks, are like psoriasis growing in the city, hiding countless sins and malice. It is not as simple as it seems. There is no way. A large number of the lowest class residents live here. Some of them are runaway slaves. Some are criminals. And the most are incompetent people who have no ability to make money, no ability to kill, and no value in being killed. They have nothing to eat unless they pick up garbage. The vast majority of the residents here are so poor that they only have one worthless life left. Therefore, they either live in pain or choose to risk their lives. Over time, poverty and death become the only things left here. As soon as Katie came in, she was stared at by countless malicious eyes. Many of them didn't understand what a witch represented. And of course they didn't care. Even if they knew that the witch's curse could not even save their souls. Because we are already living in HL. No matter how miserable it is. Can it be worse than now? And as long as they succeed once, the money from selling high-quality goods will be enough for them to move out of the desperate place of Xiaoqing District. Even if they are squeezed and bullied by others in Zhongqing District. It is better than living here day after day from the inside out. Started to rot? Fortunately, Katie is accompanied by the Minotaur. This monster can be seen not to be trifled with just from its appearance. Its blood-red bull's eyes will make even a veteran adventurer's legs weak. Let alone these spirits. The gods are poor people who have suffered serious losses. So even those who are not afraid of death are unwilling to act rashly. Because they can't see the slightest possibility of success. So they might as well choose a bigger goal if they succeed. While Katie felt countless malicious looks, the caravan that entered the city with her had already hacked to death 7 or 8 poor people from the lower town who were petty thieves. Amidst constant scolding, they even hung their severed heads on their heads, on both sides of the carriage to deter those who come late. But it's useless. The poor people in Xiaoqing District don't care about death. As long as there is a chance, they are willing to risk their lives for a piece of bread and a bowl of water. There are many people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. This makes the caravan even more nervous than outside. Do not temporarily hire local gangs to escort them to Midtown. These local gangs, who were wearing torn pieces of cloth and carrying all kinds of tetanus weapons, were quite reputable. After receiving half of the money, they formed a circle and beat anyone who dared to get close to them without saying a word. As for resistance, they are local snakes. They are all beaten out. Those who can fight better than them either join or go with them. In order to maintain the sustainability of this industry, they will not easily break the rules and fight each other. Therefore, the caravan is in there under the escort. They successfully entered the middle city area guarded by the city defense army. And they also got a sum of money to survive, as they wished. As for the poor people in the lower city area, who were about to starve to death, who cared? Katie thought she had seen many bad places. But this was the first time she had seen such a bad place. And as she continued to go deeper, more dark sides of the slums continued to emerge, making her find that the bad environment was only the most unpleasant. On the humble side, despair is the theme here. There is no land that can be cultivated, no jobs that can be worked, and no chance to get ahead or hope of survival. There is despair everywhere. The skinny poor are either stealing or waiting for death. What's even more frightening is that there are 3 large-scale transactions in this transaction. Slaves, death and souls. Selling oneself as a slave in the middle city is almost the only chance for the poor in the lower city to escape their fate. Although it may become a target for killing for fun. A live bait for feeding pets. A laborer who works to death. Or a legal professional. Experimental materials. But as long as they can escape from the lower city area, some people are willing to sell themselves. Therefore, the lower city area has the largest slave trading market in the entire Mithril city, and even attracts many surrounding slave traders who specialize in this business. And together they build the market. Be bigger and stronger. Katie had expected this. But the undead casters, who chose corpses and living people openly here, still made her gain knowledge. The corpses floating down the sewage from the Xiaoqing and Zhongqing districts will be salvaged by the poor here. And the severely decomposed ones will be cut into a pile of bones. The fresher ones will be embalmed and wrapped with cloth strips to prevent insects and rats from eating them. These are just placed one by one, allowing the undead spellcasters in Midtown to choose. Occasionally, a living person is noticed by the undead spellcaster master. As long as a pitiful sum of money is given, he can be taken away. It is estimated that it will not take long before he will become a dull skeleton soldier. If he is lucky, he may become a good-looking zombie can at least see its appearance before birth. There are also some cultists who buy a bunch of fresh sacrifices in a big way and perform blood sacrifices in any open space, making the surroundings smoky. But as long as they give money, these are not problems. And no one cares where their souls will end up, whether the devil is in the hands of the evil god. The local gang will even prepare the sacrifices in advance according to the other party's request. and even clean up the site afterwards. This is not HL, but more like HL than HL. As a sensitive witch, Katie's mind was undoubtedly greatly impacted when she witnessed everything. Now she seemed to be trapped in a swamp called despair, penetrated by despair all the time. Fortunately, the holy emblem of the shadow of death emitted a shadow that enveloped Katie, allowing her to gain a brief moment of peace in the shadow of tranquility. Now I understand why my mother's prophecy ended up here, Katie, whose name is the witch, said with a bitter smile. Fortunately, the shadow of death tolerates death and darkness, so that Katie's mind will not be distorted by feeling too much despair, but instead find a new path. Chapter 419 Owen's Plan. Thousands of miles away, in a high tower, Gila, who had been staying here these days staring closely at the crystal ball, couldn't bear it when she saw Katie's young image in the crystal ball showing extreme panic and despair. But she couldn't bear it. This is the fate that the witch must face. Even as a mother, she can only give some prophecies and dare not interfere too much. Otherwise the price she will pay will be far more painful than now. Therefore, she can only harden her heart. But who knows that a shadow will suddenly come to her, covered by Katie. She who was supposed to be in despair and unable to extricate herself actually gained some precious tranquility at the moment. And she suddenly said in surprise, "Katie's fate has changed." Not to mention the surprise of the cheap mother. Part of Owen's consciousness followed Katie's holy emblem of death's shadow to Mithril City, and was also shocked by the environment here. If this were not a world with extraordinary power, where extraordinary beings could easily fight 1 against 100, this cruel method of oppression would have been overthrown long ago. It's a pity that despair is despair, because no matter how hard the bottom layer works and how hard they fight, nothing can be changed. As a bystander, Owen also had no intention of helping the poor people in the lower area of Mithril City change their destiny. It's not that he doesn't have this ability, but because most of these poor people are not even human beings, and their appearance is not good enough, so it is difficult to arouse his sympathy. There is no way. The underground world is not suitable for human survival. Although there are many humans here, most of them are adventurers and businessmen, and not many people have actually settled. The main population of the underground world is drow, grey dwarves, ratmen, monsters, and more hybrids, who are accustomed to the underground environment. I don't know why, but the reproductive isolation in the main world is becoming more and more fragile. Worse than repaired, with a bunch of spellcasters who like to mess around. There are more and more messy hybrids. This is also the special case of the Death Shadow sect. The reason why the appearance of elves did not cause much shock was because there were so many similar species appearing. Among these new species, those with high appearance and high potential are all accepted into the existing power system, whether they are used as vases to improve their appearance or trained as subordinates. There is always a way to survive. As for those with low appearance and low potential, they are naturally allowed to. It is natural to survive and perish, which is also in line with the elimination of the good and the bad in nature. So when faced with a group of mixed-race aliens who, at best, looked like a bunch of demons, Irving couldn't help but express sympathy. However, Mithril City will be an important part of Owen's trade development plan in the underground world, so it needs to be planned in advance. Owen originally planned to use the Death Shadow sect to open up all trade routes, but he did not expect that he had oversimplified the matter. The situation in Mithril City was much more complicated than he imagined, so he planned to use Katie's hand to test it out. But he didn't expect that his sister's path to becoming a witch would turn out to be despair, which gave him a headache. Each witch has a unique witch name, such as his mother Gila, the rebellious witch, and his classmate Sylvia, the pain witch. It's okay for Gila to run away from home for a trivial matter. She still has 2 children without saying a word. This is enough of a rebellion. In fact, this was a coincidence, because according to the fate of the rebellious witch, she was a traitor who would bring huge losses to the witch clan. In order to avoid this situation from happening, after paying a certain price, Gila will turn the losses caused to the entire witch group into conflicts within the family, and try to minimize her own impact. Although her approach avoided huge losses, it also had a serious impact on herself. After all, she could deceive everyone, but she could not deceive herself, thus leaving huge hidden dangers. This is also the reason why she has lived in seclusion all year round. And Sylvia, the daughter of a Grand Duke who could live a luxurious and happy princess life just by virtue of her birth, has encountered misfortune since she was a child. And every bit of added magic power will bring her double the pain. And even the price for twisting her mind was not small. What's worse for Katie is that her witch name is Despair, Who knows what she will encounter in the future? For this reason, Owen had to devote some of his energy to it. It was okay if he couldn't see it before. But now that he knows it, he can't ignore it. Fortunately, he has become a god now. Things that are almost incomprehensible to mortals are just trivial matters that require more thought. And he is not indifferent to them. But Katie was not in a hurry, because he could see that what she was going through now was a spiritual journey. The magic power of a witch is not just pure magic power, but also contains the power of a curse unique to the witch. Just like the magic of the rebel, which makes people unable to help but feel rebellious. And the pain caused by the magic of the pain witch. Katie's magic will also bring her a steady stream of despair. With a determined heart in despair, her spiritual journey has finally yielded results. And she is qualified to enter the next step on the path of a witch. Even Owen had trouble interfering with this. He could only use the shadow to bring her a short period of tranquility when she was about to fall into despair, so that she could adjust her mentality in time, so that despair would not penetrate her soul. Owen didn't take too much care of other things. Just like steel forged by 100 times. Only by constantly polishing his own soul can he support the impact of endless despair. Others' interference is harmful and useless. With his hands free, Owen is planning for Mithril City. However, the Death Shadow sect, which has been advancing so rapidly that some of the most powerful sects are unable to come forward directly, may easily cause a strong backlash from the local forces in Mithril City. So he plans to get himself a vest. The ogre incarnation needs to sit in the dungeon and cannot move lightly. The pressure of dividing into another incarnation is too great. Owen thought about it, and simply reborn without power. There are many golden fingers anyway. Even if the kobold starts, he can countermount. Dragon. Once Katie entered Midtown, Owen knew his opportunity was coming. Compared to the H.L. lower city, the drow swordsmen and grey dwarf infantry who serve as guards are doing their job fairly well. And the middle city at least maintains order on the surface. Of course, maintaining order is not for the sake of civilians, but to make money. Chongqing district is the place with the strongest commercial atmosphere. A large number of shops and factories are built here. In order to attract customers, it is natural to maintain superficial stability. It's just that the business here is a bit crooked. In addition to the more serious food, clothing, housing and transportation, skin and flesh business, slave business are common here. There are also arenas, coliseums and other places where human lives are used as consumables. It can be said that as long as you can make money, you are willing to do it. Pay taxes, and all business is legal here. This kind of legal behavior makes the private business competition in Mithril City very cruel. After all, it is obviously easier to eliminate opponents physically. Therefore, assassination transactions in Midtown are very frequent. Feeding a large number of killers, and attracting there are some organizations that like to hide in the dark. Such as the Black Hand. This organization that has accompanied the Empire for hundreds of years still exists even after the collapse of the Empire. And its power is growing. It has now penetrated into the underground world, and is preparing to open up new markets. The business is not bad. Whether it is assassination, intelligence, smuggling or auction. It has a large scale, and has reached a cooperative relationship with a certain drow matron in Mithril City. More and more information made Owen feel that his trip was worthwhile. He wanted to continue to follow up. But he unexpectedly encountered a good target to win the championship. Chapter 420 Jack the Ripper. When Owen was fighting for the body, in the most mysterious Mithril Tower in Mithril City, a certain silver-white lady suddenly cast her mithril-like pupils to a certain location. But after a moment, she looked away again. It doesn't matter. You will pay the price eventually. At the same time, Irving should have reacted. But he had anticipated this, and did not delay his next actions. Those who can detect his existence are at least demigods. And not just ordinary demigods. But this is normal. If you want to create Mithril City, and suppress this bunch of monsters and monsters, ordinary legends cannot do it. Only demigods can do it. Owen felt each other's breaths rising, and falling due to being stimulated by someone's gaze. And sighed. This place is really full of ghosts and ghosts. Due to the continuous expansion of the Holy Shield, the three major alliances in the north have long lost the place for those evil people, and have begun to expand towards the 100 Cities Alliance. The 100 Cities Alliance is actually an oversized alliance of nobles in the north. Although it is huge in size, it is just that internally. It also faces many problems. Therefore, after seeing the effect of the Holy Shield in the north, lords slowly sign contracts with it to join. Among them, more and more evil people are forced to flee. This move has become popular and politically correct. And the effect is indeed remarkable. But evil will not disappear but will move. And the lawless underground world has obviously become the new paradise for these evil villains. All kinds of blood sacrifices and illegal experiments are something that everyone calls out in the surface world. But here, as long as they do not harm the interests of the upper class, no one cares about how many poor people who cannot create value will die. Therefore, the well-known evil organizations and beliefs in Mithril City, the number of evil gods is at least double digits. That is to say, these crooked poor people are not worth much in terms of flesh, blood or soul. Except for novices. Real bosses can't look down on these things. And with their strength and status, they really dare to take these things. Fooling the evil gods one believes in is like eating arsenic for the longevity of an old man. Novices can do it. That is a novice benefit given by the evil god. Only by allowing believers to taste the sweetness will they fall deeper and deeper. Not those old fried dough sticks. They must be beaten from time to time. Not to mention putting a knife on their neck. They must also use a small whip from time to time. The whipping must be loud. Otherwise these old fritters may have some tricks up their sleeves. That's good. It's convenient for me to hide. Obviously, Mithril City now has more than one of him. And one without him is not much. Therefore, before he was exposed, Owen focused his consciousness on the target he had previously chosen. Jack, nicknamed the Ripper, is a somewhat famous necromancer apprentice in the Blood Sausage Alley of Corpse Street. Despite his low professional level, he is skilled in the art of dissection and suturing. Even many official necromancers praise him. So he is willing to work as a necromancer. He buys processed bodies here. This is Owen's new identity. Because this profession deals with the dead more than the living. And the necromancer has always been reticent. Which is very suitable for him to hide his identity. His physical condition is too poor. His face is as pale as a dead person. But his hands are extremely well maintained. And his slender fingers are very dexterous. The rich woman will smile when she sees her. It's a pity that he was unwilling to just be a necromancer's apprentice. After taking the risk, he decisively sent himself away. And Owen took advantage of him. After the power of death that caused the death of the previous body was restrained, the power of the shadow began to slowly penetrate into the body that was riddled with holes by the previous owner. During the repair process, Owen's brows jumped. Is this guy crazy? He actually performed so many transformation surgeries on his body. Although his craftsmanship was exquisite and the damage was minimized, he couldn't stand being with the corpses of the undead all day long. The fire of life was extinguished by himself. Such blind pursuit of power is simply dizzy. But thinking about this lish place called Mithril City, not having power would be worse than death. So he shook his head and continued to repair the body carefully. In fact, no matter how much you repair it, it's just like that. It's only made of paper. It's so broken. Apart from papering it, it can also be inlaid with steel plates. Owen simply fooled around, opened his eyes, and began to look at the store. The Street of Bones was initially just a gathering place for undead spellcasters. Later, due to the increasing number of undead casters, a whole industrial chain developed. There is no way. As the number increases, the relevant market will naturally become larger and larger. In addition, the underground world is lawless, and it is normal to form an industrial chain. After all, even an undead spellcaster is still a spellcaster. As long as you have some ability, you will not be short of money. And as long as if there is money in demand, forming an industry is a natural thing. As for his predecessor, he was originally the apprentice of a certain undead spellcaster. Before he could complete his studies, the teacher was turned into a handpiece by his enemy. His skull is probably now coiled in amber. My predecessor was lucky enough to escape when he was out on business. But because he didn't dare to go back, he came to the Bone Street to settle down. This store was originally a private property of the teacher, and then it became his. It relied on the skills learned from the teacher to specialize in corpse processing. Because he has a unique secret recipe, and the corpses he handles are resistant to decay. The business is pretty good. But after all, it's just a corpse. So you can't make much money at all. If you want to use this resource to advance, you are just blind. So there is a scene where you take risks and play yourself to death. Owen moved his body, familiarizing himself with his body and the environment, and then started walking around the store. This is a typical single-family 2-story house with an attic and a cellar. The area is not small, but it is full of things. For example, the first floor is full of coffins and corpse boxes, which store bones smeared with corpse oil and soaked bones, liquid, and carefully wrap the body in a shroud. These are all products in the store. Judging from the quality, they are quite good. The occasional damaged areas have been carefully repaired and stitched. No wonder they have a good reputation. At the back of the first floor is the workshop, or dissection room, where the corpses will undergo preliminary processing. For example, those that are severely decayed will be processed into bones, and then soaked in corpse oil. Those that are in good condition will be disposed of. Those that are easily decayed and useless, the offal is then soaked in an antiseptic solution. The latter is obviously a craft. Not everyone can do it by removing excess internal organs without damaging the muscles, bones, and appearance. No wonder it is nicknamed the Ripper. The disassembled parts will be thrown into the cellar and fed to the monsters inside. Then the bones that have completed preliminary processing will be sent to the second floor through the lifting frame for the next step of processing. Owen stood on the lifting frame that was penetrated by the corpse oil and rotting liquid. He couldn't help but feel lucky that his previous body's sense of smell was gone long ago. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay for a moment. Thinking of this, he turned the turntable and raised the lifting frame to the second floor through the ropes and pulleys. Compared to the first floor, where the smell can penetrate people, the second floor is more refined. There is a large, slightly old desk in front of the window, surrounded by shelves filled with bottles of various organs and weird animals and plants. The metal table in the middle is the most eye-catching, and there are many tools neatly placed on the mobile table beside it that make people want to tell the truth at a glance. Chapter 421, Street of Bones. Owen just took a few glances, and then came to the desk and found a few slightly old notebooks based on his memory. It was obvious that his predecessor was not a serious person, because he wrote diaries. The main reason for looking for these diaries is because the soul of the predecessor has been eroded by the power of death, and is incomplete. And the brain has been damaged. Even Owen can't dig out all the memories. He can only get more information from the diaries, so as to better understand disguise your current identity. The joys and sorrows of life recorded in the diary did not cause any waves in Owen's heart, because it was much worse than his predecessor, such as the poor people in the lower city, who didn't even have much value as garbage recycling. However, although the predecessor's experience was somewhat tragic, it had a certain bottom line. It rarely took the initiative to purchase goods. That is, it went out to catch people alive and brought them back for processing. Unless there was an order, most people chose to pay for it, whether it was delivered to their doorsteps by others or delivered to their doorsteps. This is all the case. And then processed and sold to undead spellcasters, who are unwilling to spend more time processing the bones. Then Owen dug out the belongings hidden by his predecessor from behind the jar where the organs were soaked, including a modest bag of gold coins, a spell book, some rare materials, and a slightly old revolver. Although the shape is a bit strange, it cannot change the fact that this is a revolver. He skillfully opened the pistol, revealing the cartridge chamber filled with 6 rounds of bullets, and poured the bullets into his hand. The bullets, cartridge cases, and primers were all in good shape, and after being alchemically processed, they had a long shelf life. Owen was not too surprised to see this thing outside his territory. I have said before that the Empire has actually developed firearms a long time ago, and even equipped the army in large numbers. But they were cancelled due to various problems. However, the principle of firearms is actually not difficult, so it has been spread everywhere. If the alchemist is willing, it is easy to rub a handful out by hand. But it is not very practical in this world, and the price/performance ratio is not high. First of all, the maker must know alchemy. And secondly, the user must go through a period of training, during which the ammunition consumed is money. This makes it impossible to equip the army with firearms on a large scale. At least not such sophisticated firearms, with integrated ammunition. The cost is too high, even if Owen's territory has initially achieved steam industrialization. A small amount of equipment is also not suitable for elite professionals, because those with low strength cannot play a big role, and those with high strength are not worthy of it at all. After all, simple protective magic and a piece of defensive magic equipment are enough to make the projectiles ineffective. Strength, that is, the advantage of surprise. Nowadays, the firearm equipment rate in the north is very high. At the same time, with the expansion of the Holy Shield, which is also equipped with guns, firearms have become popular again. But there are still many restrictions, making it difficult to occupy a mainstream position. His predecessor was just an apprentice and lacked means, so he bought one at a high price for self-defense. However, he did not dare to use it easily because most of his customers here were undead spellcasters. The deterrent brought by firearms was not as high as expected. So he kept hiding it. Inside, after checking it, Owen put it back casually, and then began to organize the papers and books on the table. Because most undead spellcasters have no bottom line. Research on the human body and biology has advanced by leaps and bounds, such as muscles, bones, internal organs, blood vessels, nerves, hormones, etc. Undead spellcasters already have a deep understanding of these, but they just used to create undead and torture, because the mind of the predecessor was not completely distorted. Although the research was a little skewed, it was not out of the tolerable range. Most of it was the research on self-transformation and suture monsters. The former is due to the urgent desire for power, and attempts to enhance one's affinity for the power of death, such as implanting parts of the undead. As for whether it is reliable or not, you will know if Irving succeeds in winning the championship. The latter is purely prepared for advancing to the level of necromancer, but it has some highlights. Generally speaking, this knowledge is of little value to Owen. After becoming a god, the database stored by the Flame Queen has been copied by him in the Kingdom of God, and can be called at any time. So it has only a little reference value. Owen, who was not very interested, simply packed up, got familiar with the tools, and then went to the attic. The attic was the place where the predecessor slept and rested. It was very monotonous. Apart from the necessary daily necessities, there was nothing superfluous. It was obvious that he lived a life of asceticism in pursuit of breakthroughs. After walking around for a while, Owen had an idea. Now he needs to disguise himself as an undead caster apprentice who has a lucky break, and then slowly show some strength and attribute it to the Death Shadow cult, thereby influencing the undead casters on the Street of Bones. The plan is simple, but the difficulty is not low. After all, there are too many monsters in Mithril City. If someone's interests are touched, war is inevitable. He is not afraid of fighting. Even if a battle between gods begins, Owen is not weak. After all, it is currently known that the main world only has one middle god, the noble goddess, and the others are either lower gods or extraterrestrial evil gods who can only project their power. They cannot be cheaters. Once the war starts, his secret move is over, and it seems he has to be more careful. Originally it was just a casual chess game, but Owen became interested. First, he found a demigod in Mithril City, and there were many evil god sections. The other reason was that there seemed to be something hidden deep in Mithril City. He had a faint feeling. It had something to do with him, which made him very curious. At first Owen thought it was an illusion, but to be able to attract a demigod and a group of evil gods to gather here, his feeling was most likely true. But he didn't know what was hidden. Owen doesn't like surprises, so to develop his power in Mithril City, nailing a nail has become a key thing. Time passed quickly while thinking, and the long bells gradually spread from the upper city area, and the middle city area also rang the bells, which represented the change of day and night. There is no distinction between day and night in the underground world, but residents still need to rest, and at the same time to facilitate business transactions. They reincarnate according to the black and white on the surface. Every time the bell rings, it represents the beginning of reincarnation. After the bell rang, Zhongqing gradually calmed down, because all residents here knew that their time had passed. If they did not want to die on the streets, then going home as soon as possible would be the best choice. But the Street of Bones is an exception. As a mist rises for no reason, the place becomes lively. Skeletons piled on the street corners, zombies sleeping in cellars, ghosts living in attics, and vampires living in castles begin to appear on the streets, strolling around and saying hello from time to time. It seemed very harmonious. The shops on the street are also open for business, offering fine grave soil, delicious souls, fresh blood, and carefully prepared corpse oil, which can meet the needs of all the undead. Although there are many messy things in Mithril City, the undead are still the most special, because the boundary between life and death cannot be broken. So slowly, the undead will only start to move after the bell that represents night rings. And this it also represents the start of Owen's business. Chapter 422 Zombie Girl. After placing the finished holy emblem in a conspicuous place, Owen took care of himself and opened the door for business. The previous business was not very good, because most undead spellcasters regarded the undead as consumables and did not care about appearance or quality. Only undead spellcasters, who were not short of money or particular about it, and were too lazy to do it themselves would come to him to buy and process it. Good bone material, so the business will naturally not be very good. However, with the expansion of Bone Street, the predecessor added some special customers. The undead. Undead spellcasters and undead are two different things. Although most of the latter are the creations of undead spellcasters, there are also some that are naturally produced and out of control. These undead have a certain chance of awakening, although their strength may not increase much. They possess wisdom. With wisdom comes demand, and with demand comes work. So the Street of Bones is also home to many undead working part-time, such as skeletons responsible for cleaning the streets, zombies responsible for guarding, and ghosts patrolling. As for the vampires, even if among the undead, they also belong to the aristocratic class, and there are few who are short of money. It's just that the Street of Bones is not that big, and the jobs it can provide are limited. Therefore, many undead can only go to Mithril City to find jobs. Although these jobs are not low-paying, they are very dangerous. So limb injuries have become commonplace. Naturally, undead spellcasters are the most professional in repairing the damage of the undead. However, if the undead dares to hand itself over to the opponent's hands, once it is manipulated, it will only be in vain in this life until it dies. Therefore, the predecessors with good skills and low strength have become some undead. The first choice of customers. There are many regular customers, and the zombie girl who walked in right now is one of them. "Welcome," Owen said with a smile. "Are you happy?" The bloody zombie girl came in with her broken arm and was startled by Owen's cheerful tone. After all, happiness is an extremely rare emotion in Bone Street. "I just made a breakthrough yesterday, so I'm naturally happy. Thank you for the mercy of the shadow of death." Owen clasped his hands together and bowed to the holy emblem, attracting the attention of the vigilant zombie girl. "Have you become a believer in the Shadow of Death sect?" Zombie girl is not limited to Corpse Street. She has some knowledge of the outside world, so she knows about this sect that is very strange in the underground world. "Yes." Owen crossed his hands on his chest and nodded. This is the inherent blessing action of the Death Shadow sect, and with the holy emblem of the Death Shadow sect beside it, zombie girl gave up some of her worries, and finally decided to deal with the damage here. The most taboo thing for free undead, like zombie girls, is to be controlled and lose their freedom from then on. So they will try to avoid contact with undead casters. At least official undead casters. However, the zombie girl has known her predecessor for a long time, and she still has some understanding of the other person's character. She knows that the other person is one of the few people in the underground world who still has a bottom line, and he believes in the Death Shadow sect. So she decided to stay here. Otherwise, venturing to apprentice with other undead spellcasters is riskier. Now that she had made her decision, the zombie girl stopped being pretentious and went up to the second floor. Owen carefully locked the door according to his predecessor's habits, and then followed him up to the second floor. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, the other party had almost stripped off his clothes. The broken armor has little repair value, and as a user, it is inevitable to have various wounds on the body. However, as a zombie, the skin, flesh and bones are extremely tough, and there are no vital points to speak of. Therefore, the ability to move has not been lost. But if it is not repaired, there will definitely be problems in the next battle. The zombie girl looked pretty good when she was alive. Judging from some of the habits she still retains, she most likely received more systematic night training, and her strength was not bad before her death. Therefore, she was refined into a high-level zombie. Unlike ordinary zombies, zombies exude a putrid smell and are covered in rotten flesh. Apart from their color and lack of elasticity, they are not much different from when they were alive. So stripping down and lying down is a big test for some men. But neither the predecessor nor Irving would lose their composure because of this small scene. So they started to check it skillfully. For skeletons and zombies, the most troublesome thing is bone damage, especially zombies. Without the support of bones, they are not as good as skeleton soldiers. So Owen came up to check whether the bones are intact. The result was not good. All kinds of fractures and fractures were all over the body, especially the broken arm that looked like a 9-section whip. If the other person hadn't been a zombie, he would have been buried long ago. "It must be overhauled. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to remain intact in the next battle." Owen began to mark the detected problems on a piece of paper with a simple human figure drawn on it. The more he wrote, and they were densely covered all over his body. No matter how much the zombie girl didn't want to face it, the reality is that we can only admit that we cannot delay it any longer. Otherwise, we may not be able to come back even if we wait until it falls apart. The only problem is, she doesn't have money. Or not enough money. The rewards for missions in Mithril City are very generous. But the level of danger has not increased at all. After all, you can't expect the people in Mithril City to do charity. So equipment losses and injuries are simply commonplace. Therefore, unless the strength exceeds the task by a lot, various expenses are inevitable. But with this strength, who would be willing to take on low-level tasks and waste time? So he fell into a vicious cycle. No, the zombie girl had just changed her equipment and took on a more difficult mission with confidence. However, the money she earned was not enough to repair her physical damage, let alone buy new equipment. After some haggling, Owen decided to accept the zombie mother's body as payment. So the shop had an extra clerk, security guard, and freight man. Next, the zombie girl will have to work for Irving for free for at least 6 months to pay off the cost of body repair. And then it will take 6 months to save a sum of money to buy equipment. So Irving will have employees available within a year. There is no other way for zombie girls. Skeleton injuries of living people can heal on their own. And so can the undead. But it just takes too long. Especially for these undead, who have awakened themselves. Finding a tomb for more than 10 years is simply a hassle. It's torture. So she would rather work. After signing the contract, Owen began to repair the zombie girl. His former nickname was the Ripper, which not only refers to cutting open and removing internal organs, but also has a unique skill, which is to open a hole in the abdomen, put his hand in, and repair the damage with his fingers based solely on experience. Of course, Owen would not choose this method. After all, this zombie girl was a bit old, and the internal organs were preserved during the initial treatment. So it would definitely not be a good experience if you stretched it in. So he took out some sutures. This kind of suture specially prepared for zombies is very tough. Even if it is cut with a knife, it is not easy to cut. The zombie girl lying there waiting for Owen to reach in was a little strange. She wondered what kind of new method this was. But she didn't expect the sutures to suddenly move on their own, going deep into the wound and exploring the damaged area. It was Owen who used the puppet silk to the technique is performed, which causes less trauma, and the inspection is more detailed. Chapter 423 Rat's Nest Street. The broken bone was corrected and fixed with sutures, and the wound was sutured. Only the broken arm was a little difficult to repair. It's not because there are too many pieces, but because the arm is not original. Otherwise it wouldn't be so badly damaged. The problem is that the zombie girl doesn't know that her original arm is missing, so she can only make do with it. Owen threw the soft arm aside, selected a female arm from the jar on the shelf, and sewed it on zombie girl. But she was very dissatisfied. It's too fragile. I even doubt that this hand can even squeeze a man's penis. The zombie girl's complaint made Owen feel a little sad. But he still promised to prepare a new arm for her. But he had to pay more. The zombie girl, who had many debts and no worries, readily agreed, since she would not use this slender arm to fight anyway. Because the technique of manipulating puppet silk is used for suturing, the repair speed is very fast. This makes the zombie girl, who is not the first time, very curious. However, whether it is Mithril City or Bone Street, curiosity is never a good habit. So she does not, he asked, but put on Owen's makeshift clothes and acted as a store clerk. Unexpectedly, zombie girl was a decent store clerk, which made Owen worry a lot. There were not many customers next. Just a few skeletons. They were responsible for sweeping the streets on weekdays, so their joints were badly worn. We pulled our money together to buy a jar of cheap corpse oil from here, and carefully applied it to the joints, and then moved with satisfaction without making any noise. The skeleton of the sound left. The last person to arrive was a suture zombie. The sutures on his body had come loose, and he was infected with corpse bugs, which made him very distressed, and came to visit. Owen took it apart, killed the insects and took out the eggs, maintained it, and sewed it back together again. Finally, he gave it a bottle of insect repellent, which he poured into water in a certain proportion and soaked regularly to kill the remaining insects. Egg. Because the zombie girl is here, Owen saves a lot of trouble, and has time to do his own things. When the daytime bell rang and it was time to close the shop, the zombie girl skillfully closed the heavy shop door. Owen put down what he was holding and rubbed his sore lower back. He was a little worried about his health. But the most important thing right now was to win over his only subordinate. Walking to the holy emblem, Owen pretended to pray devoutly, and then fired a ray of light into the body of the zombie girl who was watching the show. What is this? The zombie girl, who originally wanted to fight back, stopped. Her stiff expression became more lively, and she said to Owen in surprise, You can get the blessing of the god of the shadow of death if you pray devoutly. It will make your zombie body more flexible and powerful, and even have the feeling of a living person. Owen is really not fooling the zombie girl. His priesthood is really powerful done. Thanks to the good reputation of the Death Shadows sect, and the idea of giving it a try. The zombie girl picked up the teachings that Owen gave her, and started to read them stumblingly. Owen withdrew some money, hid the old revolver close to his body, and prepared to go to the next street. The predecessor was not picky about food. He ate 3 meals a day made from various hard breads. This not only caused physical weakness, but also caused serious problems with his teeth. Therefore, Irving decided to start eating some normal food from today on. In Bone Street, it was obviously impossible to meet his request. Let the zombie mother look after the house. After going out, Owen went to the deepest part of Blood Sausage Alley according to his memory. There was a steel door here that separated the Street of Bones from the next street. However, as long as the magic power belonging to the undead caster is input, the steel door will open automatically. After all, many undead casters are still alive, and they also have various needs. So there are some secret doors. And this one in Blood Sausage Alley is just one of them. As soon as he stepped out of the steel door, the small door behind him quickly closed and merged with the surrounding environment under the influence of magic. Without the magic input as a mark, ordinary people would not be able to find it at all. Owen didn't care. He walked out of the alley and looked around, and found that the environment here was indeed a bit bad. There is no safety in a ghost place like Mithril City, especially in narrow alleys like this. All kinds of tragedies happen every day. Therefore, for a long time, there are broken limbs, broken teeth, and pulled out fingernails, excrement, vomit, etc. accumulate layer by layer to form a special ground. The residents living here have long been used to it. But for Owen, every step can be regarded as a kind of torture. But what he didn't expect was that before he reached the entrance of the alley, he saw another scene that was difficult to control. Not far ahead, a short gray dwarf was having something with a short, fat rat woman. The scene looked very spicy. Owen frowned and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, he saw the handsome man without any pants. The gray dwarf laughed strangely and picked up the hand axe on the side. Before the skirt could be put down, the mouse woman also took out a shiny boning knife from the basket on the side and decided to cut some meat after the gray dwarf was done. Add meals to the family. How could Owen tolerate them? After a flick of his finger and a clear sound from the strings, both the gray dwarf and the mouse woman remained as still as if they had been cast under a spell. It was not until Owen walked around that they turned into a bunch of living creatures. Cuts of meat. Wiping the blood-stained sutures clean with a piece of cloth and wrapping them around his wrist again, Owen exhaled the breath he was holding and walked out of the alley. This is Rat's Nest Street. Just like Corpse Street, most of the people living here are rat people. Ratmen are natives of the underground world. Although they are not as strong as gray dwarves or as powerful as drow, they are good at being assassins or spies. In addition, they are very suitable for the underground environment and have a very large group. Although the individual is weak, the overall strength is not bad, and it has a place even in Mithril City. The buildings on Rat's Nest Street are very interesting. Buildings that can only be built with 2 floors in other places can be built with 3 or 4 floors here. Only in this way can the relatively large family members of the rat people be accommodated. Because his body was stained with the smell of blood, Owen attracted the attention of a group of rat guards as soon as he walked out of the alley. These rat guards were wearing close-fitting vests and thin iron helmets. They were holding weapons that were more like spears than long needles. They also had daggers stuck in their waists. They stared at Owen with greedy eyes, as if they wanted to eat. Same as people, being stared at by a bunch of black bean eyes. Owen felt a bit fussy, but when he released the power of death, the rat guards left in a wise manner. There is no such thing as good or evil in Mithril City. If Owen behaves weakly and can be bullied, not to mention the civilians, even the rat guards, who are responsible for this stability, will not mind killing him for meat. So looking for guards when in danger won't work here. It will only make you die faster. But it's different if they have strength. These rat people will become extremely reasonable and eager to help others, as long as they don't be led into a trap. It's still good. Chapter 424, The Smell of Evil Energy. Owen came to the rat market based on his memory. This place is located underground on Rat's Nest Street. It occupies half of the street and looks particularly spacious because not all the customers are rat people. There are also many people like Owen who come from other streets. Customers and business seems to be good. The reason why the business of the market run by the rat men is so prosperous is mainly because the goods sold here are very complete. After all, the rat men are not only the best assassins and spies, but also the race with the highest proportion of thieves. Therefore, the source of their goods cannot be said, but it is first-rate and complete, even including items on the surface and in the city. Of course, these precious commodities are not easily put on display. The market mainly sells common things underground, such as various mushrooms, ferns, snails and bugs, which are the most common food sources for underground residents. In addition, there are goods from the surface. Even bread that is as dry as a stone is a good thing here. Not to mention cheese, preserves, ham, and other foods that only the rich and powerful are entitled to enjoy. In addition, weapons, materials, books, slaves, etc. are all sold here. In theory, as long as you pay the starting price, there is nothing in Mithril City that cannot be obtained in the Skaven market. Although it was dazzling to see, due to limited funds, Owen only bought some hard bread, a small amount of dried fruits and vegetables, as well as shelf-stable potatoes and carrots to improve the food and supplement nutrition. After packing the things, Owen casually used sutures to wrap around the neck of a ratman who didn't know when he was approaching, and stared at it as it retracted its claws. "Take me to Old One Eyes. I want to order the rat newspaper." Hearing Owen's words, he looked panicked on the surface, but in fact, he was using the frequency of shaking his tail to send signals. The rat man, who was about to ask the surrounding accomplices to attack together, stopped, and then gestured to the accomplices to stop. "I'll take you there." The rat thief twisted his neck, looked at the sutures that Owen had withdrawn with some fear, and said, Old One Eye was also a popular figure back then. He had a large number of rat assassins under his command and controlled many smuggling channels. Therefore, he could always find some special goods, such as fresh fruits and vegetables from the surface and slaves, and even extended his business to the upper city. It's a pity that the big tree attracts the wind. Not to mention that as a rat man, he is naturally weak. After eventually losing an eye, he hid in the Rat's Nest Street in Zhongqing district and never took a step forward again, looking like he was retiring to his old age. However, the channels that Old One Eye originally had were not lost, but they were no longer so public. He transferred a group of subordinates from assassinations and smuggling to intelligence, and even published a rat newspaper, which recorded various anecdotes underground and on the surface. Strange thing, there are quite a lot of people ordering it, which shows how well informed Old One Eye is. In a certain store, Owen filled in his address and paid a month's payment. He also paid extra to have several ratmen pack a pile of old newspapers and carry them away. Although Irving only ordered a regular version of the rat newspaper, he could be regarded as a customer of Old One Eye. With the pile of rat newspapers he was carrying, he didn't meet anyone who didn't have long eyes on the way back. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. It made him feel better because he smelled fell energy there. Although I expected it, it's really damn that it spread here so quickly. Owen passed through the steel door and returned to Bone Street. He didn't stay long, but returned to the attic and laid down directly to contact the main body. Owen has always been very concerned about evil energy, because both demons and evil gods belong to outside the territory. The will of the main world will instinctively exclude the other party from entering. If you reluctantly enter, you will be forcibly suppressed by the laws of the main world. Therefore, although it is harmful, it is difficult to spread. I didn't realize that the original location of Academy City has almost turned into an abyss branch, and it is still limited to a certain range. Evil energy is different. The pollution and spread of this thing are really outrageous. In theory, as long as there is enough life, it can be infinitely converted into evil energy, and the upper limit is unknown. Owen even speculated that when the concentration of evil energy in the main world reaches a certain level, something terrible will resurrect in the main world. Sure enough, the more you know, the more troubles you have. Owen is not surprised by the decision of the main body, because unchecked evil energy is very terrifying. Maybe the top management of Mithril City has taken precautions against this, but evil energy, the power given, will make those bastards ignore all risks. So as long as they know about evil energy and come into contact with evil energy, the ultimate loss of control is inevitable. If everyone in Owen's territory had not been transformed by the system, it would have been impossible to fight against the evil energy for 30 years, and it would have been out of control long ago. Moreover, the evil energy appearing in Rat's Nest Street now reminds Owen instinctively of evil ratmen. Obviously, there is nothing worse than this. The Fel Ratmen are simply born with Fel energy. Currently, no one is more familiar with Fel energy than these Skaven, let alone master the terrifying Fel energy technology during the 30-year battle with the Goblin Corps. Once they are allowed to gain a foothold in the main world, without the restrictions of the evil secret realm, even he can't predict how terrifying they can develop. They might create a more terrifying evil empire than the empire before it was split. This is no joke. Although there is no saying that the rat people in the world are one family here, with the status of the same race and the irresistible bargaining chip of evil energy, it is almost certain that the evil rat people will develop and grow with the help of Ratnest Street. Faced with such a critical situation, Irving had no choice, because the power he had could not reach this point. So a direct confrontation method was obviously not feasible. If the evil rat people want to develop and grow in Rat's Nest Street, Old One-Eye will not be able to cross the threshold. However, Old One-Eye is cautious and will not easily touch the evil energy, but its subordinates cannot be sure. When the time comes and the pressure from his subordinates becomes stronger and stronger, it will only be a matter of time before Old One-Eye accepts evil energy. Owen rubbed his brows and whispered to himself. This is not a random guess, but an almost inevitable development. Few people who work with Old One-Eye can control their ambitions, especially after gaining power. In order to suppress these subordinates, Old One-Eye must master stronger power. So compromising to evil energy is inevitable. No! Once Old One-Eye accepts evil energy, Rat's Nest Street will become the new lair of evil ratmen. Old One-Eye must be given a new choice. A choice that is enough to fight against evil energy. Owen touched his chin. And this there is no one else but him. Before the evil energy spreads, there were no less than 2 digits of people in Mithril City who could fight against it. But Owen was sure that there was not one who was willing to take action. If evil energy is to be eradicated, a certain price must be paid, and after paying a huge price, the original balance will definitely be broken. When the time comes, you will have to die a good death after doing good things. No one will be so stupid. Even if you sit back and watch evil energy swallow Mithril, I'm afraid no one in the city is willing to take action. In this case, who would take action except Irving? The enemy. Chapter 425. The evil ratman is ready to cause trouble. When Owen was planning to deal with the evil energy, his shop assistant zombie girl actually learned Amway without any teacher, and took advantage of the opportunity of doing business to take the initiative to introduce the teachings of the Death Shadow sect to the customers. If they were willing to listen, they could get a 50% discount. Although most of the time it is a waste of words. Unique teachings can always attract some special groups. And the first ones to fall into the trap are the skeletons sweeping the streets. As the largest and most vulnerable group in the undead clan, skeletons have never been able to get rid of the title of cannon fodder. Even if they awaken themselves, they still do the job of sweeping streets and clearing sewers, because the mortality rate of taking on dangerous tasks is too high, and it is almost impossible to complete them. When he comes back, how can his status be improved? Just because of their low status. The skeleton group is more susceptible to the influence of the Death Shadow sect, because the teachings are too down to earth. Various sects in the main world promote their own sects in such a way that they are lofty and superior. Their boasts are loud, and all they can see are cows flying in the sky. As for whether it can be realized, who cares? It's all about who can still stand on God's side. It's like asking a question in front of you. Irving doesn't like this kind of publicity in this guy, because it involves false publicity. So he plans to take the bottom route. Think about the appeal of discounted eggs in supermarkets. Sometimes down-to-earth is also a more effective way of publicity. Therefore, the Death Shadow sect clearly tells all believers that God is fair. So the smaller the wish, the easier it is to come true. The bigger the wish, the harder it is to realize it. And the more pious you are, the faster it will be realized. For example, if you want to pray for a skeleton to become the king of skeletons, it will be difficult to achieve even if the bones are rotten to pieces. However, if you pray to repair the worn joints, it may not take long to achieve it. Repairing joint wear and tear may seem like a trivial matter, but it has been the most distressing problem for skeletons for a long time. Therefore, it is easy to receive grateful prayers, which may not be strong enough, but long enough and extremely cost-effective. The same is true for zombies. While recovering physical injuries through prayer, you can also get a sense of being alive, which is an irresistible temptation for zombies. After all, the feeling of heaviness, decay, and being trapped in a rotting body has been with zombies for countless years. So they yearn even more for the feeling of a living person. Even the ghost who is full of resentment all the time can't resist the warmth and comfort brought by the shadow. and he can gain the long-lost peace. It can be said that the terrifying attraction of the shadow of death to the undead caught Owen a little off guard, especially after the zombie girl tasted the sweetness of the rebate. She ran away all day without doing her job. In a short period of time, the number of believers has exceeded 3 digits. It can be said that the handyman skeletons throughout the Street of Bones have become believers in the cult of the shadow of death, and are now spreading to zombies and ghost groups. Owen immediately knew that the pill was expanding at such a speed that it was impossible not to attract outside attention. It might cause a backlash from the undead casters. Fortunately, thanks to the bizarre teachings of the Death Shadow sect, the outside world has not paid much attention, and is not very targeted. In any case, the Death Shadow sect has been determined to believe in a true god, and there is also a suspected demigod operating in the underground world. As long as there is no huge conflict of interest, it is okay to restrict the other party from preaching. But it is not in the interests of all parties to kill directly. After all, what if both sides suffer in a fight and are taken advantage of? And no one can guarantee that all the beliefs of a true god in the mortal world can be completely eliminated, especially if the other party has a god suspected of being a demigod active in the mortal world. That is to say, once a war starts, even if you win, you will be retaliated afterward. The probability is 100%. Therefore, as long as Irving does not touch the vital interests of all parties, the other party will continue to choose to ignore the Death Shadow sect. Owen only figured this out later. After all, he had only become a god for a short period of time, and could not fully think about issues from the perspective of a god. In fact, there is another important reason. That is, these beings also feel the threat of evil energy, especially after discovering that even demons are not immune to the erosion of evil energy. They are even more afraid. But they also face the same headache as Owen. That is, evil energy cannot be completely eliminated as long as it appears. Positive energy is okay, as it can suppress and offset evil energy. Evil energy is like beating a dog with a meat bun. You can only rely on quantity to kill the dog. Not only is it inefficient, but it can also easily leave various hidden dangers, which can lead to the death of a dog. They are extremely annoyed. Therefore, it is more in their interests to leave the Death Shadow sect to develop, and then lead the two sides to conflict, with everyone having their own thoughts. The Death Shadow sect developed exceptionally smoothly. However, Owen did not let this make him careless. Instead, he carefully limited the scope of communication to Corp Street. His vest was still that of an inconspicuous shop owner. Even worse than his shop assistant zombie girl is famous. Nowadays, Owen certainly cannot hide himself 100%. After all, the zombie girl who is so popular is his shop assistant. But he can modify his positioning and make himself a supporter. So he needs a target to stand out and attract enough attention. And the most suitable target is the zombie girl. The zombie girl was lying on the workbench on the second floor, curiously watching Owen implant some exquisite metal objects into her body, which were perfectly integrated with the long-lost internal organs. At the same time, the metal bones and fibrous muscles were integrated pieced together to form an arm. It was installed in her missing part. This is exactly the puppetry that Owen is good at. But he creatively integrated it into the zombies. Zombies have a much tougher body than humans, and there is no rejection reaction, and there is no need to consider physical conditions and endocrine systems. In theory, apart from being 100% simulated, they are not much different from puppets. When necessary, they can even empty zombie brain. However, Owen didn't go that far. He just made a small modification based on the situation of the zombie girl. The biggest change was just the mechanical arm. In addition to installing the robotic arm, Owen also built additional equipment, armor, swords, and firearms for zombie girl, arming her to the teeth. Originally, Owen didn't intend to go so far, but the news published in the Rat newspaper made him realize something. A large number of disappearances occurred in the Dwarf Street and Jewelry Street next to Rat's Nest Street, which made Owen know that the evil Ratman could no longer sit still. There are a large number of gray dwarves living in the Dwarf Street. These gray dwarves with bad personalities are not only used as heavy infantry. In fact, every gray dwarf has superb craftsmanship and is a master in forging, carving, and construction. There are many dwarfs and gem craftsmen in the life of the Jewelry Street. The former are naturally skillful and are especially good at exquisite and precise creations, while the latter also rely on their craftsmanship to make a living. Gray dwarves and dwarves, as long as they have blueprints, it is not a problem to rub an airplane with their hands, let alone the creation of a fell Ratman that relies on fell energy to cheat. That's why Owen has a headache. because this means that the evil Ratman has begun to prepare for trouble. And there is not much time left for him. Chapter 426, Old One-Eye's Beating. Just as Owen expected, Rat's Nest Street has begun to escape control, which makes Old One-Eye, who has controlled this territory for many years, feel uneasy, but for some purpose. And since the matter had come to this point, even though he knew that it would be dangerous to continue, Old One-Eye still decided to grit his teeth and persevere, just to give it a try. Old One-Eye is too old. Although his early life was wonderful, it also left him with a lot of pain that he couldn't get rid of. Therefore, he is full of obsession with health and survival. Therefore, even though he knows that those strange similar people have evil intentions, he still let them stay in Rat's Nest Street, use the power at hand to cover their whereabouts, and provide them with many conveniences. Otherwise, how could the evil power develop to the point of making those in Mithril City uneasy in such a short period of time? But their actions are becoming more and more bold. At first, they only asked for the evil power to spread their beliefs. But now they not only require more grey dwarf craftsmen, but also skilled dwarf jewelers. There are endless rats in Rat Nest Street. Old One-Eye is very proud of it. But the next request gives him a headache. It's okay to say that the grey dwarves are indispensable. But no one cares how many of these rude and cunning dwarves disappear, as long as there are people to work. However, the skilled dwarf jewelers cannot do it, because in the underground city where luxury is common, every jewelry master attracts much attention, even the guests in the uptown area. So 1 or 2 is fine. But if there are more than 1, even it can't cover it up. Live. If someone is found out, all these years of hard work will be in vain. But thinking about the scene he saw under the rat's nest, Old One-Eye was reluctant to part with it. It was something he had never seen in his life. Sitting in an extremely secretive mouse hole filled with traps and a mountain of treasures at his feet, Old One-Eye had no intention of taking a second look, and was caught in a dilemma. The Old One-Eye, who is about to become skinny and skinny, instinctively longs for the evil power that can reshape him. However, the precious experience accumulated in his life constantly reminds him of the huge threat of evil energy, especially now that those who master evil power are those strange ones. The same kind. They are constantly casting those huge mechanical creations under the rat's nest day and night. It doesn't look like they intend to continue hiding in the rat's nest. And the speed of evil energy spreading among the rat men is much faster than it. The imagination made it regretful and full of fear at the same time. What troubles Old One-Eye most now is that once these similar self-proclaimed evil ratmen cause any big trouble, it will definitely not be able to take advantage of them. The top management of Mithril City doesn't care whether those rat people are outsiders, or whether they belong to its jurisdiction. As long as they are rat people, they will definitely be counted on its head. No, we can't go on like this. They really think that evil energy is the strongest. Even if they rely on those machines, they can't defeat the city lord. The old one-eyed man with gray hair and old age is still alive. At this time it made a decision, and decided to teach those evil ratmen a lesson, letting them understand that it was his one-eyed old man who had the final say in Rat Nest Street. But this is not easy. The power brought by evil energy is immediate, and the process is very simple. Just drink a bowl of evil energy soup. Therefore, more and more of Old One-Eye's subordinates' eyes began to turn green. And this is obviously a kind of betrayal. Old One-Eye doesn't believe these guys infected with evil energy at all. So if he wants to cause trouble for the evil rat people, he must look for it from outside. Old One-Eye pulled the mechanism, and after a moment, a very young-looking ratman emerged from the gap in the roof of the cave, which was called a mouse hole, and was actually comparable to a dragon's cave. This ratman looks to be only over 2 feet tall. Even among the short ratmen, it is still in its infancy, but it is the most powerful assassin Ginmo under Old One-Eye. Flathead is not a real ratman. In fact, it was a rat used by a certain mage for transformation experiments. Later, it was stolen by Old One-Eye. After careful training, he became the most terrifying assassin in his hands. After the mage's cruel transformation, Ginmo's bones were incredibly soft. After special training and drinking various potions, he could even get out of a gap 2 fingers wide without damaging his internal organs and brain. Really talented. With his hand, it completed many incredible assassination missions for Old One-Eye. It can be said that Old One-Eye is famous for at least 1/3 of its credit. Most importantly, Flathead is loyal enough. Tell Longtooth to go to Corpse Street. I want to cause chaos in the 2 streets. Old One-Eye coughed and said lightly, not caring at all how many lives would be lost with this order. Ginmo nodded slightly, lowered his head, and got into the treasure. and disappeared after a moment. It can be seen that the pile of treasures at the feet of Old One-Eye is not just for viewing. Who knows what is hidden inside? With a bang, the door of the store was pushed open by a zombie girl with brute force. Owen, who was reading a book, looked up and found that his waiter, who often did not do his job properly, was pulling out poisoned daggers from his body in disgrace. Like a butcher, a boning knife inserted into the pork. Although she is a zombie, there is no blood flow for the spread of toxins. But the violent toxins still make the dead skin black and rotten. This makes the zombie girl, who has been able to maintain her whole body because of her devout faith and missionary rebates, very unhappy. Because she is now like fruit stained with mold. This is the rat assassin's poison-tempered dagger? Did you go to Rat's Nest Street? Looking down at the small poison-tempered daggers, Owen felt a little strange. The zombie girl, who was addicted to preaching, had not left the Bone Street for a long time. Why provoke so many rat assassins? To be precise, these rat men have gone crazy. They actually invaded the Street of Bones through the sewers. What else could they be if they weren't crazy? Said the zombie girl, trying hard to roll her eyes, because she thought it would look more like a living person. At the same time, he said with a very definite tone, after all, there is nothing that rat people like in the Street of Bones. Apart from bones and carrion. What else is there? After hearing the zombie girl's words, Owen immediately thought of the evil ratman. But why? Judging from the clues he collected, the evil ratmen were preparing a big plan. Otherwise, there would be no need to kidnap so many grey dwarves and dwarf craftsmen. Therefore, what the evil ratmen should do now is to prepare in a low-key manner, instead of attracting unnecessary attention with some completely unnecessary actions. Owen immediately judged that this was not done by the evil ratman. Even though the rat assassin hacked to death by the zombie mother had a pair of green eyes penetrated by evil energy, he still believed that this matter had nothing to do with the evil ratman. Judging from the results of the incident, the real situation is not difficult to guess. Someone plans to use this to find something for the evil rat people to do, rather than completely destroying the fell ratman's plans. This move was more of a slap in the face, and it reminded Owen of Old One-Eye, the only one with the ability and motivation to do this. Owen knew before that only Old One-Eye could cover up the traces of the evil ratmen and the movements they made in Mithril City, and only his ratmen could quietly complete multiple kidnappings in Mithril City. But obviously, Old One-Eye felt threatened by those evil ratmen, so he planned to find something for them to do. Relying on the help of Mithril City's senior officials is undoubtedly the most efficient method. But this method will 100% involve Old One-Eye. You cannot expect that the council composed of the Drow Matron will consider the issue of a rat man. Other forces are either easy to lose control or difficult to control. So the Street of Bones next to it became Old One-Eye's best choice. Chapter 427: The Amazing Underground Rat Nest. Owen was able to draw this conclusion because he was at a different level and had more information. For most residents of Mithril City, the response to an attack was simpler and more direct. Just fight back. However, this time it was targeted at the streets, not individuals. Therefore, Irving had the honor to participate in a street meeting and contributed to this, such as donating money and materials. You can still choose to contribute if you don't have anything. The street hopes that everyone to take part. This routine is familiar to me. Irving decided to pay for it to avoid disaster, so as not to offend others due to the traveler's unsociability and stubbornness, and then be targeted in various ways, such as poor hygiene, fire protection rectification, etc. And finally, he couldn't bear his temper and directly fall out and cause big trouble. Although they took the money, the street really did their job and organized an army of undead to invade Rat's Nest Street with extremely high efficiency, which made the people of Corpse Street applaud. This move is not for encroachment, but for fun, because Mithril City does not allow any force to invade areas other than those assigned to them. In other words, the undead can only play in the Bone Street, and the Skaven can only play in the Rat's Nest Street. So after the Ratmen invaded the territory of Corpse Street could fight back confidently. And this would not be stopped at all, because this was the daily life of the underground city. Always testing the neighbors true and false. Always preparing a fatal blow. Always thinking of taking everything away from the other party. This is the dungeon. Therefore, no one doubted the motives of Mouse Nest Street's invasion, and no one cared about Corpse Street's counterattack. But for Irving, the counterattack of Bone Street this time is not important. What is important is that it provides him with a good opportunity. Seizing the right opportunity, Owen led the zombie girl to follow the undead, who were attacking Rat's Nest Street. and went deep into the underground of Rat's Nest Street. The zombie girl didn't know why her shop owner came here, but she didn't raise any questions. She was just a dead person. Not a fool. She would naively think that her boss was just an ordinary necromancer. In fact, as her belief deepened, the more she felt how special her boss was. Especially one time when she suddenly thought of praying to her boss. And then she understood something. Otherwise, with Zombie Girl's current reputation in Corpse Street, why would she still stay in the store and work to pay off her debts? Owen, who has successfully infiltrated, is going deep underground. Because based on the clues he collected, he knows that the Rat's Nest Street is actually divided into two parts. The upper street is completely disguised, and the lower part is the real Rat's Nest. Over the years, among the complex sewers and pipes of Mithril City, the Skaven have created a world that belongs only to Skaven, and their huge number has long exceeded the upper limit that Mithril City can tolerate. It's just that under the control of Old One-Eye, everything was successfully covered up. Otherwise, before the evil Ratmen could cause trouble, the Drow matrons who controlled Mithril City would launch a brutal purge of the Ratman group. Because there were so many that even the Drow matrons would feel uneasy. Now the huge power hidden by Old One-Eye is seen by Owen, and his mood is getting worse and worse. Both sides of the sewers, which are comparable to rivers, have been developed by rat people. In addition to the caves where they live, there are also farms dedicated to growing mushrooms and raising snails. Such scenes are spread throughout the entire sewer system, providing the rats with the necessary resources to maintain their nests. Food. The most brilliant thing is that all the blocks are not connected as one, but are independent of each other. Therefore, even if it is accidentally discovered, it will not attract the attention of the top management of Mithril City, which increases the confidentiality. And this was just a corner of the Rat's Nest. Owen was surprised by how scary Old One-Eye was, and he felt a little like a confidant. After all, he also liked digging holes. "We have to keep going deeper." Owen rubbed his brows and said to the zombie girl. Maintaining a large range of shadow perception made him a bit mentally stressed. But it was still within the tolerance range, so he had no intention of resting. The zombie girl nodded when she heard this, although she was also shocked by what she saw in the rat nest. She still adjusted her weapon skillfully, and was ready to take action at any time. "Shadow cloak!" Owen made a gesture, and the surrounding shadows extended to the two of them as if they came alive, covering them gently, allowing them to blend in with the surrounding shadows. After this period of familiarity, Owen created several more magic spells. And Shadow Cloak is a very practical one. As long as there is no shadow at all, it can have good effects. And the darker the environment, the better the effect. Like a rat's nest, it allows the user to completely integrate with the surrounding environment. And it also has the function of masking the breath. With a Shadow Cloak, coupled with the same type of magical Shadow Knight and Real Phantom, Owen is simply in a deserted place. Sometimes even the zombie girls accompanying him can't tell what is real and what is fake, and they follow him in confusion. Rat's Nest. The deeper he goes, the more frightened Owen becomes, because the rat nest is far more than one level. In fact, the rat nest built around the sewers and pipes is just a cover on the surface. If Owen hadn't controlled the power of the shadow, he might have been hidden. After all, who could have imagined that the rat men under Old One-Eye had almost hollowed out the underground of Mithril City, and the second floor alone had already spread to the lower city. At this time, Owen also understood that the evil energy spread so quickly precisely because of the continuous population of the lower city acting as consumables. Along the way, Owen also saw groups of rat soldiers being trained and a large weapons foundry. It was obvious that Old One-Eye's ambition was not just to be an intelligence chief. This old guy was really old-hearted. Is Mithril City poisonous? Even a rat man has hidden such a trump card. Owen's heart grew colder the more he looked at it. Even if the ratmen's combat power is very weak, when the number increases, they still cannot be underestimated. Especially when they are familiar with each other, where the terrain and structure are complex. The combat effectiveness that the ratman can exert is no less than that of an elite soldier. Is this to overthrow the top management of Mithril and take charge of the matter? Apart from that, Owen couldn't think of any other reason why Old One-Eye was so prepared. It's just that based on quantity alone, there are too many variables in this world with extraordinary power. So Old One-Eye introduced evil energy. Unfortunately, it underestimated the aggressiveness of evil energy. After discovering that evil energy was out of control, it was already in trouble. So he deliberately stirred up trouble just to have an excuse to restrict the evil rat people. But even Old One-Eye never thought that a god like Owen would be involved. After transmitting everything he saw and heard in the rat's nest to his body through means, Owen carefully stepped into the third floor of the rat's nest. Compared with the first floor that was carefully concealed and the second floor that was carefully built, the third floor of the rat's nest was just a backup plan for Old One-Eye. He had no time or energy to build it, so it was assigned to the evil rat man. But now it is here. It has long been infiltrated by evil energy and has become the territory of evil ratmen, which is what Old One-Eye cannot bear. Chapter 428 Ratman Frenzy. Owen took the zombie girl and sneaked into the third floor quietly, and was shocked to find that this place had become the realm of evil energy. It had only been a long time, and the efficiency of the evil rat men must have been too high. Owen took a deep breath and thought. Only the zombie girl, who was already overwhelmed by the complex terrain of the rat nest, felt nothing and just wanted to vomit. In the large cave, the pipes fixed on the wall flowed with light green fluorescent water. It was unknown what it was used for. The seemingly inconspicuous wall lamp actually emits a very penetrating evil energy. Obviously, living here will be exposed to the radiation of evil energy all the time, and the immortal will be corroded into monsters by evil energy. Not only was the environment harsh, but there were also well-equipped fell ratmen patrolling back and forth. Owen had to carefully hide in places where the fell lights could not shine, because he did not expect that fell energy had such a great impact on other energies, resulting in the power of the shadow has been greatly weakened. And if it is not hidden carefully, it is likely to be discovered by the fell ratmen. Before, I could not care about this chess piece that fell casually, but the situation in front of me made the importance of this chess piece rise sharply. Therefore, even if I could easily kill these evil ratmen, Owen still held his breath and hid carefully. Fortunately, many caves have just been excavated and have not had time to be perfected, so the evil energy has not reached the level of omnipresence. If Owen concentrates, he can continue to sneak in by finding places where the evil energy is thin. This is undoubtedly good news. More and more fell ratmen are encountered along the way. In terms of equipment, in addition to the more familiar fell archers, there are also melee troops who use simple exoskeletons, carry fell backpacks, and hold coiled spears. In some caves, Owen also saw fell creations converted into engineering mechas being busy under construction. It seemed that after leaving the fell secret realm, the fell ratmen did not stand still. On the contrary, they evolved at a speed comparable to that of the Hang. Seeing everything in front of him, Owen felt more and more uncomfortable. So he forcibly used the power of his body to use the power of shadow and sneak towards the place where the evil energy was thickest. He wanted to see how far the evil ratman could do it. When Owen arrived at the place with the strongest evil energy, he was surprised to find that this place had been built into an industrial area by the evil ratmen. They had actually achieved industrialization. As soon as you enter, the most eye-catching thing is a huge machine that looks like a meat grinder. Under the rotation of the gears, the poor people in the lower city, who are bundled up and thrown on the conveyor belt, fall into it like cheap raw materials. In the desperate wailing, the flesh and blood are mixed with each other. The soul is converted into evil energy, which continuously supplies more and more evil energy machines around to create more and stronger evil energy equipment. The residue is made into cans and used as military rations or provided to the rats on the second floor. Humans, transforming them into new fell ratmen. Owen gasped as if he had a toothache. The fell energy technology originally learned from the Goblin Corps was perfected in the hands of grey dwarves and dwarf craftsmen, and began to be updated. Now it not only became more sophisticated, but also differentiated into various models, which made him feel bad. With the ratman's reproductive ability, coupled with the domineering fell energy, and the leaping fell energy technology, Owen couldn't even imagine that these ratmen could achieve that step. At least one mithril city would definitely not be able to satisfy their appetite. Owen, who worked hard to sneak around, discovered a mountain of fell personal equipment in a nearby heavily guarded warehouse, as well as new fell tanks. And the most eye-catching ones were the mini fell mecha variants. All of these made Owen feel mithril city pills. Owen, who originally planned to cause havoc, was no longer in the same mood as before. There was no hope, and he was waiting to die. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Owen first notified the main body, and then made dozens of crystal balls overnight, and asked the zombie girl to secretly throw them throughout Mithril City through believers. What Owen saw and heard in the rat's nest. The activated crystal ball was projected onto the most visited place in Mithril City, causing an uproar on the spot. The residents of the middle city of Mithril City are not the poor people in the lower city, who just want to live. They know very well what this means. Their expressions changed drastically on the spot. And they ran out without taking anything. Because the originally prosperous Mithril City might soon it will turn into a life-devouring monster. But the one who reacted fastest was not the Mistress Council of Mithril City, but the Old One-Eye sitting in the mouse hole. Old One-Eye, who was still squatting on the pile of treasures, clutched the crystal ball in his hand, first feeling frightened, then desperate, and finally just mad. Firstly, Old One-Eye didn't expect that the evil Ratman would build an evil empire under the rat's nest without telling it. Secondly, he didn't expect that this matter would be exposed. Thirdly, there was no third. He didn't want to die. Suddenly he blew the rat whistle, summoned his men, mobilized the rat men to form a large army, and launched an attack on the ground. As the long and low rat whistle echoed in the rat nest, the rat people who had been working day after day suddenly stiffened, as if some switch had been touched. Countless rat people with red eyes came out of the secret passages of the rat nest all over the city. When I got out, it was like the sewage from the sewer poured back onto the road, and was quickly submerged by the gray-black rat tide. The rat men who have been brainwashed over and over again by Old One-Eye don't care whether they will die. It can be said that even if they die, they will die on the street instead of rotting in the sewers of the rat nest and becoming fertilizer for mushrooms. Therefore, every rat man without hesitation, he used crude weapons to engage in a fierce battle with the well-equipped guards in the middle city area. And by relying on life-saving and numerical advantages, he gradually approached the city gate of the upper city area. The guards in the middle city, composed of drow swordsmen and grey dwarf heavy infantry, were first caught off guard, and then were frightened out of their wits after seeing the ratmen trying to attack the gate of the upper city. Once a ratman breaks through their defenses and enters the upper city, even if they just destroy the flower beds on the roadside, they, as guards, will be made into fertilizer for dereliction of duty. The guards could not retreat, and Old One-Eye could not retreat even more. Only by controlling the Drow Mother Council could it have a chance of survival. Therefore, the rat whistle that gradually became harsher allowed more rat people to participate in the war. And the rat people, they also become more and more crazy under the group effect. Even if their strength is very different, they still try to suffocate the enemy with corpses, and suffocate the enemies with blood. While Old One-Eye was desperately trying, the cunning evil ratmen did not participate. Instead, they temporarily blocked all the passages from the middle city to the lower city, including those secret sewers and secret passages, killing Old One-Eye's army of ratmen, blocking it in the middle city area and forcing it to fight to the death with Mithril City. This move almost made Old One-Eye angry to death. But Old One-Eye has already been overwhelmed with care for itself. If it cannot break into the upper city before the Drow Mother Council reacts, the cruelest end will definitely be waiting for it. Chapter 429 Carnival Banquet. When large-scale chaos broke out in Midtown, Uptown still lived a leisurely and luxurious life, as if living in a glass jar, stable and comfortable. Every resident here is born to be a leader. They live in luxurious residences, and live the life that residents in Midtown dream of. They can easily decide the life and death of many people. But they still have something they envy. And that is the person who truly stands. The 7 Drow matrons at the top of Mithril City's ruling hierarchy. Mithril City's important geographical location allows countless wealth to automatically gather. Even if it is just taxing, it is enough for the 7 Drow matrons, who control all this, to live a luxurious life that is unimaginable to ordinary people. And they become more and more perverted and violent. Often whether the carnival banquet lasted for 10 days and a half, and consumed a large amount of fine wine, delicacies, and high-quality slaves. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a wine pool and a forest of meat. King Zhou called it an expert when he saw it. It is now the time when the 7 Drow matrons are holding a carnival banquet to compete with each other, in the most luxurious and extravagant hall in Mithril City. Delicacies from all over the earth and the earth are placed casually and carefully in various places. There, guests are allowed to take unlimited amounts, and well-trained servants will replace the steaming delicacies at any time, even if these carefully prepared delicacies have only become slightly cold. The wine that is more precious to the underground world is used to fill the exquisitely carved fountains, making the intoxicating aroma of wine become more and more intense in the air, allowing the guests to involuntarily raise the golden wine cup to drink happily and enjoy the feast. However, these are only the most basic embellishments for the carnival feast. The focus of each feast is not the food and drink that can only satisfy the stomach, nor is the gorgeous dress and matching accessories that are different every time for each Drow matron. Accessories are not used as consumables or as charming, handsome, or strong slaves. but as enough stimulation. The 7 drow matrons who control the Mithril City Council are really boring. Because controlling the upper level means controlling everything. They don't need to bother managing everything in the city. In fact, they only need to order the killing of those who don't like it, if they are the unlucky ones, or put forward their own whimsical requests. Someone will naturally do everything, and all they have to do is to fill their own emptiness, not only in the body, but also in the soul. Therefore, the carnival feast continues to upgrade, from initially tasting rare ingredients and fine wines, to showing off the luxurious jewelry made by dwarf jewelers, to using the best slaves who can see and use them as consumables. From simple enjoyment to boredom, this transformation did not take long. Today's drow matrons have even escaped from these low-level tastes, because these luxurious lives that ordinary drow can't imagine in their dreams have become a daily routine for the superior drow matrons, just like drinking water and eating. Therefore, there are fewer and fewer things that can truly make them feel happy, and they're increasingly craving excitement, such as this sudden Ratman rebellion. The drow matron doesn't care about the reason for the Ratman rebellion or the damage caused, because as long as Mithril City is still there, everything will return to the way it was in a short time, just as boring and uninteresting. So if we can give them a boring life if you add a little fun, they don't care how many people will be killed or injured in the process, and they don't care what kind of painful price their men have to pay to win. As long as it makes them feel happy, it is all worth it. But the drow matron ignored those green-eyed rat men and the lower city that she had never set her sights on. Therefore, she did not notice that the poor people in the lower city, who they regarded as trash, had become the evil empire in the underground world. With starting fuel and lubricants, this ferocious war machine is ready to show its fangs. Although news of the Ratman's rebellion was received, the carnival did not stop. On the contrary, music and dancing continued, and the scene of the central city was even projected into the main hall for the guests here to enjoy, adding to the increasingly boring feast some fun. It's a pity that not every drow is in the mood to appreciate this. For example, many who own a large number of industries in the central city have stiff smiles and cover their chests from time to time. If it weren't for the high cost of disturbing the drow mistress to enjoy the excitement, they would have long ago. The army was called in to launch a massive rodent eradication campaign. In fact, they are pretty good. After all, every drow has a huge amount of wealth accumulated over a long period of time. All they have lost so far is just a pain in their bodies, far from breaking their muscles and bones. However, General Drow, who is responsible for guarding the safety of the upper city, does not even have time to feel physical pain. Now every minute and every second is a kind of torture for him. There was no way. When the Ratmen started to gather towards the city gate of the upper city, he already knew that he could not hold it, because of the long peaceful years of Mithril City and the long-term stability and prestige of the upper city, let alone being attacked. Not even petty theft. So guarding has more of a symbolic meaning. Although the combat power is not bad, the number is too small and cannot stop the tide of Ratmen. So he plans to ask the Drow Mother to give him the right to mobilize more soldiers. But now General Jouer can only stand in front of the hall in a cold sweat, because his adjutant was forced to go in to report just now. But he was poured a cup of carnival potion, and his limbs were cut off. Now he is like a silly boy. It was constantly squirming on the ground like a bug, leaving a familiar liquid through friction, while persistently chasing the beautiful maid in the hall, which became a small piece of fun during the feast. General Drow sweated even more when he saw the scene. But he couldn't leave it all. Now he would rather die on the city wall than stand here. The reason was simple. If the city wall fell, he, as a general, would be dead. But if he did not have the authority to mobilize reinforcements, it would only be a matter of time before the city wall fell. But if he goes in now, will he become a new insect? Or will he gain the mercy of the mistress and get permission to mobilize troops? No matter how you think about it, you think the former is more likely, because his adjutant is the best example. The Drow general put his hand into his pocket and tried to bribe the Drow weapons master responsible for guarding the hall. But the joking look in his eyes made him give up the idea of seeking death. While General Jouer was standing in front of the hall, suffering from inner torture, Old One-Eye came to the gate of the upper city under the escort of his loyal men. His cold eyes concealed his inner despair very well. Old One-Eye never takes chances. And no matter how stupid he is, he knows that the reaction in the upper city cannot be that slow. The only reason is that they have become the pleasure of the Drow matron. Maybe he is betting that this time the Rat Rebellion will be successful. How long does it last? Don't underestimate the mouse. No matter how majestic the castle is, It will collapse under the claws of the mouse. Old One-Eye murmured to himself. And at the same time, the madness in his heart had broken through the cage of reason. Now he just wants to make the other party pay the price, whether it is the Drow Matron, the evil Ratman, or those who leaked information. It will not make the other party feel better even if it dies. And it will die vigorously. Never like a rat in the gutter. Chapter 430 Evil Energy Pollution. Taking a deep breath, Old One-Eye blew the first rat whistle he made himself. The Ratmen, who had completely fallen into group frenzy, rushed towards the tall city wall without hesitation, grabbed the cracks in the bricks with their sharp claws, and used his flexible body clung to the city wall. And he climbed up quickly and flexibly. The speed was astonishing, as if the city wall was pulling up a thick curtain from bottom to top. It's a pity that although the Ratmen are a kind of furry, they are not cute at all. The Drow guards and Grey Dwarf heavy infantry standing on the city wall will not show mercy for this. The Drow guards wearing black armor now raised their well-made repeating crossbows, and quickly and agilely fired the poisoned crossbow arrows accurately into the Ratman's forehead, while the Grey Dwarf heavy infantry, who looked like iron cans, also quickly he waved the battle axe in his hand, and split open the heads of the Ratmen that popped out from the city wall, letting the blood and brains bloom in front of his eyes. But it was useless. There was no heavy fire coverage, and the defensive advantage was lost, facing the tens of thousands of Ratmen. The so-called city defense was a joke. Of course, this ability is definitely not the only one in the upper city. And even if she is watching a show, the Drow Matron will not allow these dirty Ratmen to roam around in the upper city. So she is preparing to activate the disinfecting barrier in the upper city. But would Old One-Eye be unprepared? Following Old One-Eye's sneer, violent explosions occurred in the upper city and middle city. The ominous green flames and dust rising into the sky enveloped a large area of Mithril City, causing countless residents to fall into panic. Although there are not many places where there are explosions in the upper city, not even in the core area. Area blocks are cleverly created at various nodes, at least until the evil energy within the explosion range dissipates. Any unlucky guy who dares to pass through the explosion area will be contaminated by evil energy. Whether it becomes part of the evil energy or buries the seeds of evil energy depends on whether it can survive it. The most deadly thing is that these evil energy bombs also polluted nearby pipelines, and a large amount of green fluorescent water poured into the middle and lower cities. Even parts of the upper city were polluted. Foul energy is really useful, Old One-Eye said in a low voice. Unfortunately, it never made up its mind to embrace the evil energy. The betrayal of the evil Ratman at this moment made it completely abandon the idea of taking refuge in the evil energy. But this time doesn't mean it won't use evil energy. All the evil energy obtained from the evil Ratman was made by Old One-Eye into evil energy bombs, which were buried at key nodes through secret passages. Once exploded, it would be enough to pollute half of Mithril City, which was enough to shake the secret power, the foundation of Silver City. Originally it was just a trump card used to threaten mutual destruction. Old One-Eye really didn't plan to use it. But it doesn't matter now. Let those superior guys taste the anger it has accumulated for decades. The green fluorescent dust produced by the evil energy bomb polluted a large area, and many of them were mixed into vital waterways. It is conceivable how many areas will be polluted in the future. And this made the Drow Matron, who was watching the show, no longer sit still. He couldn't stand it anymore. And his face was very ugly. The Drow Matron is actually no stranger to evil energy. But compared to other forces, she obviously doesn't take it to heart because they are all focused on finding excitement to fill the void. Who cares how big the threat of evil energy is? But when the Drow matriarch present realized the consequences of evil energy spreading in Mithril City, she suddenly became smart. Being able to become a Drow Matron and secure this position is not just a matter of birth. In fact, every Drow Matron is proficient in assassination, poison, conspiracy, politics, lies, and betrayal. They are the best among thousands of Drow. That has nothing to do with stupidity. It's just that the long-term rule and indulgence have made them relax. From the inside out. From the body to the mind. They are too addicted to playing with power and enjoyment, resulting in not only slow response to external threats, but also committing fatal crimes. Mistake? That is carelessness, which is the reason for the current passive situation. But it doesn't matter. As the 7 matrons who control the Mithril City Council, they know very well what kind of foundation Mithril City has. Although evil energy is difficult to deal with, it is not invincible. This carnival is over. The tallest and plump Drow matron in the hall stood up, looked down at the guests around her with her tall figure, and said coldly, as if she was not the one who had just used 8 Tauran slaves alone. Same. The other 6 drow matrons stood up and left. And as soon as these 7 left, the remaining guests ran away regardless of whether they were dressed or not. After all, everything that happened in Mithril City was projected, and they saw everything clearly. Chew. The sooner you leave at this time, the better you can recover your losses. So who can care about the clothes? Even if you were doing push-ups or receiving seeds just now, you are still running out in a hurry. At this time, General Zhuor, who had been waiting outside the hall, had his head chopped off. He was accused of being unfavorable in the battle and delaying the military situation. Everyone knew that he was wronged. But it didn't matter. It wasn't their heads that were chopped off anyway. As long as the drow mistress could vent her anger and not take it out on them, it wouldn't be a problem for a few more to die. Entering the mithril hall, sitting on the high-backed chairs that represent power, the 7 drow matrons took a mithril key from their necks one after another, and then inserted it on the high table in front of them. Suddenly, the scene of the entire mithril city was revealed. In front of them, there were also the 1st and 2nd floors of the rat's nest, and only the 3rd floor shrouded in evil energy was still invisible. Damn, ratmen! They dare to hollow out Mithril City! An angry drow matron slapped the table hard, and then found that the sudden vibration caused the toy she had forgotten in a corner to fall down. But he quietly kicked him into the corner, and then continued to slam the table hard to express his anger. But no one cared. Each drow matron will show a characteristic, such as irritable, greedy, insidious, etc. But everyone knows that this is not the true character of the drow matron, but a disguise, specially given to them trap prepared by the enemy. However, overly realistic disguises will always make some unlucky people fall into the hands of these drow matrons. Over time, the 7 drow matrons have become accustomed to this routine, and they will show it at any time to enrich their own personalities. However, everyone here was a 1,000-year-old fox, so no one paid any attention to her. Instead, they began to vote on whether to use the hidden strength of Mithril City to solve this ratman craze. The angry drow matron maintained her previous expression, but voted in favor without any slowness. Then she took the opportunity to pick up the toy that fell on the ground with her toes, and secretly hid it in her hand. She found that she couldn't hide it because the size of the toy was a bit too big. So I had to put it back where it was, and wait for the end of the meeting. Chapter 431 Evil Energy Transformation. The rat men have gone completely crazy. Whether it is the rat woman who usually likes to fight with the grey dwarves in the alleys, or the rat men thieves with sly eyebrows, they are all now transformed into berserkers, attacking the upper city without any scruples. Even if there are a large number of outstanding people, my bodyguards and grey dwarf heavy infantry were mobilized, chopping them into pieces like melons and vegetables. But they still couldn't resist the invasion of the rat men. These rat men were so pervasive. So what if they guarded the streets, corners, sewers, roofs, etc.? There is no place that the Skaven cannot go, and they are not afraid of death at all. The reason why the timid ratmen have become so fierce and unafraid of death is mainly related to the characteristics of the ratmen. As a highly reproductive race, when the number within the range reaches a certain limit, they will become more aggressive and destructive tendencies. But these have been suppressed by Old One Eye with his own prestige and long-term brainwashing. Now there is no need to suppress them. In addition, due to the influence of the atmosphere, it is naturally out of control. Even if he knows that there is a dead in the head, he still will stop. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is the last madness of the rat people, especially when the established mithril steel golem appeared from the upper city. The problem is that they only ignored one place: the lower city. The upper city is the core of Mithril City, and the middle city is the foundation of Mithril City. So what is the lower city? It is a garbage dump and a raw material yard. Therefore, it is not considered a part of Mithril City at all. So no one cares whether the lower city will change. No matter what happens, it doesn't matter if all the poor people there die. The underground world never lacks population. It won't be long before the garbage gathered with dreams will refill the lower city. A small amount of gold sand and useful parts will be assigned to the upper city as slaves or to the middle city as coolies, to maintain the operation of this huge city. As for the non-burnable garbage, it is piled up in the lower city garbage dump waiting to rot, because it is not even qualified to be used as fertilizer. It's a pity that for evil energy, all life has value. Even garbage has its value. Under the guidance of the evil energy, the evil ratmen who escaped from the evil secret realm gathered in large numbers in the underground world, and successfully went public through backdoor listings. Not only did they obtain rare resources and skilled craftsmen from Old One Eye, but they also obtained a large amount of money from the rat nest. The population is replenished, because as long as a bowl of evil energy soup is eaten, it is one of our own. Such a simple and direct transformation, coupled with a reproduction rate that can continuously double in 3 to 5 years, has caused the number of evil rat men to increase dramatically. There are tens of thousands in Mithril City alone. The fell rat men are not cannon fodder with sharpened iron thorns. In the 30-year war with the Goblin Corps, they have gained enough experience and growth, coupled with the strange assimilation characteristics of fell energy. With the fell rat men veterans, the army formed, as the Corps quickly took shape, with astonishing speed and efficiency. At present, they have successfully captured the city gate of the lower city, blocked it, and at the same time, they are also converting evil energy on a large scale. Groups of evil rat men divided the lower city into independent areas. They used evil weapons to kill the cultists and miscreants lurking here, and then began to convert evil energy. The process of transformation of evil energy is very simple. A series of devourer mechas carrying large iron cans are walking in the lower city. They use a pair of flexible iron claws to pick up a large number of poor people in the lower city who have been driven over and throw them into their big mouths. After being cut by the blade gears, the active fragments fell into the evil energy furnace in the abdomen, and together with the souls that could not escape were converted into evil energy, and then stored in the large iron can on the back. The evil energy in the large iron can be used as a strategic reserve, and can also be provided to nearby evil machinery at any time. From individual soldier equipment to heavy evil tanks, they can receive timely energy supply, making it more efficient. As for the wails and screams during this process, no one cared. The rulers of the upper city didn't even bother to monitor this place. Now that the middle city couldn't protect itself, they allowed all kinds of tragedies to happen. The despair gathered here became more and more terrifying. It even started a craze at some level, in the interlayer between the material world and the shadow world. With the help of the power of shadow, Katie, the Witch of Despair, walks here and feels personally the despair of countless poor people in the lower city of Mithril City who stay here. Originally, the emotions emitted by intelligent creatures would dissipate quickly, but the dense population and constant despair in Xiaqing district formed a special emotional vortex here. Although it was just pure despair, it also created a miracle in a similar field. As it continued to deepen, the power of the shadow was gradually compressed and consumed by the despair of the outside world, and the scope continued to shrink. However, Katie's pace did not stop. Finally, wearing a cloak formed by the remaining shadow power, she came to the center of the vortex of despair. Close your eyes, and let your body be infected by the despair seeping in from the outside world. Stimulated by this, the cursed magic power is growing crazily. This is tantamount to an unspeakable torture for the witch, but it is also a necessary transformation. Fortunately, compared to other witches, who completely fell into darkness and were haunted by curses, Katie has a good brother. The shadow cloak remains unchanged despite the torn vortex of despair. Therefore, under the protection of the power of the gods, Katie's heart remains intact. Maintain a peaceful area so that it will not be completely shrouded in despair and twisted into a monster wearing a witch's skin. Now that most of the poor people in the city have been slaughtered, the magic of despair in Katie has accumulated to the extreme. A bit of divinity called despair is born in her heart. Since then, she has taken the most critical step and is qualified to embark on the road to becoming a god. Sensing the changes in Katie, Owen, who had been distracted and paying attention, was somewhat relieved, and then asked her to leave Mithril City to avoid getting involved in the upcoming evil war. Thinking of this, Owen rubbed his forehead with a headache. The day before, he was immersed in the atmosphere of magic and elves in the medieval world. Today, it has become a doomsday battle in the future. The changes in this world are really outrageous. Sitting in the store, Owen saw everything that happened in the lower city through the reconnaissance equipment prepared in advance. But he had no ability to change it. Now he does not have the ability to directly confront the evil ratmen. Not to mention that it is not in his interest. As for reminding the upper city, don't be ridiculous. I really think that the rule of the Drow Mistress relies on reason, and moodiness is the key. Normal. Pack it up. It's time for us to leave, Owen said while putting away the holy emblem. Okay. The zombie girl at the door was wiping the blood on her iron arm. She had just punched to death a rat man who sneaked in from nowhere. After hearing this, she didn't ask where she was going, and just followed with her weapon. Come up. The outbreak of ratmen has also affected the Street of Bones. The skeleton alley on the street has been destroyed. The skeletons living there have probably been chewed into bones by the ratmen. And then, there is Tombstone Alley. The zombies sleeping in the cheap tomb hotel were awakened, and killed many ratmen who emerged from the sewers. However, the slow movement made it difficult for the zombies to stop the spread of the ratmen. The adjacent Ghost Alley and Bat Alley were also invaded. But faced with the elusive ghosts and vampires, the ratmen's numerical advantage could not be used at all, so they could only avoid it. Then it was the turn of the Blood Sausage Alley, where Owen was located. There are also nearby Nohua Alley, Skidding Alley, Cramp Alley, and Dirty Blood Alley, all of which have not escaped the intrusion of neighbors. Chapter 432 Owen's Dilemma. Owen has gathered a group of believers and is walking towards the steel gate, which may be their only way to survive. As expected, due to the outpouring of people, the Rat's Nest Street became very deserted, because the existing rat people either rushed out or got into the underground rat nest. This place turned out to be a rare safe haven. However, Owen knew that this was only temporary. With the counterattack of the Drow Matron, the fate of Rat's Nest Street was already doomed. Therefore, he could only rest here temporarily. But he could not stay here for a long time to prevent the disaster from affecting Chiyu. After all, he could not count on the Master. Mother soldiers know the difference between good and evil, and they simply kill everything they see. In fact, Owen is waiting for an opportunity. He doesn't believe that the Fell Ratmen came out this time just to recycle garbage in the lower city. Silver City launched a vigorous attack, and this was the opportunity Irving needed. The drastic changes in Mithril City alarmed Owen's body. The body living in the authority's space was thinking about what kind of impact the proliferation of evil energy in the underground world would have on the entire main world. As for eliminating this hidden danger, he had not thought about it that way, because he had not thought about it in the past. With the power he now possesses, if he wants to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of evil energy in the underground world, he must bring out at least 5 or 6 levels. It doesn't sound like much, but it represents hundreds of thousands of troops with well-equipped guns, thousands of elites, and a large group of mechas, as well as double-digit legends and 1 or 2 demigods. Not to mention the period it requires a huge amount of faith and divine power, which is enough for Owen to start a fierce divine battle with any lower god and gain the upper hand. But after paying all this, what Irving can get is the most important. In fact, he got nothing. A destroyed underground world no longer has the value of trade or occupation, because the cost of reconstruction is enough to offset the value that can be obtained. Let alone after showing such strength, Irving will become a thorn in the side of many gods. The most important thing is that Owen has never regarded himself as a savior. In fact, if he is not turned into a devil who thinks on 3 legs, he is worthy of the 9-year compulsory education in his previous life. After all, there are no effective moral constraints on the strong in other worlds. Theory: the stronger the power, the freer he is. He can completely let go of all self-restraint and become a happy King Zhou. In fact, although Irving has changed a lot, his essence has not been completely erased by power and time. Simply put, the bottom line has not been completely worn out. In fact, if Owen were invincible, he would not mind paying some price to eliminate hidden dangers. The only problem is that he is not the only god in this world. And from the noble goddess, he also guessed that there will be more demigods in the future. Even gods appeared. And the scene of his sister Katie condensing divinity proved that this guess was correct. Under such circumstances, if Irving dares to expose such outrageous strength, he will definitely be targeted and even become the target of calculations. It is out of this concern that Owen even separated the millions of believers in the territory from himself, disguising the temple faith as the faith of another powerful god. And he is just a small god of the shadow of death. Currently only there are some believers in the underworld. In fact, this is still a trick to prove that there is someone behind him and a backer, and at the same time reduce his sense of existence and threat. Otherwise, why would he put the direction of his mission in the underground world? And why would the noble goddess try it? Winning him over is not just because he pretends to be good, but ignoring it is not a wise choice. The pollution and spread speed of evil energy are such that even Owen dare not be careless. If he is not careful, the whole world will be destroyed. Therefore, Owen plans to use external forces. For example, when he exposed the projection of the internal situation of the rat's nest before, he was relying on the power of Mithril City's senior management. It's a pity that the slowness and carelessness of Mithril City's top management made Owen disappointed with them. And he didn't have much hope in whether Mithril City could win, because with the help of the lower city, The Fel Ratman had already accumulated enough resources to launch a Fel war. Resources? As long as the central city is lost, the evil Ratmen will be able to use the resources and lives of the central city to become more and more uncontrollable. By then, the evil Ratmen occupying Mithril City will be able to rebuild the evil empire in the underground world. And this is definitely not what Owen wants to see. Owen was in a dilemma and was not going to sit idly by. After discussing with Maya and the others, he contacted the noble goddess through the divine network to ask about the situation of evil energy. This was to remind the other party. But the response he received was not very good. Sample: my followers have discovered large-scale evil converters in the underground world. They are spreading at an alarming rate. So what exactly is evil? After hearing Owen's question, the noble goddess was silent for a long time. After giving an answer, she disconnected. She was obviously very afraid of evil energy. From the noble goddess, Owen learned that this was not the first time that evil energy had appeared. But even the noble goddess was not very clear about the specific source because she belonged to the new god. Nobility is born from class, and class is based on the improvement of productivity. When you are struggling to survive all day without enough to eat, the so-called class is just the order of distribution. For example, strong hunters get more food, because only in this way can they to ensure the success of the next hunting. As for status, I really didn't think too much about it. Therefore, only by obtaining a stable source of production can a stable class emerge, which simply means those who are well fed. Therefore, the appearance of the noble goddess is not too early, and is far inferior to those gods who represent natural phenomena, let alone the elemental gods, who have appeared since the existence of the void. However, due to good communication skills, the noble goddess still obtained some ancient secrets. But these ancient secrets are too precious, and it is impossible for the noble goddess to tell Irving plainly. Of course, because of the potential Owen showed, the noble goddess still made a small investment and told some news about evil powers and secrets about gods. Gods did not exist from the beginning. Even the innate gods born in the world, such as the god of the sky, appeared after a certain invasion, similar to the guardians born in the world. And new gods like the noble goddess are, to put it bluntly, the product of stress after an invasion. It can be said that the birth of each god is the world's preparation for the invasion. However, as the gods become more powerful, they gradually become more powerful, breaking away from the shackles of the world, even becoming a harm to the world. Gods are created by divinity and priesthood, and this is the embodiment of the origin and laws of the world. In theory, it is the world that creates gods. However, the gods used various methods to plunder more of the origin and laws of the world, and even transcended the world that gave birth to themselves, becoming more and more out of control. Let's not mention these for now. After all, Owen is now a member of the gods, and cannot sit with his butt crooked. Chapter 433 Angel's Plan. Only a few ancient gods knew about the invasion that was too long ago to be explored. However, ordinary gods had no way of contacting those ancient gods, who had long since left their faith. Only a few records have been handed down, among which things about evil energy accounted for a large part. Proportionally, it was obvious that evil energy had caused enough misery. Otherwise, it would not have left such a strong mark in history. Evil energy is a special power that is different from divine power and magic power. The specific source is unknown. Compared with gods that rely on faith, evil energy is more efficient. It can be enhanced by devouring life, souls, and even matter, and the upper limit is unknown. It is said that there was a wave of evil energy that affected half of the void. However, how the wave was resolved and the price paid for it are unknown. We only know that there is still a small amount of evil energy remaining in various places in the void, although most of it is sealed. But due to the characteristics of evil energy, the so-called seal is better than nothing, and it will be corrupted by evil energy sooner or later. It is precisely because she is aware of the existence of evil energy that the noble goddess has such a strange attitude towards rebuilding the empire. Because it is only a matter of time before a world contaminated by evil energy is completely swallowed up, unless the main world is willing to risk destruction and directly divide this world. Only part of them have a certain chance of escaping the end of evil energy annihilating the world. And there is only a certain chance. There is a high probability that they will be swallowed up by evil energy in the long struggle and turn into an evil energy flame in the void. This makes the noble goddess afraid to invest too much. After all, once she steps forward to rebuild the empire, she will definitely be tied to the chariot of the new empire. When the time comes, she will bear the brunt of the invasion of evil energy. no matter whether she fails or the empire is destroyed, had a huge impact on her. A head-on confrontation may lead to her being contaminated by evil energy. If she allows the empire to be swallowed up by evil energy without hesitation, then she will undoubtedly be derelict in her duties as the patron saint of the nobility. At that time, it may even shake her foundation as a deity. That is, her priesthood. This is the reason why the noble goddess clearly has the conditions and strength to rebuild the empire. But she still remains indifferent. Of course, the latter ones were analyzed for Owen by a think tank led by Maya. Whether they are true or not is currently uncertain. Maybe the noble goddess has a deeper plan. There is no way Owen, who is also a god, is a real novice. It is difficult to guess the true thoughts of an experienced god, and he cannot provide effective ideas. But the probability of this guess is very high. As for why the noble goddess did not leave the main world early despite knowing that there was danger, it was of course because it was profitable. First of all, the accumulation of thousands of years before has given the noble goddess a deep foundation of faith in the main world. Almost all noble lords are her potential believers. Although the faith power provided is not pure enough, it is better than a steady stream, and it has huge power in the secular world. Influence. Secondly, although the secret realm backflow brings a lot of trouble, it promotes the advancement of the main world in advance. This is also the reason why strong people stuck in the legendary stage can feel the path to becoming a god. Because the world limit has been increased, and there are additional sources and laws naturally want to give birth to more guardians. That is, demigods and gods. So they give guidance. These are rare treasures for noble goddesses. If they encounter the same divinity, they will undoubtedly become valuable nutrients for their own growth after harvesting. Even if they do not match their own attributes, they can be exchanged with other gods through the divine net. Knowledge of divinity is hard currency among gods. Therefore, in the face of such temptation, even if the noble goddess knows that there are huge risks in the future, she will not choose to leave easily. But she will not take action easily. The safest way is not to do anything. Owen had a headache about this, because he didn't move, and she didn't move either, which made it impossible to play. However, Owen was not unprepared at all. But it was just that the progress value that he originally wanted to use for his own use now seemed to have to be given to Enchi first. After all, only by standing in a similar position can some planning work. Just like Owen, Angel, who has 4 points of divinity, also has shortcomings that are difficult to make up for. Now this part is made up for by Owen's newly exchanged artifact, the Ghost King's Cloak. The Ghost King's Cloak is composed of 3 treasures: the Undead Amulet, the Vampire Cloak, and the Death Boots. It has a strong amplifying effect on spiritualism, which can be transformed into reality into undead magic. But this is still not the most suitable for Enchi. It can only be said to barely elevate her to the level of a god. Name, Angel. Priesthood, Blood of Resurrection. Divinity, 4+3. Divine Power, Weak Divine Power. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Divine Spells, Strange Dagger. Resurrection of the Dead. Blood Feast. Artifact, Ghost King's Cloak +1 Blood +2 Death / Primary Artifact. Although Angel has 7 points of total divinity, the basis is 3 points of blood divinity and 2 points of death divinity. This is because the 3 points of blood divinity are derived from vampires and can be combined with death. Otherwise, even if she reaches 5 points of divinity, she cannot become a god, and this kind of trickery becomes more and more difficult the further you go. Otherwise, the lower gods would be able to compete with the upper gods with a bunch of semi-artifacts. In fact, this is not possible. Gods can have multiple artifacts, but they can only be bound to 1 or 2 at most, and they must conform to their own divinity and vocation. Although Angel's foundation for becoming a god is unstable, he has finally crossed that line and has the confidence to participate. Therefore, in addition to dividing an area in the Eternal Night Kingdom in the upper level of the authority space for Angel as the Kingdom of God, Irving also included the underground world. I left all the matters to her and escaped smoothly, which is gratifying. Owen did this not to escape, but because the underground world is not only complicated, but also full of chaos, conspiracy and killing. For him who is more straightforward, it is really a headache. But for Angel, who was born as a devil, it is completely a college student, transferred to elementary school. It's a situation where every hand is full of killing. So why not do it? Compared with the convenience of Owen's avatar. Although it is difficult for Angel to travel to the main world after becoming a god, this does not prevent her from influencing the evil war started by the evil Radnin. Most devils only start in the material world with hazy dreams and inaudible phantom sounds. Only by cleverly luring mortals to reveal their spiritual flaws can they gain a little influence on the material world by luring them into signing a soul contract. And the impact will continue to weaken over time. Even so, there are countless intelligent creatures seduced and corrupted by the devil, as well as the countries, and even the world that have been destroyed as a result. It can be seen that the devil's whisper is not inferior to the devil's indiscriminate killing, and is even more efficient than the devil. Therefore, although Angel is not as convenient as Owen in walking in the main world, she can still easily control the battle situation through the believers and arrangements she has placed before. It can be seen that Owen is quite self-aware when he chooses to leave the affairs of the underground world to her. Under Chi's ingenious arrangement, she accidentally overheard a few rumors and a corner of a burned secret letter. After obtaining some clues through these, the many demons and evil spirits who spliced together the evil Ratman's ambitions were a little restless. They sat back and watched the fell Ratman swallow up the lower city. That was because the value was too low, and it would not take long to recover. But if the fell Ratman wanted to swallow the entire Mithril city, they would have exceeded their bottom line. So even if no matter how much you worry about evil energy, you will still show your fangs. But more often than not, they pass on the news to the drow matrons, with the same calculation as Owen, which shows that these evil gods and demons, who like blood sacrifices, are not all fools. But what they did more than them was Chi, because she also leaked the news to the evil Ratman, with the intention of forcing the two sides to fight fiercely. Because to Owen, neither Mithril City nor the evil Ratmen are good people. So it is in the best interest of the Master that both sides suffer losses, or even die together. Chapter 434 Evil General. The fell Ratmen were not ones to sit still and wait for death. After learning that the intelligence was leaked, they knew that there was not much time left for them. So they immediately informed the fell general of the news and asked him to make a decision. If Owen were here, he would definitely be very curious, because the fell Ratmen have never had the responsibility of a general. In many cases, fell warlocks use fell energy to guide the lower-level fell Ratman cannon fodder to charge. As for more detailed command, almost none, because there is no need for them. Their target is always there, and there is only one. There is no point in commanding them. But I have to say that the evil rat people are very good at learning or imitating. Especially the harder they are beaten, the faster they learn. They are a very cheating race. Although the fell secret realm was destroyed before, and the fell empire established by the fell rats was also torn apart, the fell rats were not extinct because of this, and even still retained a considerable number and heritage. After some of the best came to the main world and gathered enough people, they would call themselves fell generals or fell lords without contacting the fell king. And this phenomenon quickly spread to the entire surviving fell group. Middle. From this point of view, it is obvious that evil energy is not as simple as it seems. In addition to devouring life and converting it into evil energy, it also has the ability to assimilate, similar to group consciousness. Previously, in the evil energy secret realm, the evil energy warlock guided the evil rat people through evil energy. Serving as cannon fodder is just the tip of the iceberg. The evil general in Mithril City is one of the survivors of the evil empire. After accidentally learning about the existence of the underground world and the rat people, he immediately devoted all his energy here and achieved amazing results. But it did not. Instead of being careless, it launched its plan step by step. As for the issue of intelligence leakage, the plan has been launched, and whether it is leaked or not is no longer important. The evil general, who is more than 2 meters tall, is covered with almost ferocious muscles. He is not as strong as a rat man, but he has not become stupid because of this. On the contrary, his mind has become clearer and more cunning. The force went public through a backdoor, and personally directed the action of annexing the lower city. And the ensuing war was also expected. The fell general grinned strangely, and issued war orders like a war madman. At the same time, he also asked his fell mechanics to speed up and replace it with a new heart. Yes, at this time, the evil general actually took out his own heart. At this time, its chest was wide open, and between the muscles and the dense white bones, the bulging lungs were leaked, and there was an empty space. You can see several metal tubes connected to the aorta instead of the heart to maintain blood circulation in the body. The most terrifying thing is that the evil general has always remained awake. It is precisely because the fell general has always been awake that its orders will be strictly implemented without any compromise. Otherwise, the devil knows what these fell mechanics, who have transformed themselves into something terrible, will do to it. A fell mechanic, whose body has undergone a large number of mechanical modifications and has more than doubled in weight, is carefully using his hands to load their highest masterpiece, a small Fel power furnace, into the vacant space in the Fel General's heart, in order to make room for it. Also cut off part of the ribs, then unfolded the 4 robotic arms behind it, and popped out various gleaming tools to fix it between the spine and the ribs. The whole process was extremely bloody, and it made my bones hurt just looking at it. It was clear that Yaluzi was born, and he relied on evil energy to extract life force to replenish himself. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. After connecting the metal pipes to the Fel power furnace, another highly modified Fel mechanic fixed 2 metal cans behind the Fel General, and the mixture of high-concentration Fel energy and life extraction liquid in the cans was immediately injected to use it as blood and fuel in the evil power furnace. Confusing blood and fuel. This is such a crazy transformation. But the evil general feels very comfortable, even though the power released by the evil power furnace is extremely terrifying, making the blood vessels in his body bulge like a group of pythons, and even his body begins to twist it. It still has no regrets because it feels the power. The powerful power. Although it survived the collapse of the evil energy secret realm, the scene of world destruction was still deeply imprinted in its heart, and its limbs were inevitably damaged. This made it, which was not an evil energy general at the time, realizing the fragility of the Ratman's body, he resolutely asked the evil energy mechanic to modify the body. In addition to adding mechanical limbs, he also increased the infusion of evil energy to push the body to exceed the limits of the Ratman. This is also the reason why it turned into a monster over 2 meters tall. But the Fel General has not stopped transforming. Not long ago, after acquiring Grey Dwarf and Dwarf Craftsman, it not only replaced its incomplete limbs with more powerful machines, but also risked death to replace its heart. Now a small Fel power the furnace replaced its flesh and blood heart, and used a mixture of high-concentration evil energy and life extract liquid as the new blood. It was just a bit too strong. If the evil energy general's body had not been transformed many times, its strength would have been beyond the range of ordinary creatures. I'm afraid he might have exploded and died. Even so, after the high concentration of evil energy and compressed life energy are transformed by the evil energy power furnace, the energy that explodes is not something that normal creatures can withstand, and even ordinary machinery cannot withstand it. However, the evil mechanics had already expected this. They would directly fix the carefully forged evil mechanical modules on the flesh and blood of the evil generals, just like third-rate car repairmen who are used to mending. Even if from far away, you can hear the sound of bolts being forcibly driven into bones, and the sound of skin and flesh being torn is even more endless. However, the powerful vitality of the evil general allows these fatal wounds to heal quickly, allowing himself to interact with the machine. The perfect integration into one perfectly embodies the inhuman technological concept of not having enough life to make up for it. After completing the transformation, the evil general's chest glowed green like a headlight, and his size expanded to nearly 3 meters. With the support of the proliferated bones and muscles, he became like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a mouse nose and ears. And even his tail was because it has been transformed into a machine that is particularly thick and aggressive. And a thick and ferocious power claw is also installed on the severed arm. You can tell how powerful it is just by looking at it. This is not over yet. Under the thick armor of the evil general is a complex structure mixed with machinery and flesh and blood. The powerful heart of the evil power furnace not only continues to strengthen the physical body, but also flows into the evil machinery along the complex pipelines, sharing the surging energy with the body while also gaining stronger additional power. It is simply a monster. During the transformation of General Fel, the Fel Corps that received the order also showed their sharp fangs, and a large number of carefully manufactured Fel weapons were activated, including the Fel tanks that had already formed a large scale. Chapter 435 The Drow Mistress, Who Messed Up Everything. In the combat readiness warehouse on the 3rd floor of the Rat's Nest, a group of Fel energy technicians wearing gas masks are pouring fuel into dozens of Fel energy tanks. The so-called fuel is a mixture of crushed meat paste and Fel energy, which seems to have been fermented, so there's no need to mention the smell. Even the evil rat man himself can't stand it. However, this kind of meat paste fuel with little extraction value is very cheap, and does not require fresh life to extract it. Even rotten corpses will do. Fel tanks are not picky at all, compared with Fel machines that only use Fel energy and souls. Obviously Fel tanks are more cost-effective, filled with fuel and loaded with ammunition. Dozens of evil energy tanks were started one after another under the operation of the driver, and then drove out of the underground warehouse with gray-green smoke, leaving only the harsh friction of steel tracks crushing the rocky ground. Voice. These metal boxes fixed by two tall tracks looked very simple. But the evil mechanic soon realized that this kind of war machine, with a fairly balanced attack and defense speed, was a consumable that was born on the battlefield. Because tanks are really very easy to produce, and very cheap to maintain. Without thinking too much, you can install fell power on a metal box. You can convert the power into mobility through gears and tracks. And then install a fell cannon. This thing can be sent to the battlefield to play a role. Compared with the complex and delicate fell mechas, fell tanks are simply a gift for the fell mechanics responsible for maintaining the machinery, and are more efficient. Therefore, even if they know that fell tanks are not suitable for the underground world, fell tanks the mechanics still built dozens of them. Anyway, they were good as mobile forts for defending the city. Groups of fell tanks rushed out of the tunnels driven by strong fell energy. And then, these metal boxes riding on caterpillars began to run rampant, nearly razing the haphazardly built lower city to the ground. And finally stopped, raising the thick and short barrel on the top of the tank, pointing directly at the central city. After completing the transformation, General Fell Energy took heavy steps to the lower city area under the protection of the escort. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Fell Energy tank. With a command from Galley Claw, dozens of Fell Energy tanks fired at the same time. A stubby cannonball containing compressed evil energy crossed an arc and landed in the middle city, exploding into huge green fireworks that covered a large area in the blink of an eye. The physical lethality of these iron can-like evil energy cannonballs is actually not great, but they are extremely polluting. Once fired, half of a city block will be enveloped in evil energy dust. In the central area where the SHLs explode, all living creatures will be almost immediately destroyed by evil energy. It can pollute, and if it cannot survive, it will dissolve and become part of the evil energy in an instant. There is a hope that those with strong bodies can survive, but they will also turn into monsters driven by evil energy. Only those with a strong will and body have the chance to become evil envoys, and they are naturally close to evil ratmen. At least not. Will take the initiative. This is enough. Driven by evil energy, any evil envoy will instinctively expand the spread of evil energy, just like expanding the comfort zone. It doesn't matter if they don't do it. This is equivalent to the Fell Skaven not only reducing the number of enemies, but also gaining more natural allies. But the ghosts and snake gods hidden in Mithril City are no longer doing it. They carefully control their appetite, just to make the canteen in Mithril City better open, and open it bigger and bigger. While enriching the recipes, they also provide food for the future. Prepare for the Feast of Destruction. That's right. These monsters and monsters have not taken action yet. Apart from the checks and balances between each other, the most important thing is that they look down on petty fights and want to be fattened and slaughtered. Who wants to get robbed halfway? Before the food was even served, someone came to destroy the place and overturn the table. How could they bear it? They were so good-tempered that they didn't have to be evil gods and demons. So among all the messy oracles, these various people who had occupied the central city for many years, the sect also launched a counterattack, holding various blood sacrifices and organized massacres without any scruples. No one thinks that these ghosts and snake gods will fight against the evil rat people. How is it possible? When there is no benefit. Harvesting in advance to reduce losses is the best thing for evil forces to do. Settle the accounts later. Angel, who accomplished all this with just a few believers, watched with satisfaction as Mithril City entered the countdown to destruction, and was happy that her craftsmanship was not unfamiliar. This is mainly because the conditions she has are much better than when she was a devil. Besides, what's so good about being a devil? She wouldn't have reached her current strength and status even if she worked for 10,000 years. It's not like there haven't been devils who have become gods for thousands of years. But it has been so smooth. She is the only one who has no future troubles. As for the fate of Mithril City due to Enchi's manipulation, she didn't care. Because from the beginning, she had no intention of stopping the evil rat people. Nor did she intend to save Mithril City, because it was not in the owner's interest. The master may not do this because of some emotions and bottom line. But Enchi is different. Her bottom line is the master. So she will do what the master cannot do. And what is inconvenient for the master? She will do it. If necessary, she will help the master solve the problem. All worries. Owen is no longer worried. But the Drow matrons are in trouble. The riots in the upper city area have not yet been completely resolved. And Old One Eye has escaped without a trace. A group of people have been accused and their skinny and cramped bodies are hanging on the city wall. The lower city area here has been completely wiped out quietly, and the middle city area has been completely wiped out. Demons were blooming everywhere, and when it was about to end, the drow matrons could no longer sit still, because the panic of losing everything gripped their hearts. Just imagining losing Mithril City, losing their current status, and losing the life of being sought after by thousands of people. It would be more uncomfortable than death for them. But they alone cannot solve the problem at the moment, because the drow matron knows very well that the drow and grey dwarves under them can only fight with the wind. If they gain the advantage, just like before, these subordinates can accept punishment at will, and even it is easy to deprive them of their lives. But once they are at a disadvantage, all their evil thoughts come to mind, and everyone wants to stab them in the back, because this is the nature of drow. The grey dwarves are even more like grassroots with no bottom line. They always follow whoever is stronger, and cannot be relied on at all. Now, instead of sitting on wax, the drow matrons were sitting on candlesticks. They were also riding horses on tall trident-shaped candlesticks, which even the drow matrons couldn't carry. In the Mithril Hall at this moment, the 7 drow matrons no longer care about maintaining their personas. They are like shrews and are frantically shirking responsibility with each other, because they have messed up everything. The most terrifying thing is that now all the Mithril demons, the images, are all out of control, which means that Ms. Mithril can no longer stand it, and is ready to personally intervene in this matter. Those who messed up everything will undoubtedly receive the most severe punishment, such as being demoted to the lowest slaves, and then being treated like this or something. Chapter 436 Twin Golem. The door of the Mithril Hall suddenly opened, and the sitting drow matron suddenly trembled, because apart from them, only the city lord Ms. Mithril and the deputy city lord Edwin the legendary mage could enter here, and Edwin the mage stayed in his own room all year round, in the mage tower. So the only ones who can come are, "I am very disappointed in you," the first words of the tall, expressionless Mithril lady, when she stepped barefoot into the Mithril Hall, made the 7 drow matrons sitting there feel weak. If their buttocks were not big and stable, they would probably. It's not like he just went under the table. Although she is afraid, it is impossible to expect the drow mistress to be honest and not become a demon, even in this life. But before they could move the abacus beads and come up with more conspiracies, a large amount of mercury-like substance seeped out of the ground of the Mithril Hall. It silently locked the necks of the 7 drow matrons, while also releasing countless smaller water droplets kept swimming close to their bodies, not missing any blind spots, and closely monitoring every move of the drow mistress, including the subtle reactions of muscles and magic power. Whenever there was an abnormality, the mercury collar would automatically tighten, until they are willing to relax. It can be said that now they have to look at Ms. Mithril's face if they want to fart. Otherwise the consequences of the anus trembling will be unpredictable. It's not that the drow mistresses don't want to resist, but they are very aware of the power of these mercury golems. When they formed Mithril City, they were not willing to do so. After all, it is tradition for a drow mistress to build a city, and it is also what they are most proud of. So I finally agreed, not because I was afraid of being beaten. So I could only try my best to relax my body at this time. Even if it leaked and my buttocks got wet, I didn't dare to move. If I moved, it would really kill me. Although the lawless drow matron was scared to death, with just one sentence, Ms. Mithril didn't even bother to take another look. She started full surveillance on her own. And suddenly the current situation of the entire Mithril City appeared in her mind. In front of us, we even included the lower city area and the rat's nest. Apparently, Ms. Mithril also possesses higher authority that the drow matrons don't know about, and she hides many things from them. In fact, if the drow mistress had this authority, things would never have developed into such a bad situation. But after seeing this scene, the drow mistress was not only angry but dared not speak. She even dared not beat her heart jump a little more, each showing a humble and flattering smile, trying to alleviate their own sins, even if it is not entirely their fault. Seeing the hordes of fell ratmen in the lower city, and the huge fell tanks still spitting out cannonballs, Ms. Mithril frowned. She was so arrogant that she never took the ratmen seriously, even if she knew about the rat nest existence and never said a word. In her opinion, if they can't even deal with the rat people, then there's no point in keeping these idiots around. But the evil ratman's provocation made her feel offended, especially when her gaze shifted to the central city, and her eyes became even colder. The ling of evil energy tanks has not stopped. A large amount of dust containing evil energy has almost enveloped the entire central city. The large-scale blood sacrifices and massacres have not stopped for a moment. The current population loss in Central City has reached nearly the 7th level. The worst thing is, so far there are no signs of stopping. Even if Ms. Mithril never cares about the wealth brought by Mithril City. Before the goal is achieved, there is no room for loss here. At least not now. However, the situation was so bad that there was no need to save the Zhongqing district and Xiaoqing district. Therefore, she did not hesitate to use the highest authority under her control, and instantly covered the authority divided among the 7 drow matrons. That is to say, the drow mistress, who was extremely noble a moment ago, is now no different from those slaves without authority. The 7 drow matrons didn't know what Ms. Mithril had done, but they instinctively felt that something was bad. But they were unable to stop it. They could only tremble and feel the tightening sensation brought to them by the mercury golem. Edwin, who has been busy with experiments all year round, was stunned when he felt that the highest authority was activated. Then he immediately checked what happened in Mithril City, and actually alerted the city lord. Only then did he realize how bad the current situation was. I know that these drow matrons who are only addicted to low-level physical touch are unreliable. In the end, they will have to launch a big purge. I don't know how long it will take to recover, Edwin said with great dissatisfaction. After all, the mage's experiments consumed too much. The loss of Mithril City would obviously delay the progress of his experiment. As for how many people would die, he didn't care. So he cooperated without hesitation, relying on the mine at home. Mithril City has a large-scale Mithril Golem core. However, although the golems are powerful, they also have their own shortcomings. That is, they are too heavy and not flexible enough. Even if Mithril Steel is used, Edwin, the legendary mage, still can't change this. It's not that he can't do it, but it's just a joke to rub a Mithril Golem core with his hands. It will take a lot of time. So he can only be able to rely on his apprentices and students as the main body to manufacture and maintain. It means that the technical content of the golem cannot be too high, because he cannot always let him take action in everything. But Edwin is a legendary mage after all, and Mithril City is not short of money. So he really designed a simple, but special Mithril Golem core. The Mithril Golem core that was clumsily chasing the Ratmen suddenly stopped all movements. The fleeing Ratmen did not take the opportunity to fight back, because it was useless. The weapons in their hands were not qualified to scratch the golems made of Mithril steel, and they fought back. But there was no way. As new orders were received, Mithril golems that looked like armored knights suddenly unfolded, and special golems, like metal skeletons, came out of the closed armor. These special golems are like skeletons, but their limbs are specially modified. The upper limbs are similar to the double swords of a mantis, and the lower limbs are anti-joints, and are very slender, coupled with the elasticity of the metal. They are obviously taking the route of a highly sensitive assassin. This is the twin golem designed by Edwin, because he could not use ordinary conditions to create an all-powerful golem with high attack, agility and high imitation. He simply created 2 golems. One is a traditional golem that is good at hard fighting and resistance. Golem, another kind of skeleton golem with high attack and agility, just makes up for the lack of flexibility of traditional golems. Sure enough, with the addition of the skeleton golem, the Ratmen finally ushered in their end. All the joints of the skeleton golem are very flexible, and can be twisted and folded freely. Therefore, it can even pass through a hole the size of a dog hole when necessary. Therefore, the sewers and narrow spaces where the Ratmen hide are suddenly useless. After being chased by the skeleton golem, he was chopped into pieces. It's a pity that the cunning old one-eye has long since disappeared. It chose to fight against Mithril City through all means. But that doesn't mean that it is willing to die with the Ratmen under it. In fact, before launching the attack, it let its henchmen take care of it for most of its life. After the hard-earned wealth was evacuated from Mithril City, and after it showed its face at the gate of the upper city, its real body had already left, leaving only a substitute. Otherwise, the Ratman would not have been defeated so quickly. Of course, I have to say that Old One-Eye does have a unique vision. It fought back because it knew that it would only be a matter of time before the rat nest was exposed and perished. It ran away because it knew that it was about to face a full-scale pursuit by Mithril City. So it made a vigorous move, and then let us stand and performs a wonderful curtain call at the cost of death, which is sometimes a good way to escape. Chapter 437 Ratman Happy Stick. Based on Old One-Eye's understanding of the drow matrons, even if they knew it was a substitute, the chances of identifying it were not high. In this way, it would not have to face the full pursuit of Mithril City. At most, it would be secretly rewarded. given that it was here with the accumulation and experience in this area. The possibility of living to old age and death is not low. As for the rat people who were deceived by it to die, who cares? After all, they can no longer survive after the rat nest is exposed. Using their meager lives to accompany their stand-ins to stage a big show is not unfair to them. At least in the underground world of rats. Among the people, they have undoubtedly become legends. It's a pity that if it makes such a fuss, the rat people in the underground world may have a difficult time in the future. After all, the underground city can guarantee that the bottom of its castle has not been hollowed out by the rat people. The key point is that this matter has not been investigated, because the rat men have really dug and built in many underground cities. So once exposed, it is certain that the rat men will become the target of massacre and vigilance for a long time. Old One-Eye does not regret anything he has caused, let alone feel guilty. Now he just wants to take his accumulated wealth and find a suitable place to retire. Because the depths of the underground world were too chaotic and there were things like evil energy. Old One-Eye focused on the upper levels of the underground world. It was not a wealthy place and lacked opportunities and changes. But it also did not have such a tense atmosphere. At this time, the battle in Mithril City has entered a fever pitch. After the twin Mithril Golem Core, which was divided into two, cleared out most of the rat people, the armored golems lined up and walked out of the city gate of the upper city, pushing all the way, while the skeleton demon's his slender legs were like compressing spring plates. And then he pushed hard and rushed directly across the city into the middle city. The responsibilities of both sides are very clear. The armored golem, who is walking step by step, is responsible for pushing forward, and the flying skeleton golem is responsible for breaking through. As for the evil energy SHLs that are still falling, with the quality of mithril steel, as long as they are not hit directly, it will be fine. But if you want to, contamination with evil energy cannot be accomplished in a short time. The evil ratmen who had sent troops into the central city soon collided with the twin mithril golem core. There were also carnival cultists, who were beaten by both sides, and a melee suddenly began. The Fel Energy Core has fought with the Goblin Core for 30 years. Even a pig should have learned how to fight. What's more, although the Fel Energy Core is newly formed, it has a considerable number of veterans as its backbone. So the fight looks like it's decent. Even sophisticated. The largest number of Fel Energy shooters and Fel Energy guards formed the front army. They spread out in groups of 3 to 5 and continued to advance on the streets, but kept a relatively close distance. They were like a constantly advancing net. So any group encountered the enemy will be responded to by nearby teammates, and an encirclement will be quickly formed. If the enemy cannot be dispatched with them, the support of the giant rat cavalry can be called upon. The high-speed giant rat cavalry has been roaming around the battlefield in small groups. Due to the special characteristics of the rat men, neither narrow streets nor ruins can hinder them. They can be used for breakthroughs and support, and to gnaw away those hard bones, regarded as the Chinese army. As for the rear, it is composed of Fel mechas and Fel tanks that are good at long-distance bombing, and are followed by a large number of giant rat cavalry. After all, both mechas and tanks lack enough flexibility, and the cavalry is needed to help clear out those unruly ones. Insects with good intentions. Such an orderly and powerful combination allows the entire evil army to continuously advance in the central city, even if it encounters undead, demons, and twisted flesh. The price is just more time, and even more evil energy can be obtained. The core was unstoppable. According to the normal progress, it was only a matter of time before the Fel core with a completely different style swallowed up Mithril City, which was still using swords and magic. However, they soon encountered the Mithril Golem core that was also advancing. The evil shooters of the former army were the first to come into contact with these different enemies. They immediately realized that they had encountered a tough enemy, so they found cover and started shooting. But the effect was very poor. The reason is very simple. The killing power of the individual evil energy gun mainly relies on the corrosiveness of evil energy. Once it encounters an enemy that is difficult to corrode, its effect is similar to that of a water gun. And mithril steel is one of the few substances that is difficult to corrode. Fortunately, the Fel core did not only have a single type of soldier. In addition to calling for support from the giant rat cavalry, nearby Fel guards also began to gather. To put it bluntly, the equipment of the Fel guard is a simplification of the giant rat knight. The top of the spear in his hand can gather a large amount of evil energy, although the charging time is long, and it is easy to break the balance and cause terrible damage. When it is released in one breath, it can penetrate. The penetrating power and destructive power are both astonishing, and even light tanks cannot withstand them. In addition, The evil ratmen have always been fearless of death, so they are really quite a threat. The gathered fell guards began to increase their charging intensity, and the fell spears in their hands began to shine with the light of fell energy, especially the top, which was like turning into a green lamppost, and even caused fell energy due to excessive charging. Everything began to become unstable. During this period, there were many unlucky people who were killed due to out-of-control evil energy. However, more evil energy guards were not affected and charged frantically towards the mithril golem core. Just like when they faced mold. The tank is like Taijun holding a happy stick. This kind of offensive poses little threat to the skeleton golem. But the armored golem, which is relatively slow and designed to withstand damage from the beginning, is not good and cannot dodge at all. After being hit by the evil spear, due to the large number of the balance that became fragile due to charging was immediately broken. The suddenly broken balance makes the evil energy gathered at the top of the spear more penetrating. If it hits a weak point, even the mithril steel will be penetrated by the evil energy, and the evil energy erupting from the inside will damage the golem. The internal magic lines cause a lot of damage. Even if it does not completely lose the ability to move, it will have a certain impact. If you are unlucky enough to be hit consecutively, an expensive mithril golem will be scrapped, and the highly corrosive evil energy will also be destroyed. This will make the mithril golem lack recycling value. This is just the beginning. The giant rat cavalry who arrived are wielding scimitars. Although they lack destructive power against the skeleton golem, they can still entangle the skeleton golem with the sharp claws of the giant rat, allowing the evil guards to better attack the skeleton golem, surround and kill those armored golems. Not to mention the more elite giant rat knights among the giant rat cavalry. The elite giant rat knights laid down their more sophisticated and more destructive fell spears and began to charge. As long as they hit, even the mithril steel would be melted by the high-energy fell energy, causing irreparable damage. After seeing this scene, Ms. Mithril, who had been observing the battlefield situation, knew that she had underestimated her opponent. But the mithril golem core was not that simple either. Edwin, activate the magic transmission of the mage tower and activate the third form of the mithril golem core. Ms. Mithril contacted Edwin and said in a calm tone. It seemed that her mood was not affected by the unfavorable battle situation. Okay, ma'am. Edwin, who was in the mage tower, nodded, then put down the experiment in his hand, went to the mage tower control room, and turned on the magic transmission. Chapter 438: The Flood of the Champagne Tower. The goblet tower that takes over the underground river waterfall above the sky is actually not that simple. In addition to being the hub of the entire Mithril City water network, it is also a unique mage tower. Now that it is activated, the impact of the water flow is magically transformed as a steady stream of magic power. It is then transmitted through the invisible network to the mithril golem core as an additional source of power. With the transmission of new orders and magic power, the mithril golems that had not yet come into contact with the evil rat men began to gather. Among them, the skeleton golems were the first to start. With contact, their joints connected and twisted with each other, and soon formed more. It has a huge metal skeleton, and the armored golem also unfolds its armor pieces to cover the skeleton layer by layer, forming a giant golem 5 to 6 meters high. This is the third form of the mithril golem core in addition to the twin forms. The combination golem. More powerful magic power is poured into each of the combined golems, giving these behemoths greater strength and defense. They are also not slow and have poor flexibility. When they rush into the evil army, they are simply just killing indiscriminately, one by one with a kick, and completely ignoring the damage of the evil energy gun. The fell guards and the giant rat knight, who were trying to surround and kill the combined golem, couldn't get close at all, because the arms of the giant golem could be freely extended and retracted, and sharp blades would pop out from the gaps in the armor. Even if they were swept across, they would not be killed on the spot. If beaten to death, they will be cut into pieces. Just when the fell core suffered heavy losses, with a roaring sound, the fell tank, which had a speed advantage, arrived first and immediately launched an artillery bombardment. However, it was difficult to hit the flexible combination golem, and instead got Ms. Mithril's attention. Destroy them. As soon as Ms. Mithril finished speaking, stronger magic power was poured into the several combined golems closest to the fell tank. The powerful magic power even makes invisible magic lines emerge, emitting a slightly dazzling light. If the material is not excellent enough, such a powerful magic infusion is enough to destroy ordinary golems. But for golems made of mithril steel, this will only make it more terrifying. And the structure of the whole mithril steel also gives the combined golem the foundation to withstand and exert powerful magic. One by one, the giant combined golems, with the speed of a cheetah, rushed past at an unimaginable speed. The giant rat cavalry tried to stop them on the way, but they were trampled like rats crossing the street, and their intestines were torn to pieces. They became inseparable from the ruins of Midtown. A part of the Fel Energy tank tried to fight back, but found that there was no way to fight back without reasonable design. The Fel Energy tank was a large caliber cannon fixed on a metal box. It was used for long-range bombing. It was simply intended to be used for short-range anti-armor. There were too many, and after the methods such as crushing and hitting didn't work, he immediately panicked. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he could no longer escape. After getting close, the combination golem stretched out its huge palm and grabbed the still rotating metal track. With a harsh friction sound, it easily twisted and tore the metal track into pieces, completely losing the ability of the evil tank to move, leaving only the idling gears. After the prey lost its ability to move, the combination golem began to dismember the prey. The sharp mithril steel blade popped out from the gap in the armor, and became even sharper with the blessing of magic. The tank armor, which was not too thin, was easily cut, revealing what was inside. Fell Skaven pilots and loaders. With a sound like a tomato being squeezed, an evil energy tank was completely destroyed. More and more enhanced combination golems rushed over, killing a large number of the guarding giant rat cavalry and destroying more evil tanks. Until then, the evil machine, which used mechanical legs as a means of movement, has just arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Although the movement speed is not as fast as that of Fel tanks, Fel mechas that have withstood the battlefield test are more combat effective and have also evolved into mini models. However, the main force is the mass-produced model called the Slayer. Compared with the crude Fel mechas in the early days, after acquiring the craftsmanship of Grey Dwarves and Gnomes, the Slayer has become more complete and sophisticated, with more flexible movements and enhanced weapons and equipment. It is now equipped with twin small-caliber Fel cannons, equipped with evil energy-powered flying claws in one hand, has very good combat effectiveness. So as soon as it arrives on the battlefield, it raises the muzzle and launches a fierce attack. The twin small-caliber Fel cannons installed under the robotic arm fire powerful Fel Energy SH/LS under the infusion of the Fel Energy furnace. Compared with a weak water gun like Evil Energy gun, even if the Evil Energy cannon has a small caliber prefix, it is not comparable to the former. The most important point is that in addition to the corrosiveness of Evil Energy, the Evil Energy cannon also has a strong penetrating and impactful. A combination golem received 2 hits. The armor forged from mithril steel was first twisted, and then penetrated by highly concentrated Evil Energy. The released kinetic energy made the combination golem look like it was like being hit by a heavy punch. But the worst thing was the impact and damage caused by the Evil Energy that penetrated inside and caused the magic lines. The harm of Evil Energy is somewhat beyond our expectations. If we don't use other defense mechanisms, defeat is only a matter of time. At this time, Edwin was on the phone with Ms. Mithril. After seeing the Evil Energy mecha, he had no idea about the battle situation, no longer had any hope, and had some worries about Evil Energy. The Mithril Golem core is strong. No matter what kind of opponent it faces, even in a siege battle, it will smash the enemy like a hammer. But Evil Energy is like a highly corrosive liquid, constantly penetrating and corroding, making Mithril the attacks of the Golem core became increasingly weak. In theory, any attack that could not resist the corrosion of Evil Energy would be in vain. Ms. Mithril was also aware of this, but she did not panic at all, but was considering the pros and cons. Mithril City is not important. The location of Mithril City is the most important. Therefore, the Evil Energy must be eliminated and Mithril City must be rebuilt. Only in this way can she firmly occupy this place. So she spoke. Start the Great Purge and wash away the entire Mithril City. We still have time to rebuild it. After pondering for a moment, Edwin realized that this was the only way at the moment. After all, using other methods would undoubtedly expose his trump card. You must know that they had been preparing here for so long, not to clean up the evil ratmen. So he nodded and opened the Mage Tower. Floodgate. Few people know that there is a huge expansion space inside the Goblet Wizard Tower, which stores a huge amount of water. At this time, almost endless water flows out from the flood channels reserved on all sides of the Goblet Tower, just like a fountain, constantly washing away everything around it, and quickly forming a growing torrent, rushing towards the buildings in all directions like a wall, just like the Champagne Tower. As the Goblet Tower continues to spurt out, a massive torrent flows down the stairs step by step. washing away the entire Mithril city. Blood sacrifices and evil energy are like sandcastles on the beach under the torrent. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the rat nest became a rat hole filled with water. Even the evil general located in the lower city area was dumbfounded by the torrent rushing from the central city area. He could only watch helplessly, as the evil force that had the upper hand just now, the capable regiment, was rushed into the abyss. Chapter 439 Ending and Reconstruction. The evil general, who was originally high-spirited, and thought he was about to occupy the entire Mithril city, is now pitifully tumbling in the turbid water, with countless garbage. Its body transformation and evil heart have no effect on it, when it is ready to swallow everything when it fell into the abyss. Its heart was filled with despair, because this was not what it wanted. Since then, the Fell War in Mithril City has ended. After the Fell Ratmen lost almost all their main troops, the survivors were found and killed one by the tireless Mithril golems. However, Mithril City also suffered a tragic victory. The Champagne Tower spurted from top to bottom, and there were not many places that could survive the raging flood. This caused Mithril City to lose more than 90% of its population and most of its supplies. Forget about the poor people in the lower city area. The factories and merchants in the middle city area will gradually be replenished. But the losses in the upper city area will be difficult to make up for. The structure of the underground city is a sharp pyramid, and the seemingly domineering upper level is the anchor that stabilizes the entire power structure. Once it is missing, the entire power will collapse. Although Mithril City has 7 drow families, different losses will make them focus on fighting for power instead of working together to tide over the difficulties. This will undoubtedly greatly delay the reconstruction of Mithril City. Ms. Mithril has to stand up personally, gather all the remaining forces in Mithril City as the city lord, and then as a demigod to deter the scavengers who come after hearing the news. During this period, many battles broke out, and many legends appeared. It is a pity that Ms. Mithril's combat power is not weak. As a demigod, there is a legendary mage to help. To defeat her, at least 5 legends, who cooperate with each other to have a certain chance of defeating her. After killing a legendary warrior and leaving many parts of a legendary mage, the ruined Mithril City gained peace. The deterrent power of the demigods is still considerable. After a brief period of calm, Ms. Mithril opened the treasure house of Mithril City and issued massive orders to the entire underground world. Her intention to rebuild Mithril City was very obvious. If it were done before Ms. Mithril took action, I'm afraid it wouldn't go smoothly. But as long as you show enough strength, everything you do will go smoothly. This is the advantage of having a big fist, without being able to gnaw on the ruins of Mithril City. Competing for trade orders became the best way to obtain profits. A large number of caravans began to gather in the direction of Mithril City, bringing sources of resources to Mithril City waiting for rebirth. Constant nourishment. But reconstruction is not that easy. Buildings can be repaired easily, and the population can be restored through foreigners. Only food reserves are a headache. Thanks to the luxurious lifestyle of the drow matrons, and the extravagant and wasteful habits of the upper city, Mithril City's food reserves are not optimistic. Especially after the Great Flood. The entire Mithril City's food reserves can only last for 3 months. This is still the case where the population does not grow. If the population continues to grow, the time that food can support it will be greatly shortened, and any reconstruction will be in vain by then. Without food, there is no one, and no one can talk about reconstruction. Therefore, purchasing large amounts of food has become the main problem at present. But these are not the only problems. Because of the special environment of the underground world, there is no so-called harvest season. Both mushrooms and snails, which are staple foods, are harvested when they are mature. In addition, both are inconvenient to store. The food reserves of any underground city are not so good. Even if they spend a lot of money to buy it, they won't be able to buy much. After all, they also have to eat. Therefore, we can only buy from the outside world. That is, the surface world, where the food production is greater and it is easier to store. But this is not easy. From the beginning to the end of the evil war in Mithril City. And now, Owen has never taken his eyes away. So he knows very well that this opportunity is rare. If he can win Mithril City's food order, he can then use Mithril City to spreading from the center to the surrounding areas will undoubtedly allow the territory to hold an important bargaining chip in the underground world trade. When the underground world is accustomed to the food on the surface, it undoubtedly puts its lifeline in the hands of the territory. Once the two sides go to war, it is not easy to get rid of dependence. Therefore, under Owen's order, the Northern Glory Alliance used the Death Shadow sect as an intermediary to try to win this important order. Thanks to the good reputation of the Death Shadow sect and Mithril City's eagerness to find suitable and stable food channels, the two parties successfully signed a contract. Northern Glory Alliance, the territory of the Hydra family, is really missed, Ms. Mithril suddenly said with emotion after seeing the other party off. I remember that Madam wanted to marry that Earl Owen, Edwin on the side suddenly said. I was just the 9th princess at that time and didn't need to take on this responsibility. Ms. Mithril recalled that year and said with a smile, knowing in her heart that she would never go back. Not only Ms. Mithril, but also Edwin fell into memories. After all, they had stayed in the underground world for 30 years, dreaming of blue skies and white clouds. Unfortunately, their mission was not completed yet, and it was not yet time. I just didn't expect that the other party was actually related to the Death Shadow sect. Ms. Mithril narrowed her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. This is not strange, because both sides are very strange. Edwin waved his hand and said, the Northern Glory Alliance controlled by the Hydra family has never expanded externally in 30 years. Even with this strength, it remains motionless, which is strange. The Death Shadow sect is obviously a group of mutated drow who kill without blinking an eye. But they actually believe in tranquility and death, which is equally weird. Perhaps there is a deeper connection between the two parties. We need to test it out. Come back next time and agree to their request to build a temple. I want to see what they really want, Ms. Mithril said lightly to Edwin. Edwin is not surprised by Ms. Mithril's decision, and it will also help contain those demons and evil gods. After all, based on the teachings of both parties, it would be strange not to fight. When the food order from Mithril City was won, the Ogre Castle and Black Castle also underwent expansion, and the roads were also renovated. For this reason, many witches were sent to the territory to use transformation techniques to change the landscape. For higher efficiency, the food transported is processed grain bricks and dried vegetables, which are smaller in size and easier to transport and store. Although they are not very delicious, they are more suitable for the underground world. It's just that the food team transporting attracted many forces with malicious intentions. But with the protection of the Ogre Castle, the Black Castle, and the Death Shadow sect, not many people dared to take action. It's just that even Owen didn't expect that the secret Lady Silver actually demoted the 7 drow matrons as slaves and sold them to the Ogre Castle. Owen's ogre clone is willing to accept anyone who comes. If Silo is a fertility tool, then the drow matron is a fertility factory. He will not miss such high-quality land when he is trying to give birth to a core. Chapter 440 Territory Upgrade. The battle in Mithril City also sounded the alarm for Owen, because there are more evil ratmen scattered in the main world than just the underground world. Even how many evil ratmen there are in the underground world is also unknown. A fell rat army could cause such destruction, without the restrictions of the narrow and barren fell secret realm. The harm caused by the fell rat men coming to the main world was more serious than he imagined. Owen originally wanted to use other forces in the main world to fight and suppress evil energy. For this purpose, he even formed a sacred shield. However, judging from the battle in Mithril City, the effect cannot be said to be non-existent. It can only be said that he is too good at seeking death. Everyone knows that evil energy is harmful, but compared to the potential harm of evil energy, more people only see the benefits brought by evil energy. This leads to the fact that evil energy will not die no matter how much suppression it faces, but will continue to grow in secret. The corner of the world keeps growing until it backfires. In other words, there are always people who are not afraid of death to help hide it. This situation cannot be changed at all, because not only humans, but other intelligent creatures also have the instinct to regard the lessons of history as passing by. It is not that they cannot see the harm of evil energy, nor are they unaware of the consequences of evil energy's backlash, but they just cannot give up. The possible benefits of evil energy leave people speechless. No wonder the noble goddess didn't think about destroying the evil energy, Owen whispered to himself, because he could already imagine the noble believers acting in both ways. What makes Owen even more troublesome is that the fell rat men are progressing too fast. Whether it is the emergence of fell tanks or the improved fell mecha, it puts a lot of pressure on him. How long has passed? If the fell rat man is given enough resources and time, there will be no problem in rebuilding the fell empire in the main world. By then, it will be a sure thing to annex other forces and dominate the world. Realizing this, even if Owen becomes a god, he still feels a headache. In this regard, in addition to increasing investment in research, we must also update the military at the grassroots level. At least when facing the evil energy core, they will not fall behind with the same number. This is not easy. The restraint of evil energy on life is really too strong. Especially with the introduction of evil energy technology. The threat level has not been increased slightly. Moreover, the more lives that die, the stronger the evil energy is. And it is not limited to intelligent creatures. Animals, plants, and even microorganisms are all within the scope of evil energy. In theory, if evil energy is allowed to spread, it can swallow a world. What's even more terrible is that the stronger the evil energy is, the more outrageous the blessing on evil energy creatures is. Owen doesn't know what the upper limit is, and he doesn't want to know. Therefore, we must not fight a protracted war with the evil energy core. We must strengthen our firepower to a level strong enough to destroy all enemies. I wanted to call Maya to have an in-depth communication, but suddenly I remembered that I had become a god. Even if I called her here, I couldn't meet her in person, and I suddenly felt boring, helpless. Owen separated a ray of his mind and fell asleep. Not to mention how Irving changed everything in his dream. Maya woke up the next day, kicked off the quilt, and asked Ram to wash and dry it. After patting her flushed face, Maya sadly went to take a bath and change clothes. While soaking in the bath, she looked at Ram, who was serving at the side. But it was still important to get down to business. After changing her clothes, Maya immediately summoned the senior officials of the territory for a meeting. As Owen issued the oracle, the entire territory began to take action, and the power generated shocked the gods. In addition to the system, the millions of believers in the territory are now Owen's most solid backing. So he decided to find a way to increase the population limit of the system. If there are tens of millions of believers, even if the evil empire reappears, he will dare to confront it. But this is not easy. He has already tried every means to increase the system's population limit of 1 million. If he wants to increase it again, he must have strong enough support. Otherwise the backlash from the main world will come. Now that Owen has become a god, he understands the power of system transformation better. It is a means to completely seize the soul, regardless of life or death. Once the system is transformed, it will only belong to him. This is intolerable in any world. After all, the soul belongs to the world. An important component without a soul, no matter how rich the resources are. It is just a dead land. However, as the system's population limit continues to increase, Owen's behavior has changed from poaching to poaching. If the system's population limit is raised to 10 million, it will be like using excavators to demolish the system. How can it not alarm the world's consciousness? So we must be careful. Otherwise the main world stopped targeting evil energy and instead targeted him. At this time, Maya was still in a meeting to discuss how to implement the orders issued by Owen. This was not an easy task. It not only involved the change of uniforms of the entire army, but also internal production adjustments and external strategic changes. Fortunately, the territory's execution ability is at the level of cheating. There is no tampering or procrastination. Orders received are executed 100%. Although the territorial army is currently equipped with single personnel weapons that use paper SH/LS, it does not mean that these are the only ones. In fact, more advanced weapons have been stored in the strategic warehouse, and adaptation training has been conducted in batches. Therefore, it can be formed immediately after changing the equipment. Combat effectiveness. However, although the territory now has more mountains and underground worlds that provide more materials, it is limited by some problems and is not equipped with more advanced weapons. At least modern small-caliber rifles are not suitable for the world of swords and magic. The ammunition consumption was too high, and the lethality was insufficient. Therefore, the equipment level of the territorial army remained at the level of World War II. In addition to guns and artillery, the territory is also preparing to form tanks, aircraft and mecha brigades to deal with the Felcor. There is no way. The evil Radmen are all cheating, and the territory is impossible to fight without cheating. However, the imaginary enemy of the territory is the evil core. But the neighbors don't think so. With the current size of the territory, just mobilizing troops to change defenses is enough to make the territory uneasy, let alone a large-scale change of equipment and army expansion, which is enough to scare the territory into doing some irrational things. Therefore, while the territory was changing its equipment, it also increased its arms trade, selling the weapons originally equipped by the army to the Northland Noble Alliance and the Bagwan Border City Alliance, so that the two sides always maintained a gap of 1 or 2 generations, which was a gap that could not be defeated but could be defeated, so that at least they will not do irrational things out of panic. Because this is not the first time something like this has happened. When I learned that the Northern Honor Alliance had changed its uniform, It also opened an arms trade. The two major alliances are very accustomed to spending money to buy arms and change the uniforms of their troops. After all, even if they can't defeat the North in the League of Honor, there is still no problem in fighting other forces. Chapter 441, the targeted territory. I have to say that besides being expensive, guns are really easy to use, especially when the rate of fire and power increase. Even if they are equipped with only one weapon, 20 or 30 soldiers who have a defensive advantage can pose a fatal threat to the junior grudge knights. Professionals are also human beings. Not to mention that primary fighting spirit can only enhance bursts and cannot be used to protect oneself. If one is hit in a vital part, he will die. If it were changed to the past, an early-stage grudge knight could kill hundreds of people on the battlefield, which would be a threat to 20 or 30 ordinary soldiers. In fact, if the power of the weapon is further improved and the single combat is replaced by AK, only a few soldiers who cooperate with each other tacitly can pose a fatal threat to the junior grudge knight. Of course, there are limits to this. If you switch to an intermediate fighting spirit knight or a swordsman who is good at agility, the effect will not be as good, and the reaction speed cannot keep up. A high-level fighting spirit knight can even resist the damage of light weapons, and with sophisticated equipment with his armor, it is not difficult to charge against a hail of bullets, let alone enemies such as inhuman races and golems. This is also the reason why the territory has not fully formed a modern army. Guns and cannons are powerful, but fighting spirit magic is also good. If you are really prepared, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose in a fight. In other words, guns and artillery can only shorten the distance between ordinary soldiers and ordinary professionals. For the truly strong, the gap between the two sides is still huge. This is enough. There are only so many strong men in the entire main world who can ignore guns and cannons, and the vast majority are still ordinary people. But when I reached Owen's level, I realized that in many cases it was difficult for ordinary soldiers to decide the outcome, such as the Space Marines and the Astra Militarum. So investment in elite troops had to continue to increase. Thinking that there were still many things to arrange, Owen went to find Maya in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, a bolt from the blue came. His woman actually slept with Ram. They were both veteran drivers, and Owen didn't know what the buzzing sound between them was about. His face suddenly turned green, and then he fell into philosophical thinking, whether the relationship between machines and green plants could be equated. After thinking for a long time, Owen finally felt that some small toys between the couple could only be regarded as fun, not the green plants above their heads. After comforting himself, Owen quietly left and expressed his feelings. He didn't want to be seen when he was playing with toys, because of the unique status of the territory. The impact of the costume change is constantly expanding. The eliminated equipment in the territory was sold to the Northland Noble Alliance and the Bagwan Border City Alliance. After they obtained the new equipment, they also had to dispose of the old equipment in order to recover funds. This affected the scope and expanded the scope layer by layer, even to the 100 Cities Alliance. The emergence of a large number of firearms, coupled with the visible improvement in the combat effectiveness of the grassroots army, naturally attracted attention. As I said before, firearms have actually appeared in the Empire for a long time. However, at that time, the Empire was invincible. The presence or absence of firearms was not important. Instead, it affected the cleanup of the lower classes every few decades, coupled with the opposition of the professional class. So the firearms were also sealed. But things are different now. The Empire is divided, and all the major forces have thoughts of annexing each other. If you are strong, I will be weak, and I will attack whoever is weak. How can this be tolerated? Therefore, the military competition began, and a large number of firearms poured in. The bottom-level army has increased the destruction and lethality of war by not even a little bit. At this time, even without the participation of mages and high-level professionals, the destructive power of the war is still not weak, or even stronger. At the same time, the popularity of firearms also gave birth to the profession of alchemist. And the price increase of a large number of related raw materials increased the cost of war a lot. But there is no way, when a traditional cold weapon army encounters a firearms army, without the influence of bad weather. It is simply a matter of exchanging lives for ammunition. Let's not talk about whether the two sides are equal. It takes at least 10 years for a qualified soldier to grow up. How about producing a piece of ammunition? This forces both sides to upgrade their armaments. Having a territory with systematic production equipment and stable sources of raw materials is conducive to an invincible position. And this is still a conspiracy. However, no one is a fool. The advantage of the territory is too obvious, and it is the source of this military competition. It is difficult to cover up. So some targeted tests are inevitable. Miss Maya, this is the information sent by the Hydra members within the Holy Shield. Mabuyi placed the compiled information in front of Maya. Maya, who was handling official business, made a move. Mabuyi was the person in charge of intelligence at the root, and the information she was asked to send in person was extraordinary. So she immediately put down what she was doing, picked up the information, and read it carefully. It seems that the territory has offended the public. There are so many forces involved. Those who did not participate also acquiesced and hid it from the territory. Maya was not surprised by the reactions of many surrounding forces. Even this counterattack was under her control. As expected, the territory does not expand externally. But being feared and targeted has nothing to do with whether you expand externally. Because it is okay if you do not expand, but not if you have the strength to expand. Therefore, this matter cannot be changed. Even if the territory actively engages in diplomacy and gives up some of its interests. Unless the territory can show enough strength. Enough to make the other party fearful. However, the territory will definitely face more fear afterwards. And there is nothing that can be done about it. Either the weak are exploited, the strong cannibalize others, or the centrists only want to protect themselves. Unless they cheat, it will be a dead end. Although the territory is cheating, Maya is not prepared to continue taking the middle path. Because it turns out that this path is not only difficult to walk, but also unpleasing. Coupled with Owen becoming a god and some recent changes, Maya decided to change the territory's external decision-making. Expansion will not happen. At least not for the time being. Because the special nature of the territory makes external expansion not very meaningful. But it can show a strong enough fist to the outside world and expand the influence of the territory on the outside world. Although showing strength will be feared by others, it will also make people understand the importance of talking calmly and together. This is enough. As long as there is enough stable time to develop. Even if it only has a population of 1 million. The territory will not be afraid of any opponent. A territory that does not require disguise is terrifying. A large number of previously scattered armies have been reorganized. Now the territory has 150,000 regular troops and 300,000 reserve troops. Almost all adult men and some women can step onto the battlefield and have multiple arms. In addition to the 50,000 city defense troops and reserve troops that cannot be easily used, 100,000 people are divided into field, artillery, armor, air force, cavalry, etc., each of which is organized into different corps. And then a complete corps is built, which is first-rate even in World War II. The level of a powerful country, and even the characteristics of the system's transformation of the population's bravery and infinite loyalty without fear of death. It is simply the ideal perfect corps. With them here, the territory cannot be said to be impregnable. And a frontal invasion would be a daydream. And this is only on the surface. In private, in addition to the mysterious routes, the territory also has several special troops. The real combat effectiveness is beyond the imagination of the outside world. Chapter 442 Rangers and Holy Bullets. After being reorganized into the Ranger Regiment, the nomadic cavalry are still responsible for border security. However, instead of pretending to be nomadic tribes before, they now wear neat and close-fitting military uniforms, helmets and light armor, and their weapons retain scimitars. However, the main equipment is replaced by semi-automatic rifles, revolvers and long-handled grenades. It also carries machine guns and detachable mortars. The main focus is mobility. Due to the popularity of guns and artillery, Rangers who do not need to charge into battle no longer have to maintain a large number to maintain combat effectiveness. In addition to the camp being fixed at one location, most of them operate in units of hundreds of people. Therefore, one regiment can often garrison a large area. They are also the guardians of territorial borders. As a mobile city wall, they are much more reliable than trench barbed wire. Currently, a Ranger brigade is patrolling 100 miles away from Mara City. They carry sufficient supplies with one person and 2 horses. During this period, they only need to send people back to the camp to report and bring back some supplies to patrol the wild for a long time. Because their location is deviated from the main trade route with Mara City as a transit point, it is difficult to see outsiders except for the wild beasts and lost travelers wandering in the wilderness. This is already a problem for Rangers who are nomads. You will not feel lonely or anxious because of the daily life you are accustomed to. During daily patrols, If you really can't sit still, you can go to the nearby secret place to play. But today they are not so leisurely, because the detective horse found some suspicious traces, and it was obvious that mice had sneaked into the territory from this direction. After sending 2 people back to the camp to report the incident, the Ranger Brigade began their pursuit. However, judging from the traces left by the opponent, although the number was small, the situation was not optimistic. Everyone in the territory is a believer in the temple. Holding the holy emblem can somewhat enhance the perception and resistance to evil. Now they feel a little bad, because they smell a faint smell of sulfur where the other party stays. According to the pamphlet distributed above, this situation usually means that it is related to the devil. You may encounter demon warlocks and demon creatures next. Everyone, please be careful. Don't approach easily. Avoid close combat. And replace bullets with sacred bullets. It's time to use them. The ranger captain asked the team to stop, and then said it carefully. Everyone has undergone targeted training and knows what kind of opponent they will face next. So no one dares to be careless and eject the bullets from the gun chamber first, and then open the special ammunition bag on their waist. The ammunition package is printed with the pattern of the holy emblem. The bullets made of silver alloy inside are coated with holy oil and have a sacred luster, just like the rifles with the same pattern of the holy emblem. The soldiers who hold them will pray to them regularly, in order to increase the damage against evil enemies, because all soldiers are devout believers. Coupled with the group effect, this method is real and effective. Therefore, after loading the holy bullets, the damage to evil-type enemies is far greater than that of ordinary ammunition. However, this kind of ammunition not only consumes silver, but also needs to be enshrined in the temple for 7 days after being made, so that faith and holy light can penetrate into it. Therefore, the output is not high, and only a few soldiers can equip it. However, as border sentries and moving city walls, the Rangers are one of the few regiments whose entire staff is equipped with holy bombs. And this is what they are most proud of. After loading, the captain asked his men to spread out in small groups, forming a seemingly loose, but actually extremely deadly encirclement at the speed of the cavalry, to hunt down evil enemies who dared to invade the territory. Less than half a day away from the Rangers, the group headed by Bailey and Johnny were rushing on their way. Both of them are senior members of the Devil's Head. However, the internal structure of the Devil's Head is very loose. Naturally, there is nothing to say when meeting the top management. If a young man is caught, he will naturally do whatever he is told. Don't complain, otherwise the chance of an accident is too high. But if you don't meet them, you are quite free. You can do whatever you want. No one cares or asks. Therefore, the 2 people who did not like restraint ran to the north to seek life. But they lived a happy life for a long time. At first, this place was a paradise for demon warlocks and necromancers. Unfortunately, they were first attacked by the Northern Honor Alliance, and then the rise of the Holy Shield, which made their lives more and more difficult. They originally planned to stay on their own for a while, but a big job came to their doorstep. Although it was very dangerous, the other party offered too much, and they couldn't refuse it. Therefore, the 2 relied on their familiarity with the Northland to sneak around Mara City with a group of people, trying to take a detour to the North City. It's a pity that they still underestimated those Rangers. Even if there were special thieves in the team responsible for covering up the traces, they didn't hide it from the other side for long. Damn it! We're being targeted! Bailey, who had dark complexion, said with an ugly face. Although they were also riding horses, they were not that capable of escaping from the Rangers' pursuit in the north. Therefore, he chose to take a detour and try his best to avoid being discovered. But unexpectedly, he only gained less than a day. There are still 2 days' journey to the North City, and we won't be able to survive until then. Johnny was not as dark as Bailey, but his exposed skin was covered with evil runes tattooed on him. And he said with a frown, their current position was very embarrassing, because in order to avoid being discovered, they chose a route as far away from the gathering place as possible. As a result, after being discovered, they couldn't even do a blood sacrifice on the spot to summon demons because they couldn't find anyone. They must be killed. Otherwise no one will survive once they are surrounded by the army. Bailey said this not only to Johnny, but also to the gang he gathered. In addition to Bailey and Johnny, there are 8 other people. They are all powerful demons. If they can work together, they may not have no chance of winning. The so-called demons are humans who can return to their human form and maintain their sanity after taking demon eggs and become demonized. Therefore, they have the power of demons and the wisdom of humans. Although their power is not as good as that of demons, and their wisdom is just that. They are not as easy to lose control as demons. It can also protect you for a long time, and does not require blood sacrifice. Most importantly, the demon is naturally subject to the demon sorcerer, and therefore is the demon sorcerer's favorite guardian. It's just that it's not easy to train a demon warrior, and the failure rate is very high. The devil's head throws a large number of demon eggs in the north, just to select the right demon. After hearing Bailey's words, several demons looked at each other, and nodded silently, but still offered to get the reward in advance. Bailey discussed it with Johnny, agreed, and handed over the specially prepared devil eggs to them. The power of demons increases quickly, but it is difficult to break the peace. They can be said to be demons in success or failure. As long as the demon blood in their bodies cannot be improved, their strength will remain unchanged. If you want to improve your demon bloodline, you must swallow demon eggs made of the same demon's flesh and blood, which is undoubtedly difficult to escape the control of the demon warlock. Otherwise, who doesn't know how powerful the Northern Glory Alliance is? They only provoke each other when they are full and full. In fact, not only a few demons think this way, but Bailey and Johnny also think so. If it weren't for the benefits, who would dare to come here easily? Don't they know how many of their colleagues have died here? And it's not because of greed. Chapter 443 Small Abyss. After getting it, several demons did not keep it. They directly stuffed the devil's egg as big as a goose egg into their mouths, then raised their necks and swallowed it hard. You could even see the obvious bulge sliding down the neck, which made them feel uncomfortable. People feel a sense of suffocation when they look at it, especially since they are all men and there is not a single woman. And there is no sense of beauty in scientific research. The reason for using the devil's egg so simply is that these demons are not stupid. You must know that swallowing the devil's egg is risky. Although it is not like the first time you take it, because you have to change the bloodline and add the devil's blood, which leads to an extremely high failure rate. High. But the sudden increase in the concentration of demon blood will still put them to the test again. Once their will collapses, they will become irrational monsters. So it is best to ask a demon warlock to help suppress them when taking it. In terms of demons, that's what's professional. The problem is that the demon warlocks of the chaotic evil camp will not work in vain, and they will naturally have to pay a sufficient price. What's worse is that the demon warlocks have a bad reputation, and they are almost 100% hands-off when helping. If you accidentally ask for help, you will be in trouble. It's different now. If you don't help, you will die together. And time is tight. This won't leave them any time to do anything. So naturally they have to take it now. It's a pity that these demons are still too naive, because they may not be brought here to be helpers, but to store food. Johnny and Bailey looked at each other, and while several demons suppressed the gradually activated demon blood, they set up a magic circle in the name of helping. If it were someone knowledgeable, his eyes would probably pop out of his head. It was just a regular magic circle that suppressed the power of demons. It was made of various legendary materials, and the drawings were wrong. It's a pity that the devil doesn't understand magic, let alone that his body is burning like a fire, and all his energy is focused on suppressing his increasingly active demon blood. So it wasn't until the two activated the magic circle that they realized something was wrong, because they were burning. But it's too late. When the two of them inserted a demon horn that overflowed with evil power into the magic circle, the demon blood and souls of several demons were burning together. In the heart-wrenching screams, they cooperated with the magic. The formation tore through the space, and it was like a bright coordinate, so that the devil on the other side of the space would not find the wrong place. On the other side of the space, demons all over the mountains and plains are fighting and devouring each other. The strong and the weak and the strong, without pity or retreat, fighting with all their strength. The scene is extremely cruel, just like raising a poison. So only the strongest, only the devil can gain a territory in this death elimination field. In the center of the chaos, there is a huge seat made of demon skulls. Countless demon heads still retain the ferocity and anger of their lives, but it is useless. Their sharp horns can only be used to grind their butts and open their mouths in anger. It has no other purpose than catching farts, because the living habits of the devil in this seat are really not very good. At this time, a demon as tall as a hill was sitting there, playing with the very small devil horns in his hands in boredom. He didn't care about the succubus on his body, and looked as if he was as motionless as a mountain and could move on his own, which made people envious, jealous, and hateful. This is a hybrid of the slaughter demon and the great demon. I don't know how it got mixed up. Anyway, it inherited the power of the slaughter demon and the cunning of the great demon. It is the largest, strongest, ugliest and smelliest demon here. Although it is not a full-blooded demon yet. He found a demon lord who had been favored by the abyss for 8 years. But he had already defeated invincible enemies for hundreds of miles around, and was only one step away from him. The succubus on him was already rolling his eyes and foaming at the sight, and was unwilling to leave. Is this because of love? Shit. It's just for hugging the thigh. After all, it is the traditional craft of succubus. So even if it looks a little ugly and smelly, it is not willing to let go. However, under the suppression of the main world, although the pseudo-demon lord named the Rotten Cloud is extremely powerful, he still cannot leave here and cannot be promoted. This makes him very distressed. So some time ago, several humans who stole the power of demons said, when there was a way to help it get rid of the shackles here, it resisted the urge to crush the other party, and pulled out the horns of a legendary Balrog beside it. After pouring its own power into it, it asked them to open the space channel. If they succeeded, they will give them more power. I thought I would be deceived, but I didn't expect it to happen. This surprised the demon lord of the Rotten Cloud. After all, the credibility of humans is not as good as that of devils. However, this did not delay its next plan. So its belly bulged, and before the succubus expression changed drastically, the succubus made a move. With a long muffled sound, the expanding gas flowed along the countless demon skulls on the seat under strong pressure. The demon skull seat was sprayed out from the mouth, and the demon skull seat was sizzling around like a pressure cooker. A gray-yellow cloud shrouded it, which looked particularly spectacular. If you didn't look at the fallen demons around it, there were even fainting is all except crazy vomiting. This sound was like the trumpet of war. Countless demons stopped their never-ending battle and gathered one after another. However, they all stayed outside the aura of the demon lord of the Rotten Cloud, because with their small bodies, they really couldn't bear it. Such a strong momentum. Seeing his men gathering, the demon lord of the Rotten Cloud stood up. While bringing up a puff of smoke, he swept the completely unconscious succubus to the ground, and then roared angrily. Go and open the passage. Fight. Massacre. Kill those weak humans. And sacrifice the world to the abyss. With the roar, the demon lord of the putrid cloud inserted the demon horn in his hand into the unstable space crack, then grabbed a handful of demons and smeared the demon's flesh and blood on the crack like a wall. Spreading the enlarged the space cracks were fixed, forming a relatively stable space passage, barely able to accommodate the first batch of men to enter. Before that, Bailey and Johnny ran away before the space passage was opened. They had no choice but to run. The demon that was about to arrive was not summoned by them. At best, they were the ones who opened the door, so they had little control. None. Once caught, they are dead. Don't doubt it. The devil has this kind of virtue. So running slowly is not enough. In fact, they also regretted that they should have refused the big job that was offered to them in the first place. But they asked the other party to offer too much. As a result, as soon as they accepted the big job, the top management of the demon head came to them that night and gave them a mission that couldn't be refused. Although they knew that the mission of the demon head was not easy to complete, they were still shocked after knowing the mission. They actually planned to drill a hole in the small abyss of the former Academy City to release the demon lord inside. Not to mention how high the success rate of this mission is. Just whether you can survive after completing it is a question. You must know that the Imperial City and the Little Abyss are the two most dangerous places in the main world today. Whoever touches them will die, with few exceptions. It's a pity that the leader of the devil is never unreasonable. Either complete the task or die quickly. There is no choice at all. Chapter 444 Demon Army. With the burning of several demons and the help from the other end, the torn space cracks formed into a relatively stable space channel. Although it could not last long, it was enough for a group of demons on the opposite side to rush over. The first one to come out was a very rare legendary demon. As a legend, its passage through space caused huge pressure, just like a big guy was forced into the intestines. If it were not lubricated by the demon's flesh and blood, I'm afraid it would if it is stuck in the middle. It will probably be useless even if you call a doctor. At this time, it seemed that the space channel that was finally opened was about to be destroyed. With quick eyesight and quick hands, the big demon directly tore up several demons around him and threw them into the magic circle drawn by Bailey and Johnny as fuel. The devil's flesh and blood containing magic stabilized the magic circle, allowing the space channel to continue to open, and also letting the big devil breathe a sigh of relief. If the space channel collapsed due to it, It would probably be summoned back by the rancid cloud demon lord as soon as possible. Then it was stuffed under its butt for 1,000 years. It was unwilling to face this fate. So it worked very hard. The big demon is like an artist who uses flesh and blood as his material. He grabs it casually and tears the demons who have just passed through the space passage into pieces before they can be happy. Then he builds a demon gate bit by bit. Only a complete demon gate can support the rotten smell. It's not an easy job for a being like Demon Lord Ji-Yun to travel through time. Although the Devil's Gate has not yet been built, the increasingly stable space passage is enough to accommodate ordinary demons passing through it. Therefore, a large number of demons are like a block sewer that has just been opened, and a large number of demons spew out from it. Although there are not many high-level demons, the number is in this. Especially after gathering together, the demonic aura gradually transformed into a domain and gradually expanded, making Bailey and Johnny, who had escaped far away, feel fear. The bastard who made this plan should be damned. The panic in Bailey's heart made Bailey yell, while Johnny was trembling. Even for the demon warlock, this was too exciting. Do you think we did something wrong? Johnny said in a somewhat unclear voice, suppressing the panic in his heart. Of course we did something wrong. Otherwise, how could we do such a crazy thing? Bailey touched his face, picked up the water bag filled with spirits from his waist, and took a deep sip. Who knows the psychological pressure on him along the way? How big it is. But I don't dare to show it at all. Now I have a chance to vent. So I said it without hesitation. We can't stay in the Northland any longer. Although we only tore a small hole. It is no different from the abyss. As long as a powerful demon comes over, it is not difficult to build a demon gate. Maybe it won't take long. It will become a paradise for demons. Johnny took the strong drink from Bailey's hand and took a swig. He ignored the wine spilled on his clothes and said to Bailey with a solemn expression, obviously suppressing the pain in his heart. Panic no longer seemed so panicked. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave. We can plot against those idiots, but who can guarantee that no one will plot against us? Bailey said with a gloomy face. This made sense. So even Johnny fell silent. Go north and take a detour to Green City. It is said that there is a road leading to the underground world. Where should we go? Bailey gritted his teeth and said to Johnny, are you crazy? We just made such a big noise here. And you still want to go north? Do you really think that North City is easy to mess with? Johnny couldn't help shouting at Bailey, which shows Bailey's thoughts how crazy. This is our only way out. You don't think they will let us go, do you? Bailey stared at Johnny with his sinister eyes, making him swallow his saliva. But after thinking about it, Johnny knew that what Bailey said was right. No one likes to leave their hands behind. So the possibility of letting them leave is too low. So low that the two of them dare not take a gamble. In this case, returning to the Northland Noble Alliance, which has most likely laid a dragnet waiting for them, is simply a gamble. After reaching a consensus, the two people who caused such a big fuss went straight to Green City. But they didn't know that Beicheng had already been alerted. The place where the demon appeared is only 2 days away from Beicheng. It is located between Beicheng and Mara City, and is within the scope of the territory. Therefore, although there are many omissions in the belief network, it is still there. A small number of demons may not be able to detect it. But of course, this amount it's impossible not to feel it. Although a large number of demons were detected in this direction, the real situation was not clear. Fortunately, the Ranger Brigade that discovered Johnny and others reported to the camp in advance. After receiving contact from Beicheng, they were not like headless flies. They decisively mobilized nearby Rangers to surround them, and even mobilized a border army station from Mara City, not far away, as an emergency response. However, the one who arrived fastest was the territory's specially made one-eyed giant eagle. After years of transformation, this thing has become more and more perfect. It is fast, can see far, can stay at high altitudes for a long time, and has multiple functions. It can undertake tasks such as territorial reconnaissance, communication, and attack. Therefore, there are many one-eyed giant eagles hovering all year round. Above the Northland, it can be mobilized at any time. When she saw that the Devil's Gate had taken shape and that thousands of demons had gathered, even Maya was shocked, because this was already an army composed of demons. Although there are demons in the main world, most of them are summoned from the abyss and are rejected by the main world. So they stay for a short time. But these demons are obviously different. Although they are rejected by the main world, they cannot be driven away because they belong to the main world. The contaminated part. Someone has opened the space channel of the small abyss. As one of the representatives of the mysterious side of the territory, Emil's speech is still very authoritative. In fact, as the Holy Shield continues to expand, and the territory's information is rich enough, many things can be answered just by looking more. The secret realm was poured back. The Academy City disappeared. And the Imperial capital fell. These were three major events that happened 30 years ago. Among them, too many demons gathered at the original site of the Academy City, which distorted reality and formed a small abyss. This was no secret. Therefore, where there are so many demons that cannot be driven away, the only option is the small abyss. The problem now is how to deal with this demonic invasion. The territory has already had various complete plans. We just need to find out the corresponding ones and adjust them according to the current situation. With the war order issued by the territory, the border was first put into a state of martial law. Guns were loaded, and all external exchanges, including commerce, tourism, etc., were cut off. At the same time, the Northern Honor Alliance was declared to be in a state of war through diplomatic means. Secondly, a part of the Rangers are mobilized. In addition to maintaining the border blockade, some of them also need to participate in this war against demons to prevent demons from escaping to other parts of the territory. In fact, the Rangers have now gone to war with the demons, and it has been proved that the holy bullets are very lethal to the demons. At the same time, although ordinary bullets also have a killing effect, they can only be fatal by accumulating damage, because ordinary bullets can even hit the demon. The head and heart are also difficult to kill with one blow. After all, creatures like demons have nothing to do with weakness. Their tenacious vitality is simply standard. Chapter 445 Airdrop Pod. The North City War Command Center, a majestic comprehensive war castle with a semi-underground structure, is also an important location for controlling all military forces in the territory. At this time, in the command hall, the image captured by the Cyclops Eagle was corrected and projected in the center, forming a special sand table, allowing those present to see the battle situation more clearly and conduct more detailed command. Theoretically, if the battlefield is divided and combined with the hundreds of staff officers and officers in the command center, the smallest command unit can be reduced to the brigade level, that is, 100 people. This means that the command center's ability to control the army is beyond anything in the main world. Most people imagine, however, this can only be achieved in Beicheng, because careful command requires not only enough experienced officers, but also convenient and fast communication equipment. Except for the cheating Beicheng, other forces now mainly rely on human power and animals to transmit information. Only a few times. Being able to obtain magical communications also means that once the army is dispatched, it is almost in a state of semi-loss of contact. Although it has such convenient conditions, the command center rarely interferes with the command below the corps, because strictly trained soldiers and elite grassroots officers do not need this. They have more intuitive and clear judgments on the battlefield. At present, the Ranger Regiment has completed the orders issued to them very well. They circle around the battlefield in units of 100 people in tacit cooperation, forming a multi-layer encirclement to ensure that no demons will escape. But no more can be done. The Rangers, who lacked heavy weapons, had previously tried to launch an attack with machine guns and mortars. If they had not all carried holy bombs, they would have paid a high price. So they completely gave up the idea of attacking and focused all their energy on blockade. Fortunately, although the demons were restless, they stayed where they were. Even if they were idle and started fighting each other again, they did not leave the area where the demon gate was being built. Such a phenomenon is due to the big devil's restraint on them. Secondly, only here can the main world's rejection of them be reduced, and they will not be so uncomfortable. Thirdly, the big devil's promise to them is to kill them as much as they want afterwards. So they can never be patient. Only the demons of Yen will be bound here for a short time. But it is only for a short time. Even the demon lord cannot control the demons under him 100%. Let alone a legendary demon. This war cannot be delayed. The sooner it is resolved, the better. Although Howard, the only general in the territory, encountered an opponent like the devil for the first time. He had seen many strange things in the territory, so he immediately realized that this was not routine war, and based on the characteristics of the devil and what the devil was doing now, he immediately judged that this war could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the more variables would arise, and the war might even spread to the North City. Maya asked the Queen of Fire to calculate the speed of the construction of the Devil's Gate, as well as the increase in the number of demons that steadily poured into the space channel. She immediately realized that conventional warfare methods were not suitable for the situation at hand. The Devil's Gate must be destroyed. Otherwise the space channel would once it's completely solid. It's hard to imagine how many demons will come here. The problem is that except for a ranger regiment, where the demons are currently pouring in, the closest army is the border guard of Mara City. Not to mention how many troops the border guards, with heavy responsibilities, can mobilize. Even if they send troops immediately at all costs, it will still take 6 to 8 hours to reach the battlefield. After all, the mobilization of tens of thousands of troops is one thing, and the heavy equipment they carry is another. There's a limit to how fast you can go. But when the army arrived, the number of demons was probably over 10,000. So after some discussions, the command center ordered the Mala City border guards to use the armored corps as the vanguard to rush to the battlefield first, and at the same time dispatch the newly formed Air Force Corps as an air force. Suppress. It seems that there is armor and an air force, but because these two corps have just been formed and have no actual combat experience, no one knows how much combat power they can exert. Therefore, the real main force this time is the Thunder Guards. Military. The Thunder Guards have been prepared for Irving's personal bodyguards from the beginning, so everything is done according to the highest standards. Coupled with his preference, the priority of various resources and research is not low, so the combat effectiveness is also increasing continuously. Today's Thunder Guards have a total of 1,500 people. They are all Ultramarines that have been transformed many times. They are equipped with electronic muscle beams, mithril steel armor, power backpacks, chain swords and bolters. Of course, their technological content is not high, compared with the original version. Not to mention how many years the human empire has developed in the Warhammer world. The background setting alone can scare the death god and dare not compare. However, the Thunder Guards carefully built by the territory can be regarded as a simplified version of the Space Marines with the advantages of magic and materials. Even in the Warhammer world, their strength is higher than that of most Astra Militarum. In the main world, legend the following is a chaotic killing, and even only a small team is needed to complete the feat of slaying the dragon. However, the Thunder Guards are good, but they cannot be mobilized by the command center. In fact, except for Maya, Dale and Charles, who can mobilize a small amount, no one in the entire territory can command them. So Owen must be consulted first. The territory suffered a large-scale demonic invasion. Of course Owen knew about it. He had been paying attention to this matter. Therefore, when he learned that the Thunder Guards would be used, he also wanted to see the strength of the Thunder Guards. He readily agreed. After getting Owen's consent, the Thunder Guards, who were guarding the castle that looked more and more like a war fortress, immediately mobilized 500 people to board the prepared airdrop pod, preparing to reach the battlefield relying on Mabuyi's heavenly sending technique. After recruiting Azabuyi, Owen had similar thoughts about her heavenly sending technique. However, the heavenly sending technique can be buried regardless of whether it is buried. Ordinary people are afraid that they will be killed by the air friction generated by high speed before they fall. It is fragmented, and the number of each delivery is limited. So there is an airdrop pod that can not only protect personnel, but also increase the number of people delivered. The airdrop pod manufactured in the territory completely imitates the shape of Warhammer, using mithril steel as the main material. After research and enchantment by the Scientific Research Center, it has been put into use. At least super soldiers such as the Thunder Guards can use it. For ordinary people, even if it is delivered at a low altitude, it will take a while to recover, and it may even cause concussion and internal injuries. After all, the altitude of the delivery starts at 1,000 meters even at a low altitude, let alone a high altitude. At this height, steel will deform, let alone human beings. After entering the airdrop cabin, the Thunder Guard standing in formation activated the internal device, popping the locks from the ground to secure their metal boots. And at the same time, the U-shaped hydraulic manipulator arm above was lowered and fixed on their shoulders. Even if there is a strong vibration, they will not collide with each other in the airdrop pod like tumbling iron cans. When the indicator light on the airdrop cabin turned green, Azabuyi, who had been waiting for a long time, knew it was time to take action. Chapter 446 Thunder Warrior. The airdrop pod may not look small, but after being enchanted, the weight is not that exaggerated. With the temporary application of weight reduction magic, combined with Azabuyi's specially strengthened heavenly delivery technique, airdrop pods the size of houses were successfully launched into the sky. When the weight loss magic is turned off after reaching the top, you will fall down quickly like a meteorite. Delivering so many airdrop pods in one go Mob Bite was very tired. This is why the Thunder Guards only dispatched 500 people. And no more could be delivered. It seems that if you want to use airdrop troops on a large scale, you have to take the route of technology and magic. Owen, who has been paying attention, thought so. At this time, the airdrop pod had already crossed an arc and started to fall. The delivery accuracy of the heavenly delivery technique was not very high. However, with the assistance of the Cyclops Eagle and the Flame Queen, and the distance was not too far, the airdrop pod did not deviate. Target hit the edge of the demon group accurately. Because the airdrop capsule is extremely strong and all the members inside are inhuman, the speed of the fall is not buffered at all, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. This also greatly reduces the possibility of being intercepted, and even makes the devil temporarily no reaction. When it was 100 meters above the ground, the airdrop cabin activated its buffering magic, reducing its weight by 2/3 in just 1 second, and at the same time opening up the released air layer as an air cushion. However, even if the magic was activated in the end to reduce the impact, a big hole was still made in the ground. At the same time, the air layer outside the airdrop cabin was squeezed and burst instantly, forming a powerful shock wave that pushed away the surrounding demons. It's like popping a balloon underwater. If it were an ordinary person, even if there was an airdrop cabin and magic buffer, he would have died due to the rupture of internal organs due to the huge impact. However, the Thunder Warrior who had just opened the lock inside did not delay at all. Almost the moment he landed, the hatch opened. After being kicked away, the Iron Can-like Thunder Warriors quickly rushed out of the airdrop pod, locked onto the target immediately, and raised their bold guns at the demon at a speed that ordinary people could not react. Amidst the deafening roar, bolts of explosive bombs were shot mercilessly at the demon who had just reacted. Even if the devil had extraordinary tough skin, flesh and bones, it would be useless in front of the explosive bombs that are equal to all living beings. Because the explosive bombs were designed from the beginning, it is not meant to deal with humans. At least not ordinary humans. So its lethality is directly off the charts. Not to mention the temperature of thousands of degrees. The power of the explosion alone can shatter the thickest front armor of the tank, which means that a few explosive LS it can destroy a tank weighing more than 10 tons. As an individual weapon, its power is a bit outrageous. Although the demon was a monster, it could not withstand this level of damage. It was beaten to pieces on the spot, and its flesh and blood flew everywhere. The demon at the front turned into charred pieces in an instant. And because of the precise shooting of the Thunder Warrior, the dots connect into a line, and then the line turns into a piece, and continues to expand. 500 Thunder Warriors alternately changed magazines to maintain firepower, without even using the heavy weapons they carried. They just continued to advance towards the core of the demon group, unable to stop them. The big demon responsible for building the Devil's Gate had already felt threatened. After all, the flying flesh and blood was all over his face, and he immediately roared angrily. But think about the work at hand, the consequences of failing the mission. And his boss, his fat but covered with age-related dirt, immediately suppressed all his anger and continued to build the Devil's Gate honestly while calling for reinforcements. Stupid and incompetent waste! The demon lord of the putrid cloud was even more angry than the big demon. After all, before the demon gate was built, the space passage needed to rely on its power to maintain. And now it was asking for help from such an incompetent subordinate. If it were in front of it, it would definitely grab it and poke it in the butt. Anger is anger. And now there is only one last chance. The demon lord of the rotten cloud can only mobilize his main demon army to enter the space channel to support, including legendary level demons. This was not done before, mainly because the more powerful the demon, the greater the pressure on the space channel, not only consuming its power, but also prolonging the construction time of the demon gate. But now I can no longer care. No matter how much power is consumed, the space channel must be maintained until the demon gate is completed and can accommodate the demon lord of the rotten cloud to pass through. Otherwise, this opportunity will definitely be missed, and it will continue to be trapped. It's here. What emerged from the space channel this time was no longer demonic cannon fodder, but demons with powerful combat power such as the Minotaur. They were the ace in the hands of every demon lord. Once used, it meant they were getting serious. And these demons also he lived up to his ace name, and put a lot of pressure on the Thunder Warriors as soon as he appeared. However, the Thunder Warriors fought steadily from the beginning. Even when facing a sudden and powerful enemy, they still did not panic at all. The clear division of labor allowed them to deal with various enemies, Groups of minotaurs wore heavy armor and held ferocious-looking giant axes. They took heavy steps and charged towards the Thunder Guards with their heads down. But they were not the first to attack. The sky is the domain of flying winged demons. These demons with wings as sharp as knives have extremely fast flying speeds and are surrounded by dense wind blades. One dive is enough to cut off all enemies within dozens of meters. But this time, they encountered the Thunder Warrior, locking on the target for the first time. The Thunder Warrior at the rear raised the muzzle of his gun. Amidst the roar of the bolt gun, as thick and hot SHLs were thrown out, the deadly bombs hit accurately and flew at an astonishing speed. Winged Demon. The flying speed of the Winged Demon is so fast that ordinary people can only see the afterimage. But the flight trajectory is too straightforward. Moreover, the Thunder Warrior, which has been transformed many times, has a neural network many times that of ordinary people. And the brain's operating speed and reaction speed are many times that of ordinary people. It has almost reached the limit of biological beings. In their eyes, the flying winged demons are similar to butterflies among flowers. As long as they are trained, it is not difficult to hit them. Therefore, flowers of flesh and blood bloom in the air, spreading bloody rain, wind. Occasionally, a fish that swoops down and slips through the net can't do anything with the Thunder Warrior's thick mithril steel armor, let alone the wind blades. Even if it hits it head-on, with a muffled sound, it will be knocked away by the Thunder Warrior for more than 10 meters. Even if the flesh and blood on his body is removed, he still stands up and fights. High-quality mithril steel, electronic muscle bundles with excellent buffering effects, and an inhuman body that has been transformed many times. It would be strange if he died easily. Although the flying winged demon had a bad start, it at least attracted some of the firepower. With the addition of the side demon, who was good at sneak attacks, and the burrowing demon, who liked to dig holes, the formation of the Thunder Warriors was unknowingly scattered. With the Minotaur and a large number of cannon fodder demons, the Thunder Warriors, who had been suppressing the demons before, also felt the pressure, especially with the consumption of ammunition and reduced firepower. The situation became worse. Some Thunder Warriors had to pick up chain swords to save ammo. Chapter 447 Explosive Bomb. A group of strange human warriors asked you to ask for help. What a useless waste! The legendary Minotaur's giant horns are much larger than ordinary Minotaurs. They are as huge as a hill. They can blow people down with their thick breath. The infernal battle axe is always burning with flames. But what it is most proud of are its two horns with thick, rounded threads and protrusions. At this time, the giant horn glanced disdainfully at the big devil, who was busy building the Devil's Gate. The big devil rolled his eyes in anger at just one sentence. If he had to stabilize the unstable space passage, even if he didn't stab this bastard a few times, I also want to spit on this bull's head. However, thinking about the angry roar of the rancid cloud demon lord that just came from the opposite side, it decided to endure it for a while, and had to stew a pot of bullwhip to satisfy its hatred later. Let's deal with these strange humans first. Your Minotaur core doesn't seem to have taken any advantage. The legendary succubus Melee, one of the few demons who is willing to use her brains, has a more domineering figure than the Drow matron. It can be said that her whole body is the word charm, was written all over it, inside and out. An ordinary person would probably wet his crotch on the spot after just one glance. He would never be interested in human women again in this life. He was just so domineering. But at this time, she said with a not-so-good look on her face. It's not surprising that Melee looked like this. She had been paying attention to the battle since she arrived. Compared to those two brainless idiots, she understood the power of these strange humans better. Although he did not show any magic or fighting spirit abilities, top-notch armor, strange but powerful weapons, as well as strong physique and reaction speed. These alone create a terrifying warrior who can trample demons like bugs. Even when facing the main force, the demon core still did not lag behind, and could even gain an advantage in hand-to-hand combat with the Minotaur. Comparing the numerical gap between the two sides, 500 versus thousands, is outrageous. Usually it's one versus many demons. When did the demons have a numerical advantage and be beaten so badly? Under this situation, there was no consistency in dealing with the outside world, and there was even no cooperation or tacit understanding between the various demon races, allowing them to be defeated one by one. Melee was not surprised at all by this, because this was a demon, so she had no intention of reminding her, nor did she let her succubus take action. Anyway, both the big demon and the Minotaur looked down on the weak and useless succubi. She watched the show happily, even if it failed. It was just a few useless succubus to let the stupid stinking demon vent its anger. The giant horn roared angrily, feeling that the performance of its men had lost its face. It did not bother to laugh at the big devil anymore, and roared angrily with the infernal battle axe, boosting the morale of its men, making them enter a violent state, and then prepared to enter the battlefield. The Thunder Warriors who were fighting a bloody battle with the demons suddenly erupted. The bolt guns that had been stopped to save bullets once again made a terrifying roar, catching the Minotaur, who was in chaos due to his madness, and his hard skull was pressed against his forehead. The bolt fired from the trigger bolt gun hit directly. The thick and tough fur had no effect, and the bones, which were harder than steel, did not last long. One shot was enough to blow up half of the head and destroy the rest. Part of it turned into coke, and it felt like half a bone bowl filled with ash and slag. Even the Minotaur was such tenacious vitality that it could get up and fight for another 10 rounds even if its heart was stabbed through. Couldn't bear it. They were not headless horsemen, and they were nothing without their heads. So they all fell to the guns. This made Juju even more angry. He squatted down suddenly before closing the distance enough. A pair of thick beef hamstrings bulged out clearly. The infinite force was compressing, causing the ground to sink a lot like the water surface. But before it could explode, a landslide shattering jump slash came, and was locked by 10 bolt guns that had been prepared for a long time. 30 rounds with full magazines were fired in succession, and the terrifying explosions were almost continuous. From the beginning to the end, only lasted a few seconds, which shows the intensity of the firepower. When the giant horn lowered the infernal battle axe that blocked his head and heart, he looked so miserable that even the big devil and Melee couldn't help but take a breath. Hardly an inch of fur on the front was spared, and the muscles, which were tougher than steel, were torn apart by the violent projectile fragments, leaving charred black pits as big as a sea bowl everywhere all over the body. Even the blood could not flow out due to the high temperature. It could be said that there were already spots on the front. When it's half done or half done, turn it over and try it again. It's not even 10:30, but it's still 89% ripe, and it won't show any trace of blood even if you cut it. The most frightening thing is that because Juju is so obsessed with his extremely strong muscles, he doesn't even have a piece of armor or pants. So the proud part that originally hung between his knees now only has a small part left. The 2 bowling balls were also shattered into burnt dregs on the ground, exuding the smell of roasted kidneys. But I have to say that the giant horn still has something to be proud of. Even if it is worse than death now, it is still alive and still retains the strength to fight. At the same time, it has been severely injured, and it is rare to move its brain, which is boiling due to the high temperature. It decided to play dead, then strike back. The question was who would fight it in close combat. The Thunder Warrior, who had more than one hand left, took off the small gas tank-like melt grenade behind him, and threw 100 of them directly. The largest horn was even more blessed with 10 of them, all over the place, all around. The bull's eyes suddenly widened in despair. This was not leaving a way for it to survive. Melta grenades are similar to explosive bombs, except that they are loaded with more materials, and do not focus on explosion damage. They mainly focus on high temperature. Therefore, once detonated, the temperature at the core can reach tens of thousands of degrees, which is enough to vaporize most substances in an instant. With a bang, Juhorn's most precious infernal battle axe turned extremely red under the high temperature, and even had a glazed texture. It was obviously about to melt, but it was also the only thing left by Juhorn that was not destroyed by the melt grenade. As for the others, they have long since become ashes. Melee froze, and the big demon's never-ending movements also stopped. The 2 demons looked at each other and realized that things were out of control. At the same time, there was a strange sound in the sky. When I looked up, I saw some strange big birds with stiff metal wings. Huh? Why are you laying eggs? What came was a propeller monoplane fighter. Although it was not as fast as a jet fighter, it could still arrive at the battlefield in time during an emergency takeoff and launch an attack immediately. This type of fighter is more of an experimental nature. So in addition to a 12mm heavy machine gun on the nose, 8 bombs modified for mortar LS are hung on both sides of the wings. There are a total of 20 aircraft. There are only 160 bombs. Even if the lethality is a little insufficient for the devil, the power of the explosion alone can still knock the devil's people off their feet and cause chaos. The Thunder Warriors, who had exhausted all their ammunition, put away their bolters, swung their chains words that also roared with rage, and launched a charge against the demon gate, which had begun to take shape. This was also the purpose of their battle. Chapter 448. The follow-up has just begun. How about you ask for help again? Meili said to the big devil without hesitation. And the other person's face suddenly turned green. I really thought that demons were all a united and friendly mutual aid group. Don't be kidding me. Especially demon lords. They have nothing to do with kindness and tolerance. Generally speaking, if you die if you fail to complete the task, it is a good thing to fend for yourself. Where can we get reinforcements? If this time the space passage was not of great importance, the big devil would not have even dared to ask for help before. Even so, he would be in trouble afterwards. Even if he would not be used to stuff his butt, he would still have to remove several kilograms of bones, such as 2 bones being pulled out. The Enma who has only horns and still refuses to see people is an example. If it asks for help in this situation, it will basically let it die. So even if the group of monster-like human warriors are about to attack it, it still remains stubborn and does not speak. Seeing that the other party refused to give in, Meili had no choice but to ask for help. As for the price, she might have to go into battle herself. Thinking of this, Meili wanted to defect on the spot. After all, she had experienced the power of the rancid cloud. Even if she pulled off a layer of skin, the smell would linger. Except for a few succubi who had already picked up the smell and completely gave up on themselves. No one wants to take this job. It's a pity that she is a demon born in the Little Abyss. Even if she dies, she will only be resurrected in the Little Abyss, as long as the other party is still a demon lord. Even if it is an incomplete demon lord, she can't escape from the other party's grasp. After all, the entire Little Abyss is the only one in the world. How big? After receiving the news from Meili, the demon lord of the rotten cloud was really angry. He even wondered if this was a trap for those humans who stole the demonic power, not to mention how much power it has consumed for this purpose. The main army of demons it has built up is the wealth accumulated over the years. And a legendary demon has also died. You must know that the Little Abyss is only a part of the transformation that has been seriously contaminated by the power of the Abyss. It is still suppressed by the main world at all times. So the transformation is not perfect. Although it can give birth to demons, it always lacks the most important origin. So even if its strength is reached, it will not still unable to become a true demon lord and completely control the small abyss. The inability to completely master the small abyss means that it cannot fully mobilize the original power here. Therefore, it is not that easy to cultivate a large number of qualified demons. Therefore, when I heard that the demon core was completely wiped out and that its general Jujio died in battle, I was very angry. It was swollen like a ball, and with the sound of a ship's whistle, a large number of rancid clouds enveloped it, revealing only an angry fat face. Irving, who had been paying attention to this battle, was somewhat relieved, and at the same time, he was also very satisfied with the performance of the well-built Thunder Guards. You must know that even the weakest demons have the ability to easily kill humans. Basically, one demon is enough to massacre a village. It is common for several demons to chase hundreds of human soldiers. Even a powerful demon, like a minotaur, can easily kill humans, destroy a town. But here, they are the targets of massacres by the Thunder Warriors. So far, no one of the Thunder Warriors has died in battle, and not even one has completely lost their combat effectiveness. This shows the difference. Even with the advantages of equipment, it has to be said that the combat effectiveness of Thunder Warriors has surpassed that of most professionals, and can even defeat legends. But this is normal. Not to mention that every Thunder Warrior is an extreme warrior who has undergone many transformations. The equipment alone is nothing compared to gold. The outer armor is all forged from high-quality mithril steel, and multiple runes are carved by alchemists. Even if it is a legend, not everyone can fit it together, let alone the product of internal technology and magic. Electronic muscles bundle. Electronic muscle bundles made of high-purity mithril alloy wires can give ordinary people who are then the power of a high-level knight. However, ordinary people are not qualified to use it. If they dare to use it, they will probably burst like a tomato. In addition, each bolt of the bolter is worth money, and the chain sword is added with adamantine. It can be said that the resources spent on each Thunder Guardsman are enough to make a legend work hard. Just by winning this battle, the ammunition consumed was worth a year's tax revenue for a city of 100,000 people. If it weren't for the territory being able to produce and sell everything from raw materials to production, I would really not dare to use these golden dolls. When the Mara City Border Guard Armored Corps arrived, and the Joint Rangers encircled and suppressed the scattered demons, the 500 Thunder Guards, who were freed up, carried chains words that were buzzing and stained with demon flesh. and some carried using a melt grenade that directly cremated a legendary demon. He surrounded the big demon and Meili. How about we surrender? Meili felt like her head was about to explode. Because going back would be worse than death. And staying here would lead to death. No matter what choice you choose, it will lead to death. It is better to surrender. After all, the opponent is a human being. Humans have always liked to raise succubi. Although she is a bit bigger, succubi are also proficient in transformation and can meet the needs of various tastes. Whether they are humans, elves, animal ears, or aliens, even if they like exciting ogres, dragons, monsters, she has no problem. The great demon is not stupid, and a fool will not build the Devil's Gate. However, it still has some illusions about the demon lord of the putrid cloud. After all, I have only heard that humans like succubi, but I have never heard of people liking the great demon. What's more, it is even if the male is willing to bend down, someone has to take notice of him. But when he watched the space channel collapse, he knew that he had no choice. As the fighter jets returned, the armored regiments cleaned the flesh and blood on the tracks. The rangers fed the horses after a hard day's work, and the thunder guards escorted the demons back. This time the battle was considered over. But although the battle is over, the aftermath has just begun. Everyone knows that the devil in this matter is just an actor, or a kind of extra performer. So even though he is watching to death, it is not important. And he doesn't even have to eat the lunch box. The important thing is the people behind the scenes, including the Devil's Head and the Northern Nobles Alliance. The headquarters of the Demon Head is in the Imperial capital. That place is not within reach of the territory now. But the Northland Noble Alliance cannot escape, and it is not far or near. So it is just right to beat him. In the past, although Owen would choose to seek justice, he would only stop there. But things are different now. Not only has he become a god, but his territory has also become a climate. And the empire that presses on it is even more torn apart. Except for the aristocratic goddess who knows no depth. There are really not many people in the entire main world that he can worry about. He was too lazy to move before. After all, there were too many troubles in the beginning. But now he found that someone was trying to get his idea even if he didn't move. So why bother to endure it and kill him? After receiving Owen's clear instructions, the Maya gang was naturally true. In fact, if Owen had not been suppressing it, it is difficult to say that they would have unified the empire in the past 30 years. They conquered the barbarian kingdom in the north, promoted the two major alliances in the south, and unified the northern land to found the country. Wang is really not joking. Chapter 449 Parliamentary Tradition. The territory that Owen had released from the chains was terrifying. In just 3 days, the number of Mara City's frontier troops increased from the original 20,000 to 50,000. At the same time, the first reserve army was reorganized, totaling 50,000, are setting off from Beicheng. Even if they are all infantry, they still have guns and cannons. They can be used as regular troops in any force. It can be seen that the territory is serious this time. The Northern Glory Alliance has very few military maneuvers. Apart from daily defense changes, there are almost no changes. Such a big move now frightened many people, especially those with evil intentions. Half of the demonic invasion has been clarified. The radical organization of the Northern Nobles Alliance was unhappy with the Northern Glory Alliance's special status in the north, coupled with the previous arms race. These people felt a strong threat. So they secretly searched for he recruited some people, and planned to let them sneak into the North City to cause destruction. And Bailey and Johnny were just two of them. As for whether the Northland Noble Alliance Council knows about this matter, they definitely know it. After all, ordinary people are running around for food and clothing every day. Only those who have enough to eat all day long and are so idle can do such nonsense. The second generation, because of my relationship with him, knew little about certain things. So he immediately set up an organization and prepared to do something big. In fact, what this group of people is doing, the Northland Noble Alliance Council has been doing privately. After all, causing trouble to their neighbors is their favorite thing to do. However, after the establishment of Holy Shield, the main energy of the council was on the struggle for power in this cross-regional organization. Therefore, after learning about the commotion caused by his children, he was still very relieved and felt that there would be people following him, until he learned that demons invaded and almost opened the demon door connected to the small abyss. Only then did they realize something was wrong. However, the reaction of the Northern Glory Alliance was beyond their expectations. The troops gathered at the border did not look like they were here to demonstrate. They were serious. When they realized this, the word pill immediately appeared in the minds of everyone in the Northland Noble Alliance Council. Both men and women felt weak on the spot, because no one understood this bottomless problem better than them. Neighbors, it can be said that the Northland Noble Alliance has always been in the shadow of the Northern Honor Alliance, or the Hydra family. We must give an explanation to the other side, and we must not start a war, the Speaker of the Parliament, who just took over, said decisively, while wiping the cold sweat that kept coming out. Obviously his consciousness was very clear. There are 36 members of the Northland Noble Alliance Parliament, all of whom are actual powerful lords, and they are hereditary from generation to generation, with few changes. So they know better that the person who wears the skin of the Northern Glory Alliance is actually a monster named Hydra. How terrifying. In the past, when they were looking for trouble, it was more like a way to express their dissatisfaction. But they had an awkward mentality that they didn't dare to go too far. I was afraid that you would hit me, so I just poked you for a while to see your reaction, and then ignored me. Poke again after a while to see if you will hit me. Although they always look like they are in need of a beating, they actually know it well. They know that this neighbor is too lazy to move when it comes to trivial matters. So they always fight in small ways, especially after the appearance of the Holy Shield. They focus all their energy on this, because they know very well that neighbors, who can build magic ships and carry cannons, are not something they can offend at all. But they never thought that their naughty kid was really capable. And he was really good at things. He just wanted to open a devil's door in the north that went straight to the small abyss. They were planning to die together. I'm afraid it's difficult. And they're also being used, one councilman said hesitantly. Obviously his naughty boy was one of the participants. So he knew very well that his naughty boy was not tired of living yet, and should not be able to do it. Such a stupid thing. Right? This is not a reason. Everyone knows that they are being used. But this touches the bottom line of our terrible neighbor. The speaker really wanted to smash the chair under his butt on the head of the unlucky member. Didn't he know he knew this? And so did their neighbors. But the other party only needed an excuse and a target to warn the mastermind. Obviously, they were the unlucky ones. And he knew very well that once they were annexed, there would be no obstacles to that neighbor's rise in the north, whether it was the barbarian kingdom in the north or the Bagwan border town alliance. It was only a matter of time before they fell at the feet of this monster. As for a head-on confrontation, he didn't hold out any hope. The gap between the two sides was too big. Whether it was weapons and equipment, personnel training, or even organizational systems and mobilization capabilities, the gap was so big that it made people desperate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like shit every day. Appearance. They will not accept an apology. This battle is inevitable. An old congressman knocked on the table and glanced left and right to reveal this cruel reality. If they only need an apology, they don't need to mobilize the reserve corps at all. If those civilians who are more elite than our main corps are considered reserve soldiers. The old congressman's words made some congressmen willing to face reality. So another well-informed councilman spoke. We need to stall for time first, and then contact the Bagwan Border City Alliance and tell them that once the Northern Glory Alliance annexes us, there will be no rivals at all, and the Bagwan Border City Alliance will only become the next prey. Finally, a member of parliament proposed to return the favor. A feasible plan. I'm afraid the other party won't agree easily. They would rather see us both lose. This congressman, who is sober and understanding of human nature, poured cold water on us. Both sides suffer? If we could do it, would we still be so panicked? This is a very self-aware congressman. The Northern Glory Alliance will not give us so much time. Their mobilization ability is too strong. It took tens of thousands of troops to gather at the border in just a few days. It took less than 5 days to fight. So it was too late. A self-defeating man, the congressman said dejectedly. Send a group of people to stall for time, and then mobilize the entire alliance. This is a congressman who does not have any naughty children involved. Who am I going to give it to? I'm going to give it to you. The congressman, who thought his naughty child was still an innocent child, protested. Suddenly the scene was in chaos. 36 congressmen took action one after another. They took out the rotten eggs and rotten fruits that were hidden somewhere. They became a sharp weapon to attack their opponents. They were much better than before when they could only use shoes. After all, there were only 2 shoes. Only, including the socks and underwear. I only threw them 5 times, excluding the missed ones. The hit rate was really not very good. They were not like eggs and fruits. Not to mention the large quantities and the fullness. The feeling of being hit was really known to everyone. The Speaker of the Parliament began to regret taking office. Instead of reaping the benefits, it caused big trouble. As for mediating the current dispute, he didn't expend that much effort. One of the two parties involved in the fight was that the children were involved, and the other was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. It would be strange not to start a fight. What's more, this is an old tradition. No matter what matter is discussed in the Parliament, it will always be divided into two groups and fight first. Even if the Parliament has special personnel at the door to prevent members from carrying pungent items, it will be useless. These bastards will always wait to bring things in. Fortunately, the news of the Northern Glory Alliance sending troops calmed them down, because it meant that this time the other side was not joking, and the war had really begun. Chapter 450. The world is awake, because the mobilization ability cannot be compared with that of the Northern Glory Alliance. The Alliance troops deployed in the south to guard against the Bagwan Border City Alliance cannot be mobilized in a short period of time. They can only temporarily recruit soldiers from the northern cities of the Alliance. Suddenly there is another wrangling, because according to the Alliance Treaty, the Alliance Army is the Alliance Army, and the City Defense Army is the City Defense Army. One is public, and the other is private. They must not be confused. Not even in war. Anyway, after paying enough price, a motley army of tens of thousands of people was deployed at the border to fill the huge vacancy. However, because they knew their strength well, the Alliance Council did not take any chances. In addition to speeding up the recruitment, it immediately sent a large number of envoys to the Bagwan Border Town Alliance to seek help. There was also a secret envoy group heading further north. It's not in vain that we gave them so much time. We finally know who to look for. Maya, who knows every move of the opponent through the one-eyed giant eagle and the intelligence network of the Northern Noble Alliance, said with a sneer, "What kind of territorial preparations are needed for the Northern Noble Alliance that has long been infiltrated into a sieve? It is not planning to seize the opportunity to catch them all, such as the Bagwan Border Town Alliance, which is bound to participate, and the Barbarian Kingdom, who is not sure whether they will be interested. Once these three forces are wiped out, the territory will be able to dominate the Northland and have the capital to rule by dividing the territory. For this, the territory has already made full preparations. Now that the bait has been thrown, let's start the war." Maya put down the information in her hand and said to Howard, who had been waiting for a long time. Howard, who had rehearsed the situation countless times during this period, nodded and began to issue orders for the troops gathered at the border of Mara City to advance steadily. The territory has excess productivity, so it has enough capacity to build infrastructure, such as roads, which is a top priority, not to mention the connections built in all directions over the past 30 years. Several main roads can accommodate the rapid transfer of armored regiments and even serve as temporary aircraft track. However, it is no longer possible to move outside the territory, except for a few important roads. Most roads are dirt roads, and the marching speed is naturally affected. Therefore, the army cannot move too hastily or in a hurry. However, Howard didn't care about this, because the bait had just been thrown, and moving too fast could easily scare the fish away. Therefore, except for the Ranger Regiment that served as a horse scout, the first wave of 20,000 troops were all reserve regiments. The members of the Reserve Corps are actually all civilians, but they receive 1 month of military training every year, and they can purchase firearms at their own expense for daily practice. Their combat effectiveness is still guaranteed. At least the amount of training of ordinary forces may not be as good as theirs. Coupled with the obedience and discipline after the system transformation, they put on military uniforms and equipped with standard weapons. Except for the absence of large-caliber artillery and armored units, they were no different from the regular army. Therefore, even the Northland Noble Alliance did not notice the difference between the two. What's different is that they are still nervously mobilizing troops to fill the hole at the border. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a pit. The border fortifications of the Northern Glory Alliance are semi-permanent. Even the trenches are made of prefabricated concrete components. Together with the complete drainage measures and fortifications, they form a solid defense chain. And in the Northland, because the Noble Alliance's fortifications were contracted out, they were repaired and collapsed every year. Just like tofu. It happened that this was the period for bidding for contract qualifications. As a construction target, it was natural that it was dilapidated and dilapidated. So there was a reason to allocate funds for construction. Therefore, when it was actually used, it was discovered that only 1/3 of the border fortifications that were supposed to be hundreds of miles long could be used. The remaining areas have either collapsed trenches and turned into shallow ditches. Or the fortifications have become ruins due to disrepair, and are basically unqualified to deal with war. One can imagine how desperate the soldiers who were dispatched were when faced with this situation. And even the officers couldn't bear it. If it were not a time of war, these officers would choose to turn a blind eye. After all, they all understand the unspoken rules. The problem is that this is wartime, and it won't be long before they have to fight the enemy desperately. Once the battle is lost, they will 100% become the scapegoat. So they will expose the matter without hesitation. Although this will offend people, at least losing the battle will be excusable. And that is enough. After this matter was revealed, it actually did not cause an uproar, because the common people did not know about it at all. And the noble gentleman would not tell the common people specifically about it. But everyone in the noble council must know about it. Theoretically speaking, after this incident was exposed, it was enough to drag out 3 figures of responsible persons to hang them. However, under certain operations, it was a bad debt that lasted for 10 or 20 years. In the end, this matter was left unsolved. At this point, even the Speaker of Parliament had a speechless expression on his face, knowing in his heart that this was an alliance-breaking pill. In fact, before the war even started, Beicheng had received thousands of letters of surrender. Excluding the repeated parts, at least 3/5 of the powerful members of the Northern Noble Alliance were willing to surrender, and most of the rest were waiting and watching. As for whether they plan to fight to the end, there are only 3 or 5 weirdos who are moved by themselves and plan to save the alliance. They don't even know how many people are staring at their heads, just waiting to carry their heads to ask for rewards and make a certificate of submission. This battle was basically won even before it was fought. Both Maya and Howard were speechless. They knew that the Northland Noble Alliance was bad, but they didn't expect it to be so bad. It was so bad that they couldn't be touched and would break if touched. But there is no way. The armaments of the Northland Noble Alliance are all second-hand goods that have been eliminated by the territory. The system and structure of the army, and even the border defense system are copied. It is because of copying that they know that they have no chance of winning from the beginning. This kind of what are you waiting for if you don't surrender under such circumstances? It can be said that as long as the territory relents and is willing to accept surrender and fight from north to south, from west to east, there will be no shortage of leading parties, even as long as they are willing to relax the conditions. This battle can be fought like a play, but the drunkard in the territory is not interested in drinking, so he will easily ask the other party to surrender. If he surrenders, how will he catch big fish next? Therefore, the 20,000 Reserve Corps will build roads together, and will build a road every 30 miles. Comprehensive transfer station. The Northern Nobles Alliance held another meeting. This time they were meeting in response to the strange behavior of the Northern Glory Alliance. First of all, how can they be worthy of being treated with such caution by the other party? Pushing forward step by step is like pressing huge rocks on their chests. Almost out of breath. Besides, who knows who is present here? Everyone is trying to surrender first to seize the position. Idea. Don't say the other party doesn't know this. Now that you know it, then you can call them greedy. You can call them stupid. But you can never call them stupid, because real fools cannot survive here. So they immediately realized that the target of the Northern Glory Alliance was not just them. While taking a breath of cold air, I couldn't help but sigh again at my neighbor's good appetite, and started a new round of argument. First, is the Northern Glory Alliance capable of eating 3 meals in one sitting? If not, is there any need for them to surrender? The second is whether to inform the Barbarian Kingdom and the Baiguan Border City Alliance about this matter, and truly form the 3 Kingdoms Alliance to fight against the Northern Glory Alliance. The entire parliament debated endlessly about this. And finally a sane member of the human world said that regardless of whether the Northern Glory Alliance was able to eat 3 large meals, it would definitely be no problem to eat their appetizer. When they are gone, who will care about anything else? What's more, if the master surrendered on the front foot and surrendered on the back foot and lost, wouldn't their surrender be in vain? So the council discussed how to help the Northern Glory Alliance deceive the other 2 companies, completely forgetting that those 2 companies were sent by them to ask for help. Chapter 451. The background of the Border Town Alliance. The results of the meeting were delivered to Maya on the same day, and she was speechless about it, let alone Howard. What's the difference between this and seeing the robbers not only cooperate, but also prepare to perform a dance for fun? Speed up. I'm afraid if we delay a little longer, they will change their name to Northern Glory Second Alliance, Maya said to Howard quietly. Howard, who originally planned to take the opportunity to train troops, saw that the training was about to turn into a parade. So he had to nod his head. The first batch of 20,000 reserve troops rushed to the border of the Northland Noble Alliance and began digging trenches and building camps. The second batch of 30,000 reserve troops took over the work of building roads and building transfer stations. While 50,000 field troops carrying heavy equipment, the regiment also began to set off. This is a real army of 100,000 people. If Maya hadn't secretly sent someone the news, the Northland Noble Alliance Council would have passed the name change proposal that day. But now, they also know how to do it. Wave after wave of messengers are desperately sent to the south and the north. The barbarian kingdom in the far north is too remote. Even if they plan to send troops, they will probably only attack Beicheng instead of coming to rescue. Barbarians are not stupid either. Those who can take advantage will choose to fight head-on. Moreover, they have long been covetous of Beicheng, which is known as the first city in the north. But they are just worried about Beicheng's excellent soldiers and horses, and complete defense system, and dare not act rashly. At present, 100,000 troops are being transferred to the south, and the interior is empty. If we don't take advantage of the situation, we will be sorry for this golden opportunity. Little did he know that the territory had already prepared for this. So the target of the army's plan to go south this time was the Baiguan Border Town Alliance. To be able to put so much thought into the territory shows how extraordinary the Baiguan Border Town Alliance is. In fact, the military strength of the Baiguan Border City Alliance, which inherited the huge legacy of the Imperial Border Army, cannot be calculated according to conventional rules. At least, the Northern Nobles Alliance, which is composed of a bunch of shabby people, is not even qualified to look up to them. After all, despite the corruption of the imperial frontiers, with hundreds of years of accumulation and the support of the empire, it not only has a large-scale ordnance manufacturing system, but also has a large number of craftsmen, alchemists and mages, and has the ability to activate multiple gold-swallowing beasts. Research. For example, Brian, the deputy director of the Territory Scientific Research Center, was the person in charge of an experiment of the Imperial Frontier Army back then, which shows what his background is. Although the empire has collapsed and the border army has long since ceased to exist, the Baiguan Border Town Alliance, which inherited most of the legacy, still cannot be underestimated. In fact, if it were not for the deterrence of the Northern Honor Alliance, the Baiguan Border City Alliance would have swallowed up the Northland Nobles Alliance long ago. Therefore, as soon as it received the request for help from the Northland Nobles Alliance, it was immediately moved. Of course, they are not planning to help, but are planning to take advantage of the situation and divide the Northern Nobles Alliance. If possible, they may also add the Northern Glory Alliance. Being able to have such an idea, the Baiguan Border Town Alliance is naturally confident. Although the Baiguan Border City Alliance only has a population of 5 to 6 million, which is about the same as the Northern Glory Alliance and the Northern Nobles Alliance combined. It has a standing force of 200,000. With a mature reserve system, it can form 500,000 troops when necessary. The reserve army of more than 10,000 people is more powerful than the Northern Glory Alliance and the Northern Nobles Alliance combined. Therefore, once the decision is made to start a war, the 120,000 main force and the 100,000 reserve force will be directly mobilized to begin the march northward. This army is different from the Alliance army of the Northern Nobles Alliance because of militarism. The regular army of the Baiguan Border City Alliance are all professional soldiers. That is, elites who do not produce full-time combat. Generally, taller and stronger teenagers are selected, and training begins at the age of 15, and they can become professional soldiers at the age of 20. Although limited by resources and other conditions, it is impossible to conduct high-intensity training every day. But after several years of training, each soldier has a strong physique, skilled combat skills, tenacious fighting spirit, and good weapons. Equipment. Every one of them is a rare elite soldier. This is the confidence of the Baiguan Border Town Alliance. If it were just these, the territory wouldn't pay so much attention to it. The main reason is that the Baiguan Border City Alliance is very keen on war, especially new weapons. In addition, it has a large number of craftsmen, alchemists and mages. It has completed the imitation of guns and cannons in a short period of time. After many years of development, it has been able to mass-produce some guns with relatively simple structures, such as breech-loading single-shot rifles and breech-loading bronze artillery. However, according to intelligence, the other party is already trying to equip the army with steam tanks, which requires more attention. This is just one of them. As the successor of the Imperial Frontier Army, The Baguan Border City Alliance also has large-scale professional corps such as the Knights, the Mage, the Assassin, etc. If they really fight, it cannot be described simply by the number of troops. It is because of knowing this, and the background of the Baguan Border City Alliance, that the territory decided to take this opportunity to use the Northern Nobles Alliance as bait to let the troops of the Baguan Border City Alliance leave the ridiculously strong Imperial border defense system in a relatively fair situation. There is a decisive battle in an environment. As for whether the Northland Noble Alliance is willing to serve as the battlefield, it actually doesn't matter. This plan for the territory is actually a conspiracy, because Maya has long known that the Northland Noble Alliance Council's vote of trust cannot be given only to her. And it is estimated that the Baguan Border Town Alliance has also received it. But so what? As long as the Baguan Border City Alliance doesn't want to see the Northern Glory Alliance annexing the Northland Noble Alliance, they can only send troops. What's more, their ambitions are not small. If they are small, they will not maintain such a large army. Really, there is no money to raise soldiers. 20,000 border cavalry set off first, coming out from the Imperial border and heading north with great momentum. Although the Northland has transitioned into the age of guns at this time, the Northland is vast and flat, and the cavalry is still an indispensable unit. It has great advantages, especially in reconnaissance and sneak attacks. It can be said that the cavalry on one side has the upper hand. The opponent's army will become blind and deaf. And even more fatal is the blow to logistics. Once the logistics route is cut off, the entire army is not far from collapse. Therefore, the Baguan Border City Alliance sent 120,000 troops, of which 20,000 were elite border cavalry. Facing the border cavalry coming across the border, the territory's rangers were not to be outdone. The two sides launched many cavalry battles around the Northland Noble Alliance, with each winning and losing. However, the territory's rangers rarely lost, and instead set off in high spirits. The border cavalry suffered a lot of damage. At least 3,000 cavalry were killed, and more than 1,000 were injured. The battle damage was close to a quarter. Such heavy losses made the border cavalry dare not easily provoke a war again. Otherwise, they would completely lose the ability to check and balance the opponent's cavalry. Therefore, they no longer stayed away from the infantry, and relied on the fire support of the infantry to maintain the status quo. For this reason, the general responsible for this northern expedition cross was very dissatisfied. But he did not attack directly. Instead, he planned to understand the situation first. After all, the opponent he faced this time was not ordinary. Chapter 452 Bad Mood. When he saw the ranger equipment brought back by the border cavalry at a great cost, Cross knew that the cavalry's defeat was inevitable. And at the same time, the uneasiness in his heart when he sent out troops also found a source. Although Cross comes from a noble family, he did not rise to the top just because of his background. In fact, there is no shortage of people with backgrounds in all forces. Being able to rise to the top is a reflection of his ability. So he is very aware of the impact of equipment on war. But there are those who are in favor and those who are against it. People like Cross who focus on the development of equipment and guns are called the new school. The counterpart is the old school who insist on traditional professionals being the main force in the war. Most of the old faction are over 50 years old, because they have experienced the era when the Imperial Frontier Army was the dominant force 30 years ago. They naturally look down on all other forces, especially the two alliances in the north and the Barbarian Kingdom. In their eyes, the two alliances in the north, one is the descendant of criminals, and the other is a group of poor people, are not worthy of the stage, and the Barbarian Kingdom was beaten like a dog in the beginning. Even if the empire collapses and lies on the rich legacy left by the Imperial Frontier Army, these people still look at people with their nostrils and look down on everyone. In fact, in their opinion, if it weren't for the behemoth Southern Hundred Cities Alliance that involved most of the energy of the Baguan Border City Alliance, they would have unified the northern land and established a kingdom long ago. It is because of this pride and the huge legacy left by the Imperial Frontier Army that the new faction has been suppressed. After all, ordinary firearms cannot cause any harm to professionals. All this began to change until the old faction began to become powerless due to age, and the new faction gradually came to power. Especially after the influence of the military competition originating from the Northern Honor League gradually spread outward. The new faction took advantage of this to gain a greater say. After all, it is obvious to all that guns and artillery can enhance the strength of the army, especially after they can be mass-produced. It's a sea change, and no one can ignore it. The North Guanbian City Alliance has the ability to mass-produce So the promotion of guns in the army is unstoppable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the new faction gradually gained more rights and voice, and pushed hard to go this war. However, as one of the representatives of the new faction, Cross always had an uneasy feeling. But before, when he went on an expedition, he saw the majestic army and was crushed. Now that he saw the enemy's equipment, he understood where the uneasiness came from. The armament update of the Baguan Border City Alliance is completely influenced by the Northern Honor Alliance. As the source of everything, no one knows what level the Northern Honor Alliance's armaments have reached, because the two sides are not only separated by hundreds of miles, but also separated by hundreds of miles. There is an alliance of northern nobles here, so the news will inevitably be distorted. He originally thought that with the strong strength of the Baguan Border City Alliance, he could even the gap between the two sides, but he was still too naive. This time his opponent was definitely not that simple. Go and invite Master Eugene. Cross took a deep breath and said to the attendant beside him. Eugene is the only legendary alchemist in the Baguan Border City Alliance and a strong supporter of the new faction. This time he went with the army to support the new faction's war. And secondly, because he was interested in the Northern Honor Alliance. So he received the invitation. Came immediately after hearing the news. Master Eugene. Seeing the tall and slightly lean Master Eugene, Cross hurried forward to greet him. This is the equipment you captured. The white-haired and long-bearded Master Eugene just nodded to Cross, then walked to the long table without stopping. And the first thing he picked up was the semi-automatic cavalry rifle. As an industrial product, the semi-automatic cavalry rifle is not very sophisticated, but every part and every structure is a treasure for Eugene, because what he looks at is not the craftsmanship, but the design idea. The structure is simple and compact. The materials are appropriate, and all are machine processed. There is nothing superfluous. It is a quite mature product. Master Eugene, who skillfully removed the bullet and disassembled it into a pile of parts, nodded with satisfaction. Like I just tasted a classic delicacy. For a master like Eugene, the more complex the weapon, the better, and the more expensive the material, the better, but the right combination. It may not be rare ingredients carefully cooked by the chef, but a classic is a classic and will always bring a deep and unforgettable impression to people. This is the feeling that this gun gives Master Eugene. Following Master Eugene's instructions, Cross reassembled the parts. It was not difficult, but this only made his face uglier, because it meant that the gun was easy to maintain, had lower requirements on soldiers, and was easier to popularize. As bullets were loaded, Cross's face became more gloomy, because the mainstream equipment in the army today can only load one bullet at a time, and even the most skilled shooters cannot compete with it in terms of firepower density. Zoomed in to the entire battlefield, the gap in firepower can simply make people despair. He found an open space and fired the bullets with a sense of rhythm. Cross's face could no longer be described as ugly. He had almost lost hope of winning this war. The gap is so big! Stroking this semi-automatic rifle that only belonged to ordinary soldiers, Cross couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. The more familiar you are with the military, the more you understand how much a simple, reliable, and to some extent representative of advanced weapons can have an impact on warfare. Is this weapon advanced? Neither advanced nor advanced. Cross has seen more advanced firearms than this, and every part exudes the light of art. However, this kind of weapon can only become a collection of nobles, rather than following soldiers to roll around in mud puddles. Therefore, the army currently uses a single-shot rifle with a simple structure and weak firepower. This kind of gun is very reliable and almost never malfunctions. Even if there is a dud, you only need to open the barrel to take out the bullet and replace it with a new one. The problem is that this gun is more suitable for hunting than being placed on the battlefield in the heat of battle. But there is no way. It is not easy to control the power, practicality, and cost to the passing line. The Baguan Border City Alliance cannot do it now. Otherwise it will not be out of concern for cost, maintenance, and ammunition, and other aspects should be taken into account when using singles. What does it take to reach the level of this firearm? Cross, who had been thinking for a long time, put down the gun and asked Master Eugene. He wanted to use this to understand the depth of the Northern Glory Alliance. Maybe this gun is worth it regardless of the cost. Equipped only for the elite. The production quantity of more than 100,000 needs to be continuously used in actual combat during this period, and at the same time constantly adjusted until a balance is reached. Master Eugene was obviously prepared for Cross's question, and gave him an answer that made him feel cold. That is to say, the Northern Glory Alliance has a large-scale manufacturing system. which is enough to meet the consumption of the army and the war. Cross's mood could no longer be bad. So he said in a calm tone, "It should be said that it is a fairly complete manufacturing system, and a large number of alchemical machinery is used, and the output exceeds your imagination." Master Eugene stroked the cutting marks on the metal parts of the semi-automatic cavalry gun, and felt the unique beauty of industrial manufacturing from it. With a hint of excitement, he told Cross the worst answer. Chapter 453: The Battle Between the Old and the New. "Master Eugene, according to your judgment, is the productivity of the other party higher than that of the Bagwan Border City Alliance?" Cross pinched his eyebrows hard, calmed down, and continued to ask. "According to the information you collected, as early as 30 years ago, some kind of huge alchemy machinery appeared in the North City for farming." Master Eugene knew what Cross wanted to ask, so he summarized it and continued. "I thought this was a toy used by some boring alchemist to trick those noble lords. But I was wrong. This is creating the future, using alchemy machinery to produce machinery," Master Eugene said with longing. "And now Cross is here while facing a series of bad news. I also had to worry about whether the Alliance's only legendary alchemist would defect, and I suddenly felt like my head was about to explode." "Isn't the same true for the Alliance?" Cross, who knew what Master Eugene meant and was trying to say something, said this. And this was not a lie. The Alliance also has alchemy machinery used for production. Otherwise, where would the weapons to arm hundreds of thousands of troops come from? Especially firearms. It is impossible to make them all by hand. Even if you use an alchemist, rubbing hundreds of thousands of gun barrels by hand force them to quit craft work and fall into despair about life. Therefore, the Bagwan Border Town Alliance also manufactured alchemy machinery to produce gun barrels and other labor-consuming and time-consuming parts. "No, you don't understand," Master Eugene said quietly, without explaining. What Cross didn't understand was the difference in environment. Or he was pretending not to understand. But Master Eugene knew very well that it was not that the Bagwan Border Town Alliance did not have the ability to create more advanced alchemy machinery, but that it was not allowed. Just the potential threat posed by guns and cannons makes the professionals in the Alliance restless. Even the alchemists and mages who are most keen on research are very wary about whether to let this hold go, because they always have a way, the feeling of unleashing a monster that destroys itself. Therefore, the Bagwan Border Town Alliance can produce amazing weapons that are like works of art, but it has always been unwilling to mass-produce lower-level weapons. For example, single-shot rifles and bronze breech-loading artillery are just the product of many compromises. It is not the true manufacturing level of the Alliance. There is no way. The knights with hundreds of enemies, who have been training hard for 10 years, and the mages who have accumulated knowledge for many years, and can release fireballs, the damage they cause can't even compare to an open-fired bronze cannon. And as long as the productivity of the latter increases, it will be more or less effective. At some point, by then professionals will have lost their superiority in force and superior status, and will have no other option but to become workers. It can be said that the moment guns appeared, the sense of crisis of being replaced existed in the hearts of all professionals. This is also the reason why firearms were short-lived in the Empire back then, because the pressure from all walks of life was too great. However, this kind of suppression has also caused the main world to maintain the living conditions and social structure of the Middle Ages, even though it has all the foundations for the development of science and technology. This is because professionals who master swords and magic need such a social environment to maintain their status. Even if many professions the people did not realize this, but they still instinctively excluded technology and machinery, causing the empire to remain backward. But not all professionals are so stubborn. For example, Master Eugene is very interested in the industrialization of alchemy machinery, believing that this will create a new era. However, even his colleagues who are alchemists cannot accept his idea. When ordinary people can produce various qualified products in batches through alchemical machinery after a short period of training, then what is their value? When ordinary people can control the power of destroying heaven and earth at the touch of a finger, where will professionals go from here? Therefore, even as the only legendary alchemist in the Alliance, Master Eugene faces considerable pressure, which is why he is interested in the Northern Glory Alliance and is willing to participate in this expedition, even with a little bit of pilgrimage mentality. After sending Master Eugene away, Cross didn't even know whether he was right or wrong in inviting him. However, this war will inevitably involve contact with the Northern Glory Alliance, so it is only a matter of time. It is useless to think too much. Let's think about how to fight this battle. The original plan was to use the superiority of troops to push forward with an upright division. But now it seems that he needs a lot of cannon fodder to consume the opponent's ammunition, and deep trenches for defense, so that the soldiers can make up for both sides with accurate shooting. The difference in firepower. But no matter how Cross deduced, his chances of winning were not high. So he had to put his chips on the professional corps. Due to the promotion of guns and artillery, the status of the professional corps, which was originally the trump card among aces, has been greatly reduced. For example, the knights, who were originally able to tear apart the enemy formation, are now equally powerless in the face of trenches and guns. As for the mage corps, its power is yes, but compared to a cannon that can keep firing as long as it has enough LS, the staying power of a mage corps is unacceptable. But this does not mean that the professional corps is out of date. In fact, if used well, the artillery corps without the protection of professionals will be very powerless against professional enemies at certain times, such as night attacks. A gun and artillery regiment composed entirely of ordinary people at night, even if there are lighting facilities, can hardly resist the all-pervasive professional raids. And a successful raid will not only cause murder and arson, but also a serious blow to morale. Several successful raids a sneak attack is enough to force an army to retreat. This is also the reason why the old faction in the Baiguan Border City Alliance has been able to suppress the new faction, in addition to the guns and cannons that the new faction relies on, which need to be produced by professionals. Even the war also requires the support of professionals. However, the battlefield is never determined by a few aces. Not to mention that ordinary soldiers equipped with guns and cannons already have the strength to confront professionals head-on. In the end, the old school gave way and allowed the corps composed of ordinary people to serve as the main force of the war. But the professional corps still retained its establishment and had great influence. The war will not be smooth sailing, and Cross has long been prepared for this. But once he uses the professional corps, it will undoubtedly be a denial of his own abilities, let alone before the war has really started. However, compared to his personal reputation and the setbacks of the new faction's implementation, Cross was more concerned about the outcome of this war because they could not afford to lose. This northern expedition used nearly half of the Alliance's forces, after having to be wary of the 100 Cities Alliance in the south and having its own defense needs. This was already the upper limit of the maximum troop mobilization. Therefore, once defeated, the perfect military system of the Baiguan Border City Alliance will have irreparable loopholes, which cannot be filled by recruiting more reserve corps. When the possibility of failure appeared in Cross's mind, the strategy of this war also changed. He needed to consider what would be done in case of failure. Destruction. This is the only way Cross can think of. When failure is unavoidable, destroy some parts of this place, massacre all the population, reduce the production and war potential here as much as possible, and turn this place into a dead land. Only in this way can the winner be prevented from gaining enough benefits here to grow and become a force attacking the Baiguan Border Town Alliance. Even so, they cannot directly massacre them. This will only push the Northland Noble Alliance completely towards the Northern Glory Alliance, which is already regarded as a great enemy by Cross. Chapter 454 All for the Alliance. In the past few days, more and more members of the Northland Noble Alliance have turned to the Baiguan Border City Alliance, because compared to our indifference and lack of commitment, the other party's conditions are more generous. And they are so generous that they don't even it's true. Maya put the information on the table and said to Howard, "There are always people with unrealistic illusions, even if they are used as cannon fodder." Howard said after carefully reading the information about the Baiguan Border City Alliance preparing to recruit troops. He already knew the other party's plan. "It seems that we need to fight a proxy war first." Maya is not surprised by the approach of the Baiguan Border Town Alliance. She also plans to recruit local troops to deal with the opponent's cannon fodder regiments, because only in this way can we free up our hands to deal with the enemy's main force, corps. Although such a decision is cruel, it is very effective. But if it continues like this, it will consume a large number of the Northland Noble Alliance's population. But I am afraid that even the Northland Noble Alliance will not care about this, because it is good for them to survive the war between the two powerful alliances. For some reason, the other party seems to be thinking about failure. Howard put down the intelligence, perfected the war deduction, and said to Maya, "Oh, considering the issue of failure before the war has officially started, should I say that the other party is foresight or too pessimistic?" Maya picked up the black tea and took a sip. "From being high-spirited when we set out to being full of concerns now, the other party has obviously encountered something during this period. Otherwise, there would not be such a big change in his thinking. Howard is also a commander, so he knows that such a big change in thinking must be at seeing the reasons for failure that are hard to ignore. It doesn't matter what the other party encounters. The moment they send troops, the outcome is already determined, Maya said lightly, and Howard nodded in agreement. Even the two people with the highest status in the territory, the civil and military representatives, are not very clear about how strong the territory is. With what they know, it is difficult to solve the problem of the three major forces monopolizing the North. But it is not impossible. Therefore, my mentality has always been calm, and I have been coping calmly. The armies of both sides officially entered the Northland Noble Alliance, and began to divide their forces to seize the city. As for resistance, there was basically no resistance. Surrendering when encountering the enemy was the code of conduct of the Noble Alliance. Many people wrote letters of surrender to both sides, so it was not a burden to surrender. None. Even the Alliance troops guarding the border obediently handed over their weapons and waited for reorganization, which shows how cooperative they are. In fact, this is because the Noble Alliance has been living under the breath of two tigers. The tigers dare not open their mouths, but dare to jump. When they open their mouths, what else can they do except lie down? At least no one will die this way. They are also for the Alliance. Therefore, the Noble Alliance also thought that since they couldn't defeat it, why not surrender early? And for the sake of stability, the treatment would definitely not be bad. But they didn't know how naive their idea was. If it were a normal war, in order to maintain the stable territory occupied, there would definitely be no problem in giving some preferential treatment and benefits. The problem is that the strategic goal of both sides is not to occupy the Noble Alliance at all. But they are unlucky to be between the two, so they become the first victim of the conflict between the two sides. Because of the advantage in the territory, and the two super spies planted decades ago, the Noble Alliance easily obtained 6 floors of land, while the Border Town Alliance, which desperately sent troops to occupy the land, only had 4 floors. At this point, the Northland Noble Alliance was divided into 2, belonging to both sides, and the boundaries were redrawn. It looked like a peaceful solution was to be resolved. The whole process was neat and tidy, and no major conflicts broke out. This made the target Noble Alliance feel relieved. Although the family was separated, at least one person was still alive, and the wealth was not lost. So they hurriedly held a banquet to please the two parties. A great emperor, trying to gain more benefits. But it seems to be over. But in fact it has just begun. Otherwise, why would both parties have made so many preparations? The territory brought out the troops of the Border City Alliance not just to share the cake. And the Border City Alliance would not sit back and watch the Glory Alliance, a great enemy, gain the scarce population and slowly digest it. Therefore, it seemed calm. But in fact they were actively preparing for war. Because they are both in the north and have frequent trade exchanges, the Glory Alliance and the Noble Alliance are relatively close. After the occupation, although the two parties took the initiative in the negotiations, the terms given were not bad. At least not for the surrenderers. Not bad. Recognize the title of the Northland nobles, and allow them to retain wealth. But the territory must be replaced. And the formation of an army is not allowed. This is to raise them like pigs. Especially changing the territory, which is almost equivalent to starting from scratch. How willing are the nobles who enjoy their current status and wealth? But now they have completely lost the ability to resist, and can only strive for better conditions through constant wrangling and continuous banquets and gifts. And this is what they are good at. During the hard-fought battle here, the actions of the Border Town Alliance were much cleaner and neater. All the aristocratic councilors in the occupied area were wiped out in one banquet. Then, they ransacked their homes, and took over the army and administration. They looked like they had planned it in advance. The noble councilors all looked confused. They wondered why the people in the Border Town Alliance changed their minds so quickly. It's just that none of the promises he made before were fulfilled. And he still treats them all at once. This means he no longer intends to be a human being. In fact, it is not that the Border Town Alliance does not want to use gentle methods to retain the value of the occupied areas as much as possible. This is the way to maximize profits. However, Cross has changed his strategy from simple occupation to dealing with the great enemy of the Glory Alliance. So even for this, it won't change even if it costs a lot of money. Originally, this strategic change was not accepted by the Border Town Alliance War Council. After all, doing so would not only lose huge future benefits, but also cause huge battle losses to the army. But after seeing the evidence presented by Cross and Master Eugene's comments, the War Council fell silent and finally acquiesced to Cross's next actions. Cross knows very well what the price of acquiescence is. That is, nothing will happen if you win, and you will be ruined if you fail. Now that you have made up your mind, let's do it. Master Eugene actually does not agree with a full-scale war with the Glory Alliance. But he cannot convince his colleagues. And naturally, he cannot convince Cross and the War Council. So he only plans to do what he should, however. When it was time to express his attitude, he would not sit idly by and do nothing. Otherwise, he would not testify for Cross in the War Council. Everything is for the Alliance. I don't know if he gained strength from Master Eugene's words. After taking a deep breath, Cross began to issue orders continuously to get his huge legion to move. The wealth gained from confiscating the house was sent back to the Border Town Alliance without reservation by Cross in exchange for military supplies in the Combat Readiness Warehouse and more Reserve Corps. At the same time, he also gave a portion to the Professional Corps to express his goodwill, because their full support will be needed in the coming war. With the handover of this wealth, all Cross actions went very smoothly. The War Council did not impose any restrictions on him, so he began to vigorously enforce conscription. Chapter 455 The Great Migration. Under the guns of the Border Town Alliance Army, all adult males in the occupied areas were forcibly recruited, no matter what their status was before, whether they were lowly poor people or noble nobles. They are now an insignificant member of the recruitment. The only difference is that they will be in the future. Consume 1 or 2 enemy bullets, or choose to disobey orders and stain the bayonets of Border Town Union soldiers with your own blood. Human life is so cheap, let alone anything else. Regardless of whether they are rich or poor, everything they owned before now belongs to the Border Town Alliance. This makes many nobles who wrote letters to join the Border Town Alliance regret it. They should have directly joined the Glory Alliance if they had known that they should have joined the Glory Alliance directly. At least the titles of the Northland nobles were recognized by the other party. You could also retain wealth. But now it is too late to regret. They have lost the Alliance army, lost the leading congressman, and did not resist when they were forcibly recruited. Now they are imprisoned in the barracks. What else can they do? What can they really dare to do? The alliance of the surrounding border towns, the soldiers will definitely let them know what it means to kill without blinking an eye. It was impossible to resist. They didn't even have weapons. Only simple tools. So they were quickly pointed at gunpoint by soldiers from the Border Town Alliance to dig trenches and build fortifications. Their life was miserable. What's even worse is that their relatives did not escape. All the food and wealth were systematically looted by the soldiers of the Border Town Alliance. Not even a piece of bread or a nail was left. And even the houses were destroyed. The requisition only left a piece of clothing that covered the body, which shows how ruthlessly the search was carried out. Because you have lost everything, you must work according to the other party's orders if you want to survive. Only in this way can you get enough food to satisfy your hunger. Therefore, even if you were an eloquent noble or a noble lady at a banquet the day before, you now have to sell your labor to get food to survive. You are even beaten less because your work is not as good as that of ordinary people. Your life is worse than death. The Border Town Alliance's high-profile actions and cruel and immoral methods immediately caused panic among the half of the Noble Alliance members who belong to the Glory Alliance. Fortunately, the Glory Alliance has no forced conscription. In addition to reorganizing the surrendered Alliance troops, it also hires a large number of laborers to cooperate with the Reserve Corps in building fortifications at the border. This makes the nobles somewhat relieved and more cooperative. They are afraid that the Glory Alliance will find an excuse to raid their homes. Genocide. Soon a large number of trenches and fortifications appeared on the border where the two armies were facing each other. However, the Border City Alliance was faster and more efficient. Even the cities near the border were built into war fortresses, and the materials were the houses of the people living in the city. It can be said that everything occupied by the Border Town Alliance is for war. So even if it only occupies the population and territory of the fourth floor, it will still not fall behind. In comparison, the Glory Alliance is much slower. It only recruits some young people to work, and then continuously migrates people to the territory to fill the large no-man's land between Beicheng and Mara City, and to expand the development area of the territory. This method of large-scale migration should have encountered huge resistance. But everything is afraid of comparison. Just look at the miserable conditions in the areas occupied by the Border Town Alliance. Even the poor people who have nothing are unwilling to stay. After all, the Glory Alliance not only provides the needs for migration, they also promise to distribute land to anyone willing to leave. So most people were willing to leave their homes that were about to become a tragic battlefield. In fact, this is also related to the fact that the residents of the North are all immigrants. Although they don't want to leave their hometown, They are not too repelled. After all, their elders came here this way, and now they are just doing it again. Before long, even the nobles of the original Noble Alliance could no longer hold on. More and more people are choosing to migrate, and they have lost so much population that it is useless even if they own land. Not to mention the outcome of this battle is unknown. Once the Glory Alliance is defeated, they will fall into the hands of the Border Town Alliance. Thinking about the life that my colleagues lived in the border area occupied by the Alliance, it is not unacceptable to change territories. Not to mention safety. At least their titles will be recognized, and they can get territories of the same size. As for population and other things, as long as they have money, at worst, it's better to hire someone than to stay and wait to die. In an era when there was a general lack of education, every move of the nobles was more like a weather vane. Therefore, as soon as they left, people who were originally hesitant suddenly gave up their houses and fields and chose to move together. Just like the snowball effect. At first only poor people with nothing chose to migrate, and the number was not very large. Later, the scale of civilians and nobles became larger and larger, from tens of thousands to millions. The increase was so large that the management of the territory felt tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the territory had already prepared. Tens of thousands of reserve troops had built good roads and a large number of transfer stations between the Glory Alliance and the Noble Alliance in advance, providing necessary food, drinking water, and medical care to ensure that the migration would not turn into a road of death. Even so, the management of the entire territory is going crazy. After all, this is a population migration of more than 1 million people. Every aspect needs to be taken care of, and the workload is overwhelming. If the Flame Queen's crystal ball extension had not been used on a large scale in the territory, statistics and scheduling have become extremely fast, and coupled with the obedience of the territory's population, I really don't know what would have happened. At this time, the second batch of 100,000 reserve troops had been reorganized and escorted a large amount of supplies to escort the grassroots, managers, and monks of the territory to Mara City. Here, they will register and divide the land for millions of relocated people. At the same time, they will also become managers and preachers of towns in the future, completely stamping their territory. Resettling the population is not something that can be done casually. Even in modern times, it is inseparable from the two conditions of water and soil. Without water, it is a dead end. Without land that can be cultivated, it will not last long. And there is an upper limit to the population that can be supported by the water and soil in a place. The problem of population reproduction must be taken into consideration, and development must be planned for at least 100 years. This is even more complicated. If it weren't for the Flame Queen in the territory and the one-eyed giant eagle that acts as a satellite, the manpower, material resources, and time required to complete the plan would simply make people collapse. Even so, planning still gives the grassroots managers responsible for execution a headache. Had it not been for the fact that 100,000 of the relocated people were from Farrier City and Solari City, a system transforming population that could play a leading role, grassroots managers would have had even more headaches. In order to reduce risks and strengthen management, after settling the first batch of relocated people, the territory began to hire laborers on a large scale to prepare to improve the already planned transportation network. The territory likes to build roads, but it cannot build them in uninhabited areas. Therefore, after settling the relocated population, in order to facilitate future management, convenient and fast roads are necessary. Therefore, the main road between North City and Mara City is as the core. Branch roads will be continuously extended in all directions. In order to increase efficiency, the territory even plans to build a railway. After all, after the war is won, the land of the Noble Alliance will also belong to the territory. By then, such a long distance cannot be covered by horse-drawn carriages, or has not been completely completed. Mature vehicle delivery bar. Once the transportation network plan is completed, the entire territory will be completely connected, even if there is a large number of converted people. After knowing that the territorial army can arrive anywhere within a day, all the little thoughts will be carefully put away. Chapter 456 Testing Firepower. While the Glory Alliance is engaged in large-scale relocation and construction, the Border Town Alliance, which relies on cruel methods to complete most of the fortifications first, is ready to fire the first shot. Put down your tools and gather immediately. Soldiers from the Border Town Alliance blew their whistles to summon the conscripts, who were reinforcing the trenches. In fact, the so-called conscripts were forced laborers. After this period of forced labor, they could barely make ends meet every day. The food was all sallow and thin, and they were shaking when they walked. But under the threat of guns and bayonets, they still squeezed their life potential and came to line up. Because those who disobeyed orders would have died long ago, and those who are still alive now are particularly obedient. Everyone listen. Prepare to charge in 1 hour. Those who arrive at the enemy's position will receive a day's food. Those who do not arrive will have no food. At the same time, as long as one enemy is killed, they will be qualified as a formal soldier and will no longer participate in labor. The Alliance soldiers in the border town coldly issued General Cross's orders, regardless of what these mobilized soldiers thought. In fact, many people didn't even hear what the border town Alliance soldiers said next. They only had one thought in their minds. Let's start a war. A large number of old-fashioned firearms and hard bread were piled up in front of the bewildered conscripts. Under the gun butts and leather boots of the border town Alliance soldiers, they lined up to receive weapons and food according to the habits they had developed during this period. Hard bread still stained with dirt and dust is definitely not a delicious food. Semolina and unknown sundries baked at high temperatures are a challenge to your teeth. But there are only 2 bowls a day. The conscripts who were hanging on for their lives still scrape hard bread as big as their fists with their teeth, trying to stuff it into their stomachs in the shortest possible time, because they had no hope of survival. You can tell by the weapons in their hands. The weapons given to them were not the standard weapons of the Border Town Alliance army, but flintlock muskets piled in the warehouse after the aristocratic Alliance army changed their equipment, as well as muskets looted from the homes of nobles and civilians. Now these old things are mobilization, the soldiers' only weapon. Next, they will charge towards the enemy's position with guns that they don't know whether they can be fired. There is no fire support, no artillery support, and some are just bullets from behind. Because all the cowards who break away from the charge team will get a hot shot from the supervisory team. Love. The problem is that muskets are fine when used for positional defense. At least they have time to reload bullets. Using them for charging is simply asking for death, especially when facing opponents equipped with breech-loading rifles who are still lying in the trenches. Anyone who dares to stand on the battlefield and reload no brave man without ammunition will have a chance to charge again, because he simply won't survive that time. But when I picked up the weapon, I saw that there was only 1 round of ammunition, and there was no need to think about reloading. There is no chance to reload. Coupled with the pathetic hit rate of the old-fashioned muskets, if they want to kill with only 1 bullet, they have to shoot close to the face, and this requires them to rush hundreds of meters between the 2 fronts, distance and successfully jump into the enemy's trench, even if they have never been on the battlefield. They all know how high their chances of surviving are after completing all this under the hail of bullets from the opponent. So how can they not despair? If it weren't for the Border Town Alliance soldiers keeping a close eye on them, and only having 1 shot with the weapons in their hands, these mobilization soldiers would probably have wanted to fight back directly, after barely filling their stomachs. The conscripts, whose faces were still confused and frightened, held old-fashioned muskets with the hands that had just put down their tools, and began to charge towards the opposite side under the threat of the muzzle behind them. What would they face? Even themselves? Do not know at all. The conscripts who were forced to step onto the battlefield became more and more panicked as they ran. But they did not dare to stop. They could only vent their anger by shouting loudly, and at the same time begging the other party not to shoot so that they could survive. But this was obviously a dream. Everything is lacking on the battlefield. But perhaps the most lacking thing is mercy. Of course, the noise caused by the charge of thousands of people could not be hidden from the Glory Alliance side. In fact, when the other side started mobilizing, they had already asked the workers to retreat and prepared the reserve troops for battle. Therefore, after the warning was invalid, they opened fire immediately. In fact, the Glory Alliance has considered asking the opponent to surrender after entering the position. But as long as the opponent is not a fool, they will definitely take precautions, such as threatening their family members or sending people to sneak in. Not too many. You only need to detonate a few bombs to successfully create chaos in the position, and the opponent can take the opportunity to break through the defense line. So there is no mercy. However, the reserve corps did not shoot randomly. They targeted those who ran the fastest and those who looked strong. The fastest runner is a potential threat no matter what his psychology is. And he looks strong. They who are also on the border see how the cannon fodder on the opposite side is living. How can they maintain a strong body shape? So 10, 8, or 9 of them are spies who sneaked in. As for whether there will be a wrongful death, this is war. No matter what is right or wrong on the battlefield, Only if you survive can you feel guilty. So once you open fire, you will show no mercy. The Reserve Corps is mainly equipped with light equipment. The individual weapons are bolt-action rifles that are deployed on a large scale in the territory. This kind of rifle is long and looks like a short spear when equipped with a long bayonet. It increases the weight and is not convenient at the same time. However, this kind of rifle has small recoil and high accuracy. It is very suitable for long-distance shooting. When used lying down in the trench, it is as easy as target practice within 300 meters. Even a reserve regiment with relatively insufficient training can still have a lot of success within 200 meters. High hit rate. What's even more deadly is that there is not even a big stone within a few hundred meters between the two armies, let alone trees. There is no cover and no obstruction. Just running fast is of no use. Especially when the mobilization troops stepped into the range of 100 meters. The light machine guns of the Reserve Corps began to fire. Although the machine gun in the territory is an imitation of the Czech light machine gun, which can only use a 20-round magazine, it is still a machine gun after all. When the trigger is pulled, a fan sweeps across, and 7 or 8 conscripts who do not know how to charge skirmishers suddenly fall down. After finishing a magazine, the conscripts could no longer bear the despair caused by the heavy casualties. They either lay on the ground and trembled, or ran around like crazy, only to fall under the guns of both sides. In addition to consuming some bullets, the reserve troops who were on the defensive during the entire process did not even have a chance to use grenades. But this time, the test was not over. At the same time, at multiple locations along the entire defense line, thousands of mobilized soldiers risked their lives to test the firepower of the Glory Alliance defense line, and were recorded one by the Border Town Alliance soldiers responsible for observation. Unfortunately, the mobilization of troops was too useless. Except for a few lines of defense where long-handled grenades were used. The rest were solved with rifles and machine guns. This greatly reduced the value of intelligence obtained by the Border Town Alliance, and also prompted them to decide to use more extreme and cruel methods. S method. Chapter 457, violating the interests of the noble goddess. By evening, the trials were over, and the surviving conscripts were allowed to return. These mobilized soldiers were relatively smart. They lay on the ground and did not move. In addition, the Reserve Corps did not intend to kill them all, so they survived by chance. Now they tested it a few times and found that they would not shoot anymore. So they walked back in 2s and 3s, one by one. He was trembling all over, looking back every step of the way, obviously frightened. During this period, some people planned to surrender to the Reserve Corps, but were shot directly by shooters from the Border Town Alliance. The Reserve Corps was afraid of being mixed into spies, and was not prepared to accept them. So these mobilization soldiers had no choice but to return. After returning home, I counted the data, and found that the casualties among the mobilized soldiers were less than 1/5. This shows how many people were lying down along the way, and how inefficient it was. In this case, there are even fewer mobilization soldiers who can rush into the enemy's position, let alone successfully kill them. But as long as there are, it is enough. These people were gathered together and distributed better food. Even their relatives received an extra portion of food. At the same time, the old-fashioned muskets in their hands were replaced with Union Army standard weapons, and 5 rounds of ammunition were distributed. But the price is to become a supervising team. In the next charge, these selected conscripts with red armbands will stand behind other conscripts, using bullets and bayonets to force the other side to charge more effectively, instead of passively lying down and pretending to be dead. This is forcing these people to die without leaving a way to survive. It is obvious that they will be hated by people, and may even be regarded as traitors. But looking at the food in their hands, and the fact that they will be assigned to the first wave of charges if they do not agree, there seems to be no choice. After eating a larger portion of food the next morning, in the strange eyes of other conscripts, these selected conscripts put on red sleeves, held different weapons, and stood behind the conscripts somewhat at a loss, between the Allied forces in the border town. Just when these red-sleeved soldiers were hesitating, they saw that the soldiers from the Border Town Alliance had put their fingers on the triggers, and their eyes began to look evil. So they gritted their teeth, turned around and pointed their guns at their original compatriots, forced the opponent to rush towards the enemy's position, and stabbed those who dared to lie down and pretend to be dead with a bayonet. It is better to force others to die than to be forced to die themselves. This is how they comfort themselves. If you don't cross the threshold in your heart, you will never know how low your bottom line is, and what sad and crazy things you will do, such as wearing women's clothing only 0 or countless times. For the first time, These red sleeve soldiers who were forced to become accomplices quickly adapted to their new identities. And in order to maintain their privileges, they desperately curry favor with the troops of the Border Town Alliance, while using cruel means to carry out any orders issued by the Border Town Alliance. Order, even if many people die. Until then, Cross, who was leading all this, knew that the mobilization troops could be used. The number of mobilized soldiers is very large, even exceeding the number of soldiers in the Border Town Alliance. However, this huge number is difficult to utilize, and weapons cannot even be distributed on a large scale, because they are invaders and have destroyed everything of these people. It can be said that they are the most hated target of these people. So it is okay to force the other party to work with a gun, but it is not possible to expect the other party to work hard. Therefore, Cross arranged this scene and successfully divided the conscripts into two, not to mention opposing each other, and also successfully obtained a batch of usable cannon fodder. The people that the mobilized soldiers hate the most are no longer the soldiers of the Border Town Alliance, but the betrayers, because in many cases the betrayers are the most ruthless. In order to maintain their status and avoid being beaten back to their original form and then eaten alive by those people, these betrayers work desperately to complete the tasks assigned by the Border Town Alliance, even if they needed to execute their compatriots with their own hands or even be sentenced to death. They would not do it. There is no hesitation, and the methods are even more cruel and inhumane than those of the Border Town Alliance soldiers. Simple differentiation gave Cross hundreds of thousands of cannon fodder, which made his actions bolder. He constantly attacked various parts of the Glory Alliance border, interfering with the opponent's construction, and at the same time collecting the opponent's intelligence and flaws. Until this moment, Cross had not discovered that the opponent was not the main force, nor that the Glory Alliance's main focus was on internal construction. If he had known, he would have been even more desperate. Even now, the Reserve Corps' precise and effective shooting, tacit cooperation and strict discipline, as well as the highly lethal machine guns, all impressed Cross. Without artillery support, human lives would be the only option. The only problem now is that Cross has not seen the opponent's artillery fire so far, so he does not know the power and quantity of the opponent's artillery, which will obviously cause huge casualties to the next main force attack. Cross believed that the previous mobilization of troops had not put enough pressure on the opponent, so he planned to launch a joint attack to force the opponent to show their trump cards, and mobilization of troops was the price he was prepared to pay. At this time, Owen was no longer paying much attention to this war, which was obviously going to take a long time, but was preparing to deal with the three gods headed by the noble goddess. Although Owen's Death Shadow sect does not preach much on the surface, his Vest Temple has continued to develop outwards with the expansion of the Holy Shield organization. However, the territory has not expanded externally before, so its influence has never been great. But once the territory occupies the Noble Alliance and the Border Town Alliance is conquered, the population easily exceeds 10 million, and the northern land spans thousands of miles. Then it will no longer be a small fight, but a real threat to the Noble Goddess. The Noble Goddess is optimistic about Owen, but it does not mean that she can tolerate the other party's infringement of her base. Moreover, the Noble Goddess believes in the Noble Goddess. Although it is not pious, it can at least influence millions of people. It is true that the Border Town Alliance is militaristic, but it believes in the two gods under her, and they cannot abandon it. So they let the God of Knights come to their door. Although someone came to his door, Owen would not back down. But he would not choose to start the divine war directly. So he made a bet with the opponent, using mortals as pawns and the North as the chessboard to play a game of chess. At that time, the Noble Alliance had not been divided into two. So when the God of Knights saw that his side had such a huge advantage, what else could he say? He even thought that Owen was taking this step to ease the conflict between the two sides. So he happily agreed. But the result was nothing. It didn't take long for the Noble Alliance to separate. It's just that the operation of the Glory Alliance makes the God of Knights a little confused, because the territory does not occupy the land, but carries out a large-scale migration, using the population of the Noble Alliance to develop its own territory. You may say that he has no ambitions, swallowing up most of the Noble Alliance in one go. But you may say that he has ambitions. He does not occupy any land, but only moves people to develop his own territory. Thinking about the fact that the Glory Alliance had not moved anywhere for decades, and did not even start wars with outsiders, the God of Knights made a wrong judgment, and believed that Irving's ultimate goal was probably just to plunder the population, and the essence was to develop his own 3-acre land. Just left. Chapter 458 Variables. Although the God of Knights was fooled away, it was only a matter of time before a conflict broke out between the two sides. Owen knew this, because his appetite for the territory was not that small this time, and he didn't think he could hide it from the noble goddess. Not only was this god, however, he is still a nobleman. In front of the experienced opponent, he is just a rookie. So he has not been idle during this period, and is constantly preparing for the challenge. Fortunately, the noble goddess is not a fighting god. She is not that aggressive, and will not participate in battles in person. Although she has two gods under her command, one of them must be by her side at all times. When there is only one god, Owen is really not afraid. Although he is not afraid, he can delay as long as he can. The further he goes, the greater his advantage will be. Therefore, Irving does not rush and lets the territory be conquered slowly. Just as Owen guessed, the God of Knights is upright. But the goddess of nobility is not a fool. Although she didn't go, she knew after hearing the description of the God of Knights that there was something fishy. After all, when it comes to playing tricks, the nobles can definitely play tricks with the drow, comparable to the devil. Also in terms of Black Heart, sitting on the throne, the aristocratic goddess has her legs crossed. Her snow-white and slender legs are matched with her noble temperament, which perfectly penetrates the life gate of the licking dogs. It can stimulate them to howl. Unfortunately, this is her kingdom of God. Licking dogs. This creature can't get in, let alone lick it. This little guy is not as simple as you think, the noble goddess said leisurely. The god of guards on the side remained expressionless and silent as usual. Only the God of Knights frowned. Did he lie? Apart from betrayal, what the God of Knights hates most is lies. So his favorable impression of Owen has dropped by 3 points. No, he won't lie. But he made a bet with you, didn't he? The noble goddess said quietly. If it were her, she would definitely not agree to the bet. But the one who let him go was the God of Knights. The God of Knights, who went to stop the expansion of Owen's power, originally felt that his actions were a bit bullying, and that it would be too much to show no mercy. So as soon as Owen said it, he agreed. But now it seems that I did something wrong. Do we need to start a war? Although going back on his words was not in line with his beliefs, but it was about his allegiance, the God of Knights still spoke. No need. Although the little guy will make Northland a variable, there are already enough variables in the main world, including the Imperial Capital, the Academy City, the Underground World, and the Secret Realm. Maybe his growth will bring us something different. Surprise! Since the noble goddess can give up the temptation to rebuild the empire, she will not care too much about a mere northern land. After all, she knows more, and knows what she will face in the future. Besides, the elf god system is the most protective of shortcomings. There is a light god behind the opponent, and it is conservatively estimated that he is also a middle god. In this case, it is not a wise choice to conflict with the opponent. Even so, the noble goddess will not sit idly by, because her priesthood and authority cannot allow her to ignore the opponent's expansion. She must respond, even if she knows it is just a useless effort. This is the restriction of her priesthood and authority. The only way now is to control the scope and level of the conflict without expanding it. So the previous bet between the God of Knights and the other party became a stroke of genius. So the noble goddess asked the God of Knights to go to the Border Town Alliance to exert some influence and increase support for Cross, so as to limit the power of Owen's side. If the development goes well, she may not need to take action. As Cross continued to send back information about the Glory Alliance, the War Council began to pay more and more attention to this enemy. Coupled with the influence of the God of Knights, many internal restrictions set by themselves became looser. First of all, they began to pay attention to alchemy, the productivity brought by machinery. And secondly, some originally restricted technologies have also been brought out, such as steam tanks, steel giants, etc., all of which are planned to enter the production stage. I didn't use it before. It was useless. To put it simply, I thought I was very good at it, so I didn't use it. I would rather waste my martial arts. But when I encountered a powerful enemy, I quickly lowered my head to pick it up and repair it. Build. However, neither production nor output can be improved in a short period of time. The more complex it is, the more so. Not to mention that although the Border City Alliance has relaxed restrictions on alchemy machinery to improve productivity, due to previous suppression, as a result, many things are imperfect. For example, the semi-automatic rifle that was previously awarded the honorary title, League of Honor, and is considered a high-quality product cannot be imitated because many parts do not have corresponding production equipment. The single-shot rifle equipped by the Border Town Alliance is no different from a loaded shotgun. This thing only has a few parts. Therefore, if you want to imitate a semi-automatic rifle, you need to specially design a set of machines for each part and make the entire gun. An assembly line. Of course, if you have enough alchemists, you can rub it with your hands. But the key is not. Even the alchemists of the Border Town Alliance can't produce hundreds of thousands of rifles even if their hands are worn out. What's more, not to mention how much these two methods cost and how long they take. The ammunition needed by the entire army cannot be supplied. A firearm can be used for a long time and can even accompany multiple soldiers. But bullets are purely consumables and need to be consumed not only in combat, but also in daily training. Nowadays, an infantryman in the Border Town Alliance can sustain a battle with 30 rounds of ammunition. If he can switch to a semi-automatic rifle, even if an individual soldier carries twice as many bullets, he will not be able to last long. The semi-automatic bullets are consumed too quickly. An army of hundreds of thousands can break a man down. Bullets are not only a matter of casting warheads and cartridge cases. The primer and propellant must be configured by alchemists. Alchemists insist on this aspect. So it is too difficult to expand production. So the Border Town Alliance changes the amount of equipment in a short time. The largest rifle is not realistic. However, based on the intelligence provided by Cross, the War Council focused on machine guns. The fire suppression effect of the machine gun is vividly displayed on the conscripts. It is impossible for the War Council not to be moved, even if it involves many difficulties. It must be completed. Rifles with precise shooting, machine guns with suppressive firepower, and artillery with strong support. These are the three axes prepared by the War Council for the Army, and will also be the future development direction of the Army. But this is not easy. For alchemists, complex mechanical structures are like educational toys. You can play with them however you want. It is no problem to make a mechanical doll composed entirely of gears. The problem is the cost. One or two things can be done without considering the cost. And tens of thousands of things can be done without considering the cost. How much wealth do you have to dare to waste it like this? For example, the Army currently needs at least 1,000 machine guns, which are complex in structure, not to mention the production cost. The supporting machinery alone can drive people crazy. Even if the Border Town Alliance inherits the legacy of the Imperial Frontier Army, it still can't carry it. What's more, now is no different than before. Now there is no empire to allocate funds, resources, and talents to them. Therefore, every alchemist is worried about losing his hair, thinking about how to simplify the components. These components must be mass-produced using existing equipment, which is even more worrying. Fortunately, Master Eugene on the front line provided some ideas. A group of alchemists argued for 3 days, and finally came up with a design plan. Although most of the parts required alchemists to rub their hands, at least the Border Town Alliance had its own machine gun. Chapter 459 General Attack. The logistics of the Border Town Alliance spent a huge amount of money to send massive military supplies to the front line. In addition to daily supplies, a large amount of ammunition as war reserves. There were also 500 machine guns and 10 steam tanks made by a group of alchemists who sacrificed their hair. Dang. Causing Cross to show a rare smile after hearing the news. During this period, he was under great pressure, because he not only mobilized mobilization troops, but also used the main force to conduct several tentative attacks. But all failed. Especially the cross machine gun points deployed by the opponent. The extremely accurate small caliber artillery is like a life-harvesting scythe to the charging infantry. Even with artillery support, it will not work. First, the hit rate of the artillery is too low. Second, the opponent's perfect fortifications greatly reduce the threat of the artillery. Therefore, he desperately needed weapons that could suppress the opponent's firepower. As long as the opponent's firepower is suppressed and the soldiers can rush forward, they can achieve an overwhelming victory with their numerical advantage. Therefore, he has been looking forward to the machine gun for a long time. However, Cross was a little strange about the appearance of this machine gun. He had seen the machine gun of the Glory Alliance from a distance. It was very simple and had only one barrel, and the magazine was also on it. However, the machine gun in front of him had 2 barrels in parallel, and there are wing-shaped arc magazines inserted on the left and right. The magazines are still hollow, and the bullets and thick springs inside can be seen. The alchemists who came with the army were very proud to introduce to General Cross the machine gun they had painstakingly built. Machine guns can be rubbed by hand, but bullets cannot. With the current situation of the Border Town Alliance, it is unrealistic to design a bullet specifically for machine guns. Therefore, in order to effectively suppress the opponent's machine gun firepower, they came up with ingenuity when it was difficult to increase the rate of fire and power. The two machine guns were fixed together and fed from curved magazines on both sides that could hold 30 rounds of bullets. This doubled the firepower and lasted longer. It sounds good, but this machine gun named Steel Wings is difficult for one person to move because it weighs more than 50 kilograms, let alone the ammunition. And a person constantly loading magazines left and right while shooting is no better than performing acrobatics. How much easier? So in addition to a main shooter, 2 ammunition handlers must be equipped, specifically responsible for carrying ammunition and also responsible for loading. In addition, because the 2 machine guns were merged together, the ejection port could only be designed at the top. As a result, the SH-LS looked like a fountain when fired, blocking the line of sight and easily scalding the shooter. The soldier who was originally responsible for testing this machine gun has become Motzi. So to solve this problem, the main shooter will be equipped with a mask. Cross nodded repeatedly after hearing this, not realizing there was any problem. So he let the soldiers get familiar with it, and then prepared to launch a general attack to catch the opponent off guard. This was why he applied for more ammunition from the Alliance. This war has been dragged on for too long. If it continues to be dragged on, let alone whether the fragile material reserves of the Border Town Alliance can continue to support the expeditionary force. The 2 million people in the occupied area alone can bring down the entire Alliance. After all, from the occupation to the present, he brought only destruction. Once the plundered materials were exhausted, the enslaved occupied population would inevitably rebel. Fortunately, after many battles and reorganizations, the forcibly recruited mobilization troops have reached a size of 300,000, with the regular army increased to 150,000 and the reserve corps of 150,000. Cross, who holds an army of 600,000, already has enough. The confidence to launch a general offensive. After some mobilization, 100,000 mobilized troops took the lead in attacking. The Glory Alliance did not pay attention to this, because similar scenes had happened many times before. It is not to blame that the soldiers on the Glory Alliance side were careless. It was mainly due to the lack of weapons. The vast majority of the conscripts still used old-fashioned muskets, and the few who were equipped to fight alone were supervising teams. This resulted in the conscripts having almost no firepower advantage, and even lacking artillery support, because the border town soldiers felt that the lives of the mobilized soldiers were not worth their waste of precious artillery SH-LS. In this case, trying to break through the well-established fortifications defended by a large number of soldiers, with the advantage of numbers, is almost like a dream. The machine gun forts and fast mortars scattered all over the defense line are just a dream. Machine guns and mortars can turn any enemy who dares to gather and charge into corpses. And they can be produced very quickly. Coupled with the soldiers, who have better and better shooting skills, it is not that easy to break through the defense line. It was because of seeing this scene that Cross didn't dare to attack even though he had a large army in hand. After all, the opponent had a lot of troops and had the advantage in defense and firepower. If it was a hard fight, how many troops would be left even if he won? Completely unknown. Now that he has enough trump cards, Cross is ready to launch a general attack to completely resolve this long-lasting war. After countless charges, the surviving conscripts had already learned how to charge as skirmishers, and knew how to lie down when they heard the sound of machine gun fire, and ran as fast as they could during the intervals between gunfire. However, they never broke through the enemy's position, because precise shooting, strafing machine guns, deadly artillery fire, and continuous grenades turned anyone who wanted to break through into a pile of corpses. With this level of casualties, it is useless even if there is a supervisor team behind them, because there are many desperate mobilization soldiers who choose to die with the supervisor team. So both sides maintain a certain tacit understanding. When the casualties reach a certain level, they can retreat. But this time it was different. The 300,000 mobilized troops did not stop from morning to night. The casualties had already exceeded the previous upper limit, but they still did not stop. The supervising team was already red-blooded. Under the strict orders of General Cross, the Border Town Alliance's War Supervisory Team forced the Mobilization War Supervisory Team. And the Mobilization War Supervisory Team could only put all the pressure on the mobilization soldiers. And for this reason, they did not hesitate to break the previous tacit understanding. Some mobilization troops could not bear the cruel casualties and opened fire on the supervisory team. But this time, there was no compromise. The Border Town Alliance supervisory team set up machine guns and shot everyone, including the mobilization supervisory team, without mercy. The brutal massacre has shown that the Border Town Alliance is serious this time, even if the mobilization troops are still turbulent in their hearts. For the sake of a glimmer of survival and the promise of the Border Town Alliance that is destined to be impossible to realize, a huge number of mobilization troops have risked huge attrition time and time again, impacting the front of the Glory Alliance. The SH-L casing scattered in the trenches on the Glory Alliance side almost covered their feet, and the barrels of the machine guns were red. At the most dangerous time, both sides engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. If the defenders on the second line of defense were not able to step forward at any time to support, they would be forced to the artillery, and infantry artillery were firing with all their might. Maybe the first line of defense had been lost. With the deployment of troops completed, Howard, who had come to the front line to take charge, was keenly aware of the difference in this battle, and knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. Chapter 460 Heavy Artillery. The opponent's patience has been exhausted. Standing in front of the sand table, Howard thoughtfully placed a few small flags at the opponent's key attack positions to predict the direction of the opponent's next main attack. The one-eyed giant eagle cannot be mobilized at will at this time, because there is more than one legend in the opponent's army, and they are all extremely vigilant at this moment. The chance of being discovered is too high, and once discovered, the territory will lose a vital element. Investigation methods will also be targeted in various ways in the future. So the military mobilization of the Border Town Alliance will be obtained more through conventional means. Howard had watched the opponent's tests during this period, and had also estimated the opponent's material reserves. His staff had been working on it, so he knew very well that the time for the opponent's general attack was getting closer. War is never just a matter of fighting. It relies heavily on logistics. Not to mention that both sides have gathered millions of troops here, and the daily consumption is a small mountain. Even if both sides extract a large amount of wealth and resources from the Noble Alliance, it cannot be endless. Keep it up. Not to mention that compared to the Border City Alliance's oppressive plunder, the Border City Alliance not only has to maintain the army, but also carries out large-scale relocation and construction at the same time, and the consumption is more than double that of the Border City Alliance. However, Howard still had no intention of counterattacking in advance. Firstly, because of Irving's instructions, and secondly, because of the big migration. A population of more than 1 million is so easy to relocate. The resettlement alone cannot be completed in a short time. Therefore, it is divided into 4 stages: 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, and 1 million. Even this is time-consuming. It takes a lot of energy and resources from the territory. So the longer it takes, the better. As for why the territory does not intend to retain the territory of the Noble Alliance, it is mainly because it is worried about the intervention of the Noble Goddess. After all, right next to the Border City Alliance is the Behemoth 100 Cities Alliance, which is more than twice the size of the entire Northland combined. So what if the territory uses all its trump cards to penetrate it? To a pig, stabbing it with a knife is a big deal. What is fatal to an elephant is just a superficial wound. Once the 100 Cities Alliance intervenes, the territory will fall into endless passivity, because the population and size are too different. Unless the territory can absorb the entire Northland, it will have the capital to compete with it. The problem is that too many people are swallowed up in one go. Without system transformation, there are too many hidden dangers. I have never seen the Noble Alliance kneeling so fragilely. Therefore, after weighing for a long time, the territory decided to give up the idea of a one-fight victory. First, it swallowed half of the Noble Alliance, and then eliminated the Northern Expeditionary Army of the Border City Alliance. After cutting off one arm of the Border City Alliance, so that the other side was unable to interfere with the North, they then took action to solve the problem in the North, the hidden dangers of the barbarian kingdom. In this way, the territory will develop for a long time. So Irving is never in a hurry, because time is always on his side. So choosing to take a step back and buy time is never a problem. Due to this change in strategy, Howard sat firmly on the Diaoyu Islands against the Border Town Alliance, because he really wanted to win. He airdropped a group of Thunder Guards towards the opponent's Chinese army. All problems were solved. Even if he was a legend, facing the bolter there is only one way to retreat. The war was still going on, when the casualties of nearly half of the mobilization troops were approaching the limit. Cross finally allowed them to retreat and rest. However, they had already exhausted their energy, and had no ammunition. They could not cause any trouble. It was enough for them to be guarded by the Reserve Corps, the main force of the Border Town Alliance, which had been waiting for a long time. Began their battle. This time it was not so crude. Hundreds of bronze cannons began to roar. In addition to the lighter 8-pound cannon, the Border City Alliance also has heavy artillery specially transported from the city wall. After modification, it can not only fire explosive LS, but also because it is a breech-loaded artillery. The rate of fire is not slow. For a time, the Glory Alliance, the position was shrouded in artillery fire. Unfortunately, compared to the Border Town Alliance, which is still groping, the Glory Alliance is more proficient in gun warfare. Not only are the trenches dug tortuous, which can effectively reduce the impact of the explosion of artillery LS falling in the trenches, but there are also strong air raid shelters dug at intervals. As soon as the cannon sounded, only the sentries were left here, and the rest stayed in the air raid shelter, taking advantage of the rare time to replenish ammunition and restore their strength. As the LS were fired out one after another, Cross was both proud and distressed as he listened to the sound of the cannons. He was proud that a single salvo from hundreds of Alliance artillery pieces could level a town to the ground. What he was distressed about was that these were all money. He used it all and smashed it into the open position. You must know that every cannonball is made by alchemists themselves, let alone the craftsmanship. The added value alone is not low. And to supplement it, you need to look at the faces of those alchemists. Even if Cross, as a general, wants to supplement consuming ammo isn't an easy task either. However, this round of Ling was necessary, and Cross did not want his soldiers to fill the trenches with their bodies. Now that he had decided to launch a general attack, Cross would not hold back. Before the bombardment ended, 10 steam tanks that had just completed maintenance were heading towards the Glory Alliance's position. In order to transport these 10 steam tanks, the Border Town Alliance used thousands of horses at once to transport all the parts in time. And then the alchemists completed the assembly on site. As for why I didn't drive over, of course, it was because I couldn't do it. One filling of fuel can only support running for dozens of miles. After each operation, the wear and tear of parts is quite alarming. A large number of parts must be replaced and careful maintenance must be carried out. So only the parts can be pulled apart by horses and assembled again. But the price is worth it. These 10 steam tanks are huge monsters. 12 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 5 meters high. In addition to a twin tower gun, 8 twin machine guns are also installed. Just like everywhere like a flaming hedgehog, combined with thick steel plate armor and powerful power. This thing is as powerful as a locomotive. Amidst the roar of steam, it turns its thick tracks towards the target. When the steam tank was halfway through its journey, the elite main force of the Border Town Alliance came in like a flood with rifles, with bayonets inserted. Using the steam tank as the spearhead, they were bound to break through the Glory Alliance's defense line. The overwhelming number of black people made Howard, who was always paying attention, smile crookedly. He always waited until the other party took action. Let the other side see what real artillery fire is. Howard informed the artillery positions that had been prepared. The guns of the Glory Alliance are divided into 3 types. The first is the mortar. Because of its ejection, it is usually hidden in or near the trench. Its flexible movement makes it difficult for the enemy to lock on. And it can also accurately hit the enemy's LS on the forehead. Next is the infantry artillery. Because it is not heavy, it can keep up with the troops when pulled by mules. It is the most powerful support for the infantry. The other type is heavy artillery, starting with a caliber of 120 millimeters, including 150 millimeters and 200 millimeters. So the weight is very alarming. This type of heavy artillery must be operated mechanically, except for a few self-propelled artillery. Most heavy artillery requires professional mechanical towing. But it's not just the gun body that's heavy. Every I can be called a roll call from the god of death. Once it explodes, there won't be anyone alive within 100 meters. Even if it's not killed directly, it will be shocked to death. This is the god of war, the true power of the Border Town Alliance. And now the Border Town Alliance is facing this desperate scene. Chapter 461 Not lost yet. The sudden piercing whistling sound in the air made everyone stunned. The movement came from far to near, and was overwhelming. The sound was extremely frightening. At the same time, it brought a sense of crisis that made many people with keen senses feel as if they were falling into an icy abyss. And their bodies were so stiff that they could not move. No! As a senior knight, Cross was not stunned. His strong physique gave him better eyesight. But at this moment, He would rather be blind so that he would not have to see the cruel scene that was about to happen. 3 types of artillery directly covered the entire battlefield. But the short-range mortar SH.LS fell first, regardless of the fact that the caliber of the mortar is not large in order to facilitate movement. No matter how small it is more lethal than a grenade. When a mortar hits a radius of more than 10 meters, it is within the range of shrapnel damage. Not to mention the high rate of fire. By the time the first shot was fired, 3 or 5 mortar rounds had already been fired. So the soldiers at the front were knocked upside down when they were bombed. The second was the infantry artillery, which covered the middle section of the charge of the Alliance soldiers in the border town, causing a large amount of chaos and making it difficult to continue the charge. Even the 10 steam tanks that were gradually overtaken by the infantry charge due to speed issues also took several hits. And the armor in many places they were all dented and twisted. And a few of the unlucky ones had their tracks blown off and lay flat on their backs. They could only be supported by twin turrets, which may have little effect. Finally, there was the Master's heavy artillery. Its heavy mass caused the air that was squeezed out to emit a harsh whistling sound. After crossing a long distance, it fell directly on the Union soldiers who had gathered behind to prepare to set off. Good military literacy allows border town Alliance soldiers to instinctively arrange themselves into neat formations. When they start to charge, they will use the dispersion method learned from the mobilization soldiers as a charging method. But this time, they have no chance. The larger the caliber, the farther the range, so nothing that can fall on their heads is less than 150 millimeters. And how destructive is the 150 millimeters heavy artillery? Basically, a SH.L weighing nearly 100 kilograms will kill half the people in the playground. The 200 millimeters heavy artillery can turn the entire football field into a dead place. In order to maximize this rare opportunity, Howard also used a rocket launcher. Metal pillars with tail flames fell from the sky. The terrifying lethality made Cross completely lose his reaction to the outside world. And he just stood there in a daze, watching countless soldiers flying into the air as the explosion continued to turn into pieces, and then scattered further away. As the artillery fire extended, this horrific scene continued. But it was no longer important to Cross. He was finished. The army was finished. And the Alliance was finished. When the artillery fire began to spread, the officers of the Glory Alliance blew their sharp whistles hard. The soldiers who had been quietly staying in the trench immediately grabbed their rifles with bayonets and rushed out, as if they wanted to chase the artillery fire without stopping. They are not a reserve corps, but the most elite main corps in the territory. The scene of roaring artillery fire in front of them is not enough to shake their minds. Facing the enemy who is about to be blown up, they have no mercy. They skillfully stop running for a short time, fire quickly, then pull the bolt to load while running. The main force consists of a team of 10 people, with a machine gun as the core. In addition to the main and deputy machine gun shooters, there are 6 riflemen and 2 submachine gunners. At this time, they fully utilize their daily training and immediately lay down when the enemy gathered. Down, the machine gunner shoots. The rifleman kills the enemy with precision, and the submachine gunner deals with the enemy who rushes too close. Each team is at a distance that can support each other, and there are artillerymen carrying mortars not far behind them. As long as they encounter a difficult enemy, they will immediately receive artillery support. The whole process is like constantly cutting the enemy's flesh and blood with a sharp knife, dividing the whole into small mouths, and then swallowing them in one mouthful. Although the Border Town Alliance soldiers who have fallen into complete chaos are still resisting, they have lost their organization, let alone their superiors. They don't even know what to do now. Some are hot-blooded and want to continue charging, while others want to retreat calmly. Some of those who went to the rear to rely on fortifications to fight back were completely frightened. No matter how elite you are, not everyone can withstand the overwhelming artillery fire that randomly selects a group of teammates and turns them into pieces and flies into the sky. We haven't lost yet. Master Eugene hurried over and grabbed Cross's shoulders tightly to bring him back to his senses. Taking a deep breath, Cross tried not to look at the scene of the army's collapse, and to think about the opportunity that Master Eugene said. Now the Glory Alliance seizes the opportunity of his general attack and inflicts heavy losses on the Alliance's soldiers. At this time, the defeat is certain, so they will definitely choose to pursue the victory. In this case, the opponent's rear will become empty. Master Eugene, order them to dispatch. I will try to buy you time. Thinking of this, Cross said to Master Eugene. Okay. Master Eugene glanced at Cross after hearing this and sighed. Obviously Cross decided to go with the soldiers to resist the attack of the Glory Alliance. and death in battle was his only outcome. And it was also the best outcome. Otherwise, with such heavy casualties, even if he returned alive, he would bear all the responsibility and shame. He, his family, and the new faction will suffer a fatal blow. Although Cross decided to die, he wanted his death to be worthwhile, and worthy of his status as a general. Therefore, he braved the artillery fire with his own soldiers, personally gathered the scattered soldiers around him, and then rebuilt a second line of defense outside the range of the artillery fire, and the reserve corps was mobilized. Not to mention this war that will not end in a short time. Master Eugene hurried to a special camp. Even the soldiers guarding the gate here are professionals. Therefore, despite the small number, the combat power is that of the entire Border Town Alliance, the top of the army. The only pity is that the number is too small, adding up to just over 1,000. This is also the reason why the new sect of the gun style can rise. Professionals are strong, but not everyone can become a professional. Generally speaking, there are at most 3 or 5 people out of 1,000, and this is just the threshold for entry. Next, you need not only the guidance of famous teachers, but also sufficient time and materials to study and train. Otherwise, if you cultivate the land and practice martial arts at the same time, unless you are the reincarnation of a brave man, you will definitely not be able to achieve anything famous. Come! In addition, even if you can meet these conditions, you are not 100% able to become an intermediate or even advanced professional. Therefore, under various restrictions, the entire Border Town Alliance has a population of millions, and the number of professionals has not reached 10,000, including apprentices who are of little use. With the same resources and time, the Border Town Alliance can train at least 100,000 elite soldiers equipped with guns and artillery. Compare them, and you'll know which one to choose as long as you're not stupid. Therefore, in the battle between the old and the new faction will definitely win, especially with the development of guns and machinery. In this case, Master Eugene was not sure of persuading the professional corps to take action. Anyone with a discerning eye can now see that the new troops from the Border Town Alliance suffered a disastrous defeat this time. Even if they are lucky enough to return, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses in terms of power and influence, and may even be unable to recover. What's more, even if they help, it may be difficult to save the defeat. Not only will they bear part of the responsibility in this battle, but they will also suffer heavy losses. After all, they have seen the power of the heavy artillery, and even professionals cannot withstand it. Chapter 462 Professional Corps. The professionals accompanying the army are mainly divided into 4 categories: alchemists responsible for maintenance, stalkers responsible for intelligence, knights responsible for charging, and mages responsible for most things. However, except for the alchemists who are busy all day long, the other 3 professions do not by the orders of General Cross. In fact, this is normal. Now the new faction has become the main force in the war, and the old faction has become a spectator. It is obviously impossible to say that the old faction is voluntary. Therefore, although the professional corps is nominally under the command of General Cross, in fact it does not pay attention to the opponent at all. Under the order of Master Eugene, only the alchemists under Master Eugene took over the work of repairing the equipment. Therefore, the relationship between Master Eugene and the chief and deputy captains of the professional corps was not good. Other professionals even regarded the alchemists as betrayers. So especially Master Eugene didn't have much confidence in persuading the other party to take action. A large number of soldiers are falling every moment. The Alliance needs these soldiers. We can't sit idly by and ignore them. Although he knew that the chance of convincing the other party was very low, Eugene still said with some excitement, "The Alliance needs soldiers, but it doesn't need us." "Right," the legendary mage Blanche said expressionlessly, while fiddling with the staff in his hand. "It stands to reason that as a legend, given his status, even the replacement of old and new people would not affect him. But they couldn't help but found a traitor among them. And that was Master Eugene. Master Eugene, who favors the new school and is committed to promoting alchemical machinery, is highly valued by the Alliance, and various resources are seriously biased. This naturally affects Blanche. After all, as a legendary mage, each of his experiments costs a lot of money, and no one can reimburse him. Under such circumstances, how can one happily swim in the ocean of knowledge? So one can just oppose Master Eugene's proposal. Not to mention that what he said is the truth. In the past, mages mastered powerful magic and had a transcendent status. But now, the power of artillery volleys has exceeded the war magic carefully performed by legendary mages. And it is not limited by magic. as long as the logistics can keep up. The destructive power is even greater than that of legendary magic. All big. The popularity of guns has made the knights, who were originally the center of the battlefield, irrelevant. And the ones who caused all this were Master Eugene and those damn alchemists. Master Eugene was a little speechless. As the beneficiary of the alternation between old and new, he really didn't have much confidence to say anything. So he turned to look at Molière, hoping that he could make the right choice. Mariel, who came from a knight family and was a veteran legend of the Border Town Alliance, was the leader of the elite knights when the Imperial Frontier Army was still there. He was also the only iron-headed boy in the Frontier Army who led troops to support after the fall of the Imperial capital. It's a pity that the Imperial capital fell. What role can a mere legend lead with the knights? In the end, the knights were completely destroyed and Mariel was seriously injured and returned alone. This trip not only resulted in the loss of the most elite knights in the Border Army, but also severely damaged the influence and reputation of the legendary knight Mariel. He remained silent for 10 years before being reappointed as the leader of the knights and training for the Border Town Alliance, a knightly order composed entirely of professionals. At this time, Molière was maintaining the armor. This was the legendary armor that the Emperor personally gave him after he became a legend. After accepting the Emperor's canonization in the Imperial capital, it was a pity that 30 years ago in the Imperial capital, not only did he suffer heavy losses, but also this armor it was almost scrapped. Later, even if he spent all his wealth, he could only barely repair it. The cost during this period was even enough for him to buy a new set of legendary armor. But the meaning was different. After the maintenance was completed, Molière put on the armor skillfully, picked up the old knight's sword beside him, and walked out of the door silently. In the open space of the camp, a knighthood of 500 Northern Expedition knights was already waiting here. Don't tell me that you didn't sense the breath coming from the other side. You will die. Blanche, who walked out together, said with a frown. People will die. And the place I chose is the battlefield, Molière said plainly. At this time, he once again recalled that day 30 years ago. Maybe he died there in the first place. What about them? Do you have to spend your life's hard work to die here with this old guy? Blanche pointed at the knights of the Northern Expedition, who were waiting in line to set off without moving. They are knights, born to belong to the battlefield. And what I have to do is to let them live longer on the battlefield, destroy more enemies, and achieve the final victory. Molière did not hesitate to mount the war horse and lead him. He rushed out of the camp with the 500 knights he had carefully trained. After watching Molière enter the battlefield with 500 knights, Blanche looked very ugly and stared at Eugene. Now you are satisfied. Once Molière and his Northern Expedition knights are all killed here, the new faction you support will have no rivals in the army. Afterwards, they will only need to provide cheap guns and train a group of civilians. The lost soldiers will be replenished soon. But what about these knights? Without Mariel, the legendary knight, the knights will completely disappear in the Border Town Alliance. Professionals are only a minority, and a large number of soldiers are the future of the Border Town Alliance. Only by ensuring that more soldiers survive can the Alliance avoid being invaded by the enemy. Eugene still insisted on his point of view. So even if he knew that Molière was despite all the dangers, he still didn't open his mouth to persuade her to stay. He even planned to persuade Blanche to take action together unless Blanche refused. It's really noble. What about you? What are you doing? Blanche glanced at the alchemist who was repairing the damaged firearm and said to Eugene, as alchemists, it is our greatest responsibility to provide soldiers with sufficient and high-quality weapons. Master Eugene said proudly. Blanche sneered, not planning to talk nonsense to the other party. I really thought that the professional corps was only busy with Eugene and the alchemist. But in fact they were not idle either. Not to mention the knights who were always preparing for war and did not hesitate to join the battlefield in critical moments. And even the inconspicuous stalkers who were responsible for gathering intelligence. Almost half dead. He even organized a group of hundreds of mages to fight against the opponent many times to prevent his own camp from being detected or cast magic by the opponent. Compared to the alchemists, who only need to stay in the safe rear to repair things, the price they pay is even heavier. In this case, Eugene still had the nerve to stand on the moral high ground and condemn. If he didn't still have some sense, Blanche really wanted the other party to know what the anger of the legendary mage meant. It's a pity that Molière's appearance caused him to lose the initiative and bargaining chip. And it also meant that the old school was about to be completely lonely. If they don't go to war, they can still use the excuse that they didn't receive Cross's military order. But once they do, Regardless of victory or defeat, they cannot get rid of this responsibility, whether they are living or dead. Mariel. You idiot. Blanche, who didn't want to see Eugene's face again, turned and left. On the way, he said with a hint of sadness and some anger, if Molière is willing to advance and retreat with him, they will regain the initiative in the dispute between the old and the new. Even if they cannot recover what they lost before, there is still no problem in exchanging some benefits. But Molière had long been determined to die. The current battlefield and crisis seemed to be tailor-made for him. He died heroically on a grand and crisis-filled battlefield. This was very fitting for a man. Knighthood. You got what you wanted. But I didn't. As an old friend who has been with Mariel for decades, Blanche was both pleased with Mariel's choice and felt betrayed. She even felt that Mariel was selfish. But no matter what, this time it was his turn to make a choice. Where should he, the legendary mage Blanche, go? Chapter 463 The End of Desire. 501 war horses were like a school of fish swimming upstream on the chaotic battlefield, and they still maintained a running speed under their superb riding skills. The Border Town Alliance soldiers, who were lucky enough to witness this scene, were shocked at first. And then they remembered something, and their collapsed morale miraculously gathered together. The Knights of the Northern Expedition are legends that residents of the Border Town Alliance have heard since they were young. Many soldiers still worship the Knights of the Northern Expedition. Therefore, when the Knights of the Northern Expedition appeared on the battlefield just like in the story, they gave birth to a strong bond for no reason. Come on. Such an obvious change was naturally known to Cross. And he would not miss the opportunity this time, because this was the only chance for the Border Town League to make a comeback, while taking the opportunity to organize more soldiers to defend on the spot. Cross also deliberately revealed his position, firmly attracting the attention of the Glory Alliance to himself, and creating opportunities for the Northern Expedition Knights' surprise attack. This is both an opportunity for the Northern Expedition Knights and an opportunity for him. As long as he can severely damage the Glory Alliance, all the current losses will be worth it. Cross, who has regarded the Glory Alliance as his biggest enemy, will not hesitate to gamble with his own life. With the legendary knight's perception and rich war experience, Molière knew what Cross was doing, which made him agree with it a little bit, because like him, the other party decided to make this battle the most glorious ending in his life. Apart from this, Molière had no other thoughts, and he didn't even care about the reason for this failure. As an old guy who was about to be abandoned by the times, he just wanted an ending. With legendary level of keen intuition, Molière led his knights to run quickly in the gunfire. But this could not prevent his knights from being hurt. From time to time, some peripheral knights were knocked to the ground by the shock wave generated by the explosion of the SHLS. The knights protected by armor and fighting spirit may be able to survive, but the war horses cannot. Even the horses of the Northern Expedition Knights have thin blood of Warcraft. They cannot recover in a short time under the violent shock wave. Therefore, the fallen knight could only passively fall into the chaotic battlefield. But now is no longer the time to dominate the battlefield with fighting spirit and long swords alone. The soldiers of the Glory Alliance used machine guns to target the movements of the fallen knight, and used continuous firepower to weaken the burst of fighting spirit. In the end, the knight riddled with holes fell to the gun. Under the gun, they were no different from the countless Union soldiers from the border towns who fell to the ground. Occasionally, there are knights who succeed in getting close. At this time, neither machine guns nor rifles can be effective. Only submachine guns can cause a little trouble. And the knights' refined combat skills and bursts of fighting spirit can easily cause small-scale massacres. Unfortunately, this advantage is difficult to last. The soldiers of the Glory Alliance do not lack courage and self-sacrifice. The self-exploding grenades and the roar of shooting at me made these Northern Expedition Knights, who had just found their presence, quickly fall on the battlefield. Mariel knew all this. This was his choice, and the choice of the knights in the Northern Expedition. In fact, the dispute between the old and the new has affected not only the upper class, but also the professionals who have borne the brunt, especially the combat-type professionals, who are now at a loss. Their strong bodies cannot block bullets, and their refined martial arts skills are not as good as cannons. Even their performance on the battlefield is not much better than ordinary soldiers holding guns. And ordinary soldiers only train for a long time and spend a lot of time. So this makes almost all professionals begin to feel overwhelmed and feel that their existence is worthless and meaningless. The knights who pay attention to glory feel this the most, because not only is the issue of combat power, but also the status and command power in the army are affected. just like changing from a noble to a civilian. Such a huge gap makes all the knights of the northern expedition very sad, vulnerable to Malir's infection. They are also looking for an opportunity to end the war. And the battlefield with millions of people is the stage they dream of. Even if everyone dies, they still have to stay in this epic war. Make a strong stroke. Oh! They dispatched the knights. Howard, who was at the back of the position, raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised after receiving the information. It's okay for professionals to use it for sneak attacks. But in frontal terms, on a battlefield with millions of people and thousands of artillery pieces, a few hundred professionals are really nothing. However, Howard did not underestimate the opponent because of this, because he was very aware of the destructive power of professionals. If he really focused on rushing forward, it was really difficult for ordinary soldiers to stop him. Not to mention that the battlefield was crisscrossed at the moment. Even if the Glory Alliance took the initiative, it would not mean that he can mobilize an army to intercept. Because now the entire army has been mobilized by him. Some are responsible for insertion. Some are responsible for annihilation. And some are responsible for encirclement. Any transfer may affect the operation of the entire battlefield. And with the strength of professionals, ordinary soldiers have no other choice but to sacrifice their lives or rely on perfect fortifications. And the difference between the two represents a casualty gap of more than 10 times. However, Howard is not too worried about this, because it is not only the Border Town Alliance that has professional corps. In fact, the territory has made preparations long ago, and it is not bad. From the very beginning of the formation of the army, Irving took into consideration the issue of professionals participating in the war, because compared to ordinary soldiers, professionals are really too strong. In the era of cold weapons, professionals represented hundreds of enemies, even today's guns and cannons when they started to develop. If they couldn't take advantage of numbers, it would be difficult to win even with guns. That's why he initially gave so many discounts to adventurers, because he had the idea of recruiting them into the army. Although it was not implemented later, he did not care much about the army. That was because the army was getting bigger and more professional. Irving didn't know how to intervene if he wanted to. However, his idea was taken seriously. So the soldiers went out to fight. In addition to logistics, many departments in the territory are involved, including the professionals trained by the Roots and themselves. The Roots have long since become a behemoth, spreading their roots to the entire north. In addition to intelligence personnel, assassins are a top priority. So sending some people to follow the army is nothing. And they have also become an army in the darkness. The sharp blade kills all intruders. The stalkers of the Border Town Alliance died in their hands. Otherwise the information of the Glory Alliance would have been leaked long ago. However, due to the obstruction of the Border Town Alliance mage group and the territory's intention to delay the war, the assassins failed to achieve many results in the enemy camp. But this did not affect the importance of the assassins in the war. As for professionals, due to the popularity of guns, the number of martial arts professionals has been greatly reduced. After all, it would be a tragedy to be defeated by one bullet after 10 years of hard training. Therefore, the territory's main focus is on the group of spellcasters. The territory's spellcaster system mainly comes from Owen, Emil, Angel, Emily, and Brian. Therefore, in addition to a complete system of wizards and witches, there are also puppets, magic spells, and alchemy provided by Owen. System of elements, nature, summoning, shikigami, ninjutsu, shadow, death, etc., coupled with the knowledge that was continuously exchanged from the system in the later period, as well as the books that were secretly copied from the Academy City. The territory's heritage may not be as good as that of the Academy City and the Imperial capital, but it is already superior to most forces. With such a rich heritage, and the system transformation, there is no need to worry about the loyalty of students. Territory knowledge is completely open to all students. It can be said that as long as you are willing to learn, you can learn it, and you don't have to worry at all until you become a legend. Even if it is a legendary field that requires unique insights. The territory also has many enlightenment experiences left by legends. In addition, there are many secret realms in the north that can be tempered, even if the development time is not long. The number and level of professionals in the territory are not low. Enough to provide enemies bring many surprises. Not to mention that this time not only Howard came to the front line, but also 3 legends. They must have started taking action at this moment. Howard thought. Chapter 460 for the Blessing of the God of Knights. Since you are a cavalry member, leave it to me. Bella, who was in centaur state, said softly to Emil beside her, holding a tiger-headed golden gun. Well, I will block the opponent's legendary mage and mage group. Just feel free to fight. Emil nodded after hearing this, hugged Bailey and said. Vanessa, who was twiddling her fingers in boredom, was innocently stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. She was also drunk. At the same time, she was speechless again for the two people who had a strange relationship. She has lived for a long time and can see everything. This 3-meter-tall the witch and the centaur can also fall in love and live together. The three of them are the legendary strongmen sent by the territory to guard the army. They usually don't need to take action. Once they take action, it means that things have reached a very critical moment. For example, if they don't take action now, there may be variables in this battle. With millions of people participating in the war, a slight change could mean tens of thousands of casualties. So it was worth their while. Knights Templar set out. Bailey did not bring the Rangers. Rangers are better at encircling a point for reinforcements or making surprise attacks. They cannot face a direct confrontation. Otherwise, why are they called Rangers? So she led the Knights Templar. The Templar Knights are a special corps like the Thunder Guards. However, compared to the Thunder Warriors, who are strengthened and modified based on the Teutonic Warriors, the Templar Knights are more inclined to cavalry. When they have mounts, they only in this way can the strongest combat effectiveness be exerted. However, the Templars also have a physique that exceeds the limits of human beings. In addition, they are equipped with electronic muscle beams and external armor. After equipped with weapons, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are human tanks. Therefore, ordinary war horses cannot be ridden at all. So the territory is specially designed. Horses with unicorn blood were biochemically modified to create monsters, like unicorn warhorses, that could carry tons of weight and reach speeds of more than 100 kilometers per hour. It's just that the Thunder Guards are supplemented by barbarians. But the Templar Knights cannot, because the barbarians are not good at riding horses. The number of Templar Knights is very small. There are currently only 500 people, and they need to be responsible for guarding the temple. Therefore, the saints who followed there are only 50 knights. That's enough. Although there was a nearly tenfold difference in the number of people, it had no impact at all in Bella's opinion. Therefore, after discovering the Northern Expedition Knights led by Mariel, her emotions did not fluctuate, and she waved calmly. Waving their hands, the Templar Knights lined up in order, crushing towards each other like a moving steel city wall. But the speed was so amazing that it felt like the air was being squeezed and deformed by them. Different from the Thunder Guards, who mainly fight on foot, because they mainly fight on horseback. The main weapons of the Templars are bolt spears and rune swords. The former is a spear equipped with a bolt gun, and the latter is equipped with a magic breaking attribute. Long swords. At this moment they leveled their spears, not in a hurry to shoot, but preparing to engage in battle. Facing the little giant-like Templars, the Knights of the Northern Expedition not only showed no fear, but shouted to fight to the death. Rather than die under gunfire, they preferred to duel with knights on the battlefield. As for life and death, they had long been indifferent. So they spared no effort and released the fighting spirit they had saved along the way, just for the final battle. A perfect ending to their lives. When Mariel saw Bella and the Templar Knights, who were several times larger than ordinary knights, he knew that he was about to reach the end of his life, with the shouts of the Knights of the Northern Expedition behind him. The fighting spirit he had honed for nearly a century was useless. What was reserved was released. Without careful manipulation, without a battle plan, the fighting spirit exploded unbridled, even distorting the surrounding air. At this moment, not to mention bullets, even cannonballs had to fly around him. And this was a legend. Bella is also not to be outdone. She is fused with the Machao template and is arrogant at all times except bowing her head in front of Owen and Emil. Not to mention that her centaur body is far more powerful than humans. So she carries the gun without fear. Come and fight. At this time, Owen had already turned his attention here, because he felt that the God of Knights was also looking here, for fear that something unexpected would happen, and he would not be able to rescue him in time, and it would be too late to regret. At this time, the God of Knights was very confused, because he did not expect that the Glory Alliance would lose so quickly and so miserably, and he did not even know how to turn defeat into victory. Although the God of Knights does not have the priesthood of war, knights themselves are born for war, so their ability to direct wars is absolutely superb. The problem is that he can't end it himself, even if they can get off the field. Command alone cannot save the defeat. After all, the lethality of guns and artillery is too great. even if they can barely organize some soldiers to defend on the spot. They cannot stop the opponent's fierce attack. As for the defense line that retreated to the rear to regroup, after the Rangers and after light tanks entered the war, this idea became unrealistic. Unable to fight or run away, coupled with the turmoil caused by the mobilization of troops. The hundreds of thousands of Border Town Alliance troops have long been fragmented and disorganized. It is useless for the gods to come down to earth, unless the power of the gods is used. But once he uses the power of the gods, it means that he has violated the bet. If he fails to keep his promise, it also means that the noble goddess starts to break the rules, which is a big taboo. But if he didn't intervene, he would still lose the bet. So the God of Knights was in a dilemma. At the same time, the God of Knights is still struggling with the fact that he is very clear about the consequences of a complete defeat in this battle. The Border Town Alliance, which has lost hundreds of thousands of troops, will not be able to limit the ever-expanding Glory Alliance. And even self-protection will be a problem. If the Side City Alliance cannot withstand the pressure and surrenders to the Glory Alliance, the entire North will be completely out of control. And the noble goddess will no longer be able to influence this place. Thinking of this, the God of Knights sighed. Knowing that Owen was also watching, he sent a message to admit that he had lost. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he poured divine power into Mariel and blessed all the knights of the Northern Expedition at the same time. Team, this is a trick for them. First admit defeat, which means the bet is over, and then intervene as Mariel and the knights of the Northern Expedition as believers of the God of Knights. Although this set of actions is reasonable, it is unreasonable. The God of Knights has become somewhat shameless for the benefit of the noble goddess. As a veteran legend, Malir's skills have been honed to the extreme. Unfortunately, he is old. The severe injury he suffered 30 years ago has shortened his lifespan and potential. Just now, he could rely on experience to gain a slight upper hand. But when Bella adapts come here, just press him and beat him. Even so, Malir had no fear and was even happy to meet such an opponent at this moment. But what happened was counterproductive. Before Mallow could enjoy the last battle of his life, his expression changed, and he even looked apologetically at Bella. Mariel shouted the name of the God of Knights, and his divine power suddenly descended from the sky. His energy returned to its peak in the blink of an eye, and soon broke through. Still rising, even the defeat was determined, and the knights of the Northern Expedition, who were just struggling to support themselves, all rose up. Together, they were able to fight against the Templar Knights. With the divine power of the God of Knights, Mariel was like a divine help. The fighting spirit that had begun to fade soared into the sky as if it had been ignited, under the terrifying momentum. No one could stand within 100 meters. The fighting spirit of a casual blow was as if it were real. The destructive power is astonishing. When it hits the ground, there is a 100-meter-long crack, and it is not afraid of consumption at all. The fighting spirit slashes are almost continuous. Mariel was not happy at all, and even felt a little disgusted in his heart, because the holy duel of knights had been tainted. At this time, he was still an old knight looking for the end. He had clearly become a sword in the hands of the God of Knights, and he was not able to survive at all. By yourself? Chapter 465 Chess Piece Mariel, facing Malir, who was erupting like a volcano. Bella's expression changed at that time. She never thought that the centenarian, who had already started to slump, could actually have a second spring and become so powerful that it made her, she had to stay away. Is this taking medicine? Is it the same thing as the honey potion brewed by Emil? However, apart from occasionally overturning the car on the old and wet body of Emil, Bella is usually very stable. After all, the human form is three-legged, and the centaur form is even more stable. So when she strikes hard, the sound of 4 hooves on the ground is like thunder. The tiger-headed golden spear flew up and down and pointed here and there, smashing the fighting spirit that was approaching her one by one, and letting the broken fighting spirit fragments hit her body, making a sound of iron and stone colliding. This shows how tyrannical her body is. Fighting against the violent storm of fighting spirit, he went upstream. However, although Malir has not yet fully adapted to the surge in power, his rich combat experience is still there. He instinctively keeps a distance from Bella, constantly adjusts his physical condition, and the fighting spirit slash he performs becomes more and more orderly from the initial riot. Let the two sides fall into a stalemate again. The knights of the Northern Expedition, who were blessed by the God of Knights, also made the Templars take it seriously. In order to end the battle faster and more efficiently, they activated the unused bolter. In this way, once the spear was touched, it would be fixed in place. The explosive bomb was activated under the spearhead. And even if it could block the spear, it would be hit by the explosive bomb at close range. The 20-round magazine made this design particularly deadly. In the face of explosive bombs, even the blessing of the God of Knights was not effective. This terrible bullet was too destructive. The shadow of the knight's armor that originally shrouded the knights of the northern expedition and could increase their attack and defense was broken on the spot and disappeared. Blessed by the God of Knights, the sophisticated armor was instantly twisted and shattered by the power of the explosive bombs. Finally, after breaking through the protective fighting spirit, the physical body was mercilessly destroyed and turned into charcoal scattered on the ground. Overall, it was only a matter of time before the Templars won. But Bela began to fall into a disadvantage. There is no way. Mariel himself is a century-old legend. He has fought countless battles for the Empire in his life. If he had not been severely injured 30 years ago, he would have been qualified to take the road to becoming a god. Now that he has been blessed by the God of Knights, he is said to be half-finished. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a demigod. So after adapting to the surge in power, he naturally gradually gained the upper hand. If it weren't for Bela, who is also an extraordinary person, Ma Chao's template belongs to the type that becomes more courageous as he fights. And he may have collapsed long ago. Unlike now, he is still resisting Malir's attack. Owen frowned at this time. Although the God of Knights surrendered, he won the bet. From now on, the noble goddess will no longer be able to interfere in the affairs of the North. However, blessing believers is not a mortal matter, but a god's duty. He could not deny this. Otherwise, as long as the people in the territory left the Northland, he would not be able to interfere. However, the move of the God of Knights is still a bit disgusting, and it is not like him. So Owen is also ready to interfere in the battle in front of him. It's just that his priesthood is the shadow of death, which doesn't match Bela's path. So he sets his sights on the space of authority. Since you don't pay attention to it, I won't be polite either. It's just cheating. I'm a professional when it comes to cheating. That means I don't have a god of cheating. Otherwise, who else would it be? Owen muttered while thinking about what to do. Bela prepares what? It was too powerful. Although the God of Knights was shameless, it was in line with the rules of the gods. If he really used it, he would turn it up, fearing that conflicts would escalate. So he set his sights on the protection of the Holy Shield. As a golden light flashed, Bela, who was struggling to resist Malir's almost endless fighting spirit, suddenly had a giant shield in her hand. This shield is more than 2 meters high and is thicker than the front armor of a tank. When you put it forward, it feels solid. And despite its thickness, it is actually as light as a feather. Bela is overjoyed because she feels the blessing of the Holy Shield. It's like putting a fortress around your body. Sure enough, the Do-Chi slash that originally needed to be broken was now as harmless as the breeze. Bela proudly rushed forward with the shield on her back. Looking at the posture, she did not slap Mariel's old face on the shield. Never give up. This time it was the turn of the God of Knights to look ugly, because he saw that it was a sacred weapon. Sacred weapons are not legendary equipment. Although their power may be high or low, it is undeniable that the upper limit of the sacred weapons that can accommodate faith is very high. Some high-quality sacred weapons are simply artifact embryos. It's just that the sacred weapon requires a lot of faith. The purer the faith, the better. Otherwise, once it is contaminated by the mixed power of faith, it will only stop there. Because only high-quality and pure faith can give birth to divinity and advance sacred weapons into divine weapons. The current holy artifact is a rare and top-quality artifact, filled with powerful and pure power of faith. And it already has the initial attributes of a divine artifact. This thing can no longer be dealt with by just a little divine power. Not to mention that his divine power only ignited the remaining fire of Mal's life, allowing him to temporarily return to his peak. When the divine power is exhausted, he will still be dead. I originally wanted to use Malir's hand to achieve a partial victory, force the opponent to withdraw their troops, and try to preserve the strength of the Border Town Alliance. Who would have thought that the opponent would not play according to common sense and kill him with a big card, which made the God of Knights even more helpless. It stands to reason that the God of Knights should leave. It would be too disgraceful to continue to stalk him. However, recalling the variables mentioned by the noble goddess and the consequences of losing the constraints of the Border Town Alliance, as a loyal guardian knight, the God of Knights decided to be willful once, extracting some essence from his semi-artifact level armor and long sword respectively. The God of Knights threw it downwards with some pain, and blessed Malir's equipment. At this time, Bella had already rushed in front of Malir carrying the shield. She picked up the holy shield, which was thicker than the coffin board, and wanted to give the opponent a good look. Who would have thought that Malir fell on the holy shield with his sword and fired too? There was a loud noise, like the collision of two steel battleships. And the wanton release of divine power broke through the faith on the holy shield, knocking Bella, who was holding the shield, away 100 meters away. And the impact of the collision was so strong that it could drop a ship. The pit of the yacht, under the protection of the holy shield. Bella, who fell on the ground, was not injured, although her belief position was broken. The shelter attribute that had been initially born made her immune to damage. However, she was a little confused at the moment because this change was too big. Suddenly, I beat the opponent twice and was overturned by the opponent twice. This is a joke. Malir clenched the sword in his hand in disgust. And even the cherished armor became so unfamiliar because it was not his power. Even though he had accepted his fate, he insisted on intervening in his own battle, turning him into a puppet of power, which made Malir particularly dissatisfied. Although he is a devout believer in the God of Knights, what he truly believes in is the way of knights. And what the God of Knights is doing with the help of his hands is simply an insult to him. Malir wanted to resist, but found that he had lost control of his body. The armor and sword were now controlling his movements. This made him hate everything that happened to him, and his faith was suddenly greatly reduced. Feeling Mariel's rejection, the God of Knights had to increase the infusion of divine power. He was helpless. To put it bluntly, it was now a game of chess. You must have chess pieces to play. Otherwise, it would be irreparable if you flipped the chessboard and took action directly. But his chess pieces, due to rough use, it has started to become irritated. You must know that Mariel is a knight of the kingdom of God appointed by the God of Knights. His position has been prepared under the throne of God. But now the other party not only has lost his faith, but also feels disgust. It is obvious that he can no longer enter the kingdom of God. This loss has made the Knight God began to wonder if he had made the wrong choice. Chapter 466, God's Fight. Irving didn't know Malir's disgust and the Knight God's helplessness. Some of them were just impatient with the scene in front of him. Owen is a person who is quite afraid of trouble. Even if he becomes a god, he doesn't like to deal with things. In contrast, he prefers to live a calm and monotonous life. Being a salted fish is actually quite good. He doesn't need to work hard to get ahead. He needs to work hard to earn wealth. In fact, it is all because of the help of the system that he has reached this point. But the outside world is not peaceful, and malicious eyes will be cast at the slightest movement. No, the territory just wants to occupy the worthless Northland, gain a larger living space, and avoid being tested every day, which attracted obstruction from the noble goddess. And the God of Knights, who was supposed to represent integrity, even had a stalking attitude, which made Ruffin extremely annoyed. Just now, he thought that the God of Knights would stop. But who would have thought that the armor worn by Mariel and the long sword in his hand actually emitted powerful fluctuations of divine power. And even Bella, who was holding the holy shield, could not block it. Obviously, the Knights God intervened in the battle again, much to Owen's displeasure. What on earth do you want to do? Seeing Bella, who was at a disadvantage again, Owen's hand was already on the hilt of the hunting god's sword. His face was gloomy, and the anger in his heart could hardly be suppressed. He didn't want to fight. But the God of Knights, as the representative of the noble goddess, kept testing his bottom line, which made Owen almost unable to suppress the anger in his heart. In fact, if he didn't have the strength, I would probably have suppressed this tone of voice. However, he not only became a god, but also had a few trump cards. So once he gained confidence, this tone of voice would be hard to swallow. But if the fight really starts, if the noble goddess and the guardian god are squatting behind, the consequences will be unpredictable. But if he continues to be entangled like this, it will appear that he lacks confidence and makes people think that he is bluffing. This will only lead to more bottomless temptations for him. In a dilemma, Owen became increasingly irritated and finally decided to overturn the table. The worst outcome is just to find a place to squat for 180 years. When the time comes that he has accumulated a divine outfit, he will definitely let the aristocrats and goddesses know what regret means, and what it means to become a serf and sing. At this time, the sun sets and night falls. Owen, who has the home field advantage, begins to release his divine power. Suddenly, the ubiquitous shadows begin to spread in the main world and the shadow world, filling all the space gaps, squeezing the opponent's activity space, looking for and hiding the God of Knights. As the god of the shadow of death, Owen's power is dark and dead. But only by truly embracing him can he experience the tranquility and comfort of the night. For a time, even the battlefield where countless people died became like a dormitory where each other is about to say goodnight. Generally peaceful. Countless ferocious-looking corpses closed their eyes and relaxed their facial features, as if they were asleep. Death and darkness may not be scary. This is the feeling of the soldiers who witnessed all this on the battlefield. Even the knights of the northern expedition, who suffered heavy casualties, and few remaining soldiers gave up delaying. And after using up their remaining strength to deliver the final blow, they happily welcomed the arrival of death. At the same time, the souls of countless war dead also found their way back. They threw themselves into the darkness and followed invisible connections to Owen's kingdom of eternal night. Although the place is full of undead, it is orderly, and there are no disputes, no battles, and no conflicts. Everything seems so peaceful, so that the souls who come here can't help but want to find a place to lie down. And the experience of life is full of exhaustion. Rest your soul well. Now that the most intense stage of the war has passed, it has not stopped. The war dead are still coming in endless streams. This caught Owen off guard. He also did not expect that, after he released his divine power and expanded his domain, he would attract the souls of the entire battlefield to invest in him. In the kingdom of God, you must know that most of them are the dead souls of the Border Town Alliance. And the Border Town Alliance believes in the God of Knights. How is this different from the one before my husband? Sure enough, the God of Knights, who was originally troubled by the spread of shadow, now turned livid. Although only devout believers can enter the kingdom of God, and the proportion is not very high. Most of the believers of the God of Knights are in the army, and this is the front line where fierce battles broke out. Therefore, there are enough souls of believers who meet the conditions to enter the kingdom of God. 10,000. These are elite soldiers. After entering the kingdom of God, they can not only become petitioners who provide faith, but also become the guardians of the kingdom of God. They are the God's precious wealth. But now they are gone. This move was tantamount to provoking him, and the God of Knights could not help but tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword. Hand over my believers. The words of the God of Knights contained divine power. As the words struck the surrounding shadows, they even tore apart some of the approaching dead souls. It was obvious that he was in a very annoyed mood. Hundreds of thousands of dead souls poured into the kingdom of eternal night, leaving Owen in a panic. He had to summon angels and demons of the abyss to control them. However, after hearing the God of Knights' accountability, he felt like he was being slapped upside down. So let she sit in the kingdom of eternal night while he walks out of the kingdom of God with his sword. The God of Knights was no longer hiding. He and Owen faced each other in the mezzanine between the main world and the void. Both sides held swords. It was obvious that they had decided to use force to solve the problem after the chessboard was overturned. This was something both sides tried their best to avoid. The battle between gods is both complicated and simple. It is complicated because the gods as a whole are composed of divinity, priesthood, divine body, artifacts, divine arts, divine kingdom, beliefs, believers, etc. And if they are evenly matched, at any point any shortcomings will be magnified infinitely. To put it simply, it is a competition between divine power and authority to see whose divine power is stronger and whose authority is higher. As long as it is not a life and death fight, he will usually choose to simplify. Therefore, although the God of Knights was angry, he just waved the knight's glory in his hand. A standard knight's sword. This is the long sword he used when he became a god. Like armor, it has become a semi-sacred weapon. At this time, the divine power around him is concentrated on the knight's sword, turning into a divine slash similar to Malir's fighting spirit slash, which breaks the space, squeeze and slash towards Owen. It seems simple and unpretentious, but it is the most essential edge of divine power. Owen, who was fighting for the first time in the divine battle, did not dare to be careless and focused his divine power on the great sword of the hunting god in his hand. After he became a god, this sword had condensed its own essence and became a semi-divine weapon. However, it condensed not one, but 2 points of divinity, namely darkness and flame. Therefore, even if his skills are insufficient, the black flame slash still blocking the God of Knights' flawless divine power. The first collision started. The divine attributes of both sides did not cancel out, but first collapsed and then exploded. The quality of the divine power is extremely high. Once it breaks out, even space cannot contain it, let alone that they are located in a mezzanine of space. The surrounding space is even more fragile. They are torn apart one after another, revealing space cracks of different sizes, some of which can be seen when looking at mountains, rivers and trees. Some can only feel the erosion of the void. This is the world wall that isolates the void in the main world. So you can see the scene. But because it was the world wall that blocked the void, it began to repair as soon as it was torn apart. At the same time, laws began to emerge around it, which exerted some pressure on the two of them. All of this is the instinct of the consciousness of the main world. Suppressing and destroying all destroyers is just like suppressing and rejecting demons. Therefore, gods cannot come to the main world in person. Chapter 467 Kingdom of God. The changes here did not stop Owen's battle with the God of Nights. With constant swiping, divine power slashes collided and exploded one after another. The seemingly monotonous attack method caused the surrounding space to be continuously torn apart and healed by the violent divine power. It was exciting. The nearby laws became more and more apparent, and even formed illusory law chains to wrap around them. Just like karma in Eastern practice, Owen's battle with the God of Nights has begun to pose a threat to the main world, thus attracting the attention of the consciousness of the main world, which is the manifestation of the law. And as the destruction deepens, more and more chains of laws will be entangled. When it reaches a certain upper limit, I am afraid that it will be sealed here to fill the hole, just like the sky goddess and the sky trace. This is also the reason why gods cannot come to the main world. Because once they break in forcefully and are targeted by the consciousness of the main world, more and more chains of laws will be entangled. If they cannot get rid of it, let alone return to the kingdom of God. Whether they can save their lives is another matter. Explain. However, although they are both entangled in chains of laws, they are different. The chains on the God of Nights are like substance, tightly wrapped around the body, causing the semi-artifact level armor to creak from friction, making every move very laborious. However, the law chain on Owen's body was slightly illusory, and it was hanging on his body, and he could not even feel any resistance. This made him calm down quickly after he was a little panicked at the beginning, and took this advantage to gain a slight upper hand. The reason for the different treatment is very simple. Where there is karma, there is merit. Although the God of Nights is upright, his allegiance is to the goddess of nobility. Following this lord and hoping to do good deeds and accumulate merit is not a daydream. After all, I have never heard of nobles who do good deeds, and knights are the #1 subordinates of nobles. Thugs. It would be a dream to expect them to contribute to the good of the world. Owen is different. Although he squats at home and collects wool from the main world, he is willing to take out good things, not counting knowledge. Those magical plants and animals from the system, and even super farmland, are very important to the main world. A great tonic that enriches species and perfects the laws. What's more, as a good and lawful camp, the territory always fights against evil and chaos to maintain order. It is naturally welcomed by the consciousness of the main world. So it goes without saying who it prefers. That is to say, the God of Nights still belongs to the neutral and lawful camp. If he leans towards evil, the bias in the main world will be even more obvious. He might as well just tie it up and let Owen chop it down. The God of Nights saw that this was not going to work. Not only did the opponent's divine power reserve exceed his imagination, but he also had a powerful semi-divine weapon in his hand. Coupled with the restrictions of the law chain, he was now at a disadvantage. But if he used it with all his strength, the battle situation would be very different. Will be upgraded again. If it were the God of Warriors here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have so many ideas at all. He would definitely catch Owen and cut him to death. If he couldn't cut him to death, he would not talk about anything else. However, the knight is not a pure fighting profession. In fact, the knight not only needs to fight for the nobles, but also maintains rule for the nobles, and is even regarded as a reserve noble. Therefore, it is impossible to put aside everything and fight without any scruples. Just when the God of Nights was in trouble, the noble goddess appeared. In fact, the noble goddess has been here for a long time. After all, the God of Nights is her top thug. She may not notice small things, but they are all fighting on the wall of the world. Divine power is flying everywhere, and the chains of laws are coming out. She will not notice it anymore. Stop being the boss. It's just that she has a mentality similar to that of the God of Nights. She doesn't want to really fall out, but she is unwilling to watch the other party and Rand grow bigger. So she hides aside. The only thing she didn't expect was that the God of Nights couldn't defeat Owen, who had just become a god. This made the noble goddess more optimistic about the opponent and less willing to completely offend Owen. Keep a line in life. Not only for people, but also for gods. Even gods are not willing to make enemies everywhere, let alone someone with potential and backing like Owen. So the noble goddess plans to end this farce. But it doesn't look good to admit defeat directly. So the noble goddess decided to bring the kingdom of God to support the scene. This is called losing the battle. Otherwise her own face will not look good. Anyway, this series of operations can only prove that she is too small. No wonder she is the god of nobles, and not the god of emperors. In any case, driven by the will of the noble goddess, the kingdom of God, which was originally anchored on the outside of the world wall, began to move towards the location of Owen and the others. As the kingdom of God moved, a large number of space waves were generated, pushed by the space fluctuations. The cracks that opened and closed around them also disappeared. It's not that it's gone, but it's been squeezed so much that it can't be seen. And at the same time, the damage caused by the burst of divine power has become much smaller. Sensing something was wrong, Irving stepped back immediately, and was wary of the god of knights taking advantage of the victory to pursue him. However, the god of knights did not take the opportunity to take action. Instead, he waited there with a look of shame on his face, because he had already sensed the arrival of the noble goddess. The appearance of the kingdom of God is very rare even for gods. After all, the kingdom of God is equivalent to the base camp and the resurrection spring. Needless to say, it's important. So showing it around will attract people's attention. If something goes wrong, they will cry. Too late. Besides, moving the kingdom of God requires divine power. The larger the kingdom of God, the more so. Therefore, unless the kingdom of God is not far away, or there is no shortage of divine power, it is better to hide it. But right now, there are really not many upright gods in the main world. The threat does not exist. In addition, it is not far away, and it is just used to shock the new god and teach him the rules. The noble goddess spent some divine power to bring him down. It moves over. This operation feels inexplicably like showing off your century-old mansion to a young man who has just started his own business. In any case, as a middle god, the area of the noble goddess's kingdom is not small. With the Trinity, the god of knights and the god of guardians also under her jurisdiction, it becomes extremely large. Like a giant island. The appearance is a bit strange, with the middle high and the two ends low. When it slowly penetrates the world wall and moves over, its posture is really scary. The space wall is squeezed out of the folds. Owen's brows jump when he sees it, and he sets his sights on the interior of the kingdom of God. I want to see how the other party builds the kingdom of God, and learn from the experience. The noble goddess did not cover up her divine kingdom. After all, it was for the purpose of showing off, so Owen could see it clearly. The divine kingdom of the noble goddess has obvious class characteristics. The multi-layer cake-like plateau in the middle is divided according to the noble title. The higher the title, the better the treatment. For example, the Grand Duke at the top not only lives in a gorgeous and luxurious castle, but also lives a life like a wine pond and a forest of meat and wine. Except that there are fewer tricks. It is not much worse than the drow mistress. It can be said that life is endlessly happy. The lower the rank, the worse the treatment. For example, the plains on both sides are all small nobles. They only have a small castle, a few knights and a group of guards, and they live an ordinary and boring life either hunting or fighting with their neighbors. In life, the greatest wish is to rise to a noble rank and become a master. Although these small nobles are inconspicuous, they form the most stable lower stratum of the pyramid-structured ruling class, managing tens of millions of civilians in the kingdom of God. This structure is very interesting. For other gods, only devout believers can enter the kingdom of God. But for the aristocratic goddess, civilians do not need to believe. As long as they recognize the aristocracy, they can provide her with faith. This is also a nobility. The reason why the goddess is not very interested in rebuilding the empire is because as long as the class is still there, as a noble goddess, she will not lack faith. However, Owen's territory is very strange, with unclear classes. It seems strict, but it always has a weird feeling. This is why the noble goddess is slightly entangled in the expansion of the Glory Alliance, and even regards it as a variable. In fact, this feeling is not wrong, because maybe Irving, who was just muddle along that day and had no ambitions, will come up with a set of fair and equal reforms. When the time comes, the noble goddess will not fall, but the decline, or even the fall from the position of a deity will. That's for sure. Therefore, it was not wrong for the noble goddess to target him. Chapter 468, Post-War Processing. As the kingdom of God approached, the god of knights, who received the blessing, opened some of the tightly wound law chains around him. However, he did not take the opportunity to hide in the kingdom of God. Instead, he continued to confront Owen, still thinking of suppressing the opponent. One end. At this time, Owen would show weakness. It was not the kingdom of God. It was not the same as him. So he also summoned the kingdom of God to come. Owen's kingdom of God is a space of authority. And the space of authority is very strange. Between reality and reality. So there is no need to bother like the noble goddess at all. The dark night unfolds, turning into the kingdom of the dead, which is the kingdom of eternal night. The divine kingdom that has taken shape surprised the noble goddess. Becoming a god is difficult enough. Building a complete divine kingdom is no worse than building a castle with bare hands in wilderness survival. That is to say, the gods live long and can force themselves. Grind. Otherwise it is impossible to achieve results. But it had only been a short time since he became a god. And the kingdom of God already had a look. Plus a divine weapon. A semi-sacred weapon. And the almost unobstructed holy light behind the kingdom of God. At this time, the noble goddess still doesn't know that there is a great god behind her. But she doesn't know whether she is a male god or a goddess. Or whether she is an elf. In any case, the goal was achieved this time. Although he did not convince the other party. At least he knew that the other party was indeed difficult to mess with. This was enough. As for the friction and conflict between the two sides this time, there will naturally be opportunities to slowly mend it in the future. The noble goddess, who did not care about this, appeared from the kingdom of God, nodded gracefully to Owen, and then entered the kingdom of God with the god of knights. Leaving is just like the old gods in Journey to the West, who took away the monsters with backstage from Sun Wukong. Reserved yet rude, arrogant yet big. After watching the aristocratic goddess leave from the kingdom of God, amidst the wave of space fluctuations, Owen did not move for a long time. Because now, he had guessed what the other party was thinking and sneered. The idea of the noble goddess is good. With the help of the god of knights, the conflict will be limited to a certain extent. And at the same time, she will launch the kingdom of God to show her own strength. In this way, she will take the initiative and advantage in the future regardless of cooperation or coercion. Not to mention taking advantage of the opportunity. Tested his background. If it hadn't been for the good setup and adequate preparation by others, who could bring out the kingdom of God to support the scene, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been betrayed just now. Although he successfully passed the test, Owen was not happy. Even though the territory had been able to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy the entire Northland. From the beginning to now, he had been on the passive side, being tested by the goddess of nobility and the god of knights. This was very difficult for the nobles. It's a normal method for me, but it's a pretty bad experience for Irving. Owen was very unhappy and wanted to lose his temper. The problem was that he was not strong enough. He could lift the chessboard but not the table. So he felt more and more aggrieved. If it were another protagonist, I am afraid that he would immediately write down the aristocratic goddess in a small notebook, calculated day by day, and finally achieve the achievement of slaying the gods and destroying the country by cheating. And by the way, he would put the goddess in 108 poses. But Irving is not a hot-blooded young man. Now that his family has a big business, he needs to stay calm even more. If he were to put himself in another person's shoes, he would probably do the same thing if he were a noble goddess. He even needed to be lucky that the other party was from the lawful camp and did not come up to destroy him, who was a potential threat at first sight. So after getting angry, Owen returned to the kingdom of God and then put his consciousness into the territory. Regardless of the fact that he and the god of knights fought in the mezzanine of the world wall not long ago. Half a month has passed. The million-person battle has ended and is now in the most troublesome aftermath stage. From the military information he learned, Irving learned that General Cross was not dead. He just relied on the war fortresses built in the city to resist and delay, and ignored the condemnation and questioning of the war conference, and also asked him to defend on the spot and resist resolutely. Ordered, resolutely implemented the retreat plan, and successfully returned to the border town with 100,000 people. The border city's defense line, which was re-improved based on the imperial border, is indestructible. The only problem is the lack of manpower caused by mobilizing too many troops. And the defense line is empty. If a large army attacks, it may not be able to hold it. But with the 100,000 people brought back by Cross, the originally empty border was immediately filled up. And there were also a large number of strategic reserves here. So even the weapons lost during the retreat were replenished. Therefore, The strategy of the Glory Alliance did not fully achieve its goal. That is to say, they took advantage of the situation to seize the border town and completely block the border town alliance to the south. Although it was a pity, Irving felt relieved after thinking about all the twists and turns during this period. Even if he is the biological son of the main world, it is impossible for everything to go smoothly. Not to mention that every move after becoming a god has a huge impact, and it is difficult not to be targeted. Under such circumstances, it is very rare for the territory to still be able to implement its strategy to this extent. After the war, except for stationing an army in border towns and border gates, all the territory's energy was focused on expanding the scale of migration again. The border town alliances and scrupulous plunder and oppression caused the more than 1 million people who were still alive in the original Noble Alliance to lose not only their homes and wealth, but also their future and hope. Naturally, there will be no obstacles to relocation at this time, because no one wants to stay here. The general environment is such that the migration is very smooth. But these people can no longer move between the North City and Mara City, where there is already a population of 1.8 million Noble Alliance, which is larger than the total population of the Glory Alliance before. Even if they are dispersed as much as possible and grassroots managers and monks are dispatched, it is not possible to win people's hearts in a short time. So it is not wise to increase the density of the migrant population in this area again. Fortunately, the Northland is vast and sparsely populated, and it is backed by the 2 boundary rivers. There is really no shortage of land for resettlement. Therefore, with Beicheng as the center, some people will be relocated in the east and west directions. Maya even plans to build a city on the north side of the 2 boundary rivers. Although it becomes increasingly barren as you go north, the land near the 2 boundary rivers is still good and can accommodate a large number of people. As for the barbarian tribes in the north, they have long existed in name only. The barbarian tribes in the north have suffered many blows and have not recovered yet. In addition, the territory has a powerful barbarian city and a complete barbarian inheritance. Therefore, it has attracted a large number of young barbarians to join. And shamans from various barbarian tribes have come to learn and have great influence. It's getting bigger and bigger. If the barbarians hadn't transformed and couldn't manage it, they would have been taken over long ago. Therefore, building a city there will not encounter much resistance. And it will also be conducive to the subsequent development of the territory towards the north. But after all, it is separated by a river and the conditions are poor. So the population settled here is mainly prisoners from the Border Town Alliance and the supervising team from the original mobilized troops. The former is afraid that they will run away, and the latter is afraid that they will be beaten to death. So it is best to place them in a place that is almost isolated from the territory. In addition, the territory also has a heavyweight prisoner, the legendary mage Blanche. After Malir died happily, Blanche suddenly appeared and expressed his willingness to surrender. This was a legendary mage. He really wanted to run away, and no one could stop him. But he surrendered. Therefore, the matter was reported directly to Maya and finally to Owen. Let him stay. Owen, who had many conversion quotas because many soldiers died in the battle, said nonchalantly. As for whether the other party has any conspiracy, I believe that the root will be targeted before the other party transforms. Chapter 469. Dealing with it after the war. After the migration is on track, the people below will be responsible for continuing the operation. Only problems that cannot be solved will be reported. So this aspect is considered to be over. However, before the leadership team of the territory could take a breath, they focused their energy on the reorganization of the army. Important matters related to the security of the territory naturally could not be delayed, and they had to endure even if they turned coffee into compressed biscuits. This time, even Owen invested his spiritual consciousness to participate in the meeting. He couldn't get involved in the resettlement of immigrants. It was too cumbersome. Many things could only rely on high-level planning and the experience of basic managers. If he interfered casually, big things would happen. However, in terms of military affairs, he had watched so many TV series and videos in his previous life. I still have some experience. After a confident Owen made a few points in Parliament, he learned to shut up because he seemed so amateurish and redundant. That is to say, he is the biggest. Otherwise, he would have been scolded and shut up. Despite this, looking at the hypocritical smiles and applause in the entire conference room, Irving decided to do what he is good at, which is to leave things to the right people. Maya, who presided over the meeting, said she was very pleased and felt like her child had finally become sensible. In fact, with the Flying Queen's database, Maya and the others are no strangers to modern warfare, and they don't need Owen's expert guidance at all. It's just that it's limited by the productivity of the territory and the perfection of technology. And the world is different. And factors such as magic and fighting spirit and gods need to be taken into consideration. So there is no big step to develop a new army. That is, to produce high-end equipment. Not to mention that through this battle, Maya and the others discovered that guns and artillery had begun to spread. And even steam tanks, the Iron Giant, and other products of technology and magic had not yet appeared. So they had to take their time. This is not because they are overthinking. But they are very clear that for alchemists, as long as they have samples, it is not too difficult to copy military-grade standard weapons. The only limitations for them are output, materials, and creativity. Therefore, blindly updating equipment will only be imitated by others, causing the territory to gradually lose its lead. Therefore, this time the army only adjusts and replenishes some equipment, rather than a major overhaul of all equipment. For example, increasing the proportion of semi-automatic rifle equipment in the army will increase the firepower advantage. For example, equip heavy machine guns and rocket launchers to target enemy vehicles. There is also the improvement of the organization of the Air Force and Armored Corps to make the territorial army's attacks more deadly. In fact, according to Howard's estimation, if the territory's Air Force and Armored Corps had reached a large scale, the previous battles with the Border Town Alliance would not have been that difficult at all. Plane bombing, tank bombing, heavy artillery cover, and infantry charge. Unless the opponents are all professionals and there are multiple legends, it is unreasonable for the opponent to be undefeated. But equipment is only one aspect. The most important thing is the soldiers. In this battle, the territory also lost a lot of soldiers, and the main force suffered the most losses. However, these can be supplemented from the reserve force, as long as the equipment is in place. It is really not a big deal. However, the existing military strength is far from meeting the current needs. After all, large areas of the territory were previously no man's land. They only needed patrols, and not too many garrisoning. The requirements for military strength were not high. The Ranger Regiment alone was enough. But now that the territory has added nearly 3 million people, the emergence of large reclamation areas requires a large number of soldiers to maintain. And the unconverted population of 3 million itself is a huge potential threat. So it is imperative to increase the number of troops. In addition to obtaining more troops, increasing the number of troops can also select out most of the people who are unwilling to be left alone and send them to the barracks to restrain these unstable factors. After all, there is no place with more control than the army. After detailed calculations, the main force was expanded from 150,000 to 200,000. In addition to conducting foreign campaigns, it was also responsible for daily border defense. Therefore, although the number of troops increased, it still seemed insufficient. However, based on the population base of the territory, a standing army of 200,000 is already the limit. Not to mention the city defense troops totaling 50,000 in Beicheng and Mara City. Fortunately, the number of reserve troops has increased from 300,000 to 1 million, which has filled the gap very well. However, the number of system conversion reserve troops has been reduced a lot, because the territory now needs a large number of grassroots managers and monks to maintain the relocated population. Regional management. After some consideration, the territory divided the reserve corps into 3 levels. The first level is composed entirely of system-transformed reserve soldiers, numbering 100,000. They are the deputy of the main corps. They follow the main corps and are responsible for building fortifications, escorting baggage, and maintaining equipment belongs to frontline logistics personnel. And they will also be on the front line when necessary. After all, the equipment is not bad. The second level is composed of system-converted reserve soldiers as the backbone. Combined with migrated recruits, the number is about 200,000. The equipment is not as good as the first-level reserve corps, but the strength is not too bad and can undertake less dangerous tasks, such as public security management in occupied areas, defense in non-main theaters, etc. In the third-level reserve corps, the number of system-converted reserve soldiers has been greatly reduced. They only serve as captains and other positions. They are equipped with captured weapons and equipment. Although the equipment is a bit inferior, they are not required to go to the battlefield. They mainly maintain local security and patrol. In this way, the pressure on the main force was greatly reduced. After the initial planning, more detailed reorganization, distribution, and resettlement were needed. Defense areas also needed to be replanned and new defenses built. These things were enough to keep the territory busy for half a year. This is just the beginning. War and large-scale migration have reduced the strategic reserves of the territory to a very dangerous level. Otherwise, the Reserve Corps will not be equipped with captured weapons and equipment. Therefore, problems in this area also need to be resolved in time. After all, the shadow of war is it has not completely dissipated yet. According to statistics, the battle with the Border Town Alliance consumed tens of millions of bullets and tens of thousands of artillery LS of various types in the territory. These cannot be replenished from seizures because the equipment of both sides is not of the same type and the propellants loaded are not the same. The composition of explosives is also different and cannot be used universally. So it can only be used by Reserve Corps. These cannot be produced with just a snap of the head. All aspects must be considered in mobilizing raw materials, increasing production machinery and labor. There are also food reserves. There is no hope that the 3 million immigrants will gain anything this year. The early resettlement will use the reserved grains. Even if some are captured later, they will not be much. Because Cross very decisively ordered all the grains to be burned. Although the territory has abundant reserves, it still feels pressure because no one knows what they will face next. Just reading the report every day made Owen feel dizzy. However, it was obviously not a good idea to intervene in the territory's clearly established system. So in order to prevent himself from seeming to have nothing to do, he set his sights on other places, such as solving your own problems first. Although the consciousness of the main world is biased towards Owen, his brother still has to settle the accounts. So the chains of law will not disappear without compensation for the losses he caused, which makes him feel a little tired. The solution is very simple. Just do things that are beneficial to the main world. Chapter 470 The Clear Eyes of an Old Classmate. After thinking for a long time, Owen didn't think that developing the territory was something that was beneficial to the main world. So he decided to let the Avatar walk around, just like a god descending to the earth and reincarnating to accumulate merit. It just so happened that the ogre incarnation was either making soup or watering the garden all day long, and the stomachs of several drowned matrons in the dungeon were not wet. It was time to let him move around, so that he would not be envious and jealous when he looked at his original body. Maybe it's because he's been at home for a long time. Or maybe he's too rich in soup. The incarnation of the ogre is a little fat, but it's more in line with the aesthetics of the ogre. After all, what's an ogre without a big belly? The ogre Owen became more and more lazy and unwilling to move. Even if he was watered these days, he would lie down. Unfortunately, something happened to his real body, so this incarnation had to help. So he carried the soup pot on his back, leaned on the iron rod, and hung the ogre cookbook on his waist. Ogre Owen embarked on his journey. As for the underground city, just leave it to Angel. Owen, who had nothing to do and was lighthearted, came to the surface and started his unfinished journey. He continued eastward and wanted to see what was on the other side of the Devil's Horn forest. Keeping walking eastward, the temperature gradually increased. I don't know how long we walked, but the weather gradually became hotter. This made Owen instinctively know that he was about to leave the forest. Owen didn't know if the ogre could withstand the heat. Anyway, he felt hot, and there was no one to be seen in the forest. So he gave up and walked forward, swinging the elephant's trunk. It felt good to be unrestrained, and he could use his whole body. Every inch of skin feels the warmth of the sun shining on the body, as well as the itching caused by the breeze passing through the legs. If the twisting range is larger, it can also create a rhythmic rhythm. There was no bloody drama about meeting a woman as soon as he fell asleep. Owen walked for 3 days before he met half of the woman. Well, the other half was a deer. Isn't this an old classmate? Owen scratched his head because he remembered who this was. Back in Academy City, Owen was placed in a specialty class, and one of them was her. A super environmentally friendly girl from the Elf province. An elf antler who refused all man-made things. Compared to the past, the antlers had obviously grown a bit, even if his hands were hung up by the black thorns. The hair hanging down on his chest could barely block the bulging arc. However, Owen, who crawled out of the waves in the Roshan mountain, had no interest in this at all. Compared with the drow matrons, who could be called waves, the antlers were as dry deer antlers. The problem is that she doesn't know about deer antler. After all, she is half a woman. If she meets a human, that's it. After all, Sad Wind is only a very small group. With Deer Tail, she is still safe. But this is an ogre. So when Lou Antler saw a 3-meter-tall ogre carrying a cauldron, you can imagine how desperate he was. Hi, old classmate. Owen waved his hand and said Low, which woke up Deer Antler, who had imagined 108 different endings in his mind. And the deer's legs were weak with fear. Huh? Lou Antler, who had widened her watery eyes, was a little confused. She had gone to school. But had she never had an ogre classmate? Seeing that the other person's eyes were as clear as when he was in school, Owen knew that the other person had not changed. So he explained patiently. What? The ogre in front of him turned out to be his classmate from the elf royal family. What? Classmate Owen has become a god? The trapped Deer Antler didn't know what was going on in her mind for a while. It took her a long time to come back to her senses and find the ogre Owen was looking at the black thorns on her wrist. Because he was too close. He smelled the overwhelming male hormones on ogre Owen's body. The deer's antler face immediately turned red. And all 4 deer legs kicked uneasily. After all, it was already spring. Isn't this Sylvia's witch curse? Why did she seal you here? Owen thought he had seen it wrong just now. But after taking a closer look, he found that it was really Sylvia's painful thorn. In addition, from the remaining aura showed that the other party had already embarked on the road to becoming a god. No wonder the Deer Antler, which had transformed into a natural elf, could be sealed here. My 2 classmates are not ordinary people. Needless to say, Sylvia is a born witch. When they first met, her strength was not inferior to the legend. 30 years later, it is not impossible to master the origin of the witch and condense her divinity. Deer Antlers are not simple either. Although her parents are elves, she gave birth to a half-elf and half-deer. This is certainly not because there is a deer man living next door to her house. Her mother is not a druid and likes to go out and have fun when spring comes, but because she is a natural elf. So she has a very high affinity for nature since she was born. Becoming a druid is more effective with half the effort. And now she is only a little short of the realization of condensing divinity. But how did these 2 people get involved? And why does the conflict occur? Is the Deer Antler finally sealed here? Hearing Owen's question, Lou Antler's face turned red, and he hesitated for a long time before Owen finally understood. At the time of the great changes in the Academy City, everyone in the specialty class was involved in the space turbulence. So their location was uncertain. But they were finally out of the danger zone. But Antler, as a nature spirit, could not tolerate the ruins of the Academy City turning into a place of abyss. So he ran back. From this point of view, she has the style of a heroine. The type who willfully trick 1 or 2 supporting actors or villains to death. But she finally remembered that she was a deer, not a berserker. So she settled on the edge of the abyss, trying to restrain the expansion of the abyss. I stayed here for 30 years. I was very patient. But I did nothing and just wandered around all day long. Not long ago, I happened to encounter Sylvia, who had contact with the demons in the abyss. And she took action in a moment of anger. By the time she realized her misunderstanding, it was already too late. The demon in the abyss was alarmed. And Sylvia was forced to seal her and throw her into the turbulence of space, hoping to hide it from the demon and leave her a glimmer of hope. I guess I was angry. So the seal was a little strong. It had been 10 days. And the velvet antlers had not yet untied the dark thorns. Therefore, during this period, I gnawed the grass when I was hungry, licked the dew when I was thirsty, and slept when I had nothing to do. It seemed to be the same life as before. The difference. Owen was dumbfounded. Lou Antler's heart was good, but his brain was not good enough. Fortunately, Sylvia missed her old love. Otherwise killing her and eating her meat would be the best way to solve the devil's misunderstanding. Shaking his head, Owen pulled out the black iron sword and easily cut off the dark thorns. In fact, this thing is not very strong. But the Deer Antler is afraid of pain and does not dare to struggle. So it just endures the time, intending to endure the curse until it disappears. That is to say, elves have a long life. As a natural elf, Deer Antlers have a terrifyingly long life. Otherwise, this method of waiting for the problem to disappear is really not something that ordinary people can use. After getting rid of the witch's curse, Wontung rubbed his wrist, stood up and thanked Owen, and was about to cast a spell to teleport back. Owen quickly raised his hand and asked, "You're not planning to go to the abyss, are you?" Although it was a question, Owen felt that he was not wrong, because the other party's intention was written on his face, and he could guess it even if he was using the brain of an ogre. "Well, I don't know if Sylvia is in danger. If she is in danger, I will help her. If not, I will continue to stop the expansion of the abyss." Lou Antler blinked, not knowing what is the problem. Seeing those clear eyes, Owen was speechless again. No college student in his previous life was as stupid as you. Chapter 471. Really stupid or fake old classmate? Forget it. We're still old classmates after all. I'll go with you. Owen scratched his head and said, he is not a good person. Mainly because the purpose of coming out this time is to do good deeds. The land of the abyss is a place in the main world that is polluted by the power of the abyss. It has been able to produce demons independently. This means that even the origin of this place has been contaminated by the abyss. Pollution transforms. So it is called the Little Abyss. Theoretically, if we leave it alone, the main world will take it back sooner or later. After all, a small piece of polluted land cannot last long. It's a pity that the leader of the devil had a hand in building a devil's door here. Although it disappeared for unknown reasons, the power of the abyss continued to flow in. This is an indisputable fact. Therefore, the main world cannot take it back at all. And it even has to worry about a real demon lord appearing here. Because once there is a demon lord, this abyss will be truly controlled, turning it from pollution to a deadly sore. Therefore, once Owen can solve the problem of the small abyss, let alone fight with the god of nights, even if he wants to use force against the noble goddess, the main world will help him hold her down. In addition, Owen still has some ideas about the disappeared Academy City. It is the highest institution of learning in the entire empire. How much knowledge, research projects, and treasures there are all unknown. Once the disappeared Academy City is found, there will be many territories. The shortcomings in this aspect will be made up for. Finally, there is Sylvia. His old classmate has embarked on the road to becoming a god. She has great potential and prospects. If she can win her over, it will be a good thing for the territory. Owen, who has a lot of goals and an impure mind, wants to follow. Of course, Luantone will not refuse. She still has a good idea of her own fighting power. This can be seen from the fact that she did not plunge into the abyss. As the deer antlers communicate with the surrounding natural forces, a narrow hole is gradually opened, revealing a tree-lined path. Deer antler casts a forest path, a natural type of positioning and teleportation magic. Because it is cast with the power of nature, it consumes less of itself. However, it has a disadvantage. That is, evil cannot set foot on it, and will be repelled by the power of nature. Owen, who also has druid heritage, immediately saw this. In his opinion, this deer was not hopelessly stupid, so he knew how to test him. But when he saw a deer head, he rushed in without looking back, and kept waving to him. So you knew that he was thinking too much, and he didn't even realize whether there would be any problems with him. Shaking his head, Owen carried the soup pot on his back, leaned on the iron rod, and used the power of nature to expand the hole, and then walked through the forest path to the other end. Isn't this where you live? Owen looked at Antler, who was chewing mushrooms. Speechlessly, the other party nodded blankly, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Deer Antler's residence is very special, because he hates all unnatural products. There is not even a bowl here, let alone a house. Apart from a lush grassland mixed with many mushrooms, there is only a grass nest here. It is also because of this. Owen and I boldly guessed that this was the other party's residence. But I didn't expect that I was right. Somewhat helpless, even though he was now the incarnation of an ogre. He couldn't help but sigh at the other party's stupidity. It's better to save people first, Owen said, looking at Antler, who was busy picking mushrooms to fill his stomach. Okay. Remembering that he still had something to do, Deer Antler pulled out a few more big mushrooms, stuffed them into his mouth, and ran in a certain direction, not afraid of eating the wrong ones. The deer antlers are really as flexible as a deer running and jumping in the forest, because the hind legs are exerting force. The deer's tail is raised up and down. Owen followed closely behind the opponent, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. This was mainly because Deer Antler was not a centaur with 4 smooth long legs, but a pure half-man and half-deer. So even when viewed from behind, there will be no other ideas. Not everyone can do bay foam. As for looking at the front, what's so good about a poached egg that doesn't have any fluctuations in the standing long jump? In the dungeon, Owen would start with a few pairs of big watermelons to appetize his appetite every day. Otherwise he would not arouse the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the main body. However, I have to say that Deer Antler ran really fast in the forest, and soon reached the edge of the forest, and not far ahead was the abyss. Since being involved in the space turbulence, this is Owen's first time to visit the original site of Academy City. The scenery here has long lost its former glory, and is divided into 2 worlds. Outside the abyss, I dare not say that birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. But at least there are plants and life. And within that line, it is like another world. The sky is always dark and low. Like volcanic ash that has not fallen. Accumulated in the clouds. Pressing down layer by layer. Bringing a huge sense of oppression. While the ground is like broken porcelain. Full of cracks. And flowing lava everywhere. With sudden bursts of flames. There are no plants. No water here. And it is not even sure if there is breathable air. Even if it is like a restricted area of life. There are still newly born little devils crawling out from various corners from time to time. And then fighting each other driven by instinct. And victory after a brutal fight. The winner will enjoy his first bloody meal since birth. Which is the fresh internal organs and delicious flesh and blood of the defeated. Only the strong are qualified to survive here. So it is normal for the weak to eat the strong. But it is unacceptable for deer antlers. What Wanton cannot accept is not the weak. As a natural elf, she will not interfere with the natural food chain. Even if the rabbit she was holding in her arms is eaten by a hungry wolf in the blink of an eye, she will only feel sorry for it instead of intervening. Because this is part of nature. But demons are different. The abyss is devouring the life and origin of the main world, transforming it into a steady stream of demons. These demons do not belong to nature, do not belong to the world, and exist only to destroy and devour. As a natural elf, Antler certainly cannot tolerate it. So he often wanders around the land of the abyss, gathering the power of nature to resist the expansion of the abyss. But it has no effect. Instead, he is suspected of feeding the land of the abyss. Leave this to me. Owen, who was sweating a lot while running, put down the soup pot in his hand and said to Lou Antler. This stupid deer didn't know whether he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. He nodded quickly after hearing this, then turned around and left without looking back. He happily made Owen behind him raise his hand and open his mouth. For a moment, I don't know if I should call the other person to stop, because he always has the illusion that he has been taken advantage of. Forget it! Owen put down his hand, shook his head, and gave up his plan to win over the other party. Maintenance is naturally a good thing, but the other person is too extreme. He doesn't care about being naked, and he can tolerate it while eating and shitting. But Owen can't figure out how to let the other person integrate into the territory. Therefore, instead of wasting energy on the other party, it is better to find a way to find Sylvia and then find a way to solve the problem in the abyss. The former can give the territory a major force, and the latter can allow Owen to gain the favor of the main world. So there is no need to waste time. Chapter 472 Loving Father Owen. Looking at the abyss in front of him, Owen knew that the territory had actually encountered a similar situation. That is, the secret realm of evil energy that was constantly being devoured by evil energy. It's just that the evil energy secret realm was isolated from the main world at the beginning. It was just like a pustule. Even if it was broken, most of the harmful substances would be discharged into the void. The pollution caused to the main world would not be fatal at most. It's psoriasis. The land of the abyss is different. This is a knife stabbed into the chest of the main world. Even if the knife is pulled out, the toxin-contaminated wound cannot heal. Instead, it gradually decays and can threaten the heart. So even if Owen becomes a god, he still has no idea how to solve the abyss, because it is not suitable for hard surgical treatments such as bone scraping to heal injuries. After thinking for a long time, Owen decided to sneak in first. As for how to sneak in, of course, it depends on eating devil fruits. The cause of the Million War was the invasion of demons. As the winner, Owen not only received a large amount of demon flesh and blood, but also a small amount of origin infiltrated from 3 legendary demons and the abyss. These are very troublesome pollutants for the main world. But for the golden tree, which absorbs the laws and origins of the world and serves as growth nutrients, it is only a small fertilizer at best. However, it is rare to obtain so many demon-related flesh and blood sources. So Owen tried to make the golden tree bear a devil fruit. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. The golden tree's ability to absorb and transform did not disappoint him. In fact, Owen was really surprised, because demons belong exclusively to the abyss. He had never heard of any demon divinity, but now he saw it. After thinking about it, Owen felt that this was because the golden tree derived from the system could grow into a world tree. The essence may not be as good as the abyss, but there is still no problem in converting a small amount of power. The most important thing is that the golden tree is completely independent from the 3 realms, and is not affected by any outside world. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. Relying on being an incarnation, Owen did not hesitate to eat the devil fruit that could bring great dangers, adding a bit of divinity representing the devil. Different from the 2 points of divinity that were fused before, the devil's divinity acts more on the body, so it starts to distort and transform his body as soon as he eats it. If it weren't for this incarnation, Owen would have died of pain on the spot. Bones, flesh and blood were being recast, and the whole body was being kneaded repeatedly like dough. However, Owen found that these changes were completely disordered. That is, there was no purpose, and they were simply changing for the sake of change. No one can say what the final shape will be. Unclear. In fact, this is normal. In addition to common demon types, more than 90% of newborn demons grow disorderly and savagely. However, only demons suitable for fighting can survive. Therefore, if Owen does not want his ogre incarnation to turn into a puddle mud, it's better to take it easy. Of course, Owen will not let this disordered change continue. If he turns into a tentacle monster, although it will be happy, it will be of no use. What is even more terrifying is that he may turn into a monster without feeling like a slime. So what if everything changes? Even so, the stamina of the devil's divinity is far greater than he thought. Even the 2 points of divinity that were previously fused were affected to some extent. Owen's best efforts to control it still caused considerable changes in his body. First of all, the body size expanded to 6 or 7 meters tall. If the original ogre's body only had a slightly fat belly, then now it is obese. If it weren't for its outstanding appearance, it would be covered by the sagging fat belly, and a pair of branches and horns sprouted from the top of its head. Owen's expression is a little strange. It seems that this appearance is still affected by his subconscious. Otherwise, why would he become more and more like a loving father? However, demons, witchcraft, and plagues, all 3 divinities combined together, can be said to be a beggar's version of a loving father. They are all incarnations anyway, and Owen doesn't mind what they look like. Not to mention, he finds the joy of role-playing. Since becoming a god, Owen has lost a lot of fun, so he decided to play his current role carefully. So he made special preparations. Especially the soup pot that played a lot of roles was replaced with a larger one. Owen, who looked like a devil from the inside out, walked into the abyss with slow and clumsy steps and began his journey to be a loving father. How can a loving father not have soup? Owen murmured as he walked on the hot sand with his bare feet. When he saw a hole not far away with flames constantly coming out, he walked over to put the soup pot on it, and then carefully pour in the old soup left before. And when the pot boils, start throwing various precious ingredients into it, thinking that a devil's stomach doesn't need to worry about food poisoning. Owen's style of adding ingredients to the soup this time was particularly bold. He put in all the ingredients that were toxic or not, as long as they were nutritious. After a while, the thick soup tasted bubbling. It attracted a lot of hungry little devils who were born not long ago. These little demons are ruthless towards the same size of the same kind, but they will not provoke larger demons. And larger demons will not massacre weak demons for no reason. Trampling a few to death out of boredom will not count. Otherwise the demon's kindness will not count. All dough were dead a long time ago. That's why these curious little devils dared to approach Owen, who was making soup. Some of them were even too curious and even climbed onto the soup pot. As a result, their feet slipped and fell in, and they screamed when they were burned by the boiling soup. Owen didn't care either. Demons had very high resistances. Even little demons couldn't be easily scalded to death with a pot of hot soup. So he used a big spoon to fish out the little demons that fell in and compensated them. They are a bowl of soup. Although he had never drank it, the little devil instinctively thought it was a good thing, and even fought over the bowl of soup. Owen just watched with a smile and did not interfere. The victorious little devil ignored his scarred body and did not eat the loser who fell on the ground. Instead, he drank up the soup proudly in the envious eyes of the people around him. There is only one trick for Owen to make soup, which is tonic. Put all kinds of tonic things in one at a time, as long as you don't drink it to death in one breath. This soup is a great tonic. Coincidentally, the devil's physical endurance and absorption capacity are at the monster level. Even the little devil is no exception. Therefore, after drinking a bowl of soup full of sincerity, the little devil grew up as quickly as blowing up a balloon. Although the process was a little painful, he quickly broke away from the little devil form and became a real devil, making the surrounding little devils drool with envy. After all, they don't know how many fights they need to go through if they want to grow to this point. However, this newly grown demon didn't know whether it drank too much tonic soup or hadn't digested it completely. The color of its skin was a bit green. In fact, this is because Owen put some modified genetic spores in the soup. Chapter 473: The Loving Father in the Garden. The gene spore is not a gene seed, nor does it contain the gene fragments of the original body, but a special powder that the ogre Owen uses to catalyze the epidermal tissue into a special powder. Because of the demigod level of life, the mutations brought about by the devil's divinity, and the catalysis of divine power, these powdery biological tissues did not lose their activity. On the contrary, these special cells with their own characteristics became more active. That's why it was called genetic spores by Owen. The blessing of various characteristics makes the demon who drank the gene spores have no resistance to it. After all, Owen is now a divine demon. Every bit of him is an extremely precious enlightenment object for ordinary demons, let alone using it. It is catalyzed by divine power and rich in nutrients. It's just that because the life levels are so different, ordinary demons are easily assimilated by genetic spores after drinking the soup, and gradually become characterized by Owen's characteristics. But this is not a disadvantage. After fusing the gene spores, the devil will gain stronger vitality and resilience. As the life form gets closer to Owen, the life level is also gradually improving. So no devil can resist the temptation of the soup, because this is the ladder for demons to advance. He distributed bowls of cooked soup to the little demons who were attracted to him. And soon a group of strange green demons gathered around Owen. Because these green demons drank the tonic soup, they did not feel hungry. In addition, they were also infected by genetic spores, so they rarely fought with each other without cruelty. The fighting was more like playing. Regarding this, the loving Father Owen was very satisfied, and he added a lot of ingredients to the soup. Originally, he wanted to make another pot of soup, but the poor surrounding environment made Owen very dissatisfied. So the communication body exchanged some things and planned to use them to build a beautiful garden. Owen loved the garden when he lived in the basement of the castle and liked to build it. The garden was more in line with his loving father, so he spent a lot of thought on it. It didn't take long for a strange garden to appear on the edge of the abyss. Although it was not like the inner circle near the abyss where magma was flowing and flames were flowing everywhere. The land was still so dry that it had no moisture or nutrients. Even if it had vitality, no matter how stubborn the plant is, it is impossible for it to grow here. But it just happens to appear. This is the magic of the system. The fertile, shiny black soil exchanged directly from the system is covered with a thick layer of humus, and combined with moist water vapor and suitable temperature, creates the foundation of this extremely fertile garden. Full of joy, Owen planted the first tree in the garden with his own hands. But the tree died soon after. Unwilling to give up, Owen changed a lot of plants. Except for a few magical plants like those in Plants vs. Zombies. Other plants could not survive here for a long time. Just like potatoes can be raised in a flower pot and brought to the desert. At least not outdoors. After pondering for a long time, Owen understood that this was due to lack of vitality. As long as he had enough vitality, it didn't matter where he grew up. It's a bit difficult. Owen rubbed his hands, which made him more interested. It's not easy to make plants full of vitality. At least not with ordinary cross-crafting. So Owen tried to use his divine power to cultivate some special plants. Although the ogre Owen, as a demigod, has no divine power, the golden tree can provide him with far and constant pure divine power. It can be used by soaking in additional attributes with divinity, which is very convenient. Owen soon discovered that the divine power activated by the devil's divinity would make the plants become more twisted. The divine power of the plague divinity would make the plants more deadly. And the divine power of the witchcraft divinity would make the plants even weirder. Interesting. Seeing the results of his attempts, Owen felt that a garden built with these three plants might be a bit dangerous. But considering this is the land of the abyss, and he is a loving father, isn't it normal to be in danger? It has to be said that the plants catalyzed by divine power are full of vitality. Look at the trees with twisted branches, the flowers with poisonous fragrance, and the brightly colored mushrooms. They use the demon flesh and blood brought back by the green demon as fertilizer. Happy it grows and fills every inch of the garden. Which is good. Devilish and fatherly. Satisfied, Owen exchanged his position in the center of the garden for a large wet swamp. Rancid mud, dark green pond water, and thick duckweed, which nourished various small creatures, and made this place the little devil's favorite place to play. For the newly born little devils, it is still a bit difficult to adapt to the hot environment of the abyss. So coming to this strange place to play or take a bath from time to time is a rare treat for them. Not to mention that if they are lucky, it would be even happier to be able to mix it into a bowl of soup and grow into a green demon that looks very strong at first glance. Sitting next to the swamp, Owen happily placed the soup pot on the ever-extinguishing bonfire, humming a monotonous tune. While beating the beat with his feet, he slowly stirred the thick soup and added new ingredients from time to time. Rub your fingers together and scatter some genetic spores. Once you feel it's almost done, you'll serve a bowl of soup to the nearby demons for a taste. If the response is good and the demon who drinks it becomes stronger, record the new recipe on the Ogre Beauty recipe. If it's not good enough, add more ingredients and continue cooking. If it fails, pour it into the swamp aside to act as fertilizer for the entire garden. In the process, a green devil who only received food became fatter, healthier, and happier, and even learned to sing and dance to the beats of Owen's songs. Although it was just a vague roar combined with a lame song and dance of slapping his belly and stomping his feet, Owen was still very happy to watch it. After all, silly music is also fun. Even the depression caused by being targeted by the noble goddess before was relieved a little. At the same time, Owen is very pleased because this proves that his transformation is becoming more and more successful. Demons who only know how to kill are meaningless to Owen and meaningless to the main world. At the same time, they cannot solve the problem of the abyss. However, Owen got some inspiration from the evil energy, so he tried to use his own method to pollute the place of transformation abyss. Everyone is polluted, so let's see which one is stronger. This is what Owen came up with, and the garden is his successful attempt. As for whether it will have a worse impact on the main world, it is not that Owen is confident, but the worst is that he will transfer the polluted place to the authority space and create a happy garden for the green demons. No, like the land of the abyss, it is crucified and cannot move. It's just that these are still a bit far away. The area of the garden is too insignificant compared to the entire land of the abyss. What Owen is most concerned about right now is that in this process, he has a deeper understanding of divinity, priesthood, and authority. This is very important, because Owen is not a real god. Not only because he has not collected 5 points of the same divinity, but also because his understanding of divinity, priesthood, and authority is too superficial. There's nothing he can do about it. He has only been a god for a long time, and he has been practicing for a long time. He lacks too much when the system is fully open for cheating. Owen is unwilling to deepen his understanding through fighting or belief. He rarely finds that boiling soup, growing grass, and raising demons can deepen his understanding in this regard. Why not? Right now, he can't even connect with a group of drow in the dungeon. The mistress didn't even think about it anymore, and spent all day thinking about how to make soup, plant flowers, and raise pets. Chapter 474 Divinity of Life. When Owen finished feeding again, he didn't know if he drank too much soup. The first few demons who followed him let out long and loud burps. And then, their bodies underwent very strange changes. The green, but fat demons became taller, bigger, fatter and stronger, like a mountain of meat, and gained wisdom. Even if it was a little, it was a breakthrough from zero to something. In addition to opening up their wisdom, these fat green demons, who look simple and honest, have also improved their violent side. And they have fallen in love with flowers and plants. It is simply an insult to the word devil. It can also be said that Owen has successfully transformed a new species. At this moment, Owen felt the gift from the main world to him. With a magical pulse, a special bit of divinity was successfully condensed in his body, and it turned out to be the extremely rare divinity of life. The main world has spent a lot of money. Owen couldn't help but sigh. The divinity condensed by all demigods, or gods in the world, is actually the crystallization of the laws of the world. This thing is non-renewable, and is also the framework that maintains the world. Once a demigod or a god leaves the world, this part will be permanently missing. In serious cases, the entire world will fall into destruction due to the collapse of the law chain. Therefore, unless it is forced, the world will not actively grant or help any being to condense divinity. And even if it is given, it will be biased. Crystals of laws that are crucial to the world, such as the reproduction of life, will not be given easily. This time, I made an exception. Firstly, Owen has been performing well. And secondly, because he has shown the ability to solve the abyss. This alone is worthy of a bit of divinity. And the main world has specially selected for him a life god who is more suitable for solving this crisis. Sex. This is a special case. For other people, don't even think about it. You really think that divinity is like cabbage. If the law of life is missing, Hundreds of millions of creatures will perish as a result. Not to mention these. The acquisition of the divinity of life made Owen feel like he had opened up the two channels of Ren and Du. And at the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the divinity of plague and demons. However, compared to the plague, the progress of the devil's divinity is not very great. Owen can use it, but it is difficult to understand it. After all, the devil belongs to the abyss alone. Even if he can capture part of it, it is not that easy to truly understand it. But these are not important. The main world helps him condense his divinity, and proves that his method is feasible and Operation Garden is correct. This is enough for Owen to increase his investment. Since you were born in the garden, let's call them gardener demons. Looking at these new special demons kindly, Owen said with a happy smile. Although the gardener demons surrounding Owen didn't know why their master was laughing. They just wanted him to be happy. So they let out a slightly rhythmic roar, slapped their fat and swaying bellies hard, moved their heavy steps, and used clumsy songs and dances to entertain their master. The huge success of the incarnation made Owen's true body proactively devote more resources to work hard to create a truly loving father. Of course, this refers to the height of authority, not the unacceptable sanitary conditions of the original loving father. The cesspit garden and the like are really unacceptable. This is enough. Thanks to the magic of the divinity of life, Owen can release the divine power full of vitality. Plagues, viruses, and plants are all part of life, so they can be strengthened through divine power. So the soup in the soup pot becomes it's even weirder. The number of viruses is 100% over the limit. And it's still the kind that destroys a whole world with a drop of soup. It's really not a joke. The airborne T-virus is simply invincible in the lower world, let alone strengthened by the divine power rich in vitality. As for how terrifying it is, even Owen has a hard time describing it. If this wasn't an abyss of forbidden life, and it was in his garden realm, Irving would really not dare to act so randomly. However, the charm of viruses soon attracted all of Irving's attention. And this time he planned to cook a series of virus soups. In the new soup, the proportion of viruses is not high, but more of vitality. Because only when the drinker gains strong vitality can he better adapt to the changes and benefits brought by the virus. T-virus, G-virus, ancestor virus, black light virus. Viruses from the game world were happily added to the soup pot by Owen. And under the catalysis of divine power, they quickly adapted to the complex environment in the soup pot, becoming better and more stronger and more dangerous. With the help of these viruses, Owen transformed more and more demons. By the way, he is now called the Lord of the Garden, and has become a famous and powerful demon in the land of the abyss. The demons that he transformed to like flowers and plants are called garden demons, and become the object of ridicule by all demons. It's just that he is too homely, and the garden is located on the edge of the abyss. So no powerful demon has come to trouble him so far. And ordinary demons cannot defeat the garden demons whose tonnage is increasing day by day, let alone the super heavyweight ones. The gardener is a demon, so he lives a peaceful life. However, Owen knows very well that the conflict between him and other demonic forces, and even the demon lord of the abyss, is only a matter of time, because the painting styles are different. So he has been preparing for this. In fact, the demons came to trouble earlier than he thought. On this day, Owen was trying a new formula, and the garden door was maliciously broken open. And then a group of disgusting war demons and mad war demons broke in. The war demon can be regarded as an overfitted red-skinned ogre. But compared to the lazy ogre, the war demon is not only covered in large, well-developed muscles, but is either fighting or on the road to fight every day. Never a moment of rest. This kind of personality leads to a small number of war demons, because they are too aggressive and easy to get on top of. They are the kind who will kick dogs when they see them, and they will eventually bite each other. Such a bad character has caused the number of war demons to never increase. After all, there is no saying among demons that they will stop there. Generally speaking, they either beat others to death or are beaten to death by others. So the number of war demons must not be large. But this also makes the war demon's combat power the highest among demons of the same level. If he can survive without being beaten, he will definitely not be weak, especially after becoming a mad war demon queen. The demon's super physical fitness, rich combat experience, and ability to continue to become mad are a nightmare for any opponent. Of course, no matter what, the garden demon just became fond of flowers and plants, which does not mean that he can remain kind even if someone knocks on his door. Not to mention that these war demons destroyed the Lord's garden and will never be forgiven. The angry garden demon put down the small shovel that was used to care for the flowers and plants in his hand, and rushed towards these uninvited guests with heavy steps, like a mountain of meat, vowing to make them into flower fertilizer to compensate for the damage they caused to the garden. Chapter 475 Garden Demon. From a purely physical point of view, the 3 to 4 meter tall garden demon is taller and stronger than the war demon, and has more advantages. However, the war demon is not surprised but happy. They like this kind of tough opponent best, so they don't even bother to think about it. Thinking about it, it was all about the muscles. He raised his fist and struck forward. Without any hesitation, he faced him head-on. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. The blood of the 3 meter tall war demon was boiling, and the muscles all over his body were swollen, like a well-oiled muscleman. In the roar of excitement, he waved his big fists with great force, which was more powerful than an air hammer. Although the garden demon is not as experienced as the war demon, it also lacks explosive power and flexibility. It looks very bulky. When the war demon's iron fist hit it, its face was full of peach blossoms, and blood and broken teeth spurted out more than 10 meters away. But the Lord gave them. The thick soup is rich in nutrients and also contains tea syrup, which makes them taller and stronger while also gaining strong vitality and self-healing ability. No matter how heavy the fist of the war demon is, it cannot be completely knocked down, and it will bring back blood. The triangular meat mountain of the halo made the garden demon become more and more courageous. So the two sides fell into a stalemate as soon as the war demon stepped into the garden. Owen, as the owner of the garden, sensed it. However, his focus was not on the war demon, nor on the few frantic war demons who were eager to try. Instead, he knew that trouble had already begun. You are a guest when you come in. Although the guests are a little grumpy, we have to be patient enough to persuade them to stay and join our big family. Owen, whose body has expanded again, and is more than 20 meters tall just sitting there. He spoke calmly to the gardener demon, who became irritable because of the enemy invasion. Great master of the garden, we will patiently persuade them to stay. The gardener demon, who was 5 to 6 meters tall, and with his fat body hanging down to his knees, stood in front of Owen like a baby and said obediently, Then go ahead and come over for soup later. This time it's a new flavor. Owen nodded and watched the gardener demon leave, who was happy to hear that there was soup. With the addition of the gardener demon, the battle escalated. The mad war demon, who didn't bother to compete with the war demon, took a fancy to the oversized and extremely durable gardener demon. He swung his axe, rushed forward, and was killed by the gardener demon. A slap on the ground and rubbing. Unlike the garden demon, who was simply strengthened by the T-virus, the gardener demon has completed a transformation and can fully exert the capabilities of the G-virus. Therefore, facing a violent opponent like the berserker demon, the gardener demon's instincts have undergone tremendous changes and become bloated. His body turned into solid muscles in a very short period of time, and a limp mountain of flesh turned into a violent King Kong. He slapped the charging mad war demon to the ground with one blow, even if his palm was almost split in half by a battle axe. It doesn't matter. The gardener demon's sense of pain is very weak, and its self-healing ability is extremely strong. Even if it is cut into pieces, it is difficult to kill it completely, let alone just cutting off its hand. Even the injury is a catalyst for its evolution. Therefore, he pushed the mad war demon to the ground with his explosive hammer without any pause. And in a blink of an eye, he was deeply immersed in the soft garden mud. This made it more difficult for the opponent to break free because he lacked a place to draw strength. However, just by hearing the name, you can tell that the mad war demon is not a good person. Underneath its swollen muscles are unimaginably thick bones. The horns on its head protect its head like a battle helmet, and it has extraordinary resistance to various injuries. Therefore, the heavy blow from the gardener demon did not make it unconscious, but completely angered it. Two huge hearts juxtaposed were beating rapidly. As blood filled the blood vessels and muscles, violent power burst out from the body of the mad warrior demon. An axe completely chopped off the hand that the gardener demon had slapped down again. A huge amount of green blood spurted out, drenching the demon of war, which only made it more excited. It almost disemboweled the gardener demon by swinging its axe. However, this little damage is nothing to the gardener demon. Instead, it stimulates the rapid evolution of the body. The dimensions of the body have shrunk a lot. The muscle fibers have become tighter, and the resistance to damage has increased significantly. The crazy fighter demon must use greater strength. Only then can the axe be cut in. The berserker demon, whose anger and power continues to surge, is very powerful. If you give it enough time, it can even fight to the death with a legendary warrior. But facing the gardener demon, which can continue to heal and evolve as long as it cannot be killed, I feel sick. Not to mention it was poisoned. Even a demon wouldn't be able to get over it if he was doused with G-virus blood. However, the single-minded Mad War demon didn't notice this at all, and instead felt that his condition was getting better and better. Owen didn't pay too much attention to this battle. When he came to his senses, the swamp beside him was already soaked with many tightly tied war demons and Mad War demons, just like the hairy crabs taking a bath in Yongden Lake. Similar, they are those rude guests, but they will soon become a family. Therefore, the Garden Devil and the Gardener Devil, who were beaten and injured, were not angry. Instead, they soaked in the swamp together, using the vitality-rich nutrients and richness of the swamp viruses to speed up recovery from injuries. Owen was very satisfied and specially filled a large bowl of soup for them so that these cute little guys could drink full. Owen is very interested in the War Demon and the War Mad Demon, because this kind of demon is very consistent with his way of transforming the Ultramarines. Not only is he born with 2 hearts, his musculoskeletal and internal organs are far beyond the limits of human beings, but he also has super immunity and endurance, and self-healing. If all kinds of viruses are not strengthened by divine power, they will not be able to do anything to each other. But this also means that with only a simple transformation, he will obtain a group of warriors more powerful than the Thunder Warriors. When Owen was taming new pets, the rotting cloud had gradually lost control of the abyss because it had lost too much power. Losing a large number of demons is nothing. As long as it devours the surrounding life, the abyss will continue to give birth to more demons. The problem is that due to the mistake of the rotting cloud, the origin of the abyss was damaged. Even if it was not much, maybe the abyss with more consciousness would choose to forgive it. But the consciousness of the abyss is not complete. It is just the power of the abyss. The pollution created in the main world is therefore more instinctive. So the reaction is very simple. That is, support whoever allows it to grow, and clean up whoever allows it to be damaged. Unfortunately, the rancid cloud caused damage to the origin of the abyss. Even if it is not the culprit, it is better not to dream about expecting the abyss to understand and forgive it. What's worse is that because the land of the abyss is incomplete, the rotting cloud has never been able to become a true demon lord, and its control over the land of the abyss is not strong. Therefore, after being targeted by the land of the abyss, its control over the land of the abyss has never been the same. The original 6 levels of madness were reduced to 3. This loss is too great. Even if it controls the 6th floor, even if it is not a real demon lord, the rotting cloud does not have to worry about its position. But now, it is about to face more and more dangerous challenges. It was at this time that Owen noticed that there was some kind of power blessing his body. After carefully sensing it, he discovered that it turned out to be an abyss. Chapter 476, The Battle for the Demon Lord. Interesting. Didn't the land of the abyss notice my pollution and transformation of it? The blessing of the land of the abyss speeded up Owen's taming of the war demon. But he was more curious about why the land of the abyss chose him. The land of the abyss did not conceal its intentions. Or in other words, it did not have this awareness at all. Instead, it followed the laws of the abyss and allowed qualified demons to compete for the position of demon lord. So Owen was selected. As for Owen's poaching of the abyss really didn't notice much, because the garden itself is part of the abyss. Although the power attributes have changed somewhat, the abyss is not just a single place of hot lava. In fact, the environment of each level is very different. Abyss and swamps, forests, deep seas, ice and snow, flames, and even nothingness are not uncommon. Therefore, the abyss, which is inherently deficient, ignores this. As for running for the position of demon lord, this is because the land of the abyss is just capital, and for capital to work, there must be a qualified executor. That is, the demon lord. The previous demon lord was currently on probation due to investment failure, and the capital was preparing for a new round of elimination trials. As for whether the new king would take over, or the old king would successfully hold on to the crown, it was not important to the land of the abyss. Owen had no interest in it at first. But the blessing of the power of the abyss made him more comfortable with the expansion of the garden. It felt like using other people's funds to acquire other people's properties. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with the consciousness of the abyss, and he is kind of mentally retarded. Beautiful. With motivation, Owen asked the gardener demon to lead the garden demons to start a parade on Flower Street. They carried a pot of soup given by Owen, and poured the soup out religiously while singing and dancing. The little devils who drank the soup became new little garden devils. Although they were still very thin, they would become stronger as long as they drank more soup. So the garden devil happily accepted them, and let these little guys join the parade. Become a member of a big family. As for the soup that seeped into the ground, under the influence of divine power, the originally depleted earth was rejuvenated, and flowers and plants emerged. This was because Owen added seeds to the soup, cooking thick soup, marching through flower streets, and constantly exchanging money. Owen's garden area expanded day by day, painting a thick green in the land of the abyss. And the land of the abyss also continued to increase its investment in him, because it felt that the origin is enhanced. In fact, it was just a name. This idiot beauty in the land of the abyss only saw the increased value of the industry under her name, but did not realize that her authority was gone. She only cared about rewards, which made Owen feel embarrassed. Owen was able to take the reward softly, but the rotting cloud couldn't sit still. Now Owen has mastered the origin of the abyss beyond 2 levels, and is not far from its 3rd level. If this continues, its position as the demon lord will definitely be confirmed. There was no guarantee, so it decided to gather all the demons under its command, kill Owen in advance, and seize the origin of the abyss in his hands. The war has begun! The putrid cloud lifted its almost stringy butt from the throne of bones and roared angrily. Even because of the excessive force, more putrid clouds were sprayed out from under the body, shrouding it in the clouds and mist. But there is no trace of immortality. Instead, it looks like a monster that wants to eat people. The demons who received the war signal from a radius of 100 miles gathered one after another, but they all kept a considerable distance, especially downwind. No matter how crazy the demon was, they would not stay there. Almost at the same time, Owen also sensed the signal of war, so he cooked a pot full of nutritious soup to replenish the strength of his garden demons, and then stimulated the seeds that were planted in advance. When the huge group of demons on the side of the putrid cloud approached the location of the garden, they were a little stunned, because the scenery that most demons had never seen in their lives was right in front of them. Although the birds are not singing and the flowers are fragrant, they are already full of life vitality, because the soil is rich in nutrients and a large number of plants grow here, especially those magical plants in Plants vs. Zombies. After being enhanced by the power of life, they begin to show their ability in warfare talents, because they are born for war. The banging pea shooter is 2 meters high. Its thick roots and huge cannon head make it slightly ferocious. At the same time, the peas it spits out also have the lethality of cannon-fired shotguns. But the main force of the war is the coconut cannon and the cannon. The corn cannon. The cannonballs falling from the sky will blow up the little devil as cannon fodder into pieces. Even the members of the devil's main army will not be happy if they are beaten hard. Suddenly attacked, the demon rushed over without even waiting for orders. Then he was taught a lesson by potato mines and cherry bombs along the way, followed by fire dragon grass, big mouth flower, cactus, etc., before they could rush over. Just within range of the watermelon pitcher and the cabbage pitcher, still frozen. The fragrance of the plants and the sweetness of the fruits along the way made a deep impression on the demon, who appeared to be emerging from the vegetable salad. However, there was no flesh and blood that the demon liked. Even if these plants were destroyed, it would be difficult to satisfy the demon's desire to kill. I didn't hear that the murderer will feel very happy when making vegetable salad. It can be said that the expectations of the demons for this war have dropped to freezing point. At this moment, the garden demon, who had armed himself with plants, walked out of the garden under the leadership of the gardener demon and fought with the impatient demons. The garden devil wears a nut helmet on his head, holds a Japanese melon hammer in one hand, and a durian stick in the other. He points east and west, hammering a group of devils who can't find the direction. There is no other way. Most devils win by their size advantage. The taller and stronger ones win. The garden demon has a rough skin and thick flesh and quick blood regeneration, so it would be strange not to win. But the most powerful one is the garden guard, who was carefully transformed by Owen. The prototype is a war demon. After adjustment, it has successfully integrated the power of the black light virus. The weapons and armor are all modified by itself, and have the characteristics of plants. For example, the armor on the body not only has the hardness of nuts, but also has the hard thorns of durian. The bolt gun in his hand combines the characteristics of a pea shooter and a cherry bomb. The lethality is a bit lacking, but it can't be used without spending money. The addition of the garden guards caused the demons on the side of the putrid cloud to be completely defeated. As a result, the putrid cloud could no longer sit still. It moved heavy steps towards those weird demons, but did not want to suddenly rush out from inside with a larger size. The tall demon was caught off guard, and was struck in the stomach with a giant sword. This is the Garden Guard Commander. It is a fine product concocted by Owen using the Mad War Demon as the original body. He is also holding the Black Demon sword that he redeemed. Even if the Rotten Cloud is a demon lord, he does not block this sword. His fat belly immediately cracked open, and a large amount of rancid internal organs flowed to the ground, like the old soup leaking out of an exploded septic tank. Even the tops of the feet were submerged. Chapter 477 The Kingdom of God in the Abyss. Owen, who was sitting firmly in the garden, shook his head. From an image point of view, the rancid cloud was more in line with the original image of a loving father than him. Unfortunately, it did not cheat, and could only be used as fertilizer for the garden. The angry rancid cloud slapped away the Garden Guard Commander. Seeing that the demons under his command had suffered heavy casualties, and were no longer useful, regardless of the fact that their injuries had not yet recovered, they began to release their own domain. The intestines they accumulated outside suddenly swelled. The volume has expanded a little bit, and it looks like a bunch of 100% simulated intestinal balloons. It is still the most disgusting kind. A large amount of proliferative tissue and weird glands secrete strange substances, which undergo complex reactions in the intestines. Finally, a large amount of thick rancid gas was released from the upper and lower exhaust ports. The faces of the demons, who were still alive around them, changed drastically on the spot. Even the seriously injured and dying demons were vomiting blood and struggling to crawl away. However, their speed could not keep up with the speed of gas diffusion. As long as they were contaminated, whether they were demons or flowers and plants, they would become thick yellow pus. The most frightening thing is that this process is not very fast. So the infected person can clearly feel that their skin is like a plastic bag burned by fire. Their flesh and blood is like melted butter, and their internal organs are beginning to ferment. The things inside began to rot, and emitted an astonishing stench. It was difficult to tell whether the affected objects died because their flesh and blood turned into pus, or whether they died of the indescribable stench. Owen frowned. The opponent was not a real demon lord, so he could not mobilize 100% of the power of the abyss. However, with the strength stuck at the limit and the little original power he controlled, it was no longer something ordinary demons could deal with. Well, even the Garden Guard Commander he carefully prepared would be hard-pressed to kill him. Even if he could kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him. No matter how you look at it, the stench is one that goes deep into your bones. Thinking of this, Owen poured vitality into the garden, spawning countless roots underground. A huge network of roots has formed underground in the entire garden. After receiving the infusion of divine power, countless thick roots broke out of the ground, wrapping around the rancid cloud without fear, and even began to take root in its exposed intestines and stomach, irritating it. It releases more of the putrid fog, at least until it's blocked. Owen, who did not intend to turn the garden into a stinking toilet, spawned a large number of clovers around him, and blew strong winds to control the spread of the putrid fog. At the same time, the frozen plants also began to show their power, using low temperatures to control the spread of the thick fog. The rancid clouds that were frustrated one after another angrily tore at the roots wrapped around the body. These things penetrated almost everywhere, even the folds and gaps of the flesh. Even the dead skin on its body was rooted out densely by the fine roots. Small holes clung to its body, and the worst part was that its internal organs were still exposed and its abdomen was still wide open. This kind of injury is not fatal to an ordinary demon, let alone a demon lord. Therefore, the rotting cloud did not repair the wound immediately. But now it is too late to repair it. Its intestines and abdominal cavity, it has been filled with roots, and even the putrid thick fog that it is proud of cannot be released. The most terrifying thing is that it feels that those roots are continuing to go deep, spreading from blood vessels and flesh, and spreading it. Treat your body as nutrients that can be absorbed, and as a potted plant filled with nutritious soil. Not long after, the putrid cloud's lungs were filled up. Roots sprouted from its nostrils, and the blood in the heart was sucked dry, filled with soft roots. Even so, the putrid cloud did not die, but it would rather itself died, controlling the roots to pull the rancid cloud into the ground of the garden to act as fertilizer. Owen was very indifferent to the victory he won, because it was inevitable. No matter in any aspect, the rotting cloud is far inferior to Owen. Not to mention that he is pure divine power that is continuously supported by the main body. It is a joke that he cannot defeat a half-finished demon lord. Not to mention that from the perspective of the Abyss, this is a healthy internal competition, and they will not interfere at all, let alone stop it. Under various circumstances, the rotting cloud was ruthlessly eliminated. In fact, if it weren't for the fear of spoiling the plan, Owen could split the putrid cloud and the Abyss into two with a divine strike. But the consequence would be that the power of the Abyss that was originally gathered together spreads and merges into the main world along the wound. In the origin, when the time comes, the wound will not fester, but the poison will penetrate into the bone marrow. Owen, who knew that violence could not solve all problems, dealt with the post-war situation step by step. The surviving demons were thrown into the swamp to wait for transformation. The injured garden demons also soaked comfortably in the swamp, filling their wounds with mud and moistening their thirsty throats with thick pool water. Their injuries and physical strength were rapidly recovering. While Owen was making soup, he squinted his eyes to absorb the source of the Abyss that was taken from the putrid cloud. More than 50% of the original authority has greatly increased Owen's influence on the Abyss. But he still only has control. If he wants to truly control it, he needs to slowly transform the Abyss into his own shape. With his silly awareness of the Abyss, Owen's plan will definitely go smoothly. Although the battle ended quickly, the battle between the two future demon lords still shook the origins of the Abyss, causing considerable collisions and turbulence, and causing some changes to the originally hidden demon gate. At this time, on a certain level of the Abyss, a crumbling divine kingdom was moving quickly under the influence of divine power, looking for an unknown exit. But the Abyss is boundless, and any level is wider than the main world, and has unique laws. Once you fall into it, it is so easy to escape. Not to mention that the power of the Abyss is everywhere, constantly eroding the kingdom of God, and also attracting countless demons. Devouring is the essence of the Abyss, and destruction is the nature of demons. How could they let intruders go? As a result, the divine power of the kingdom of God is consumed very quickly, in order to be able to support it for a longer period of time. The scope of divine protection is constantly shrinking, and those who have lost their divine power are asylum. The exposed areas of the kingdom of God were first corroded by the power of the Abyss, lost their upgrades, and then ushered in the invasion of demons. Thousands of elves wearing gorgeous golden armor are resisting the invasion of demons within the protection of divine power. Although these elves have lingering tiredness, they rely on sophisticated equipment, superb combat skills, and tacit understanding, cooperate, and continuously strangle the invading demons. But the effect is not great. The scope of divine protection is still shrinking. Once they leave the scope of divine protection, they will be contaminated by the power of the Abyss. They will either become demons or be killed because of weakness. They have seen this scene too many times. There are so many. No one knows if they will be next. However, the kingdom of God is their last arc. No matter how difficult it is, they must continue to support it. For the Queen and the Goddess. Chapter 478 Destined Fate. In the dilapidated kingdom of God, the green color representing life has been reduced a lot, and many places have even turned into deserts. This is extremely rare in the kingdom of elf gods, and it also means that the Lord of the kingdom of God has no extra energy to maintain it. It is even in a state of exhaustion. The poor environment keeps the more than 200,000 elves living here in a constant state of hunger. Even the elves who are mainly vegetarians cannot survive on leaves and grass roots, let alone fight against demons. Andromeda has been worried about this. It can be said that since her husband died in the war, her eldest son and second daughter lost contact, and she was pushed to the throne. She has not heard a good news, and what she faces every day is worse than yesterday. The situation made her suffer from stress. Now her only hope is to leave the Abyss and reach a place where the living residents of the Light Elf Kingdom can survive. The most important thing is to stay away from the goddess of morning light. Thinking of this, Andromeda's face became very ugly. The goddess Chenwei is not a deity from their world, but came to their world 3,000 years ago and helped them, who were still living as a tribe, solve a huge crisis. In order to thank the goddess of morning light, all the elves gathered together to offer their beliefs, and the kingdom of Light Elf was established. But who could have imagined that this was the beginning of a nightmare? Because no one expected that this goddess would bring about a crisis of annihilation. When that day came, all the races in the world united to try to fight against the crisis of annihilation. Her husband also led most of the kingdom's troops to the location of the coalition forces. But the good news did not come until an endless trail appeared in the sky. There were cracks and countless green flames fell from the sky. And Andromeda knew that the coalition had failed. At this time, no one knew that all this was brought about by the goddess of morning light. Instead, under the guidance of the high priest of light, Andromeda brought millions of still living subjects to the kingdom of the goddess of morning light. Fuel for the kingdom of God's voyage. Over the past 20 years, hundreds of thousands of subjects of the kingdom of light elf have disappeared here. And those who are still alive cannot avoid becoming firewood. This is the desperate future that Andromeda faces. In the simple palace, a member of the king's guard wearing a gorgeous enchanted gold armor, but covered with injuries, hurriedly came over. The king's guard is the most elite force in the kingdom of light elf, with only 300 members. Each member is an elite among the elite who has passed hundreds of years of trials, and is proficient in martial arts, magic, art, poetry, painting, etc. The perfect combination of force and art. At the same time, they are also the last and strongest wall in front of the king. Before the king's guards fall, they will not allow the king to fall in front of them. This is their oath and duty. Unfortunately, most of the king's guards had followed the king and died in the Doomsday War, leaving only the 30 people who protected the palace. They were also Andromeda's most trusted henchmen. Her Majesty the Queen, the High Priest of Light Asali has come to ask for an audience. In order not to be rude in front of Her Majesty the Queen, this member of the king's guard suppressed his anger and reported with the elegance of an elf. Let her in! Andromeda knew why the king's guard was angry. In fact, if she hadn't been a queen and had to keep calm at all times, she would even chop the woman into pieces with a sword. For the elves, this kind of behavior is too violent and disrespectful. But for the hatred in their hearts, such behavior is not enough to express 1/10,000th of it. Because the High Priest of Light Asali is not only the chief high priest of the temple of the Goddess of Dawn in the kingdom of Light Elf, but also the culprit who led them into this abyss of despair. As a high elf, as the high priest of the Goddess of Morning Light, Asali has amazing beauty, a graceful figure, and brilliant blonde hair like the sun. But now her eyes are dim and her face looks tired. And even her originally supple long hair, my hair also looks a little dry. Good day, Your Majesty the Queen. Asali bowed slightly and saluted. No need to be polite. I wonder why the high priest is here. Andromeda was both curious and uneasy in her heart, because the two sides were like fire and water. That is, they were in the abyss and in the same boat. Otherwise, they would definitely fight to the death. So she came to the door. There was no such thing as a visit. There must be some reason for the other party to come, and the possibility of good news was too low. So she felt uneasy. The prophesied moment is coming, and it's time to decide the fate of the Elf Kingdom. Asali took a deep breath, with uncontrollable excitement still in her voice, and raised her head to face Andromeda. Oh, I thought the fate of the Elf Kingdom had been decided a long time ago, Andromeda said mockingly. Now she, the queen, lives in a simple palace with greater symbolic significance, with only 30 king's guards around her. Does the Elf Kingdom still exist? Your Majesty the Queen, this is the fate of the Elf Kingdom, and the fate of the Goddess of Dawn. Asali was silent for a moment, and then said firmly, as if she firmly believed that the sacrifices made by the Elf Kingdom were inevitable and necessary. Andromeda sneered and did not speak, because she did not want to waste time on this topic anymore, because it was meaningless. They were in the kingdom of God, deep in the abyss, and could neither leave nor leave. Just like she said likewise, the fate of the Elf Kingdom is destined to have no future. Your Majesty the Queen, do you still remember the third princess? Asali knew that there was not much time left for her, so she said in a somewhat urgent tone, Asali, what are you going to do? Like an enraged lioness, Andromeda roared angrily, while the king's guards, who were already waiting for the position, raised their shields in one hand and flattened their spears in the other. The magic radiance around them flashed, and they were ready, prepared to kill the enemy. 30 years ago, on the day when the end of the world came, I saw the demise of the Elf Kingdom and the fall of the Goddess of Morning Light. The only turning point was in the abyss, and the facts prove that my prediction was correct. We did not follow the world, die at the end of the world. Asali told the past, trying to emphasize something. Yes, hundreds of thousands of subjects were burned as firewood, and not even their souls were left. The elves who are still alive are still on the front line resisting the invasion of demons. Andromeda said angrily, from the Elf Kingdom, sacrifice is what maintains the existence of the Kingdom of God, and the so-called Goddess of Morning Light did not show up at all. The world where the third princess lives is our only way out. Asali suddenly interrupted her. making Andromeda's expression gloomy. In fact, Andromeda knew about this. She had planned to send the two children to Cortana's world from the beginning. However, due to the chaos in the void caused by the end of the world, and the coordinates on the opposite side seemed to be caught in space turbulence, in the end it was settled. Later, she never mentioned this matter, because she planned to use Cortana as the final fire. That's why Andromeda became so angry when Asali mentioned this name. Who else knows about this? Andromeda said in a cold tone. Seeing Asali's silence, Andromeda knew the answer. No wonder he took her with him when he boarded the Kingdom of God. As the Queen of the Elf Kingdom, she was the biggest factor of instability in times of crisis, for the purpose of using bloodline magic to locate. In fact, Asali's visit this time was more like making a final announcement. Because she was in the Kingdom of God and could not escape or die, she had no choice but to passively accept it. Chapter 479. The scar in the sky cracked again. Owen, who didn't know yet that he was about to meet his classmate's mother, was busy transforming everything he saw. The thick green was slowly swallowing up the originally dead and hot abyss, because he finally found the right direction. Heat is actually a kind of energy. Science in the previous life was not about boiling water. So as long as you master the conversion of energy, you can use it for your own use. Owen, who was enlightened, improved the torch tree stump, extracting the blazing heat of the earth, and then converting it into energy that plants can absorb, replacing the nutrients in the soil, allowing plants to grow lushly, and only after a few reincarnations, the accumulated decay will be eliminated. It can improve the land and re-inject nutrients into the earth to awaken its vitality. However, the transformation was a bit rough, and ordinary plants would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, ordinary plants were nowhere to be found in Owen's garden, so the frenzied expansion of plants began around the garden. But Owen didn't expect the plants to expand so fast. Now it's his turn to worry. He is really afraid that the plants in the garden will wander out. Who knows if these plants that devour the abyss and contain various viruses lose their restraints? How terrible it would become! At first, the umbrella company only found a plant called Sun Ladder and caused such a big deal. In his garden, Sun Ladder was just an ornamental flower. Owen, who was afraid of the destruction of the world, hurriedly contacted the main body. Otherwise, the main body had a good mind and immediately gave him an idea. That is, to become a god. As long as he becomes a god and builds the abyss into his own divine kingdom, there is no need to be afraid. Plague, life, witchcraft, demons, and the rotten divinity obtained from the putrid cloud. How can this become a god? Owen scratched his belly and skillfully rubbed the body's epidermal tissue between his nails. In the soup, he said worriedly while stirring the soup. These 5 points of divinity cannot be compared to a kick in the sky and a kick on the ground. But it is extremely difficult to get them together. Irving almost lost his hair because of this. Oh, he has no hair. So forget it. Owen, who was too fat and strong to reach the top of his head, scratched his scalp with a spoon. The scattered debris fell on the ground and immediately took root, sprouted and grew into various plants, and then quickly blossomed and bore fruit. Eventually, the flowers withered, and the fruits fell into decay. Mud. The whole process was astonishingly fast, as if pressing the fast-forward button. The scene before him was caused by Owen acquiring more of the origin of the abyss and gathering 5 points of divinity. Now even the debris on his body is rich in powerful vitality. And after acquiring the divinity of decay, it has been able to barely achieve the effect of reincarnation. At least it looks quite bluffing. Owen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed to understand something. In fact, plague and life are one, and they are also a manifestation of vitality. And it brought him strong and tenacious vitality. If this was all he had, it would be considered an immortal body at best. But he also had 3 divinities: witchcraft, demon, and decay. Witchcraft is a panacea that can give any kind of divine power more changes, while the devil's divinity can bring him chaotic and disorderly changes, giving him infinite possibilities. The seemingly useless corrupt divinity actually represents the end of life and the basis of the next reincarnation. Therefore, as long as the seeds of life are retained, new life can be given birth to. Theoretically, Owen, who possesses these 5 points of divinity, can recover even if he is chopped into pieces, or burned to ashes, and will be reborn in the garden, because this is his domain. And if his domain is not destroyed, he will not die. The only thing Owen lacks now is a container that can integrate these 5 points of divinity. As long as he can find it, he can become a real god. Even more like a god than his own body. This is not easy. Owen can only place his hope on the omnipotent system, because he has a feeling that the upper limit of the system's progress value is about to be increased again. Just when Owen was digesting his previous generous gains, the scar on the sky that had not yet healed over the land of the abyss was injured again. It slowly bulged down, as if it was under some huge pressure. The extent of the bulge made people with hemorrhoids see it. They were all frightened because the chance of blood staining the backyard was too high. As the bulge emerged, dense cracks appeared between the fragments of the sky that had not healed but were just barely put together. The strange colors of red, yellow and black began to penetrate along the cracks towards the main world. Owen was suddenly shocked because he felt the aura of the abyss. And the source of the gradual excitement in the abyss proved his guess. How could the abyss be opened again? Owen was shocked. The abyss is self-contained, like a spiral with no head or tail. So it is extremely stable. Unless it actively approaches or relies on its power, it rarely leaks out. If the Devil's Gate had not been opened last time, the power of the abyss would not have been leaked to create this abyss. In any case, the penetration of the power of the abyss is already a fact. Owen saw with his own eyes countless black, red and yellow mixed materials like magma filling the cracks. And they continued to go deeper under the attraction of the abyss. And the chaotic and evil atmosphere took the lead, entering the main world. Everything within 1,000 miles of the abyss was affected by the aura of the abyss in the blink of an eye. Animals began to become crazy. Plants became distorted. And even the sky and the earth were transforming into the abyss. However, intelligent creatures were affected the most. Not only did they start to slaughter indiscriminately, but they also mastered the evil of blood sacrifice and summoning demons without any teacher knowledge. It won't be long before the already widespread demon summoning ritual will cause more trouble. And maybe another demon-headed organization will appear, facing the natural disaster-like scene. Owen's expression changed drastically. Fortunately, his garden was only a corner of the abyss. After all, even if he mastered the origin of the abyss, it would not be able to be transformed in a short time. So he did not enter the central location. There is no need to face the first wave of the impact of the power of the abyss. Otherwise he will be in big trouble. Fortunately, the consciousness of the main world also reacted at this time. And the dense laws began to appear for the first time. While suppressing the power of the abyss, the law chains all over the sky were generated from the void, crisscrossing in an attempt to sew the expanding cracks. But so before what has been impossible to do for a long time. How can it be done now? Let alone a huge creature that will crash into it without hesitation. There was a loud click, and while Owen was dumbfounded, he saw the sky shatter again, revealing a large hole comparable to the size of the original secret realm when it was poured back. This not only made the main world's years of hard work come to nothing, but also allowed the power of the abyss to go unimpeded. Invasion of the main world. Now Owen can be sure that he is the protagonist. The sky cracked 3 times, and he only encountered it twice. If he is not the protagonist, who is the protagonist? Or what should he do next? Owen was at a loss. Where Owen couldn't see, a wildly escaping dear lady, and a cursing which expressed that they had something to say, and that this unfortunate thing had happened to them twice. Owen soon realized something was wrong, because the power of the abyss leaked into the main world was unexpectedly small. When he looked up into the big hole, his jaw almost dropped. Chapter 480, The Broken Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God? Are you sick? Who is so stubborn about trying to challenge the Kingdom of God to the world? Even after becoming the master of the garden, his temperament has become more stable and difficult to fluctuate. And Owen can't sit still anymore, swearing and waving the spoon in the sky, wanting to pour a pot of soup on that idiot's head. The laws of the Kingdom of God are self-contained and highly independent. Once you enter the main world, it is equivalent to installing 2 systems into one computer. It would be outrageous not to explode. The question is who will blow it up. If the Kingdom of God blows up, the main world will have to face a terrible meteorite rain after the Tiantian blood collapse. If the main world blows up, don't say anything. Everyone has to be reincarnated and start over. The consequences are so serious that no matter how arrogant the gods are, they will not force the Kingdom of God to collide with the main world. However, when Owen saw a large number of demons pouring into the shattered sky and a large number of abyss fragments falling, he understood that this unlucky kingdom had fallen into the abyss and finally found a loophole. He couldn't care about anything else, so he got away first before talking. And then he bumped into him. The opponent was able to get away, but he had trapped the main world to death. His anus exploded 3 times, and even a tough guy couldn't hold it back. No matter how much stitches he tried, it was useless at the moment. The gap was too big to make up for. The kingdom of God hitting the main world at this time is also uncomfortable. Not only in terms of physics, but also in a collision of laws. Previously, it had completely collapsed after using the divine power barrier supplemented by the burning elves to open a small crack somewhere in the abyss. So with the main world, the collision of the world walls is real, without any discount. And it all affects the kingdom of God. The already traumatized divine kingdom was naturally unable to withstand it. The laws collapsed on the spot, and the divine kingdom was shattered. However, this was all within the expectations of the goddess Chinue. Although this goddess has never shown up, she is very cunning, and has plotted against the elf kingdom. She has also used this to preserve the core area of the kingdom of God and its millions of petitioners. Now that the time has come, she will not hesitate. He hesitantly gave up everything, planning to leave with this little bit of wealth, waiting for the day when he could make a comeback. However, the seriously injured main world consciousness will easily let go of the culprit, and the Toolman Sky Goddess comes online again. Endless little bits of golden light appeared in the broken sky, gradually converging into a god. It was the goddess of the sky who maintained the stability of the sky mark with her body and body. At this time, her task was once again increased, and she was extremely annoyed with the culprit because of the distance. The deadline for her to complete the task of repairing the scars in the sky and escape and gain freedom was postponed indefinitely. This made her angry. Before she could regroup her divine body, the sky goddess couldn't wait to use her authority. She saw endless clouds and mist emerging out of thin air, covering the sky and the sun, and constantly rubbing under the influence of the wind. Silk nets continued to grow and spread from the clouds. Finally, it gathered into the hands of the sky goddess and turned into a thunder gun. Goddess Chinue, who was about to escape, did not expect that the consciousness of the main world would react so strongly, and that there was such a powerful god as a trump card. She was unable to guard against mistakes, and could only use the half-detached core of the kingdom of God as a shield. This majestic holy mountain that accommodated millions of petitioners seemed to be shattered on the spot. Countless petitioners were wailing, and were wiped out by thunder and lightning containing divine power. Even the goddess of morning light, who never showed up, was severely injured, and was in the spilled divine blood. It actually contains a bit of divinity, which shows how badly it was hurt. However, Goddess Chinue was decisive. She burned the little remaining divine power, and took away the remaining family wealth. She didn't know if there would be a day for her to make a comeback. The abandoned kingdom of God was no longer able to resist the pull of the chains of laws of the main world, and immediately fell apart, even after being consumed by the abyss and losing its core. The remaining area of the kingdom of God is still no less than a huge island group, now under the pull of the chain of laws controlled by the sky goddess. These fragments of the kingdom of God are being filled to the place where the sky traces were broken, used to repair holes. It seems that there is no need to worry about encountering a world-destroying meteorite rain. However, one of the fragments of the kingdom of God was let go by the consciousness of the main world and allowed to fall, making Owen nervous again. In the simple palace of fragments of the kingdom of God, Andromeda's blood boiled all over her body due to bloodline magic regardless of the cost. She relied on the royal family's treasure, the water of life, for half of her life. However, due to the excessive consumption of her vitality, she now looked old, like a 70 or 80-year-old human old woman. This is very unbelievable for an elf, who will maintain her elegant appearance even in death. What's worse is that her nightmare is not over yet. Asali, this is the fate you called! The aging body and the painful soul did not eliminate the anger in Andromeda's heart, because the elf kingdom was about to usher in the moment of destruction. I will burn my life so that at least thousands of elves can survive. The goddess of Chinue left, but Asali, the high priest of light, was left behind. She was abandoned no matter how you looked at it. But Shaylee was left behind. Shaylee didn't care, and told her plan calmly. You are not Asali. Who are you? The previous sentence confirmed Andromeda's guess, and she asked with suppressed anger, because this was definitely not something that a fanatical believer could say. I am Asali, and I am also the jungle goddess who was abandoned by you. Asali did not continue to hide it, because it had no meaning after the departure of the goddess of morning light. Jungle goddess! Andromeda's expression was very strange at this time, because the jungle goddess was a demigod that the elves believed in during the tribal period. She had disappeared for many years due to disputes over beliefs. Unexpectedly, she became the high priest of the morning light goddess. This was so unbelievable that it even overshadowed the desperate situation she was currently facing. Although Goddess Chinaway disguised herself very well, she did not hide it from me. However, the strength difference between the two sides was too great. Even if all the elves and demigods united at that time, they would not be able to stop it. Therefore, Asali did not continue, because he kept saying as they fell, they were already not far from the ground. If you want to know the truth, go find my reincarnation. There are elves in this world, and we will meet again. After saying the last words, Asali planned to burn his life and use the few remaining if the elves protect even a small part. They will become the fire of rebirth. At this time, Owen was very busy. He obtained the power of the abyss that penetrated from the abyss, and also fused several pieces of the abyss fragments. The area of the abyss has greatly expanded. His consciousness has become more complete, and he has become wary of him. This makes Owen was very passive. So he had to seize the time and take advantage of the fact that the origin of the abyss was not yet completely stable to eat and seize as much as possible. Even if he had indigestion, he would accept it. Once the origin of the abyss was stable, with the increasingly perfect consciousness of the abyss, it is no longer possible for him to take advantage as before. Not to mention that many powerful demons from the abyss will also become his future opponents. It happened that at this moment, the fragments of the kingdom of God falling from the sky were falling towards his garden, which made Owen very angry. But soon Owen realized that there were still many lives surviving in this fragment of the kingdom of God, and it also bore the mark of the main world. He immediately understood that this was both a benefit and a test given to him by the main world. I wanted to keep it as a trump card, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. I hope it's worthy of my efforts. Owen sighed and said,